would also allow him to make amends and ease his guilt, so he stood up. You've worked hard lately. Rest here for a while. I'll go. Soon, Ebert drove to the Gu family residence. At the Gu house, Gwendolyn, who was naive to worldly affairs, was playing with the two innocent children, building blocks. Noticing his gloomy expression when he entered, Gwendolyn immediately sensed something was wrong. Ewing, why did you come? What happened? Are you feeling unwell? No. Ebert glanced at the children before softly explaining to Gwendolyn. It's Damien Ariel who is sick. The doctor said he needs to stay in the hospital for a few days to rest. I came to get some change of clothes for him. He's sick. With what illness? No wonder he hardly called home since going on that business trip. He was ill. Ebert didn't want to tell Gwendolyn the full truth, but considering Gu Corporation's current dire situation, her plan to take the children abroad might be delayed, so he figured she'd eventually need to know. The two went upstairs. Hearing Ebert's description, Gwendolyn's face paled. So that's it? Is there any way to salvage the situation? Ebert shook his head. There isn't. According to the assistant, Gu Corporation is under severe financial strain. They spent $50 billion on that useless land, and just paying off the daily bank loans is a huge burden. Moreover, the 500 acres are already in the process of acquisition by Mohammed Corporation. Even if Gu Corporation had the funds to compete, they couldn't win. Gwendolyn looked at him intently, following up once he finished. Why can't we win? From what you know, did Mohammed Corporation offer them unique, irreplaceable conditions? Ebert didn't expect Gwendolyn to ask this after hearing such a pessimistic report. Was she unaware or simply bold? What do you mean by asking this? Gwendolyn replied, I just want to understand things clearly. Can you explain it to me in detail? Why can't we win even if we have the funds? They haven't signed the final contract yet, right? If we offer a higher price or more attractive conditions, how can you be sure we won't succeed? Ebert truly couldn't be certain. But he hadn't dared hope. This was Mohammed Corporation after all. He had never imagined anyone could outbid Jorge. Gwendolyn, you don't seriously think about competing with Mohammed Corporation for that land, do you? Stop joking around. Not only do you lack the money, but you also haven't handled projects of this scale. I haven't, but Achin understands these things. He just has gastritis. He'll be out of the hospital soon. As long as he doesn't give up and the Mohammed Corporation contract isn't signed, we still have a chance to turn things around, right? At that moment, Ebert finally understood why Jorge and Dustin, both brilliant men, were fighting for this woman. He used to think it was because of her beauty. But now it seemed her spirit was incredibly strong. Ebert forgot about fetching the clothes and hurriedly pulled Gwendolyn down to sit. Sit down, let's talk this through. You're right, the contract hasn't been signed yet, so there is still a chance to turn things around, provided we have the funds. But Gu Corporation can't provide any money now. Her idea was merely a wild imagination. Gwendolyn wasn't sure if it was feasible, but she shared it with Ebert. Recently, I heard someone reporting work to Achin. Some smaller real estate companies, due to tough times, wanted to merge into Gu Corporation, but he was focused on me at the time, so he put the proposal aside. Could we unite all the real estate companies in Fabiansheng except Mohammed Corporation, raise funds together, register a new company, and use that company's name to compete with Mohammed Corporation for the land? What an audacious idea. Unite all the real estate companies in Fabiansheng to form a new company and compete against Mohammed Corporation? Was this an attempt to harness collective strength? It was overly ambitious. Gwendolyn, I can't say your idea is completely unrealistic, but can you imagine how difficult it would be to implement? There are so many real estate companies in Fabiansheng. Do you plan to persuade each one individually? Is there enough time? Besides, they have always been competitors with Gu Corporation. Why would they listen to you? After listening, Gwendolyn responded seriously. As long as we offer lucrative returns and treat it as an investment, I believe no businessman would resist. Trying is better than waiting passively for doom. Seeing this frail woman speak with such determination, Ebert was moved. Indeed, declaring defeat without trying is no different from giving up like a coward. But Damien Ariel's condition is very serious, and time is running out. Neither of us has any experience. Gwendolyn added, I remember Chuck Mohammed mentioning a similar case. I'll look up information to write up the terms for joining the new company as quickly as possible. Amy and I owe our lives to Achin. I can't just enjoy life without contributing. Maybe this is my chance to repay him. She intended to handle this herself? Ebert was alarmed. No, you absolutely cannot get involved. Jorge is more ruthless than you can imagine. If he finds out you're alive, he won't let you go. Gwendolyn, having already faced death once, feared nothing now. Let him come. I have nothing to fear. If he believes I did that and won't let me go, my death is just a matter of time. Rather than waiting for him to force Achin to his death and then die passively, I prefer a spectacular end. On that day, I won't forgive him either. Before dying, I will expose his true nature to the world and deal a severe blow to Mohammed Corporation. Note asterisk this translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 193, She's Amazing. Dustin didn't regain consciousness all night. The next morning, Ebert came to visit him again with the proposal that Gwendolyn had worked on all night. He finally regained consciousness. The assistant stepped out, and Ebert, looking at his weakened state, felt extremely guilty. You finally woke up, you scared me half to death. Damien Ariel, I'm so sorry. Doctors arranged for Dustin to have stomach surgery. Having not taken in a single drop of water yesterday, he was still fasting today. Dustin's voice was usually soft and gentle, but now one had to lean close to hear him clearly. Why are you apologizing? Ebert looked at him sheepishly. I heard about what happened with the International Airport project. It's all my fault. Dustin hadn't expected him to take responsibility like this. He initially had some doubts about Ebert's intentions towards him, but now it seemed he was just a simple, kind-hearted young man. You don't need to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. Weakly lifting his hand, he patted Ebert's shoulder as he always did. Business is unpredictable, investment mistakes happen often. The decision was mine, and as an adult, I'm mature enough to take responsibility. Ebert felt warmth in his heart and looked at him with even more admiration. But. No buts. What's done is done. Dustin weakly closed his eyes. So you rushed here early this morning just to apologize? I came yesterday too, intending to apologize, but there was something more important. Ebert sat down in front of him and handed over Gwendolyn's document. Look at this first. Dustin took it and read for a few minutes. Ebert clearly saw surprise and admiration in his eyes. How did you get this? Where did it come from? Did you make it? If only he had made it. Thinking that Gwendolyn, a delicate woman, could come up with these ideas when he couldn't, made Ebert feel somewhat defeated. Not me, it's Gwendolyn. Do you think it's feasible? Gwendolyn? Admiration filled Dustin's eyes even more. Since he met Gwendolyn, he had never seen her work properly, only knowing she was skilled in medicine. He hadn't realized she also possessed such a strong business acumen. The proposal covered a vast range of knowledge. If she weren't omniscient, she must have researched extensively. It was really challenging for her. To be honest, I haven't completely given up on the International Airport project yet. The actual bidding hasn't started. Mohammed Corporation isn't necessarily the final winner. But I'm short on money. I've been running around Chongqing City for bank loans, but Jorge has been sabotaging behind the scenes. The only way forward now is fundraising. Gwendolyn's idea aligns perfectly with mine. I didn't expect her to complete the proposal before I could act. Seeing a glimmer of hope for victory and comforted by someone's unwavering support during hard times, Dustin visibly cheered up. Seeing him happy, Ebert shared his joy. If it works, it won't have been in vain for her staying up all night. Since it works, we will take action immediately. Time is pressing. You rest well and wait for our good news. As he said this, the excited Ebert stood up to leave. Dustin stopped him. You guys? What do you mean? You and Gwendolyn are going to implement this plan? Yeah. With your current condition, and since we're both idle. No. Dustin's voice abruptly rose, causing sharp pain in his chest, and he instinctively frowned. Damien Ariel. Ebert hurried back to help him. Don't worry, talk it through. Why can't you let us do it? Are you afraid we'll mess up or don't trust us? Not because of that. Looking at Ebert, genuinely concerned and innocent, Dustin almost called him foolish. As far as I know, you and Jorge are childhood friends, and both families are old acquaintances. Now with our competition escalating, who can't see it clearly? Helping me at this time would mean abandoning your childhood friend. So he was worried about him. Ebert shook his head decisively. I don't care if he's my childhood friend or anything else. Cyan used me and plotted against you behind your back. He acted unjustly. It's already generous of me not exposing him to the media. Why should I care about those things? Rest assured, I won't side with him just because we've known each other longer. I stand for fairness and justice. In this matter, I believe you are the victim, and I will support you. Dustin shook his head. I said, business failures are common. There's no concept of being a victim. There's no need for your help, and you can't assist anyway. That's enough. Ebert. Dustin added, even less so for Gwendolyn. You know she just got into trouble. Not only is the Mohammed family watching her, once the Zhong family learns she's alive, they won't let her go either. Besides, there's Ollie. She can't take this risk. If he can't, and neither can she, then who should handle it? Ebert looked at him anxiously. Gwendolyn now has a new identity. As long as she doesn't draw attention, how likely is it for anyone to find her? Ollie's condition has stabilized since taking the medication you brought back from the hospital, and she doesn't need surgery soon. Staying home poses no immediate danger. Though his argument was logical, Dustin wouldn't let Gwendolyn take the risk. He pushed the covers aside and tried to get out of bed. Stop talking. I'll handle this myself. No need for you. Go home quickly, and stop contacting me unless necessary. If the International Airport project succeeds, I'll still be Dustin. If you want to be friends with me, I welcome you anytime. But if it fails... Zay, you're a grown man, consider your future more. Was he going to personally handle it? So he was getting discharged? Ebert jumped up to block him. No. You can't discharge yourself. Doctor said your stomach is too damaged and needs surgery to prevent cancer. I promise not to put Gwendolyn in danger. Brantley backed down. Dustin was almost eye level with Ebert. He looked at him deeply. Time is running out for the GU Corporation. I can't entrust this task to others, I must handle it myself. Move aside, Zay. Trust me, once it's dealt with, I'll return for surgery. I won't die easily. Ebert's eyes welled up, he refused to move. Once you enter social circles, you have to drink. Do you think your current body can hold much alcohol? Don't force yourself, Damien Ariel. If you don't trust me, send someone you trust, but you cannot leave today. Dustin, eager to leave, didn't want to argue further and pushed him. There's no one I can trust. After this scandal, everyone seems suspicious to me. I can't sit by and watch the company fall. Move aside. Ebert firmly held his ground. If you insist on leaving, ensure you don't jeopardize your health or safety. Hashtag chapter 194, tie him up. The two were in a standoff when the doctor doing rounds suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Dustin out of bed, he was shocked. How did you get out of bed? Didn't I tell you to rest in bed as much as possible and not run around aimlessly if there's nothing wrong? Not hurting anymore? Don't you care about your life? Get back in bed immediately. Your surgery is about to start, let me check you again. Are you ready? Haven't eaten anything, right? Ebert saw the attending physician come in and hurriedly reported. He wants to be discharged, doctor. I couldn't stop him, please discipline him. Discharged? The doctor was an old acquaintance of Dustin's. Seeing him so careless with his health, he had been harboring anger since yesterday, and now he was even more furious. Shaw, aren't you too powerful? What important business could possibly require you to risk your life like this? I warn you, your condition is serious. It's not just gastritis and stomach ulcers but also. Dustin coldly interrupted him. I know. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. If I die outside, it won't be the hospital's fault. Rest assured, I won't make you pay. You. The doctor was taken aback by his words. Did I say anything about money? Bring me the discharge papers for my signature. Stop talking nonsense. Dustin, don't make a fool of yourself. The surgery has already been scheduled. Dustin ignored the doctor and tried to leave past Ebert. Caught off guard, Ebert pushed him down and shouted at the doctor. Tie him up. Give him an injection. No matter what, don't let him leave the hospital, otherwise, he'll really die. After a struggle, Dustin was laid flat and wheeled into the operating room. Ebert hadn't returned home since leaving yesterday and was still wearing his loungewear. Realizing he needed to be properly dressed for business, he rushed back home. His father and Viviana were sitting on the living room sofa discussing matters when he entered without even greeting them and headed upstairs. Just as he reached the corner of the staircase, he was stopped by his father. Hold it. Where are you rushing off to? Why didn't you come home last night? Where were you fooling around? Ebert halted. I wasn't fooling around. I was meeting with a friend. Mr. Marvin spoke in a low voice. Meeting for what? What kind of serious matters do you have that require a whole night? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I didn't scold you earlier because you weren't feeling well, but now that you're better, stop slacking off. Look at Ainsworth. He's not much older than you yet has brought Mohammed Corporation to great heights. What about you? The Viviana, seeing the situation might escalate, stepped in to mediate. Now, your son didn't say he wouldn't go to the company. Why be so harsh? Zay, change clothes and go with your father today. You should start taking responsibility for family matters. Ebert had matured recently and had no objection to going to the company, but not now. Okay, but I have something urgent recently. Can I go a few days later? Upon hearing this, Mr. Marvin's anger spiked. A few days later? How long are you planning to delay? Until I die? Until the beauty market peaks and declines? Until the family business goes downhill before you wake up? You've spoiled him too much. At this age, he behaves irresponsibly. Enough talk, change your clothes immediately and come with me. Delay another second, and I'll break your leg. One reason Ebert avoided following his father to work was due to his domineering attitude. Now, with Dustin's issue, he was even less willing to comply. I'm grown up, so treating me like a 3-year-old is inappropriate. I told you I have something urgent. Can I go a few days later? Rubbish. I am your father. Am I so old I can't move? How dare you speak to me like this? Because I've been too lenient, look at how spoilt you've become. Remember, today you will go whether you want to or not, no exceptions. As for your chaotic friends and affairs, stop mentioning them. Hurry up. Dad, are you being reasonable? My word is final. Another word, and I'll break your leg. Amina, see how he acts. Trying to intercede, Amina was silenced by a glare from Dad, forcing her to rephrase. Your dad is right, we've been too indulgent. Come on, calm down. What could be so urgent that you can't wait until after work? Brantley to your father. No way. I have to handle it today. Dad, if you force me, I'll run away and never come back. Run away? Fine. Butler, bring me the rope. Seeing his disobedience, Mr. Marvin grew angrier. Taking the rope from the Ives, he moved to tie up Ebert. Ebert resisted, leading to a struggle between father and son. May feared someone would get hurt and called for the Ives' help. Hold him down, bind him. This child is getting out of hand. 2 men plus May managed to subdue Ebert. Furious, Mr. Marvin tied him tightly. Lock him in his room. I'll personally watch over him. This ungrateful son wants to drive me crazy. Take his phone and forbid anyone from contacting him without my permission. Ebert struggled. Dad, you tyrant. Let me go. Still defiant. Bring tape, seal his mouth. Meanwhile, Gwendolyn waited anxiously for Dustin's response regarding the proposal. After lunch, unable to sit still, she called Dustin's assistant. Is Adolfo awake? How is he? Assistant, he just finished surgery this morning, still under anesthesia, not yet awake. Is Mr. Marvin at the hospital? Have him call me back. Mr. Marvin went home this morning. Do you need him for something? Gwendolyn found this odd. Calling Ebert, she found his phone off. Gwendolyn sensed something was wrong. Given Ebert's relationship with Jorge, had he backed out? Regardless, standing in Ebert's shoes, she couldn't blame him. Gwendolyn decided to act herself. She took the list of prominent real estate companies in Fabianshing she compiled the previous night, changed her clothes, left instructions with the nanny, and set off in her car. Soon, she stood at the entrance of the first real estate company. I'm the CEO's special assistant of GU Real Estate. Could you inform President Ma that I wish to see him? The assistant glanced at her strangely, called the office, then replied. President Ma is unavailable. Please schedule an appointment. Can I schedule one now? Sorry, you need to communicate with the president directly. Gwendolyn tried calling President Ma, but his phone blocked unknown numbers. The scene transitioned to a tense confrontation, emphasizing Ebert's internal struggles and parental pressure while maintaining coherence with previous events. Chapter 195, Beauty is the Key. There was no other way. At least now she knew Aloysius was still in the company. Gwendolyn could only choose to wait for him here. The wait stretched into over 2 hours. She kept her eyes on every person coming and going, until the receptionist suddenly stood up and greeted, Hello, Aloysius. Gwendolyn immediately followed suit. Hello, Aloysius. The neatly dressed man turned toward her at the sound of his name. A man of about 35, average height and build, with a face that reflected typical middle-class management. Gwendolyn had spent a month recuperating at home, which left her skin fair and tender. For this meeting, she wore a black business suit, white shirt, tied back hair, and tasteful makeup, efficient and very pretty. Aloysius scrutinized her from head to toe, clearly captivated by her figure and appearance. Who are you? Gwendolyn extended her hand, special assistant to the CEO of GU Corporation. My name is Alida. Keaton asked me to come and discuss some matters with you. Is it convenient for you? Keaton? GU Corporation? Aloysius raised an eyebrow. He didn't think they had any business dealings with GU Corporation, they were more like competitors. His company usually didn't have the clout to interact with GU Corporation. So why now? Unconvinced, he confirmed again, special assistant to Dustin? Yes, Aloysius, Gwendolyn glanced at the time, it was 5 p.m. Can I invite you to dinner? We can talk while we eat. Aloysius had plans that evening and couldn't spare the time. But Gwendolyn's beauty and sweet voice intrigued him. I'm busy tonight, maybe another day. Can you leave your contact details? I'll call when I'm free. Gwendolyn appreciated that he was willing to give her his contact information, but she couldn't wait indefinitely. Sorry for the inconvenience, but my request is quite urgent. How about this, Aloysius, where are you headed? I won't waste your time, let's talk on the way. It suited him well. He was bored during his commute, and having such a charming companion would be delightful. Aloysius gestured for her to enter the car. Once inside, Gwendolyn handed him the business proposal. GU Corporation aims to secure the International Airport project and expand its commercial territory. Many real estate companies have struggled and wish to merge with us since last year. Therefore, Keaton intends to integrate all these firms. Strength lies in numbers, more wealth means more benefits to share. Are you interested in joining? Oh, if not, it's fine too. This is a stock profit-sharing proposal. If you invest, once the airport project is secured, you'll receive corresponding profits. Fixed investment, assured returns. Aloysius wasn't easily swayed after years of doing business. He casually flipped through the proposal. The data looks impressive, and the content is tempting, but isn't it too ambitious? Acquiring all of Fabianshing's real estate companies and securing the airport project? Does GU Corporation have the capacity? As far as I know, Keaton recently purchased a land worth around 4 to 5 billion yuan, yet got entangled in some trivial disputes. Gwendolyn smiled bravely. That land might lack commercial value currently, but long-term. If he didn't have inside information, I don't think he'd have invested so much. As for the public opinion storm, well, some people like to dramatize. Sorry for the trouble. You needn't worry about those. Let's discuss the investments or acquisitions. As Gwendolyn's slender fingers moved over the documents, Aloysius's interest shifted from the words to her. Her side profile revealed perfectly sculpted features, natural with no sign of plastic surgery. Her skin looked flawless, eggshell smooth, even from close range. Her high nose bridge and pert lips were truly pleasing to the eye. Special Assistant Brantley, may I ask how old you are? Gwendolyn, explaining the preferential policies in the proposal, was taken aback by the sudden question. 25. Why do you ask, Aloysius? You graduated not long ago. Impressive to reach such a position so quickly. Gwendolyn understood his implication but pretended not to. Thanks to Keaton for giving me opportunities. Thank you for your compliments. You're welcome, said Aloysius as he tapped the paper, gently covering her hand. Do you have a boyfriend? Gwendolyn felt goosebumps and hastily pulled her hand away. Yes. Aloysius seemed disappointed but recovered quickly. Given her beauty, it was surprising if she didn't have one. What does your boyfriend do? Gwendolyn maintained a serious demeanor. Aloysius, let's focus on work. It's past working hours, let's talk later. Special Assistant Brantley, does working this late count as overtime? What's your monthly salary and overtime pay like? Gwendolyn felt a headache coming on. The workplace was tough for women. If not pretty, you missed basic opportunities. If pretty, men's intentions became dubious. Being in business, you should know the pay and overtime rates well. Aloysius, our proposal is really good, with very favorable policies, especially for early adopters. Is it? Aloysius focused on her legs next. Slender and graceful, even through the pants, their shape was clear. If only. After what you've said, I am indeed interested. Let's talk more. How about dinner? It's an industry gathering, I can introduce you to other CEOs. Despite knowing his ulterior motives, hearing it was an industry gathering piqued her interest. Which other companies will be there? Aloysius listed a few names from her target list. We're old acquaintances, often meeting due to ongoing business. Rest assured, this dinner will be worthwhile. Gwendolyn agreed, messaging her nanny she'd be late. They arrived at a restaurant where 6 middle-aged men awaited. Seeing the young beautiful woman with Aloysius, they all smiled. New secretary or new girlfriend? Never seen this beautiful lady before. Aloysius grinned. I wish. Wish I had the resources. He pulled out a chair for Gwendolyn and introduced her. Special assistant to the CEO of GU Corporation. Here to discuss matters with everyone. Note, in translating, I aimed to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring the English translation was fluent and grammatically correct. The paragraph structure and line breaks closely follow the original Chinese text. ##### Chapter 196, an invitation for a massage. This phrase was open to too many interpretations. Everyone in the room exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Aloysius introduced various akils to Gwendolyn, and she realized he hadn't lied about this aspect. At least the companies and names matched her list, which boosted her confidence. The dishes hadn't arrived yet, so everyone began drinking tea. Gwendolyn took advantage of this moment to distribute several printed copies of the proposal and started explaining its contents in detail. However, before she could say much, someone pushed the proposal to the center of the table. What's going on recently? Is the real estate market recovering or is some big policy coming out? Why are both the Mohammed Corporation and GU Corporation doing this? Although we make only modest profits through our small-scale operations, it's comfortable running our businesses independently. Why do you all want to acquire us? Gwendolyn felt her heart sink. What did they mean by everyone wanting to acquire them? Did Mohammed Corporation also send them invitations? Jorge was truly ruthless. He must have been preparing to finish off the GU Corporation all along. Otherwise, why would he take such comprehensive measures to block their every move? Seeing her astonished expression, Thornton leaned back in his chair and said lazily. Mohammed Corporation contacted us before you did. Just yesterday, right, Gustavus? Their marketing manager came here personally to talk. Today's gathering was also organized for this matter. Since we're on the topic, let's discuss how everyone feels about it. What can we think? Gustavus continued. They definitely don't have good intentions. If they didn't want something from us, why would they reach out? Don't forget that when I proposed an acquisition to GU Corporation before, they ignored me. They must be desperate over the international airport project and need our support in terms of scale and resources. That makes sense. But logically, being acquired wouldn't be bad for us. The real estate market is getting worse each year. It's better to lean on a big tree for shelter. That's true. But if you're acquired by Mohammed Corporation and the project goes to GU Corporation, won't those promises become empty checks? We'll still be working hard without earning more money and end up under someone else's control. The same logic applies if we're acquired by GU Corporation. Seeing that everyone was leaning towards not joining either side, Gwendolyn hurriedly spoke about her company's advantages. Their scale couldn't compare to Mohammed Corporation, but in terms of experience and reputation in the real estate industry, they were unique. However, no one listened as the waiters started serving food, interrupting her mid-sentence. We work to relax after hours. Let's put business aside, it's giving us headaches. Come, let's eat. Assistant Brantline is so beautiful, she must look even more stunning while drinking. I'll toast to you. Even if Gwendolyn hadn't just had surgery, she wouldn't drink. 7 men against 1 woman wasn't smart. I'm sorry, but Adolfo has ordered me to get replies from all CEOs by tomorrow noon at the latest. I still need to work overtime tonight, so I can't drink. Then have a little. We promise you won't get drunk. Not white wine, maybe red? Waiter, bring the red wine I stored here. Thank you, but I really can't hold my liquor. Aloysius, seeing her refusal, frowned. How undisciplined. You want to negotiate with us, but show no sincerity. Expecting us to sell ourselves just from your words, there's no free lunch. Doesn't Adolfo teach you to please clients first? Wine capacity builds up gradually, you should practice more. Stop declining. With no reason left to refuse and wanting to secure the deal, Gwendolyn looked at everyone seriously. Fine, but I need to complete the task given by my Akil. How about this? I'll drink, but you have to agree to sign with GU Corporation now. Everyone glanced at each other and burst into laughter. Typical of Dustin's assistant, bold and imaginative. Assistant Brantline, this isn't just drinking wine, it's like drinking diamonds. It's not like becoming our girlfriends one by one. Are you overestimating yourself? So, Gwendolyn wouldn't drink. She wouldn't do anything without benefits. If everyone thinks like that, I won't disturb further. I'll pay for this meal and treat it as Adolfo's gift. Goodbye. As she packed her documents and stood to leave, Aloysius held her back. Easy, easy, it was just a joke. Why get upset? Assistant Brantline, you've been here only a few minutes. You need time to consider. Rushing doesn't help. It's not rushing. This is a task from the CEO. Please understand, Gwendolyn said, looking at Aloysius. Trying to leave again, Aloysius wouldn't let go. At this hour, you'll still have to eat dinner alone. Why bother? Aloysius stood up and pushed her back into her seat. How about this, I give you a reassurance. Finish this dinner peacefully, and I'll sign with you afterward. Okay? Everyone laughed again. Is Aloysius smitten? To win her smile, you're willing to give everything away. Hee hee, who can blame me being single? Gentlemen, give her a break. No drinking then. Since he promised to sign and refused to let her drink, Gwendolyn put her bag down. During the meal, everyone chatted about trivial topics and joked around, making for a pleasant evening. After 2 hours, the dinner ended, and someone suggested going for a massage to relax. Aloysius invited Gwendolyn to join. You're always so tense, it's bad for your health. Join us, I'll find a good masseur for you. No thanks, Aloysius. Bring the contract, and I'll sign. Just promise to come, and I'll ensure I'll sign with GU Corporation by tomorrow noon. It seemed Aloysius really liked Gwendolyn, willing to do anything to please her. Seeing the progress, Gwendolyn quickly fetched the pre-prepared contract from her bag. Soon, they arrived at a well-known hot spring hotel in the city center, offering lodging, sauna, bathing, hot springs, massage, foot baths, and more. With a huge daily clientele and proper facilities, Gwendolyn had heard about it before. Aloysius's generosity. To win a beauty's favor, he even brought us here tonight. Looking at the grand and brilliantly lit building, the group joked as they walked in, oblivious to the wolf-like gaze following them, the eyes of Jorge. Chapter 197, I'm not used to being with women. Jorge hadn't had a good night's sleep for 2 months. Ever since his Viviana and Gwendolyn passed away, followed by Ollie's disappearance, he would force himself to lie down every day on time but couldn't fall asleep at all. Every time he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with Gwendolyn's look of despair and Ollie's heart-wrenching cries. As a highly educated adult, he knew that this lifestyle would eventually damage his health. So recently, he started seeing a doctor for medication. Initially, whether due to the placebo effect or because his body hadn't developed immunity yet, even though he was half asleep, he managed to get a few hours of sleep every night. But lately, even a single sleeping pill seemed ineffective, and he returned to his initial state of insomnia. Feeling restless, Jorge asked the doctor to increase his dosage to 2 or even 3 pills. Afraid to comply, the doctor reported the situation to the elder Mr. Mohammed. Continuing like this will not only harm his kidneys but also affect his mental state. Sir, please try to persuade Mr. Mohammed. Besides taking medication, exercise and psychological relaxation are also effective treatments. Therefore, after work one evening, the elder Mr. Mohammed forced Jorge to bring Renata to a hot spring hotel. Hearing that the hot springs at this hotel were particularly effective for treating insomnia, he insisted they stay for the night, demanding Renata keep him updated on Jorge's condition and call immediately if anything went awry. Noticing Jorge's poor mental state, Renata didn't let him drive. Upon arriving at the hot spring hotel, Renata attempted to park the car in a VIP spot, but Jorge got out first, intending to have a cigarette. Unexpectedly, as he placed the cigarette in his mouth, a group of men accompanied by a woman walked past. The woman wore a black professional suit, her hair tied in a low ponytail, looking slender and elegant. Surrounded by taller men, her face wasn't visible, but just from glimpsing an ear, the curve of her jawline, and the back of her head, Jorge's heart constricted. Gwendolyn? From this angle, it looked exactly like the back of Gwendolyn's head. As everyone joked about Gwendolyn and Bronson Ma, Gwendolyn's figure flickered between the shadows of the crowd. Dazed, Jorge pulled the cigarette out of his mouth and started to chase after them when Renata, having parked the car, ran up and grabbed his arm. Alright, are you anxious? Let's go. The room is booked already. I've heard from several friends that the therapy here works wonders. Try it out. If you like it, we can buy a membership card for future visits with your grandfather. Jorge didn't hear any of it. He stared as the group entered the lobby. One of the men showed his ID at the reception and received some cards. Then they were guided inside by staff. A woman following 7 middle-aged men into a massage session. Pushing Renata's hand off his arm, Jorge took out his phone, ready to call Robert. Startled by his actions, Renata asked. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? What's going on? Who are you calling? What do you want to do? Something came up. Go in and wait for me, I'll find you once I'm done. Whenever he said something, it usually meant big news, like staying out all night. She'd never seen anyone who worked as fanatically as he did. Just as Jorge slid open his phone screen, Renata snatched the phone from his hand. What could be more important than your life? You rarely take time out to relax. If you're distracted, do you want me to report to Philippe? She locked his phone and hid it behind her back. Seeing her serious expression, Jorge's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Is it really that bad? It's not like skipping the hot spring will kill me. Stop fooling around and give me my phone. No. Renata stepped back. I have a mission from Philippe. You know what will happen if I fail. I can't bear the consequences. No matter how big your issues are, our concern for your health trumps everything. Ainsworth, take a break. Talk about work after you rest, okay? Who lives and works like you? Ignoring her reasoning, Jorge stepped forward and reached for the phone. Just give me the phone, I didn't say I wouldn't enter. If I give you the phone, you definitely won't come in. Don't think you can trick me. Renata retreated further. Frustrated, Jorge said coldly, Renata, don't force my hand. Fine, hit me if you want to. Suddenly, Renata's eyes welled up with tears. Do I look so ugly? Or have such a bad figure? Am I not gentle or considerate enough? What makes me unworthy? Jorge, I've always liked you, telling you countless times. Did you ever think about my feelings, either ignoring me or showing affection to others right in front of me? Admittedly, I should have been there for you during your hardest time, allowing others opportunities. Past events are past. I shouldn't get mad at you now. But from today onwards, I am sincerely confessing. Jorge, I love you. I want to marry you and become your wife. I want to bear your children. Even my parents and your grandfather believe we're the perfect match. Please consider me seriously, alright? You can't imagine how much I want you to touch and hold me. Come on, I won't resist. Whether you're gentle or rough, I'll accept it. Just do it. Jorge was speechless. How did they end up talking about this while coming for a hot spring soak? She had indeed hinted at her feelings many times, but he had clearly told her multiple times that he didn't like her. Couldn't she understand? But Jorge didn't want to argue. For one, it was a public place, and second, he genuinely didn't want to talk at all, even one unnecessary word. Looking up at the sky silently for a moment, he took a step back. Let's go in. As Renata said, she had already booked the room. At the front desk, they received 2 cards. The staff informed them, accommodations include free access to saunas, hot springs, massages, foot baths, and a buffet. Show your room card for access. Enjoy your stay. Renata happily held Jorge's arm again. Let's go to the hot spring first. I read that there's a large. Jorge withdrew his arm once more. I'm not used to being with others, especially women. Chapter 198, Where's that bitch? Renata. It was as if she were used to being with men all the time. Apart from Jorge, her father, and brother, when had she ever been so intimate with other men? Jorge's attitude made her a bit sad, but then she thought that if he said he wasn't used to being with others, especially women, it might mean he hadn't been with Gwendolyn either in the past. Alright, he at least showed some male virtue, she would forgive him. Then, after soaking in the hot spring, shall we go for a foot massage together? They say it's best for nerve relaxation and helps with sleep. Don't tell me you're not used to being with others again. Jorge disliked others touching his body. He had never had a massage or foot rub and wouldn't start now. However, to stop Renata from nagging, he nodded. Give me my phone back, I'll call you when I'm done with the hot spring. Renata happily returned the phone. Jorge went back to the room, put on a bathrobe, and called Robert. Come to Tingnan Hot Spring Hotel immediately. Gwendolyn was taken to the massage area, changed clothes, and was directed by Aloysius to a triplex room. He was in the middle, while Gwendolyn and Gustavus were on either side. 3 massage therapists, all men around 40 years old, entered. Everything seemed normal. The 3 of them lay semi-reclined, and staff served tea first. Aloysius enthusiastically had a pot of rose tea specially served to Gwendolyn. I ordered this especially for you. These roses were air-freighted from Damascus, very fresh, good for your skin. Try it. I will keep my promise to you. Relax and enjoy tonight. Your future will be brighter after meeting me. Although she knew Aloysius had ulterior motives, accepting his kindness could lead to complications later. But time was pressing. To save Dustin's company, Gwendolyn couldn't afford to be picky. Thank you, Aloysius. The massage therapist's techniques were very skillful, making her feel comfortable and relaxed. Whether it was due to not sleeping last night or the extreme comfort of the massage, Gwendolyn drifted off into a doze. She felt the force on her feet gradually decrease and the voices of Aloysius and Gustavus become quieter until only her heartbeat filled the room. Just as she was about to fully fall asleep, a pair of large hands softly touched under her clothing. Though her mind was heavy and eyelids weighed down, Gwendolyn struggled awake. Opening her eyes, she saw Gustavus's grinning face. Gustavus? Her voice was weak, as if lacking strength. Seeing her dazed, rosy-cheeked look, lying there like a pile of tender water, Gustavus liked it immensely. You woke up? So sensitive? You're really young, waking up just by touch through your clothes. Really beautiful. Now, it's just us two left, darling. I've wanted you all night. Let me kiss you. Gwendolyn felt nauseous and nearly vomited out the tea she had just drunk. Kiss? Just the two of them? What was this old man planning? What are you going to do? She tried to lift her weak arms to push away Gustavus's face. He didn't feel she was resisting but instead buried his face in her hand and rubbed it. Exactly what I imagined. Your hands are so soft and smooth. Darling, don't be shy, I know you've longed for me too. Come closer. Are you sick? Get up. Stay away from me. As he leaned down to kiss her, Gwendolyn pushed up with her knees against his belly. Help. Aloysius, where are you? Someone help. Save me. Despite using all her strength, her cries were barely audible. Gustavus watched her weakly struggle, smirking arrogantly. Don't shout. It's useless. Did you really think Aloysius fell in love with you at first sight and wanted to marry you? Are you pretending to be naive? As a woman discussing business with so many men, did you think you'd come without any preparation? Gwendolyn's mind buzzed, understanding instantly. Damascus roses? Helping her with everything? This damned Aloysius had offered her as a gift to Gustavus. Her tea must have been drugged. Too eager to achieve her goal had indeed led her into a trap. Gwendolyn regretted her impulsive actions. But now wasn't the time for regrets. Thinking quickly, she pretended to act coy and tapped Gustavus's face. How boring. A lady needs some subtlety. What can we do? Admitting herself to be a flirtatious woman willing to do anything for her goals, seeing her coquettish look, Gustavus laughed heartily. I knew it. All right, no more talking plainly. Our darling is so pure. Come, let me kiss you. Oh, here? Not appropriate. Gwendolyn's slender, white fingers caressed his greasy cheek, reaching his chin, and poking his Adam's apple. This is our first time. Look at this environment, and there's a smell of foot odor. Got it. Seeing her cooperation, Gustavus grinned lewdly. Let's go to a room. Darling, I'm staying overnight to pamper you thoroughly. Disgusting. Gwendolyn clung to his neck and sat up slowly. Why don't you get the room ready first, and I'll join you once I change. Talking about getting a room, Gustavus grew wary again. You better not trick me. Don't sneak away when I leave. How could I? Gwendolyn took out her phone, showing him the QR code. I need your contract. It's you who shouldn't lie to me. Pleasantly surprised, Gustavus added her WeChat and left to book a room. Watching him walk away, Gwendolyn rushed back to the ladies' changing room with her heart pounding. Minutes later, before her friend request was approved, Gustavus came back, displeased with the room card in hand. Unexpectedly, upon entering, he saw a tall man but no Gwendolyn. Who are you? Who let you in here? Where's Annabelle? Brant lifting an eyebrow, Jorge looked at the fatty, greasy man in a massage uniform, preferring not to speak. But I'm looking for her too. Wasn't she with you just now? Gustavus pondered Jorge's words and cursed loudly. F***K. This bitch. Looking all proper and innocent, yet setting up so many dates in one night. Which company are you from? Was Ma calling you over too? Please note, the original text contains several offensive and graphic descriptions which have been softened in translation to maintain a respectful tone. Chapter 199, She's a Filthy Woman. Jorge looked at the greasy, foul-mouthed man in front of him and frowned once more. It was him who asked me to come. Who's that woman? Gustavus laughed dryly. This old ma said he's sending her for me alone, to have some fun. Hell. He didn't tell you who she is before letting you come over, huh? Really no standard at all. Jorge had already given him enough time to answer but the other party kept avoiding the topic. Losing his last thread of patience, Jorge stood up, his expression darkening as he moved towards him. Cut the crap. I'll ask you one more time, who is she? Standing significantly taller and broader than Gustavus, Jorge emanated an overwhelming presence. Gustavus involuntarily retreated at the sight of his expression. Why are you being so aggressive? I didn't say much. She's just Dustin's little assistant, ready to do anything for business. What kind of dirty woman? Forget it, I suggest you don't even think about it. Old Ma is just a nobody, what good can he bring us? Dustin's assistant? Involved with Dustin again? Jorge instantly recalled the shadow that night at the hospital, which resembled both Dustin and Gwendolyn. Could it really be her? Could she really not have died? Is this Dustin's doing? After speaking, Gustavus picked up the contract left behind by Gwendolyn and threw it on the floor disdainfully. Bitch, with that attitude, wanting me to sign a contract? Dream on. Just as he was about to leave, Jorge stretched out his long arm, grabbing the collar of his shirt. What did you throw? Pick it up, let me see. Despite not understanding Jorge's behavior, knowing he couldn't match his strength, Gustavus could only obediently pick up the contract. Jorge reviewed it while Gustavus explained truthfully. The woman is named Alida, claims to be 25 years old, working as Dustin's assistant. Dustin has been trying to consolidate all real estate companies in Fabiansheng under his name recently and seems to be very urgent about it. This woman said the contract must be signed by noon tomorrow. Alida? While flipping through the beautifully prepared proposal, Jorge silently repeated the name in his heart. His suspicion proved correct. Dustin lacked funds and couldn't get a loan, resorting to all means to raise capital. And he dared to send her out? Did he think changing her name would prevent Jorge from recognizing her? This proposal was definitely done by Gwendolyn. Because the cases and data cited inside were events experienced during the lifetime of Jorge's father. Aside from his grandfather and himself, no one else knew about them. Chuck used to talk idly to Gwendolyn about these things. Moreover, Gwendolyn had her unique style of descriptive writing. Even though there weren't many words, Jorge could acutely identify it was hers. She isn't dead. That's great. Then Ollie must be fine too, right? But upon second thought, if she hadn't died and instead hid herself under Dustin's protection to raise funds for him, what was she up to? Meanwhile, Gustavus continued grumbling. I originally thought Goo Corporation was a remarkable company that we could never reach. Now, it seems they're no big deal. To achieve business goals, they stoop so low. For contracts, a woman can spend a whole night entertaining so many men, how desperate can she get? I suspect she's just there to play around with Dustin in the company. No wonder he hasn't remarried since his wife died several years ago. People praise him for being dedicated and often staying late at the office. At the thought of Gwendolyn with Dustin, Jorge felt a burning rage within him, yet this man continued babbling recklessly. Suddenly lifting his eyelids, Jorge raised his leg, causing Gustavus to kneel on the ground with a thud. Ouch! Caught off guard by Jorge's sudden kick, Gustavus fell to his knees in pain. What are you doing? You're annoying. What? Jorge slowly shredded the document in his hand, dropped the pieces in front of Gustavus, and sat down opposite him. I said you're annoying. You bastard. Gustavus got angry and tried to stand up, but Jorge quickly pressed him back with his leg on his shoulder. Didn't I say not to move? Gustavus fumed. What do you think you are? Saying I can't move just because you told me not to? Dignity still held high, Gustavus attempted to grab Jorge's ankles to rise and confront him, but Jorge's strength was much greater than expected. Even with just one leg pressing down, Gustavus couldn't budge him. What the hell are you? Fed on beef to have so much strength? Let me go. Know who I am? Call your people if you want, I'll wait. Feeling threatened, Gustavus took out his phone and dialed Aloysius, trembling with anger. Aloysius, thinking the pleasure had concluded, laughed lecherously on the other end. Why so quick to call me back? Are you satisfied, Damien Lou? Satisfied my ass. Where are the others? Get over here now. What happened, Damien Lou? What's going on? Did that woman refuse to cooperate? Get over here, stop wasting time. Maintaining their position, soon the door was pushed open by 6 different men entering the room in various sizes and shapes, taken aback seeing Gustavus kneeling on the ground with Jorge's leg pressing on his shoulder. What's going on here? Why are you? Who's this? I was about to ask you. An exasperated Gustavus glared at Aloysius. Weren't they the ones you called? Explain this. Who called him? I don't even know him. Aloysius tried to pull Gustavus up, giving Jorge a menacing look. Who are you? Who let you in? Where's Alida? Oh, I get it, you're her lover. Unmoved, Jorge stared expressionless at the main culprit. How do you know Alida? Thinking he guessed right, Aloysius chuckled. How do I know her? Bro, not to make fun of you, but your taste is terrible. Think because she looks pretty and has a good figure she's good stuff? You're way too inexperienced. As a veteran, let me warn you, women like her are worst. They seem pure on the surface, but God knows how many men they chase privately. One gives them a benefit, another gives a favor, totally rotten. Riling up Damien Lou for such a girl, truly. Looking pitifully and sadly at Jorge, Aloysius shook his head while the others laughed. The cold light in Jorge's eyes grew intense. Very well put. Keep going. Aloysius, I didn't initiate it, I'm not interested in women like her. She came to me saying Goo Corp wants to acquire our company and wanted me to sign a contract after just a few words. Isn't that ridiculous? Chapter 200, Drinking Foot Washing Water. Ha 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 ha. The crowd behind them burst into laughter again. Jorge remained unperturbed, continuing to stare at them. Done talking? Yes, done. Although nothing much happened today, you can't control such a woman with an ill intention. It's better to let her go soon. Considering you're also a victim, I'll make a decision for Gustavus and not pursue this matter further. Now leave. As he spoke, he tried to push Jorge's leg and pull Gustavus up, but Gustavus was furious. Do you even know that she's no good but still shoved her onto me? Are you human, Ma? Besides, why do you get to decide on my behalf that he should leave? I called you over to help me beat him. How dare anyone lay a hand on me? I've never been humiliated like this in my life. Aloysius wasn't afraid to deal with Jorge, but it was the place. Damian Lou. Let's talk later. I had already crossed a boundary by bringing that woman here tonight. If we cause trouble here and someone hears us. Do you know who owns this hotel? Who cares who owns it? Nothing was resolved in my favor. What leverage does he have? What can he do to me? Besides, he made the first move. This is self-defense. Even if we were in the police station, I wouldn't be scared. His speech was very convincing. Seeing his enthusiasm, Aloysius feared losing the deal and glared menacingly at Jorge. So, there's no way out. I wanted to help you, brother, but you rushed to your own doom. As he spoke, he signaled his men, and they charged towards Jorge. Jorge didn't bat an eyelid. Just as their hands were about to touch his clothes, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Robert's young and handsome face appeared. President Mohammed. Everyone turned around at the sound, seeing another man emerge. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? Sorry, President Mohammed, I came late. Robert ignored them, walked in, and respectfully nodded to Jorge. Jorge looked at him calmly. Did you call Carlo? I did. He's coming, and he happens to be nearby. Jorge shifted his gaze from Robert back to the men in front of him. Carry on. But now they hesitated. Upon entering, they felt Jorge's distinguished presence and striking looks reminiscent of a movie star, and something about him seemed familiar. Now, hearing him referred to as President Mohammed, everything felt oddly unsettling. Who are you? Who's Carlo? Which Carlo? Aloysius knew the hotel owner's surname was Godwin, and he occasionally met him during past visits. The Godwin family held considerable power in Fabiancheng. Could he really know the hotel owner? Robert didn't know what happened but saw the hostile expressions on the men's faces, suggesting they intended to attack President Mohammed. He stepped forward and declared. This is our CEO, President Jorge of Mohammed Corporation. Who are you? Carlo is the executive president of this hotel. You don't even know who the owner is? Their minds raced with shock, exchanging uneasy glances, each looking worse than the last. CEO of Mohammed Corporation? Shah. Mohammed, this is Jorge? Impossible. A joke. How could the prestigious CEO of Mohammed Corporation fight over a little assistant? Don't bluff. Trying to elevate yourself? Jorge? And I'm his father then. Just as Aloysius finished speaking, Carlo entered with a team of security guards. Who's Jorge's father? My Ricardo rose from the dead? I'd better come and greet him. Everyone turned to see another distinguished man accompanied by security guards. Aloysius panicked. He recognized him as the hotel owner, Carlo. He actually knows the owner here? Could he be Jorge? Godwin, President Godwin? You recognize me? Carlo kicked Gustavus aside and disdainfully brushed off Thornton next to him, sitting beside Jorge. You're Jorge's father? So high and mighty and yet you know me? No, President Godwin, just kidding. Just kidding. Making a joke about the deceased father of a great CEO, quite humorous. I. Carlo glanced at Jorge. Sorry, Scion. I allowed an uncouth brood in. Forgive me, I apologize. Jorge stretched his long legs in the air and glanced at Carlo with displeasure. Just that? Certainly not just that. Carlo gestured to the security, and someone quickly closed the door. Carlo turned to Aloysius. Big trouble, you saw President Mohammed angry. What now? It really was Jorge. Aloysius trembled and dropped to his knees, slapping himself hard. Sorry, President Mohammed. Sorry, President Mohammed. I failed to recognize you. I offended you unintentionally. I deserve death. Please forgive me, please show mercy. He bowed his head repeatedly while Carlo looked at the other men standing behind. What? Your bones harder than his? Thud. 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 They all fell to their knees too. Sorry, President Mohammed, sorry, President Mohammed. We failed to recognize you. We deserve death. Please show mercy. The room echoed with the sounds of them slapping themselves. Carlo felt vindicated and patted Jorge's chest. How about it, President Mohammed? Shall you forgive them? Jorge swatted his hand away. Carlo, are you poor or what? Admitting any uncouth people in. Your nice hotel has been ruined by them. Yes, I'll raise membership fees to keep them out. But what about these? Jorge spotted a foot washing basin filled with rose petals near a massage bed, presumably left by Gwendolyn. He gestured with his chin. That water looks fine. Make them drink it to cleanse their mouths. Huh. Everyone paused, bowing their heads more vigorously. No, President Mohammed. Show mercy. Carlo found the water clean enough and hated wasting it. He stood up, spat into the basin, and instructed the security. Didn't hear President Mohammed? What are you waiting for? Chapter 201, knew it would be her. After a series of events, Carlo accompanied Jorge out of the room. It was rare to see him appear in the Hot Spring Hotel once, let alone in a bathrobe provided by the hotel. Carlo was extremely curious. Old Mohammed, how come you have the leisure today to come here? And getting tangled up with these riffraff? What did they do to annoy you? You didn't even give me a heads up before coming here. I could have arranged a VIP suite for you. How else would I spoil your mood? Jorge ignored him, and Robert answered instead. Mr. Godwin, could you please accompany me to the surveillance room? I need to look into someone. Investigate someone? Who? Did someone else provoke our Mr. Mohammed tonight? I'm coming too. Jorge glanced at Carlo calmly. Enough chatter, lead the way. A minute later, the three appeared in the surveillance room, with Carlo personally adjusting the monitors for them. Soon enough, Jorge saw what he had witnessed at the hotel entrance earlier. Hold it. Zoom in on this. Show me the front view of this woman. Gwendolyn was shorter than the group of men around her, making it difficult to see clearly, but upon enlarging, one could faintly recognize some features. As Carlos scrolled the mouse, he froze in shock. Why does she look so familiar? Isn't this? Didn't she die? Why is she appearing in my hotel, surrounded by all these men? Finally, he understood why Jorge would show up tonight and get so enraged. If even Carlo recognized Gwendolyn, there's no way Robert wouldn't. He stared at the screen, disbelief clear on his face. Mr. Mohammed, this. Jorge's expression turned grim. Isn't this your negligence? Aren't you supposed to investigate immediately? Dustin actually dared to deceive right under his nose. Originally feeling a bit remorseful about causing middle-aged bankruptcy, he now realized he was far too lenient. Robert, recognizing that such an absurd event occurred within his responsibilities, felt a surge of panic. Turning to leave for an investigation, Jorge suddenly called him back. Wait. The acquisition of the international airport site should be postponed. Giving Dustin another chance. He wanted to see how Gwendolyn planned to save the situation while Dustin lay immobilized in the hospital. At the Gu residence, after settling the children to sleep, Gwendolyn fell into deep regret. How did she ever think she could secure funding from seasoned real estate moguls with just a few words, when even Dustin couldn't handle it? No wonder Ebert didn't want her involved. The matter was far more complicated than she imagined. Recalling the disgusting scenes of the night, she felt sick, yet she couldn't sleep from the frustration. Still, things were at this critical point. She had to try the impossible. She couldn't just stand by and watch the Gu family business crumble. Revisiting the list of companies she had prepared meticulously, Gwendolyn decided to start with the oldest and largest company, Hengtai Real Estate. She planned to visit them the next day. The owner of Hengtai Real Estate, Brant Liang Hengtai, was a senior from Fabiansheng, well over 60, known for a decent reputation and no scandals. Given his age, she hoped he wouldn't have ulterior motives. The next morning, Gwendolyn arrived at Hengtai Real Estate at 8 o'clock. Drawing on previous experiences, she no longer intended to directly request a meeting with the president through the receptionist. By observing attire and demeanor, she identified several administrative staff and joined their ranks to reach the president's office. Brant Liang Hengtai was diligent, arriving early as usual. However, he seemed irritable, already shouting in his office by morning. Gwendolyn, having sneaked near the door, heard his roaring voice. What? She escaped again? How did you let that happen? You can't manage such a simple task. What good are you? Enough. Enough. Don't cry. How will crying help anything? Haven't you been spoiled since childhood? Now you cry. What took you so long? I understand. I'll send someone right away. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Stop saying that, I'm busy. Stop causing trouble. Having finished his rant, he hung up the phone and called out. Xiao Marving, come in. Seeing no one responding, Brant Liang Hengtai repeated, Xiao Marving, come in. With determination, Gwendolyn pushed open the door. Without looking up, Brant Liang Hengtai grumbled, another girl ran away. She just got discharged from the hospital but still managed to escape. I swear, she must be chasing after that Mickey again. Go find her immediately. Interrupting someone's distress seemed inappropriate, but finally getting in. Hello Mr. Brant Liang, my name is Alida, not Xiao Marving, Gwendolyn bowed respectfully. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Brant Liang Hengtai turned quickly, finding an unknown woman facing him. His expression darkened further. Alida? Who are you? Who allowed you in here? And for what purpose? Have you no shame? Get out. Apologizing, Gwendolyn bowed again. Really sorry, Mr. Brant Liang. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Please hear me out. I am the special assistant of Dustin from Goo Group, here to discuss a collaboration. Could I have a few minutes of your time? A special assistant from Dustin barging into his office so early? Brantley Hengtai waved her off impatiently. Away. Away. I've never dealt with Dustin. What kind of cooperation do you talk about? You're incredibly rude, entering others' offices like this. Out. Gwendolyn didn't budge and stepped forward again. Sorry, Mr. Brantley. I overheard you mention your daughter running away. Maybe we could put aside the business and I could assist you in finding her. Brantley Hengtai paused, surprised his private matter was heard. Why should I care about your involvement? Our family's problems don't concern you. Didn't I tell you to leave? Get out. Unfazed, Gwendolyn maintained eye contact. I didn't mean any harm. It just so happens that I know the Mickey you mentioned, perhaps I can help. Upon hearing she knew Mickey, Brantley Hengtai's expression improved slightly. Wasn't he a famous celebrity? How could a mere assistant know him? Indeed, being a famous celebrity, Gwendolyn had seen him online. To gain Brantley Hengtai's trust and proceed smoothly with future discussions, she bluffed boldly. He's a close friend of our CEO. I attended a program recording at the TV station where he was present. Mr. Brantley, if you allow, our CEO can personally assist you. Note, the last section has redundant and repetitive content, which may be due to translation issues or repetition in the original text. Here is a streamlined version of the last part. Brantley Hengtai's expression improved upon hearing she knew Mickey. He's a renowned celebrity, how would a mere assistant know him? He's a close friend of our CEO. I even attended a live recording at the TV station recently. Mr. Brantley, if you allow, our CEO can personally assist you. Chapter 202, Infiltration. Brantley Hengtai had a tough time when he was young. In his 30s, he had still achieved nothing, merely working on construction sites. Later, with the rise of the real estate industry, he tried to take on projects, gradually moving from being a contractor to running a company as it is today. He previously had twins with his first wife, but both children were born with developmental deficiencies and cerebral palsy, dying in early childhood. He only met his current wife in his 40s and they had Kate. Kate was intelligent and beautiful, but she suffered from congenital heart disease. Brantley Hengtai feared losing her, so he doted on her since childhood, treating her like a precious gem. He indulged her to the point of lawlessness. He would complain about his wife spoiling their daughter, but he wasn't much better himself. Now that Kate had run away from home, he was more anxious than anyone else. Upon hearing that Dustin actually knew that young celebrity, his eyes lit up. Really? Can Dustin help me? Of course. Gwendolyn obtained the opportunity to negotiate with him. After some discussion, Brantley Hengtai sighed. I'm getting old, and my company has no successor. The industry isn't doing well these days, so I do have plans to retire. Since Adolfo looks up to me, I might as well be honest. Cooperation is possible, but he must completely resolve my daughter's issues. The environment here is too chaotic for her health. I plan to take her abroad. Before we leave, I need to erase Mickey from her mind. If this can be done, we can sign the contract anytime. Gwendolyn took the chance to flatter him. You've always been a benchmark and role model in the industry. I believe if you lead the way, it will be much easier for the Goo Corporation to merge with other companies. Mr. Brantley, we hope you can facilitate this. That's all easy, Brantley Hengtai waved his hand. The industry downturn affects everyone. We are all worried. Since the Goo Corporation is willing to take over, terms can be negotiated. I, Brantley Hengtai, always keep my word. Once you resolve my daughter's issue, I will do everything I can for the merger. Leaving the Hengtai real estate building, Gwendolyn immediately started searching for information on Mickey online. Being a popular celebrity, he had almost no privacy. The internet was filled with airport photos, location reports, and event announcements. Within 5 minutes, Gwendolyn found out that he would attend a charity dinner hosted by a brand at the Hot Spring Hotel at 6 p.m. She figured Kate, as a wealthy heiress and devoted fan, would also know this. Gwendolyn returned home, prepared herself psychologically, researched some background information, and dressed up before heading to the hotel in the afternoon. The charity dinner attracted numerous stars, along with entrepreneurs, rich second-generation heirs, and socialites from Fabiancheng. The hotel entrance was already lined with red carpets and cameras set up for the event. Even though it hadn't officially started, many celebrities had already arrived with their agents, posing on the red carpet for tomorrow's publicity shots. Without an invitation, Gwendolyn came early to slip in unnoticed. Unfortunately, these celebrities posed for endless photos, making her wait over an hour until she finally saw a lone man arrive in a silver-gray Lamborghini. The car slowly stopped, and a valet took the keys handed over. The man lazily adjusted his jacket and was about to step onto the red carpet when Gwendolyn hurriedly approached and held his arm. Oh, my foot. Excuse me, sir, could you please help me? Caught off guard, Thornton instinctively looked down at her. Seeing her in a simple yet elegant black strapless dress, long flowing hair, and simple diamond earrings, revealing a graceful, slender neck, he noted her understated beauty. Despite the simplicity, Her features were bright and naturally beautiful, and soon he reciprocated by holding her arm. Careful, the red carpet is soft and may twist your ankle. His large, dry, warm hands mirrored his calm demeanor. Gwendolyn quickly glanced at his face, very young and handsome, and smiled sincerely. Thank you. Walking in together. The same hot spring hotel now seemed different, stripped of many unnecessary decorations. Inside, Gwendolyn saw elegantly dressed men and women chatting in groups. She released his hand, thanked him, and headed toward the crowd. Before he could respond, he watched her slender figure disappear into the gathering. Worried about recognizing Kate, Gwendolyn kept a small photo of her in her handbag while searching among the crowd. There were not just many glamorous people but also numerous staff catering to them. After circling the area without finding her, Gwendolyn wondered if Kate hadn't entered yet or if she should find a seat and wait. Just then, she spotted a familiar figure, Carlo. He appeared wearing a deep blue bespoke suit, paired with a white shirt, looking dashing. Entering the crowd caused a stir, drawing greetings from various guests who treated him like the main attraction. As he neared her, Gwendolyn impulsively pushed open a nearby door, which turned out to be a bathroom. Large, luxurious, and spotlessly clean, it had bright lights, toiletries, makeup products, almost resembling a dressing room were it not for the toilet stalls. Fabiansheng was indeed small. Meeting Carlo again after 2 days was unexpected. Not knowing how long he'd stay or if it would hinder her search for Kate, Gwendolyn felt uneasy. Looking in the mirror, she noticed her neat hair and perfect makeup. Unwilling to go out immediately, she decided to use the restroom. Entering a stall, she unexpectedly heard 2 women outside gossiping. Well, what a coincidence. You're here too. Of course. Would I miss it if you came? Wouldn't that give you an advantage? Advantage? As if coming means anything. You're yesterday's news. Why insist on humiliating yourself? Humiliate myself? I'm 3 months pregnant. Don't think one good fortune makes hadn't belong to you. I'm warning you, learn your lesson. Stay away from what's not yours or I'll ruin your 5 years in the entertainment industry with one press release. Pregnant? Stealing a man? 5 years in entertainment? Gwendolyn realized there was a juicy story to uncover. With nothing to do, she quietly turned on her phone's recorder. Chapter 203, Injustice on the Street. The 2 women outside continued to argue. You're pregnant? Impossible. Rodnirvin told me he hasn't liked you for a long time. How could he touch you? To deceive me, you actually make up such a disgusting lie. You are shameless. The truth speaks louder than words. You'll know if it's true or not soon. I've already said everything. Who is being shameless? It's you who is shameless. He doesn't want you anymore, yet you still got pregnant by him. You are shameless. You are shameless. You're the one who is shameless. Initially, they were just arguing, but as Gwendolyn listened, she realized that the 2 had started fighting. Thinking that one of them was pregnant, and if anything happened. Gwendolyn walked out from inside. Sure enough, one in a red dress and one in a white dress were pulling each other's hair, fighting fiercely. Don't fight, don't fight. She hurried over, trying to separate the 2. The woman in the red dress was extremely aggressive. Who are you? Where did you come from? Who asked you to meddle? Get lost. This shameless one says she's pregnant. Today, I want to check if her belly is real or fake. Playing the trick of a fake pregnancy to gain favor in this day and age, it's hilarious. Hearing that she wanted to check Annabelle's pregnant belly, Gwendolyn instinctively stepped in front of Annabelle in the white dress. Looking at Annabelle in the red dress, she found her somewhat familiar. Wasn't this woman an actress? She seemed to have seen her TV shows. Could a public figure be so uncouth? Whether she's really pregnant or not, it's not your concern. Why get so agitated? Gwendolyn stopped her, saying, calm down first. There are many people outside. If someone suddenly comes in, talk things through calmly. The red dress woman pointed angrily at Gwendolyn's nose. I don't care who's watching. CEO Haddon can only be mine, no one else should take him away. Step aside, whether she's really pregnant or not, today I must make sure her belly stays empty. Get lost. What did she mean? If the other person was truly pregnant, she planned to abort the child for her? Gwendolyn couldn't stand for it, don't be impulsive. There are many people outside. Creating trouble would be counterproductive. Really, I advise you. Taking advantage of Gwendolyn blocking her, Annabelle in the white dress pulled out her phone and called CEO Haddon. Gwendolyn stood in between, trying to calm the red dress woman down when the door was pushed open from outside. A man of average build and looks but with a very strong presence walked in with a cold expression. The red dress woman turned her head and immediately ran to him. CEO Haddon, you're finally here. Sister Brantley Na hit me and said I should break up with you immediately, otherwise, she would spread news to ruin my reputation. I'm so scared, CEO Haddon. From my debut till now, I've always been respectful to Sister Brantley Na, but she keeps. You must take charge, CEO Haddon. The woman in the white dress, hearing her false accusation, pointed angrily at her. Selah, how can you be so shameless? Respectful to me? Feeling wronged by me? If you could act half as well in your dramas, you wouldn't have spent 5 years without winning any awards. I won't bother arguing with you. Mr. Haddon, today you must give me an explanation. When will you two break up? I'm already pregnant and cannot abort it. Whether you break up with her or not, I will give birth. If you like seeing the child call someone else dad, then continue your relationship with her. You can protect her temporarily, but not forever. I won't let her go. Just wait, I will use all my life's energy to thoroughly ruin her. The woman in the white dress was clearly not as smart. Shouting and threatening in front of Thornton infuriated him. Brantley, nah, don't go too far. You're pregnant and still acting so aggressively towards Chanchan. Clearly, before, how can I feel reassured about marrying you? How can I be assured that Chanchan is safe? I just don't understand, she is such a gentle and kind-hearted young lady who only likes me, why can't you tolerate her? A gentle and kind-hearted young lady? No ill intentions? The woman in the white dress was furious. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses. This was the restroom, and there were no cameras to record Selah's actions, so she had to swallow her frustration. So this is your attitude. Disappointed in me and not wanting the child, you chose Selah, right? Marriage is a serious matter. If you keep being so irritable and heartless, I can't bear it. Besides, you're more capable than Chanchan, without me, you'll still thrive. CEO Haddon looked at Brantley Na disappointingly, then hugged Selah affectionately. Now, not only was Brantley Na angry, but Gwendolyn was also angry. In this world, cunning performers and hypocrites win big, while upright women have no way out? Why are men so blind? Why do they become so foolish in front of these kinds of women? Gwendolyn thought of Mary Beth, Kenzie, and herself back in school and work, where she was targeted repeatedly. Not for Brantley Na, but for herself, she took out her phone. Is this CEO Haddon? Sorry, I accidentally recorded something while using the bathroom. Do you want to hear it? As the recording played, Selah's harsh and vicious words were heard clearly by CEO Haddon, shocking him. Chanchan, you. Selah quickly tried to explain. No, CEO Haddon, listen to me. This woman is working with Brantley Na. She intentionally provoked me to make this recording and play it for you. Their goal is to harm me and split us up. CEO Haddon, you mustn't fall for their tricks. With ironclad evidence still denying? Gwendolyn smiled at Selah. You fought so fiercely earlier, but now you're cooing sweetly. Can CEO Haddon imagine her contrast? If we showed her fighting video for auditions, she'd surely play a great villain. You. Afraid Gwendolyn would show her fighting video to CEO Haddon, Selah subconsciously reached out to grab the phone, but CEO Haddon held her back. That's enough. Stop fighting. Chanchan, you've truly disappointed me. His tone softened slightly towards Brantley Na. I know what happened today. I will give you an explanation later. Look at both your hair, such a mess. Tidy up and get out, the reporters are coming in soon. CEO Haddon left the room angrily. Selah rushed over again to confront Brantley Na, but Gwendolyn waved her phone. Marvant me to record more? Scared, she stood still. Good, Brantley Na, you plotted against me. Got help? Today you win. But as long as Selah lives, I'll settle scores someday. Just wait. Straightening her hair, she stormed out of the room angrily. Gwendolyn was about to turn and ask how Brantley Na was doing when Brantley Na grabbed her hand gratefully. Thank you. Beautiful girl, you're so pretty. Do you recognize me? I'm Mickey's agent. Are you new to the entertainment circle or planning to enter? Do you have an agency? If not, would you consider signing with me? Chapter 204, Accidental Hit. Who did she say she was? Mickey's agent? Gwendolyn had been worrying about how to find Mickey, and now she met his agent. My name is Alida. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard of you for a long time. I'm Mickey's fan, and I heard he's attending an event here today, so I came specially to get his autograph. Unexpectedly, I met you, it's truly an honor. Haddenjia's fan? With her stunning beauty and refined attire, it was evident that she came from a wealthy family, a rich second generation. Edith immediately became more interested in her. Really? That's quite coincidental. Truly not part of the same family won't enter the same door, what tremendous destiny. Come on, I'll take you to meet Haddenjiu. Oh, keep today's encounter a secret, please don't tell anyone. In a blink, the two left the restroom. Edith led her through the crowd, quickly spotting Mickey. Haddenjiu, over here. She waved at him, Gwendolyn followed her gaze and saw a tall, elegant man standing alone with a drink in hand, seemingly at a loss. Wasn't this Thornton who drove the sports car and entered with her earlier? He was Mickey. Impossible. She knew Mickey, and he didn't look like this online. As Mickey approached, Edith introduced Gwendolyn to him. Gwendolyn stared wide-eyed. Edith G, I'm seeing him in person for the first time. How can he be so different from his photos and videos? Edith replied, our Haddenjia suffers here. He's undoubtedly 100 points handsome, but the camera only captures 90. Isn't he much better looking in person? Not just you, everyone says so. But you're different, Alida. Based on my years of experience, I can see you have a camera-friendly face. Even if you're only 80 points beautiful in real life, you'd be 100 on camera. You're born for the lens. Gwendolyn. Just because she helped her earlier? The compliments made her uncomfortable. Not at all, Edith G., thank you for your kind words. No need for formalities. I genuinely think you have talent and would love to sign you. Speaking of which, she glanced at her watch. It's inconvenient to talk here, and the dinner party won't start for a while. Let's go elsewhere. She took one arm of Mickey and another of Gwendolyn, intending to move to discuss signing Gwendolyn. But Gwendolyn wasn't focused on this. She was thinking of Brantley Ongenhuai. Just as she was about to show Mickey Brantley Ongenhuai's photo, suddenly, her eyes caught a heated gaze from the crowd. The girl was dressed up beautifully, her eyes sparkling, unmistakably familiar. It was Brantley Ongenhuai. Wait, Edith G. I came with a friend. She's calling me, let me bring her along. Gwendolyn pulled away from Edith and dragged Brantley Ongenhuai over. This is my friend, Brantley Ongenhuai. She's also a super fan of Hadenju, let her join us. Brantley Ongenhuai had spent a fortune through various connections to get in here. Initially, she never dared to approach Mickey, content with just watching him up close for the evening. Now, not only did she end up in front of him but also introduced by name. She felt so happy she nearly fainted. Gwendolyn steadied her. I'm sent by your father, don't get too excited. Follow me. It was Dad who sent her. He said no to her fandom publicly but put in so much effort for her. Ah. Brantley Ongenhuai jumped twice in excitement. Okay, where are we going? Edith led them to the lounge. Miss Brantley, consider my offer. Your looks are excellent, and being Hadenju's fan, joining our company could make a famous couple. You get to chase your star dreams while gaining fame, why not? Gwendolyn never thought about entering the entertainment industry and wasn't interested, but to maintain a good image before Brantley Ongenhuai and facilitate future talks, she kept conversing with Edith. The event outside was starting. Edith left with Mickey, leaving contact information. Alright, consider it. Here's my number, call me when you decide. With only the two of them left, Brantley Ongenhuai looked confused. Weren't you sent by my dad? Why isn't she signing me but you? Are you pairing with Hadenju? What am I? What's Dad up to? Gwendolyn explained, Dad didn't arrange this signing. I helped Edith G earlier, and she wants to return the favor. Gwendolyn narrated the bathroom incident. Brantley Ongenhuai understood. So, what will you do now? Sign with her? No way. I don't want you paired with Hadenju, he's my husband. I'll be heartbroken. Gwendolyn seized the chance to negotiate. Whether I sign or not depends on you. If you behave and listen to CEO Brantley Ong, I can keep my job. I have no interest in entering the entertainment world, plus, I have a boyfriend. But if you misbehave, CEO Brantley Ong might fire me. I'd lose my job, can't eat, can't pay rent. Brantley Ongenhuai hastily agreed. I'll go back. As long as you stay away from my husband, I can leave right now. Forget the card, let's both sneak out together. Unexpectedly smooth, did this mean she could soon help Dustin raise funds? Excited, Gwendolyn threw the card and left the lounge with Brantley Ongenhuai. However, they ran into Carlo again just outside. He held a wine glass, chatting merrily with a woman, his face toward them. Gwendolyn pulled Brantley Ongenhuai around. Is there a side or back entrance? Since we sneaked in, let's avoid the front door. Brantley Ongenhuai craned her neck, trying to catch another glimpse of her husband. But I want one more look. I waited months for tonight. You're disobeying again? Then I won't go, let me tell Edith G. Carlo noticed the two attractive ladies. Brantley Ongenhuai feared Gwendolyn would approach Mickey. No. No need to look again. There's a side door, let's go. She pushed Gwendolyn out. Seeing their profiles, Carlo's relaxed gaze turned intense. Gwendolyn? The fleeting figure just now, couldn't it be Gwendolyn? This translation retains the structure and tone of the original text, adapting it smoothly into English while ensuring character names and story details remain consistent. Chapter 205, Not all expensive car owners are rich and handsome. By the time he rushed out, Gwendolyn was already pulling Kate into her car. Carlo, fearing he might miss her, hurriedly called Jorge while also getting into his car. Ainsworth, I saw Gwendolyn. I'm chasing after her now. Get here quickly. Gwendolyn had successfully completed her task and was calling Aiden Brantley Ong to report on the progress of the mission. Hearing that his beloved daughter had been found and would be home soon, Aiden Brantley Ong was delighted, praising Gwendolyn for her efficiency. No wonder you're so young and already an assistant to Dustin, you really have talent. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. You bring Inhui back safely, and we'll sign the contract tonight. Thank you, Aiden Brantley Ong. We'll arrive shortly. Please wait. After hanging up, Kate suddenly burst in front of Gwendolyn, yelling loudly. You're not from Dad's company? What do you actually do? You lied to me? Saying Dad would fire you if I didn't agree? That's not honest. Gwendolyn kept a calm expression. How is it dishonest? If you didn't agree, your dad wouldn't sign the contract with me. Without the contract, my Akil will fire me. If I get fired, I'd have no money and would have to go find Mora again. Aren't they all connected? Miss Brantley, don't mind the details. In short, you cooperate with me, and I'll cooperate with you. For our common goal, let's both be sensible, alright? Humph, you're not being sensible at all. Kate scoffed at her and leaned back into her seat, choosing to ignore Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn glanced at her, then focused back on driving, preparing to change lanes and speed up. However, she noticed a car following her through the rearview mirror. Whether by coincidence or intention, it seemed to follow wherever she went, maintaining a consistent distance since leaving the hotel. Gwendolyn briefly checked the car's emblem and license plate before calmly signaling to change lanes. To her surprise, the car behind followed suit. When she accelerated, the car did too. When she slowed down, it slowed as well. Every lane change was mimicked. Halfway through the journey, Gwendolyn was certain this car was intentionally tailing her. Who did you come with tonight? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Kate was reluctant to answer. What does it have to do with you? There's a car following us the whole way. Doesn't that concern you? What? A car is following us? Could someone be trying to kidnap me? Kate suddenly became alert, turning around to look. You mean that Aston Martin? Gwendolyn, not your friend? If only it were a friend. Kate sat back irritably. My father always says my friends aren't of high caliber, just low-class people. At this point, she shot a meaningful glance at Gwendolyn. Are you overthinking this? You love adding drama to things. Someone who drives such a fancy car wouldn't care about a mere assistant. Why would they stalk you? Do you think they want to pursue you? Not all expensive car owners are rich and handsome, they could be drivers or thieves. Ignoring her sarcasm, Gwendolyn slowly decelerated and pulled over to the side of the road. I'm inclined towards your first guess. It might be here to kidnap you. Kate gasped. Meanwhile, Carlo was constantly updating Jorge on the situation via phone. She stopped. What's she doing? Is she going shopping or? Mohammed, should I stop too, or should I drive ahead? Has she spotted me? With all the overtaking and lane changes, if she hadn't seen you, she must be an exceptionally adventurous driver. Didn't realize someone so demure-looking could be so bold. Jorge, heading from home, was far away, frowning throughout the call. He found Carlo's chatter quite irritating. She definitely noticed you. Continuously overtaking and changing lanes, and he mistook her strategic moves for adventurous driving. Jorge was speechless. Now that you've exposed yourself, there's no point in hiding. Just pull up next to her and stop her. I'll be there soon. After everything, the moment to unmask this woman was upon them. And he was the one doing it? The thought was exhilarating. Carlo felt like he had been given a noble and sacred mission. Hanging up, he composed himself, then slowly parked his car behind Gwendolyn's. Inside Gwendolyn's car, Kate screamed so loud it felt like she was about to blow the roof off. He actually stopped right behind us. Oh my God, he was stalking us. How scary. What do we do, Miss Brantley? Should we call the police? Sniff sniff, Dad was right. The world is dangerous. I've been too naive. Sniff sniff. Gwendolyn, observing her panicked reaction, furrowed her brows. Her grip on the steering wheel tightened so much her knuckles turned white. Could it be Carlo trailing her so openly? Did he recognize her at the hotel? If it was him, why did he stop? Was he coming for her? Reporting to Jorge? Was she about to be caught and locked away again? No. No. Gwendolyn did not want to see Jorge. Dustin was waiting for her at the hospital, Goo Corporation needed her financing amid turmoil, and 2 children awaited her at home. She couldn't risk exposure. With her fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly and foot lightly on the accelerator, eyes glued to the rearview mirror, Gwendolyn prepared to run. The moment Carlo's car came to a stop and the door opened, she'd floor it. Her heart pounded as she watched the rearview mirror. Suddenly, Kate tapped her arm, pointing forward. There's a traffic cop. Quick, drive over. Let's ask for help. Thank goodness for Bohan police. A police officer? Gwendolyn had an idea. Carlo had been drinking. Just then, the driver's side door opened, revealing Carlo in a sharp suit, his youthful and handsome face unmistakable. It was indeed him. Gwendolyn managed to steady her nerves and told Kate. You go call the police officer. I'll handle him. If it gets dangerous, you run. Believing they were encountering a pervert, Kate quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and ran out. Seeing someone exit the car, Carlo instinctively chased after, thinking it was Gwendolyn. But realizing the frantic woman screaming wasn't Gwendolyn, he halted. The figure in the driver's seat was clearly a woman, this was Gwendolyn. Carlo took a deep breath, adjusted his coat, and knocked on the car window. Chapter 206, Playing Tricks in Plain Sight. Gwendolyn looked at him through the glass, pausing for a few seconds before rolling down the window just enough to see him clearly. Is there something you need? Indeed, it was her. Though only her eyes were visible through the narrow space, Gwendolyn's eyes were too strikingly beautiful and unique. Carlo recognized her instantly. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Jorge had turned into a lovesick fool ever since meeting Gwendolyn. Even someone like him, who had only seen her a few times, found himself unwittingly captivated by her beauty. How could a love novice like Jorge resist? I can tell it's you. Don't run away, Gwendolyn. This is Carlo. Let's chat. Gwendolyn's heart sank. Sure enough, she was recognized. Previously, Fabianching seemed vast, so big that despite all her efforts, she couldn't even afford a tiny bathroom, feeling as insignificant as an ant. Now, she suddenly felt Fabianching was too small. She had only ventured out twice, and already, Jorge's people had caught up with her. So, what was he going to do now? Was he here to settle scores on Jorge's behalf? Her heart churned with turmoil, but she feigned calmness. Excuse me, sir, I don't know who you are. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Mistaken? Carlo pressed his face against the glass, staring hard at her in disbelief. It can't be. Though we haven't met often, your impression is unforgettable. I have no ill intentions. Can we talk? As he moved closer, Gwendolyn distinctly smelled alcohol on his breath. She glanced over at Kate. Good. The traffic cop was coming. She suddenly smiled, appearing playfully cute. Have you been drinking? Carlo was momentarily stunned by her smile. Yes, but this much alcohol doesn't affect me. Even if I drank 10 more glasses, I'd still recognize you. If you won't get out of the car, I'll come up. Gwendolyn, where have you been? Do you know that old Mohammed? Seeing that Gwendolyn had no intention of getting out and was acting indifferent, Carlo became genuinely curious and reached for the rear door. Just as his hand touched the handle, someone grabbed his arm from behind and slammed him to the ground. Don't move. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? The cop twisted his arm harshly behind his back and dug a knee into his spine. Carlo felt his bones about to crack, wincing in pain. Ah, who are you? What are you doing? Why are you twisting my arm like that? Let go. What am I doing? I'm here to deal with drunken troublemakers like you. Is this Fabian AXXX plate your car? Carlo struggled to turn his head. It was a policeman. Misunderstanding, officer, I'm not a hooligan, nor did I harass anyone. Please let me go. The cop ignored him and continued twisting. Answer my question. Stick to the facts. Is this Fabian AXXX plate your car? Yes, yes. When did you park here? About 2 minutes ago. My car hasn't done anything wrong. Who drove it here? Carlo paused. Caught up in chasing after Jorge's lead, he forgot about this. The pressure on his arm increased, and he cried out in pain. One more time, who drove it here? Me. Great. You're suspected of drunk driving and endangering others. Come with me. Minutes later, Jorge arrived at the scene. Seeing no sign of Carlo, he prepared to call him when Carlo called back. Jorge frowned. I'm here. Where are you? On the other end was an unfamiliar man's voice. Is this Carlo's family? He's been arrested for drunk driving. Please come to handle this immediately. Kate returned home safely. After the minor incident on the road, she seemed particularly mature as she hugged her parents tightly. Dad, Amina, I was wrong. I know there's no safer place than home. I promise I won't run around recklessly anymore. Please don't be mad and forgive me this time. Her parents were surprised and grateful for Gwendolyn's influence. Mr. Brantleong invited Gwendolyn inside and signed the investment contract. Let's do this tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll personally choose the location and finalize the contract. Brantleong assistant, work hard, and we'll all benefit under GU Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Brantleong. Rest assured, we will do our best to maximize returns for all investors. Good job. Go rest now. The funds will arrive by 11 a.m. tomorrow. We'll keep in touch. Holding the contract, Gwendolyn sat back in the car, feeling like it was all a dream. Yesterday, she felt lifeless, treated like a monkey by those men. Today, she secured an 80 million investment, soon to reach billions. Aiken, get well soon. There's hope for GU Corporation yet. Thinking of Dustin, she hadn't seen him since he left on a business trip. Worried and eager to share the good news and discuss further plans, she decided to visit the hospital. How dare Gwendolyn play tricks right in front of me? Jorge, this isn't over. I'll find her, if not for your sake, then for my own. The dashcam has her plate number. I'll get all the surveillance footage. Just wait. After leaving the police station, Carlo felt humiliated and furious, incessantly ranting in the car. I never realized how ambitious and bold she was. Actually opposing you. Damn. When I heard she passed away, I truly felt sorry for her, a waste of emotion. You didn't see her. She was perfectly content. Not only does she look great, but she was smiling and joking around. If she wasn't so cheerful, I wouldn't have let my guard down. Beep, the car horn blared loudly, cutting off his rant. Carlo jumped, finally remembering Jorge's feelings. Ainsworth. Jorge loosened the steering wheel. Thanks for tonight. Take a cab home. I won't be taking you. Though his face was expressionless, his rising agitation was evident. Carlo quickly unbuckled his seatbelt. Before getting out, he asked one last gossipy question. What about Gwendolyn? Where are you going? Hospital. Jorge coldly replied and sped away. Chapter 207, Stubborn to the End. The assistant was quite surprised by Gwendolyn's sudden arrival. How did you get out? Shaw mentioned many times that you are not allowed to leave without his arrangements. You. Scared, he hurriedly ran to the ward door and looked around. Did you be careful on your way here? Were you followed by anyone with ill intentions? Miss Chu, you mustn't do this again. Shaw isn't feeling well now and has fully entrusted you to me. If anything happens to you, how can I face Shaw? Gwendolyn understood his concern and felt apologetic about her unexpected visit. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Don't worry, I will be careful. I just couldn't stop worrying about Ariel. The assistant closed the ward door and sighed, looking at the unconscious Dustin. Shaw used to neglect his health a lot, which damaged his stomach. This situation is indeed complicated. Initially, it was supposed to be a minor surgery, but after opening the abdomen, the doctors found severe erosion and took a sample for pathology analysis, fearing possible cancerous changes. What? Possible cancer? That's only the doctor's speculation. The final results haven't come in yet, but I feel it's highly likely. Shaw's condition has been very poor over these past 2 days. He has been mostly unconscious. Leaving the hospital ward, Gwendolyn felt as if she had hit rock bottom emotionally. Guyu could have stomach cancer. Heaven, life has been so unfair to him. First, he lost his beloved wife, then suffered permanent injuries in a car accident, followed by heavy blows to his career, and now his health has collapsed. She felt an even heavier burden on her shoulders. The Gu family cannot fall apart. If Dustin really falls seriously ill, they need medical expenses for his treatment and also need to care for the 2 little ones. With worries heavy on her mind, Gwendolyn returned to the parking lot. It was already late, and she wondered if the children had gone to sleep. She was so tired. Dustin's car was right in front of her. She unlocked it and was about to open the door when suddenly 2 glaring white lights shone directly at her and the car. Blinded by the light, Gwendolyn squinted her eyes and instinctively looked towards the source of the lights. A black car, its brand Ricardor, had just turned on its engine. She thought it was someone starting their car to leave, so she didn't think much of it and reached for the door handle. However, in the next second, a voice that sent chills down her spine spoke up. Long time no see, Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn froze and looked again towards the source of the voice. The car door opened, and a tall, imposing figure stepped out. It was Jorge. Though backlit and unrecognizable in the dark, Gwendolyn was all too familiar with his voice and build. Jorge had found her, discovered her. Her first instinct was to run. After killing his Viviana and faking her death to escape, being caught by him would definitely mean certain death. She hurriedly opened the car door, but before she could start the engine, Jorge was already by the car. With a loud bang, he swiftly got into the passenger seat, slamming the door shut. Marvin, to run? What are you running from? The bright lights illuminated Gwendolyn's face clearly, allowing Jorge to scrutinize every feature and pore. Carlo was right, she was not only fine but seemed to have been doing very well since leaving him. She wore exquisite makeup, with glowing skin. Her long, curly eyelashes framed her bright, black eyes, which shimmered with sparkling eyeshadow, making her look like a beautiful doll. Her red lips were plump and inviting, like a cherry ripe for the picking, full and charming. He had worried about her endlessly, unable to eat or sleep, feeling as though each day was spent in hell. Yet, she lived so beautifully and became even more gorgeous. Jorge felt as if 10,000 needles were pricking his heart, and even the air he breathed through his nose pained him. You didn't die. You're fine. You've been in Fabianching all along? Why didn't you tell me? Comparing his current disheveled state to her stunning beauty, the humiliation and anger of betrayal almost drove Jorge to lose control. He grabbed Gwendolyn's wrist tightly, pulling her towards him. So, you and Dustin have been working together all along. So, you've been playing me. Weren't I good to you? Weren't I good to your daughter? And this is how you repay me? What do you want? You killed my Viviana, stole business from the Mohammed family, wanting to bankrupt me, right? Is this how much you hate me? Huh? In the bright light, Gwendolyn could see every expression and movement on Jorge's face clearly. His usually emotionless features were distorted with rage, eyes burning furiously, as if ready to consume her alive. Her heart pounded fiercely, as if trying to leap out of her throat. From the moment Amaris was implicated, she had anticipated such a confrontation. For the past 2 months, she often dreamt of this scene. Logically, she should have been prepared mentally, but facing the enraged Jorge, she was still overwhelmed with fear, unable to speak. She didn't want to be wrongly accused to death and feared her daughter might be sold again. Jorge finally saw her, hoping that Gwendolyn would beg for forgiveness, share her grievances, and describe the events in detail, perhaps even throw herself into his arms and pour out her longing for the days they hadn't seen each other. But all this was merely his fantasy. In reality, she wouldn't even look at him. Jorge gritted his teeth in frustration, furious enough to strangle her. He forced her chin up, forcing her to meet his gaze. Speak. Are you mute? Feeling death closing in on her, she struggled hard, suppressing her fear, and managed to force out words. Excuse me, sir, who are you? Are you mistaken? Please, let me go, you're hurting me. Since seeing that person who resembled her in the hospital, Jorge had imagined countless scenarios of their reunion. Never had he expected it to be like this. She acted as if nothing had happened, as if she had amnesia and didn't recognize him. How could someone be so heartless? They shared a bed, lived together, and Jorge gave her all the gentleness he never showed anyone else, only to receive such a response. This beautiful face, this melodious voice, yet heaven gave her a heart of stone. You say you don't recognize me? Have you lost your memory? Gwendolyn tried to pull her face away from his hand, the heat radiating from his palm made her uncomfortable. But Jorge's grip was too strong, she couldn't break free. I haven't lost my memory, I simply don't know you. Are you some important person that I must know? So articulate. This was Annabelle he missed and worried about constantly. Jorge almost choked on his own blood. Translation ends here. Chapter 208, Still Acting? Without realizing it, he used a bit more force to pull Gwendolyn in front of him. They were so close that their noses were almost touching. With a large hand gripping her chin, he examined every part of her face, her eyebrows, nose, eyes, and mouth, again and again, his heart trembling with anger. I don't recognize you, but I recognize you. Even if you turned into ashes, would still recognize you. Gwendolyn, you approached me with such premeditation, aren't you brave and capable? I haven't collapsed yet, why are you suddenly too afraid to admit who you are? Have you already achieved your goal, or do you have other plans with Dustin? The two were so close that his warm breath brushed against Gwendolyn's face, instantly reminding her of the nights they had spent entangled in bed. She thought of the child she had just lost and the image of Jorge holding Renata. Her heart constricted painfully. She wanted to push his hand away and ask him how he dared to speak to her like this, but... I really don't understand what you're talking about. Excuse me, my name is Alida. I'm not Gwendolyn. Please let go of me, sir. This is my car, you shouldn't have come in. Please respect me. Jorge stared into her eyes, seeing fear in them. She was still stubbornly denying everything? Still acting? Aren't you just afraid I'll take you back and make you accountable for your actions? Let me tell you clearly, if you explain what happened that day honestly, I won't pursue anything unless it's your fault. Gwendolyn, don't be afraid. Tell me the truth. What happened that day? His words struck right at her heart. She wanted to trust him, to tell him everything that happened that day. But Gwendolyn was afraid it was a trap. He was the president of the prestigious Mohammed Corporation. Her Viviana died mysteriously, drawing attention from everyone in the city. If he didn't bring the killer to justice, how could he face public opinion in the future? Moreover, there was also the Jamie, Renata, and the Zhong family people. Would they let her go even if he forgave her? They grew up together with Lady Meng, matching beauty and talent. Now that misunderstandings were resolved, what reason did they have to pay any attention to her? He was trying to trick her. I told you, I'm not Gwendolyn. Sir, please let go, you're hurting me. If you don't get out of the car, I'll call for help. After saying so much, she was still pretending. For the first time in his life, Jorge regretted not listening to his Viviana. Why hadn't he seen before how deep and calculating she was, how cruel and venomous? Whether you're Gwendolyn or not isn't up to you. A fingerprint match will confirm it. Giving her another chance, Jorge's eyes gleamed menacingly. One hand continued to hold her chin while the other opened the car door. With a bang, he kicked open the car door and ordered her. Get out. Gwendolyn's heartbeat quickened. This moment had finally come. Just a second ago, she had convinced herself nothing would happen, and now he was going to send her to the police? She wouldn't go, she couldn't just die without knowing why. Do you want something? Robbery? Sorry, this car isn't mine, I don't have money. You've picked the wrong person. She was still acting. Jorge applied more force, causing her cheeks to turn red. I told you to get out. Cough, cough. Gwendolyn struggled desperately. This is a crime. There are cameras everywhere, you can't escape. Let me go, or I'll really call for help. Call. Anyone. Do you need help calling the police? Jorge admired her stubbornness as he took out his phone. The facial unlock opened promptly, and he dialed 11, about to press 0 when Gwendolyn snatched the phone away. Don't call. I don't want to trouble the police over such a small matter. Truly, you're young. I don't want to argue. Go. Though he knew she was a cruel and venomous woman, the sight of her panic-stricken and guilty look made him soften unexpectedly. He only wanted to understand what had happened that day and whether her Viviana's death had anything to do with her. He loved her to the point of losing all principles and limits. He had even thought that if Gwendolyn really did it, it might have been an impulsive act, and he wouldn't truly blame her. But why did Gwendolyn have no trust in him at all? Not wanting her to suffer, Jorge ignored the phone she had snatched and loosened his grip slightly. Is Alida with you? Is she okay? Gwendolyn was taken aback by his sudden question. Is she okay? How could he even ask that? Abandoning her in an under-resourced orphanage, calling it an orphanage was being generous, it was practically. Could she be okay? On the verge of arguing, Gwendolyn held back. Why bring up Alida? What are you talking about? Not recognizing herself was one thing, but not acknowledging her daughter? Jorge was genuinely worried about Alida. From the incident until now, He had been searching tirelessly for Elida. Before, he never paid attention to missing children, but now his desk was piled with hundreds of photos of missing kids. Each new photo sent made his heart race, and each time Elida wasn't among them, he felt disappointed and tormented. Yet Gwendolyn claimed not to recognize Elida. The flicker of compassion he felt for her vanished immediately. Elida, you don't recognize either? Are you human, Gwendolyn? You. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, Gwendolyn's phone rang. In the confined space, the vibration sounded loud. Besides Elida, Dolores, and Dustin, no one else would call her at this time. Of course, Gwendolyn wouldn't answer it in front of Jorge, pretending not to hear. But Jorge's icy gaze shifted to her pocket. Aren't you planning to answer? Gwendolyn forced herself to stay calm and meet his gaze. It must be my husband asking when I'm coming back. I don't want him to worry. Your husband? You have a husband after 2 months apart? Convenient. Let me see who it is. Thinking it might be from Dustin, Jorge reached for the phone to expose her lie. Gwendolyn tried to block him, flailing about, but he quickly succeeded. As soon as the phone landed in his hand, Gwendolyn's face turned deathly pale. Don't answer. Give it back. Jorge was about to answer when he saw the number on the screen and dropped the phone at her feet. It was Elida calling from her smartwatch. He remembered Elida's number. Elida was safe. Chapter 209, Never Let Me See You Again. Elida was still calling her on the phone watch. Elida was safe. Jorge's surging anger abruptly subsided upon seeing this number. Why force her to admit that she was Gwendolyn? Why did he have to figure out what really happened that day? At this point, would acknowledging her identity change the outcome? Or was it true that he wanted to avenge his Viviana so badly, having her pay with her life? No. Jorge couldn't be certain about many things, but one thing was clear. He absolutely didn't want Gwendolyn dead and certainly didn't want Elida to become an orphan. Elida was so adorable, intelligent, and beautiful. For some inexplicable reason, this child, who had no relation to him, made Jorge more concerned than even his Viviana or grandfather. Admitting Gwendolyn's identity wouldn't make a difference, even if he could forgive her, his grandfather and Ricardo wouldn't. Because of this little girl, everything else suddenly became unimportant. Just after a few minutes of talking to her, Jorge felt as if he had used up all his strength. Suddenly feeling very deflated, he thought everything was utterly screwed. Gwendolyn and he could never go back to their first meeting, nor could their paths ever cross again. In an instant, it seemed his life had lost direction. Jorge felt incredibly disoriented as he loosened his grip on Gwendolyn's wrist. You don't need to keep pretending. I won't pursue what happened that day anymore. Go. Take your daughter and leave Fabian. I don't want to see you again. I don't quarrel with women, but what you and Dustin have done must be paid for. I'll make sure he dies miserably, bit by bit. Don't try to struggle in vain for him. Don't test my limits. Don't provoke me any further, or else. Before finishing his sentence, Jorge glanced at Gwendolyn's terrified pale face one last time, then decisively walked away from the car with an elegant yet resolute demeanor. The polished Bentley roared past her and disappeared into the distance. Facing this sudden rebirth, Gwendolyn felt dazed. She didn't understand why Jorge had suddenly let her go, but she heard him clearly. He intended to kill Dustin, slowly and painfully. No, Gwendolyn couldn't accept that. Though she knew that challenging the Mohammed family on behalf of the Gu family was like an egg hitting a rock, she couldn't back down. Dustin was in this mess because of her. If she left him behind just to protect herself, turning the Gu family's lifetime of hard work into nothing, she'd live with guilt every day of her life, surviving in torment. Gwendolyn wasn't going to give up easily. Even if it meant death, she had to fight one last battle, together with Dustin, without regrets. Surviving in fear could define her future, but it should never define Dustin's. Her phone rang again. Gwendolyn picked it up, hearing Elida's innocent yet worried voice. Amina, why haven't you come back yet? Is something wrong? Are you okay? Nothing is wrong, honey. Amina went to visit Bohan Gu at the hospital. I'm on my way back now. After calming the two kids to sleep, Gwendolyn returned to her room, utterly exhausted. Just as she was about to take a shower, General Bronson Brantleong sent her a message. Assistant Brantline, I've already arranged everything. We'll meet in the main conference room at my company at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Is that convenient for you? General Bronson Brantleong kept his word, placing great importance on this matter. Gwendolyn couldn't let such an opportunity slip. Yes, I'll see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Jorge stayed up all night. At 7:30 a.m., Robert arrived at the president's office and was startled to see him already sitting there. Mr. Mohammed, you worked overtime again last night? Have you? Cut the crap. Jorge's expression was cold and stern. What's on the schedule for today? Nothing particularly important. Why don't you get some rest? Only by occupying his mind with work could Jorge forget about everything else. He had no intention of sleeping, nor could he fall asleep. How's the acquisition of real estate companies progressing? Robert replied truthfully. It's going well. We've signed contracts with over 30 companies and plan to sign with the remaining 15 today. At that moment, his phone rang. After listening briefly, his expression changed. But Gu family has also gotten involved. They recently dispatched an assistant who has been tirelessly lobbying the CEOs of real estate companies. She seems capable and has gathered the remaining dozen companies, scheduling a meeting at Hengtai Real Estate at 8 a.m. today. Is that assistant Alida pushing this forward? At this point, although Robert hadn't seen Gwendolyn, he knew the true identity of Alida. He looked at Jorge with complicated emotions. Yes. Why don't we intercept everyone before the meeting starts? We've already secured so many companies. They're bound to follow the trend and won't sign with the Gu family. Although Jorge believed they were guaranteed victory, hearing that Gwendolyn was still actively working on this infuriated him. He had clearly told her yesterday that if she left with Alida immediately, the past would be forgiven. But this woman, disregarding her own life, insisted on sticking around to support Dustin. Did she love Dustin that much? Enough to die for him and ignore her daughter's life? Thinking of his efforts and tolerance, Jorge clenched his jaw tightly. Am I not good enough compared to Dustin? Am I not worth her love? Since they are so deeply in love that they wish to die together, let's fulfill their wish. I'll go personally. Drive down. Throughout the ride, Robert's heart hung heavy with anxiety. He hoped that when they saw Alida, she truly would be just Alida. Since Gwendolyn was supposed to be dead, let her remain silent forever. Since Gwendolyn reappeared, Robert had witnessed firsthand how much effort Jorge had put into her. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Jorge saw Gwendolyn alive, using Dustin's name to oppose the Mohammed family. With trepidation, they finally reached their destination. They were led straight to the top-floor conference room. It was 8:10 a.m., and everyone had assembled. General Bronson Brantleong made some formal remarks and then introduced Gwendolyn. Assistant Brantlean, I've finished saying what needed to be said, and everyone is here. It's your turn now. Gwendolyn hadn't slept either. She spent the whole night preparing and listing out the advantages of the Gu family. This was her only chance. She felt nervous. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to appear calm and stood up with a smile, speaking clearly. Hello everyone, I'm the special assistant to the president of Gu Group, Alida. First of all, I sincerely thank everyone. Before she could finish her opening remarks, the conference room door swung open. Everyone turned to look towards the door at the sudden noise. There stood Robert, his youthful and gentle face unexpectedly appearing in the doorway. Jorge had received news and came too. Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 210, She Has Lost Weight Again. Faced with an unfamiliar figure, Mr. Brantleong found his uninvited guest puzzling. What do you want? Which department are you from? This is a meeting room. You can't enter if you don't have business here. Who let you in? Among the all-male crowd stood Gwendolyn, whose delicate features stood out starkly. Despite her plain black suit and understated makeup, she couldn't help but draw attention. Robert immediately noticed her and recognized her, inwardly sighing sadly, Miss Chu, Miss Chu. He wished he could give her some advice, but reality didn't allow it. Quickly withdrawing his gaze, Robert ignored Mr. Brantleong and gestured for entrance. Following him, Jorge entered gracefully, tall and imposing, his face expressionless but radiating intense pressure. Sorry for the unexpected visit, I didn't mean to disturb everyone. I'm Jorge, and I have something to discuss as well. Mr. Brantleong, I hope you don't mind waiting in your own territory. The meeting room erupted in commotion. Recognizing the visitor, everyone instinctively stood up. Mr. Brantleong hurried over. President Mohammed? I wasn't aware of your esteemed presence. My apologies. A phone call would have sufficed. Why trouble yourself to come here? Jorge shook hands briefly with him before moving to the conference table. I'm here to propose a collaboration and wanted to show my sincerity by coming in person. There's no need for formalities. Please carry on with your work. I'll wait until you're done. Mr. Brantleong hurriedly offered his seat. Jorge settled down gracefully, leaning back in his chair. Please, be at ease. Sit down. As if he were the CEO of this company, he had instantly taken charge. Everyone, reassured by his demeanor, returned to their seats after exchanging glances. Turning slightly, Jorge cast his eyes on Gwendolyn. You're Brantlean Tetsu, right? Sorry for interrupting. Please continue. Gwendolyn hadn't expected his sudden appearance. One thing was fighting for cooperation remotely, but appearing in person. Though she had braced herself for a fierce battle, Jorge's overpowering presence disrupted her rhythm. For a moment, she lost her words, and an awkward silence filled the air. All eyes were on her. Gwendolyn felt both embarrassed and furious. Jorge's confidence and dismissive attitude toward Gu Corporation made it clear, they truly had no way out. Why aren't you speaking? Is it that Brantlean Tetsu feels inferior because Gu Corporation falls short compared to Mohammed Corporation when in my presence? Or are you mesmerized by my beauty? You've been staring at me for quite some time now. After a few seconds of silence, Jorge broke the tension with a joke. Everyone, surprised by his affable side, chuckled, and Gwendolyn finally gathered her thoughts. The worst outcome was death. It was expected. Why should she fear? Regaining her composure, she resumed her presentation. Gu Corporation falling short compared to Mohammed Corporation? I must disagree with President Mohammed. She meticulously explained GU Corporation's strengths and solid foundations in the real estate industry using the PPT slides. While Mohammed Corporation was indeed larger and more influential, they were competing specifically in the real estate sector, where GU Corporation held the upper hand. As Gwendolyn continued, her passion for GU Corporation became evident. As a conscientious, accomplished, and fiscally responsible enterprise, we understand our responsibilities and obligations to our peers. We aim not for monopoly but for collective progress, reform, and overcoming challenges. With unity, every difficulty is temporary. In conclusion, companies interested in acquisition can sign the merger agreement, while those willing to invest can sign the investment contract. Regardless, GU Corporation will provide a satisfactory response. Thank you for your time. Her presentation was compelling, backed by facts, figures, and real-world evidence. Everyone was swept away by her impassioned speech. If not for Jorge's presence, many would have made immediate decisions. Unfortunately, Jorge was there. Perhaps Mohammed Corporation offered better terms? Although everyone appreciated Gwendolyn's speech, they waited cautiously. Despite knowing Gwendolyn was competent professionally, experiencing it firsthand was different. If today, Gwendolyn wasn't an opponent but part of the acquisition team, he might have been impressed by her speech. But reality didn't allow ifs. No one dared to applaud after her speech until Jorge led the applause. Not bad. Brantley Tatesu's professional skills are impressive, and her speech was excellent. Mr. Brantley followed suit. After so many years as leaders in real estate, GU Corporation's strength is undeniable. What's next, President Mohammed? Patience. The more he withheld, the more intriguing the game became. Turning back to the group, Jorge said. Brantley Tatesu mentioned giving everyone ample time to consider. Mohammed Corporation does not bully the weak or rush this decision. Take your time. The room buzzed with hushed discussions. Clearly, no one dared to sign with GU Corporation hastily. Gwendolyn sat back, drinking water, unsure of Jorge's intentions or the final result, feeling mixed emotions. Noticing her dry lips and trembling fingers, Jorge felt a wicked urge to laugh. You spoke so passionately earlier, leading me to believe you were confident. But you get nervous too. Gwendolyn withdrew her hands under the table. Straightening her posture, she remained composed. GU Corporation is excellent. I am indeed confident. It's just that I woke up late this morning and missed breakfast, resulting in low blood sugar. Low blood sugar. The mention made Jorge realize how much weight she had lost since before. Previously slim yet still plump-cheeked, her face now appeared malnourished and hollow. From this angle, her nose seemed unusually high. Had Dustin let things get so bad that he couldn't even feed her properly? Since there was nothing pressing at work today, Jorge grew intrigued. Brantley Tatesu, mentioning it reminds me, I'm also hungry. None of you probably had breakfast, given the early start. Shall we offer everyone dim sum? Chapter 211, A Private Dinner Invitation. After saying that, Jorge looked at Gwendolyn with a teasing gaze. Everyone immediately understood his implication. Was he here to talk business with them? Clearly, he had something to discuss with Miss Brantley. No one expected that the notoriously aloof and ascetic CEO Mohammed would be so adept at pursuing a woman. They were all seasoned professionals, being men themselves, they knew exactly what was coming next. Sorry, Mr. Mohammed, it's very kind of you to invite us, but my company is small, and I have to handle everything. How about this, another day? Another day, I will treat you and everyone for dinner, making up for my rudeness today. I'm also sorry, Mr. Mohammed. Sorry, Mr. Mohammed. In the blink of an eye, everyone left the meeting room. Robert also understood, Mr. Mohammed, I still have work to attend to back at the office. Thank you for driving today. Jorge didn't speak, indicating his acknowledgement. Just as Robert left the meeting room, he received a message from him. Loosen 2 screws on the rear left tire. Loosen screws? Was Mr. Mohammed planning something big? What did he want to do with Miss Chu? Seeing that he wasn't angry and was taking Gwendolyn out privately, Robert was genuinely curious what would happen, but he couldn't ask. Sure, Mr. Mohammed. Only the two of them remained in the meeting room, and Jorge continued to stare at her intently. Gwendolyn couldn't outright refuse. Where does Mr. Mohammed want to go? What would you like to eat? The first dinner with Miss Brantley should have some ceremony, shouldn't it? I heard there's an authentic dim sum place in Tongcheng. I'm sorry to trouble you, Miss Brantley. Go to another city just for dim sum? It's at least a 2-hour drive via highway. Is this breakfast or dinner? Gwendolyn knew he was intentionally messing with her. She didn't want to go. Mr. Mohammed. Jorge read her thoughts clearly. If Miss Brantley doesn't want to, it's fine. Since everyone hasn't gone far yet, I can call them back to discuss the contract signing. With him personally handling it, how could the contract not go through? He was using GU Corporation's fate to pressure her. It was despicable. Rarely does Mr. Mohammed have such refined interests. It's my honor to dine with you. Let's go. The two descended the stairs together. As Gwendolyn was about to unlock her car, Jorge tossed her the car keys. I don't get used to sitting in others' cars. You drive. Gwendolyn could only get into his car and turn on the GPS. Please provide the address of the dim sum restaurant, Mr. Mohammed. Jorge gave a location, and soon, they set off. Gwendolyn chose the shortest route to the highway entrance. Jorge glanced at her navigation screen. Take the national road. Gwendolyn, there are too many traffic lights on the national road, it takes too long. Aren't you hungry? I don't trust your driving skills. What if something happens on the highway? Gwendolyn again. Fine. She indeed wasn't used to driving luxury cars. Jorge was right, the speed on the highway was fast, and anything going wrong would be bad for her. She obediently took the national road out of the city, with nothing much to say. Gwendolyn focused on driving while following the GPS instructions. Suddenly, Jorge spoke. May I borrow your phone? What? Jorge reached out to grab her phone. Afraid he would snoop around, Gwendolyn quickly locked the screen. Don't you have your own phone, Mr. Mohammed? Just focus on driving. Jorge ignored her question, took her phone without expression. I won't invade your privacy. Just borrowing it. What's the password? He said no peeking, but once he knew the password, wouldn't he do whatever he wanted? Gwendolyn refused to give it. Mr. Mohammed, I believe phones are very personal items. Please use your own. If you really need something, tell me, and I'll help you find it. Jorge didn't respond, tapping her phone screen with his long fingers. Before Gwendolyn could comment that he wouldn't know her phone's password, the screen opened in the next second. Jorge wore a smug, I knew it, expression. Why haven't you changed the password? It's still Ollie's birthday. Gwendolyn. In the next moment, Jorge pushed the phone screen toward her, opening the app store before her eyes, choosing a game, and clicking download. The journey is too long, I'm bored. Can't I play a game on your phone? Gwendolyn had never seen him play games despite knowing him for so long. Today, he suddenly wanted to use her phone. Her phone was only charged to about 40% last night because she had been too busy to charge it, possibly shutting down before reaching Tongcheng. She didn't want him playing on it. But glancing at his face, he seemed genuinely uninterested in her privacy. Arguing over a game. Forget it. Jorge kept his word, only playing games. On the road, Gwendolyn drove while hearing his constant gaming sounds. Unconsciously, more than an hour passed, covering half the distance. Passing through an urban-rural junction, the road was uneven and dust-covered from large trucks. Gwendolyn slowed down, feeling the car sway. Thinking it was due to the road, she managed to pass the rough section, only for the car to tilt to one side. Gwendolyn finally realized something was wrong and pulled over slowly. Lost in the game, Jorge acted like a rebellious teenager, oblivious to the car situation. Even when she stopped, he didn't notice anything unusual. Gwendolyn thought about asking him if he felt anything, but seeing his fingers dancing on the screen, she gave up. She got out of the car alone and circled it, nearly dropping her jaw. Jorge's luxurious Bentley, worth over 10 million, had a flat tire. At some point, the black tire cover disappeared, leaving only a wheel hub with loose screws, precariously holding onto the car. Brant like a skeleton stripped of flesh and muscle, it looked awful and shocking. This was the second time Gwendolyn drove his car, and it ended up like this. Instantly, cold sweat broke out. Although embarrassed to inform Jorge, she couldn't hide it. After some awkwardness, she tapped on the window. Her phone, barely having a sliver of battery, shut down as the window lowered. Jorge looked at her. Your phone is dead. Why did you stop? Sorry, Mr. Mohammed, please come and check yourself. Jorge threw her phone back and got out. An awkward silence filled the air. Gwendolyn glanced at his impassive profile. Sorry, let's call road assistance. How much would replacing a tire cost? I'll compensate you when we return. Jorge stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets, silent for a moment. But your phone is off. Gwendolyn, then can you make the call with your phone? I didn't tell you. My phone is usually with my assistant, I rarely carry it myself. Chapter 212, Jorge is a troublemaker. What? Every time I've seen him before, he was always on his phone. When did he develop this habit? My phone is dead, and he didn't bring his either. What should we do? Fortunately, we're not on the highway, there are sporadic houses along the national road. Gwendolyn thought for a moment. Could you please wait for me for a bit? I'll find somewhere to charge my phone. Let me wait here. You don't know that you should stay away from the accident vehicle to avoid secondary accidents? Jorge looked at her discontentedly. I'm going with you. Gwendolyn placed a tripod at the back of the car, took her phone, and left the national road with him. This was a very run-down town, or more accurately, a village. They walked for quite some time without seeing any young people, only a few middle-aged women with tanned faces playing with their grandchildren outside. Gwendolyn tried talking to someone. Excuse me, ma'am, my phone is dead, and he left his phone at home. Our car broke down ahead. Could you possibly lend us a charger for this model? As soon as she finished speaking, Annabelle looked like she had seen a ghost. She grabbed her granddaughter and ran back inside, slamming the door shut. Gwendolyn? No choice but to try another house. But it was the same story. Annabelle shook her head vigorously and ran off with her child. What's going on? Are they so wary? Do I look like a scammer? Gwendolyn asked Jorge in exasperation. Jorge seemed indifferent about her inability to borrow a charger and said without hesitation. Many child traffickers use similar excuses to enter people's homes. It looks like the anti-trafficking and anti-fraud awareness campaigns have been effective here. Well, since I apparently resemble a trafficker, let's try a mobile phone store. Who knows if there's one nearby, or if the owner would lend us a charger. Jorge wasn't worried about the dead phones at all. While Gwendolyn looked for a phone store, he started looking for a restaurant. I'm starving. Let's eat first. Following his voice, Gwendolyn saw a beef noodle soup shop. Though the shop looked modest, even somewhat dilapidated, the pot set up by the owner at the entrance, filled with rich white bone broth, smelled irresistibly inviting. Gwendolyn didn't object to eating, but... What will we pay with? We don't have money. She reminded Jorge. I have money, he replied, pulling out a wallet from his suit pocket as if by magic and taking out 200 cash. I have 200 yuan. Today marks Gwendolyn's countless times feeling speechless. These days, few people carry wallets around, and fewer still only carry 200 yuan in cash. Only 200 yuan? You didn't bring a card? Is 200 not enough for you? Since when did you become so picky? Jorge put the wallet back. Are you coming? Gwendolyn hadn't eaten since morning and couldn't hold out anymore. Eat to work better, why not? The two entered the shop together. Aiden, how much for beef noodle soup? Small bowl for 10 yuan, large bowl for 15. Small or large? Before Gwendolyn could respond, Jorge interrupted. I want the large, she wants the small. Do you guys eat spicy? No. After speaking, the illustrious Mr. Mohammed frowned, eyeing the glossy oil-covered tables and chairs, grabbing the cheap tissue paper on the table and throwing it at Gwendolyn. So dirty. Clean up. Gwendolyn. Perhaps because of the maids in the Mohammed household previously, she hadn't paid much attention to such things. Only now did she realize that Jorge was a fusspot. An unreasonable and stingy fusspot at that. Spending an extra 5 yuan wouldn't kill him. Knowing full well she was starving, he wouldn't even let her have a large bowl of noodles. Gwendolyn wiped the table and chair multiple times with a long strip of tissue paper. Okay now, Mr. Mohammed. Jorge kept his distance from the table, frowning deeply. What do you think? Gwendolyn tore another strip of tissue paper and wiped again. How about now? Are you blind? Almost a whole roll of tissue paper had been used, which made Gwendolyn feel a little guilty. The Akil runs a small business, don't waste all his paper. I'll pay for it. Keep wiping. Gwendolyn used up the entire roll, finally making the table presentable enough for Jorge to deign sit down. While the Akil cooked the noodles, Gwendolyn asked if there were any phone stores nearby. The Akil pointed to a location, and she returned to discuss with Jorge. There's a phone store ahead. Can you lend me 100 yuan to buy a charger? Unconsciously treating him like the old Jorge, she sounded too familiar. Jorge was displeased. Are you talking to me? Sorry, Mr. Mohammed. There's a phone store up ahead. Could you lend me 100 yuan to buy a charger? He slowly pulled out his wallet. Sure. Borrow 100, repay 10,000. Gwendolyn, what? Don't like it? Then no deal. How childish. Acting like a kid, playing this sort of opportunistic game? Though Gwendolyn didn't want to engage, having a dead phone was a problem. Noted, Mr. Mohammed. At the phone store, the owner was surprisingly friendly. If you have a charger, no need to buy. I can let you charge for free. Come on in. He handed her a fast charger. Great, she wouldn't need to spend his 100 yuan or owe 10,000. Gwendolyn plugged in her phone and waited. It was mealtime, so there weren't many customers. Bored, the owner started chatting with her, finding her young, pretty, and refined, clearly from a big city. After nearly 20 minutes, with 60% battery charged, Gwendolyn thanked the owner and hurried back to the noodle shop. The table was empty, and Jorge sat alone, face black. Hasn't the food come yet? Why so long? Let me check with the Akil. She moved towards the kitchen, but Jorge stood up coldly. I've already eaten. Your portion has been thrown away. What? You wasted too much time. Who knew when you'd return? Gwendolyn. How could that be? He was the mighty President Mohammed. She would never leave him behind. You knew I. Jorge cut her off. Mealtime is over. Let's go. Stop wasting time. Gwendolyn's stomach rumbled at the inviting smell of beef soup. I went to charge my phone. Why rush off? Couldn't you wait for me just a minute? Sure. But remember, my time is worth per minute. You know how much I'm worth. How long should I wait? Time starts now. They drove from Fabiansheng to Tongqing just for breakfast. He didn't mention his value then, but now he wants to charge for waiting? Wasn't he deliberately messing with her? Gwendolyn lost her appetite in anger. Taking out 100 yuan, she shoved it into his arms. Let's go. I'm not eating. The translation retains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 213, Hotel. Gwendolyn left the noodle shop in a huff and asked him where he was rushing off to. President Mohammed, who was dressed formally and looked out of place in this environment, wrinkled his brows and looked around, suddenly spotting a place called Rui Hotel. After not sleeping all night, he suddenly felt very tired. He didn't mind going anywhere as long as it wasn't back to Fabian Xing immediately. Let's go there. He took the lead and headed towards the small hotel. Gwendolyn watched his departing back, staring at the mentioned hotel with wide eyes in confusion. This place clearly wasn't a high-end hotel, and could someone of his caliber really stay here? Did he have no idea about the hygiene and accommodation conditions of such hotels? Gwendolyn hurriedly caught up. The hygiene and environment of these small hotels are usually poor. Are you sure you want to go? Mohammed Sibin ignored her words and walked into the hotel. It was a small storefront with a wooden counter at the corner of the staircase, behind which sat a middle-aged woman with curly hair lazily shelling sunflower seeds. Seeing a man enter, especially one who was dressed so well, she immediately perked up, smiling as she stood up. A handsome guest. Do you need a room? How many guests? We happen to have a deluxe suite available with hot water 24/7. You've come to the right place. Mohammed Sibin glanced at her expressionlessly. I'm passing through without my ID, can I still check in? Are you staying overnight? Depends on my mood. No problem. We have cameras, so generally, there shouldn't be any issues. And looking at you, you don't seem like a bad person. Marvin, the deluxe suite? How much? 68 yuan. Ordinary ones cost 48 or 38, but from your look, you're picking the 68 one. Mohammed Sibin handed over 100 yuan. Give me new sheets and towels. No need for change. The innkeeper was thrilled and happily pulled out bedding from the cabinet while leading him upstairs. Our linens are brand new, super clean, you'll be comfortable here. Even though we're small, we're regularly inspected, so everything is legit. Plus, I washed them personally, see how white they are. They arrived at the 5th floor, where she opened the door, revealing a simply decorated yet outdated room. Although the room looked about 30 square meters, it had only a yellow wooden bed, 2 bedside tables, an old TV stand, and a cable box connected TV. There was nothing else. But the innkeeper seemed quite satisfied. Isn't it clean and bright? Open the curtains and see how great the sunlight and view are. And our bathroom is spacious too. See how clean the toilet is. All cleaned by me. Mohammed Sibin looked around and noticed the bathroom was relatively decent. The floor was white, and there were no unpleasant sights in the corners. The room also had excellent ventilation due to its good exposure to sunlight. Change the bedding and go. The innkeeper cheerfully began changing the bed sheets when she finally noticed Gwendolyn trailing behind. Gwendolyn was tall and beautiful, fitting the sophisticated look beside him, obviously a couple. The both of you are a perfect match, definitely from a big city. Couples as attractive as you aren't common here. Oh, it's lovely, she remarked. Young folks, how old are you? Why are you passing through here? Where are you heading? Miss, you mustn't have kids yet, given your slim waist. Oh, just like me at 18. How did she assume they were a couple? What an astute woman. Gwendolyn ignored her and turned to Mohammed Sibin. President Mohammed, since you're tired, rest here a bit. I'll find roadside assistance to get you back to Fabian Xing as soon as possible. Just because her phone has power, she assumes she can quickly send him back. Seeing her call him President Mohammed in front of others, Mohammed Sibin's face darkened further. Fine. Go downstairs and let her change the sheets. He stopped the innkeeper from changing the sheets. Noticing they weren't a couple but more like superior-subordinate relationship, the innkeeper nodded knowingly. Young couples traveling alone. No wonder they were passing through. She understood. Okay, I won't disturb you then. Just shout if you need anything, I'm always here. She smiled broadly and left. What are you standing around for? Come change the sheets now. Mohammed Sibin commanded Gwendolyn sternly while massaging his temples, looking exhausted. Noticing his heavy eye bags and obvious fatigue, Gwendolyn went to the bed reluctantly. Just as she started fluffing the pillows, the innkeeper returned. That, handsome, follow me for a moment. I need to tell you something. She tried to coax Mohammed Sibin outside stealthily. Mohammed Sibin disliked this approach and kept his distance. Just say it here, I'm not deaf. Caught off guard, the innkeeper looked at Gwendolyn. If you need any protection or snacks, I can bring them up. If you're hungry or tired, just call me anytime. What kind of thought did she have? Protection? More? Gwendolyn blushed. Straightening herself, she quickly explained. No thanks. He's my Akil, and we're not sharing a room. Oh. The innkeeper responded knowingly and looked at Mohammed Sibin again. Got it, I'll leave now. Just as she was about to leave, Mohammed Sibin called her back coldly. Wait. What food do you have? Seemingly unperturbed, the innkeeper beamed. We offer stir-fried noodles, rice, chicken, beef noodles, dumplings, fruits, bread, etc. Tell us what you prefer. Thinking Gwendolyn hadn't eaten, Mohammed Sibin ordered chicken, a bowl of rice, and 2 bottles of mineral water. The innkeeper left contentedly. Your order will arrive shortly. Wash up and wait a moment. Gwendolyn, facing away from Mohammed Sibin, continued changing the sheets, thinking, he refused a 15 yuan bowl of noodles earlier but now orders chicken. Typical manipulative behavior. Not looking back, she silently complained. Mohammed Sibin, however, knew exactly what she was thinking. What are you muttering about? Gwendolyn paused. Was it that obvious? Under the TV stand were blue and pink plastic slippers, probably used by many people. Mohammed Sibin wouldn't wear them. With no seat, Mohammed Sibin stood nearby waiting. Once Gwendolyn finished making the bed neatly. All done, President Mohammed. Rest here, I'll be busy. Mohammed Sibin appeared puzzled. What business do you have? Gwendolyn stormed out of the noodle shop, asking where he was so urgently heading. Dressed immaculately in a suit, General Bronson Jorge, who appeared too noble for this place, furrowed his brows and looked around before spotting a place called Rui Hotel. After a sleepless night, he suddenly felt very drowsy. It didn't matter where they went, as long as it wasn't back to Fabiansheng immediately. Let's go there. He took the first step toward the small hotel. Gwendolyn watched him leave, staring at the hotel he had mentioned, wide-eyed with confusion. This place clearly wasn't high-end. Would he really stay at such a low-grade motel? Didn't he have any idea about the poor hygiene and conditions? Gwendolyn hurriedly caught up. These kinds of motels usually have pretty poor environments and hygiene. Are you sure you want to go? Jorge ignored her words and stepped into the shop. The front desk was tiny, and there was a wooden counter at the stairway corner. Inside the counter sat a middle-aged woman with curly hair, lazily shelling sunflower seeds. Seeing someone enter, especially a well-dressed handsome man, she immediately perked up and smiled warmly. Handsome man. Coming to stay? How many people? We happen to have a deluxe room available, with hot water supplied 24 hours a day. You've come to the right place. Jorge glanced at her expressionlessly. I passed by here on a temporary trip and didn't bring my ID. Can we still check in? Are you staying overnight? Depends on my mood. No problem. We have surveillance here, so there's no issue. And you look like a good guy. Do you want the deluxe suite? How much? 68 renminbi. Regular ones are 48 or 38, but I can see you'd pick 68. Jorge handed over 100 renminbi. Change the bed sheets and keep the change. The owner was delighted and happily took out a new set of bedding from the cabinet while leading him upstairs. Our bedding is all new and spotless, rest assured. Though it's not a big place, we're inspected several times a year and everything is proper. They reached the 5th floor, and the owner opened the door to reveal a simple yet outdated room. Though it was around 30 square meters, the room contained only a yellow wooden bed, 2 bedside tables, and an old TV with a cable box across from the bed. The owner seemed quite proud of her room. Isn't it clean and bright? Look at the sunshine when you pull open the curtains. Isn't the view great? And our bathroom, spacious isn't it? The toilet is spotlessly clean, washed by me. Jorge scanned the room and peeked into the bathroom. It wasn't too small, and the hygiene was decent, at least the floor was white, with nothing nasty in the corners. Because of the good sunlight, there were no strange smells either. Change the stuff and you can go now. The owner joyfully started changing the bedding when she noticed Gwendolyn standing behind them. With her tall and elegant figure, Gwendolyn stood out too, and looked like a perfect match with him. The two of you fit each other so well, looking like a couple from a big city. No couples here are as compatible. Oh, that's nice. How old are you? Why did you pass by here? Where are you heading? Young lady, haven't you had kids yet? Look at your slender waist, just like me when I was 18. How could she tell they were a couple? This savvy owner. Gwendolyn ignored her and looked at Jorge. Mr. Mohammed, since you're tired, why don't you rest a bit here, and I'll find roadside assistance. Sorry, I'll get you back to Fabiansheng as soon as possible. Her phone had power and she was planning to return him to Fabiansheng soon. Seeing her call him Mr. Mohammed in front of others annoyed him even more. Fine. Go downstairs and let her finish. He stopped the owner from changing the bedding, realizing they might be mistaken as a couple or a kill-employee relationship given their young age and gender difference. No wonder they came here suddenly, it must be for cover. She understood. Alright then, I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything, just shout from upstairs. I'm always here. She left smiling, closing the door behind her. Why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to help? Jorge ordered Gwendolyn while rubbing his temples, showing obvious fatigue. Seeing his dark circles, Gwendolyn could tell he was genuinely exhausted, so she walked to the bed. Just as she shook out the blanket, the owner returned again. Hey, handsome, come here for a moment, I need to talk to you. Acting secretive, wanting Jorge to step outside. Disliking her manner and not wanting to get close, he said coldly. Just say it, I can hear you fine. Caught off guard, the owner glanced at Gwendolyn. What I mean is, if you need condoms, I can bring you a box. Also, drinks and snacks are available. Call me if you're tired, hungry, or need more supplies. What is she thinking? Condoms? Not enough? Gwendolyn's face turned red instantly. Straightening up, she quickly explained. No need. He's my Akil, we don't share a room. Oh. The owner replied meaningfully, turning back to Jorge. So that's it. Alright then. As she prepared to leave, Jorge coldly stopped her. Wait. What do you have to eat? The owner instantly beamed again. Noodles, rice, large plate chicken, beef noodles, dumplings, various fruits, bread, whatever you want basically. Thinking about Gwendolyn who hadn't eaten, Jorge ordered large plate chicken with rice and 2 bottles of mineral water. Satisfied, the owner left. It will be delivered soon. Wash up first, please wait a moment. Gwendolyn continued changing the bedding, facing away from Jorge. She thought, earlier he wouldn't let her have a 15 renminbi bowl of noodles, now ordering large plate chicken. With this woman's attitude, it's no surprise she doesn't overcharge you. Without turning, she wondered what he guessed. What are you thinking now? Gwendolyn. Was it that obvious? Under the TV stand were blue and pink plastic slippers, which Jorge refused to wear, having no idea how many feet had used them. Gwendolyn had nowhere to sit while changing bedding, so he waited standing beside her with hands in pockets. Once finished and tidy, she prepared to leave. All set, Mr. Mohammed. Rest up, I'll be busy. Ian Sion seemed confused, busy doing what? Chapter 2:14, Shut up. Go to sleep. Gwendolyn. Hadn't she just told him to call for a tow truck? There's no need. It's at least 70 kilometers from Fabiansheng to here. The cost of towing the car would be too much for you. I'll contact the 4S store, they have free roadside assistance. You don't need to handle it. Thank you, he had saved Gwendolyn quite a bit of money. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Then I'll wait downstairs first. You can come find me when you're ready. Did she really dislike being with him so much? Even after all that, she still wanted to leave? They've shared rooms before. Could it be that every time she was lying to herself, enduring disgust in his presence? Was she so repulsed by him? Seeing her eager to escape, Jorge couldn't help but feel anger rising within him. This is the bed you prepared. Dirty and nasty. How am I supposed to sleep on it? Take off your coat and lay it on top. To avoid his complaints, Gwendolyn had meticulously smoothed the sheets when preparing the bed. And yet, she was still criticized. If he thought the bed was dirty, he shouldn't have entered the place at all. Mr. Mohammed. What? Is it difficult to borrow your clothes? It's not about borrowing clothes, the issue is. I'll count this as a purchase. You don't need to pay for the damaged tire anymore. Gwendolyn. She had only meant to be polite. She hadn't intended to compensate for the tire, but he was actually serious. His car was expensive, and a single tire cost no less than several $1,000s. He didn't mind ruining his image just to make things difficult for her. Not giving him her coat, who knew what other excuses he might find, so Gwendolyn took off her jacket and neatly laid it on the bed. Now can I go? Mr. Mohammed? Before she received an answer, the innkeeper knocked and brought up food. Here you go, fresh hot depanji, 68 yuan per plate. Eat while it's hot. Jorge took the meal and handed over the rest of the money to the innkeeper, then locked the door. I suspect this woman has ulterior motives towards me. Who knows what she might do while I'm sleeping? Keep an eye on her. What? As Gwendolyn opened her mouth to respond, Jorge pushed the food towards her mouth. Your reward. Fine. Waiting anywhere else would also mean waiting. In this season, waiting downstairs in just a shirt would be cold, so staying in the room under the sun was also fine. Gwendolyn accepted the food, thank you, Mr. Mohammed. She dragged the bedside table to the center of the room, squatted down, and opened the bag, carefully taking out the items one by one. A plate of depanji, a bowl of rice, 2 pairs of chopsticks, 2 bottles of water, and a small box. At first, Gwendolyn thought it was toothpicks, but looking closely. The innkeeper must be quite gentle and considerate toward Jorge, giving him a box of condoms even though he didn't ask for it. Glancing quickly at Jorge, seeing he wasn't paying attention, Gwendolyn slipped the box into her pocket. With no chairs in the room, Gwendolyn squatted on the floor to eat, while Jorge lay straight on the bed without taking off his shoes. Afraid to disturb him with any noise, Gwendolyn ate cautiously. By the time she finished her rice, her legs were numb. Rubbing her legs and taking a sip of water, she stood up, unexpectedly meeting Jorge's wide-awake eyes. Why aren't you asleep? Jorge still looked annoyed. With all that eating and drinking over there, how can I sleep? I'm sorry if I disturbed you. I finished eating and won't make any more noise. Please go to sleep. She quietly packed the trash into the bag, tiptoed to the window, and squatted down to take out her phone. Jorge watched her like she was a fool. What are you doing? I'm enjoying the sunlight while waiting for you. Closing his eyes in exasperation, Jorge said, Do you think I can sleep with such bright light? So. Gwendolyn drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Is this better, Mr. Mohammed? Jorge didn't reply, so Gwendolyn assumed he agreed, turned off her phone sound, and reopened it. But before she could send a message to Ollie, Jorge sat up abruptly. Is this your first day knowing me? Don't you know I can't stand any noise or light when sleeping? Turn off your phone. Gwendolyn. Really? Were you this picky before? Wasn't the person who used to stay up late being crazy with Ollie not you? Stop it, why are you thinking about the past again? He's a narcissist and neurotic. Gwendolyn turned off her phone screen. Got it, Mr. Mohammed. I won't look anymore. Please go to sleep. Annoyed, Jorge lay back down. Just as she closed her eyes, Gwendolyn's ghostly figure squatted in the dark, waiting for him, floated into his mind. In less than 3 seconds, he sat up again irritably. Standing there like a ghost, watching me, how can I sleep? Come over. Gwendolyn was truly at a loss with him. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Was he really sleepy? Mr. Mohammed, you. I said, come over. Gwendolyn approached the bed in the dark. What do you want? Take off your shoes. Get up here. What? Don't worry. I have no interest in you right now. I just can't stand having you watch me like a ghost. Of course, this place is dirty, and I won't let you sit on the ground. Give you some space, lie down. Gwendolyn. How generous and considerate of you, thank you very much. Should she really lie next to him, letting herself become nothing? No way. About to refuse, Jorge coldly interrupted. I'm tired and hungry, my temper is very bad. Don't provoke me, otherwise, I can't guarantee what I'll do to Goo Corporation. Pressuring her again with Goo Corporation. Gwendolyn clenched her teeth. I have a husband. Lying next to you isn't proper. Let me sleep here. Thank you for lending me some space, Mr. Mohammed. As she moved to Jorge's feet, he snorted. Is this how you repay me for lending you space? By making me smell your stinky feet? Gwendolyn, sorry, I didn't think of that. I'll wash them. Jorge lost all patience. How long are you going to fuss? I didn't mind you being dirty from helping Dustin, but now you're criticizing me? Gwendolyn, have I been too gentle with you? The air remained silent for a few seconds as Gwendolyn forced down her anger and lay beside him. Though they were inches apart, their hearts felt separated by a galaxy. Can you sleep now, Mr. Mohammed? Despite lying stiffly like a plank and showing reluctance clearly on her face, she was finally by his side, solely his at that moment. Jorge knew this chance wouldn't come again in Fabiancheng. He never planned to expose her current identity, feeling inexplicably comforted. Shut up. Go to sleep. Chapter 215, Rant Like a Married Couple. Darkness and silence heightened their senses to the extreme. Soon, Jorge once again caught the familiar scent from Gwendolyn. That faint fragrance intoxicated him, made him indulgent, relaxed him, and unconsciously made him want to approach Gwendolyn, wanting to hold her tightly in his arms. But reality didn't permit. Jorge fought to suppress his urges, forcing himself to close his eyes and try to sleep. Gradually, his eyelids became heavier. Similarly, Gwendolyn also detected the familiar scent from him. Initially, she thought she would detest it, that lying beside him would make her feel so nauseated that she couldn't sleep. But after not long, her eyelids grew heavy, her body gradually relaxed, and she too fell asleep. When she woke up, she was warmed. Gwendolyn instinctively kicked the quilt with her foot, intending to turn over, only to realize she was held captive by a pair of strong arms. Her eyes met Jorge's warm breath and firm chin. Though it was pitch dark and she couldn't see his expression clearly, Gwendolyn still got startled, hastily trying to crawl out of his embrace. This sudden movement woke Jorge. What's wrong? His voice was somewhat muddled, hoarse from just waking up, extremely magnetic. Gwendolyn's face burned intensely as she hastily got out of bed. I'll check the time. It seems we overslept. She took her phone and saw that it was indeed quite late, already past 8 in the evening. They had slept for 6 or 7 hours straight. Gwendolyn felt rather frustrated. She had intended to return to Fabiancheng tonight, now it was delayed. Would she even be able to find a ride? Jorge leisurely sat up, bypassed Gwendolyn, and drew the curtains open. The sky outside was no brighter than inside. There were distant twinkling stars, indicating it was very late. However, he felt quite satisfied. What time is it? 20:20. Gwendolyn checked her phone while looking for a ride-sharing app. I'm not sure if I can call a cab. I'll do my best to send you back tonight. Can you get a cab in this remote place? Jorge seemed fully rested and lazily stretched his arms. Well, if we can't go back, it's fine. I'm not blaming you. Let's find somewhere to eat since I'm hungry. He used to value time immensely, rushing through work trips to finish tasks promptly, eager to return. Why was he so laid back today? Yet, Gwendolyn couldn't ask directly. I have things to do and must go back tonight. Let me see if there's a train station nearby and if I can buy a ticket. As she looked on her phone, Jorge suddenly snatched it. You heard me say I'm hungry? Trains are dirty and smelly. I refuse to take one. Gwendolyn. What about calling Hyman to trouble him for a trip? Without hesitation, Jorge replied, Hyman has important matters to attend to and isn't in Fabiancheng today. That. Why does it matter to you whether I go back or not? Now I'm hungry and have no money. Is it that hard for you to treat me to a meal? Caught off guard by his retort, Gwendolyn could only accompany him out reluctantly. The two went downstairs, where the innkeeper warmly greeted them. Slept well? You both look refreshed, surely had a great night. Our little inn is pretty good, right? It's so late now, and there are no rides available. How about staying another night? Jorge handed the phone back to Gwendolyn, tacitly accepting the innkeeper's suggestion. Renew the fee. Gwendolyn hadn't expected him to become addicted to staying at this shabby inn and wanted to stay another night. She had no mood to accompany him any longer, and reluctantly asked the innkeeper. Is there a train station nearby? Or can we catch a taxi? I have an urgent matter. Oh, none around here, the innkeeper replied. This is a small town with few permanent residents. Taxis rarely come unless necessary. The nearest train station is 50 kilometers away. What's your emergency? Aren't you with the Akil here? If he's not worried, why should you be? Even if she wasn't in a hurry today, she had to resolve the travel issue tomorrow. They couldn't stay here indefinitely. Seeing her worried expression, Jorge impatiently tapped the table. We'll deal with tomorrow's issues tomorrow. Can you stop stalling? Gwendolyn could only renew the room fee. Walking down the deserted street, many shops were closed. She spotted the beef noodle soup shop again. How about another bowl of noodles? You accuse me of being stingy, but you're not generous either. No more noodles. Jorge ignored the noodle shop and walked ahead. Following behind, Gwendolyn watched his upright and proud silhouette, feeling speechless. Ungrateful scoundrel, ruthless capitalist. She shouldn't have come with him. They aimlessly wandered the streets. Although this place was remote and sparsely populated, it had its benefits. Quiet, fresh air, almost no vehicles on the streets. Walking side by side under the dim streetlights, the cool night breeze added a sense of leisure. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally saw a restaurant with a lit sign. Jorge stopped. Let's eat here. Entering, Jorge ordered 4 dishes at once. Gwendolyn was left speechless again. Just ate dinner before sleeping without any exercise, and now eating this much again. Does he really have such a good appetite? In fact, Jorge had no appetite at all. After tasting a few bites of each dish, he put down his chopsticks and ordered Gwendolyn. Eat all of this. Gwendolyn was about to retort that she couldn't possibly eat that much when he added cruelly. Not getting enough food with Dustin, huh? Look how skinny you are, like a ghost. You look terrible. Gwendolyn really wanted to spit the food in her mouth onto his face. If you think I'm ugly, why don't you just go home and look at Renata? It was as if Jorge could read minds. He glanced at her expression. Stop complaining. Isn't this all your fault? If I'm happy, I won't count it against you, but if I get angry. I know. You're rich and powerful, impressive. You can make the Gu family bankrupt anytime, Gwendolyn shot back angrily and continued eating. As the restaurant reached closing time, only the two of them were left inside. After cleaning the kitchen, the owner came over to chat. You two don't look local. Where are you from? How did you end up here? How old are you? What do you do? How long have you been married? Gwendolyn wondered, do they look so much like a couple that everyone thinks they are? She found it annoying when people misinterpreted their relationship. Just as she was about to respond, Jorge cut in. Guess. If I guess, it looks like you've been married for some time, the owner smiled cleverly. The way you two interact feels natural and smooth, not like newlyweds. Jorge looked at him calmly. Why are you so certain we're a couple? Can't we be siblings or colleagues? How can siblings or colleagues feel like this? Although I haven't traveled far, running this restaurant for over 20 years gives me keen intuition. Young man, what do you think? Jorge liked what the owner said and chuckled, raising his disposable teacup. Good eye. Chapter 216, The Last Night. Gwendolyn. The counter inside the shop sold cigarettes and alcohol as well. Jorge's gaze landed on the colorful cigarette packs, feeling a sudden urge for a smoke. He asked Gwendolyn for her phone to buy a pack. Give me your phone. Gwendolyn was still feeling awkward about the misunderstanding with the owner and reached into her pocket, pulling out something hard. Jorge caught it, stared for 2 seconds, then cast a suspicious glance. The owner, who had been smiling and chatting with Jorge, froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Just as I thought. Confused, Gwendolyn saw Jorge looking at her strangely and glanced at his hand instinctively. Realizing what was in his hand, a small blue box, her face turned beet red. She quickly stood up and snatched the box back. It's not mine. The innkeeper gave it to you when she delivered lunch. Jorge looked indifferent. No need to explain, we're old married couples, so I understand everything. The owner laughed even louder from behind the counter. Unable to bear staying there any longer, Gwendolyn hastily paid the bill and left. On the way back, she checked her phone. It was already 9:30 p.m. Thinking of Ollie and Dom waiting for her at home, Gwendolyn felt a pang of sadness. Taking advantage of Jorge lagging a few steps behind while smoking, she called Ollie. Ollie understood her frequent overtime but couldn't help feeling disappointed. After comforting her daughter and son, Gwendolyn returned to the lodge, feeling rather downhearted. She had left the children unattended at home, Dustin was still in the hospital, the fundraising seemed unlikely to succeed, and she was stuck here sharing a room with this mysterious man. What kind of situation was this? As soon as she entered the room, she stood by the window, staring absent-mindedly at the dark night sky. Jorge came in, stared at her slender, somewhat dejected figure for a moment, then took off his coat and threw it heavily onto the bed. Do you really not want to stay with me? Gwendolyn didn't want to answer that question. Everyone knew the truth. Why did he have to force her to admit anything? Seeing her silent and sulky, the good mood he'd had during dinner vanished completely. With a gloomy face, Jorge turned on the TV. A highly rated drama, Parental Love, was playing. In the scene, the female protagonist returned from the hospital and met the male protagonist after work. Noticing her poor complexion, he asked, "Who upset you again?" In a fit of anger, Annabelle slapped the report into his hands. Who else could it be? Look at what you've done. Looking at the report, Thornton was overjoyed. So you're pregnant again? The woman stormed home, where her sister-in-law was soothing a crying child in the yard. Seeing her displeased sister-in-law, the sister-in-law asked her brother, "What's wrong with my sister-in-law? Who made her angry again?" The man replied mysteriously and proudly, "Your sister-in-law is pregnant again." Confused, the sister-in-law asked, "Pregnant with what?" Frustrated by her apparent stupidity, Thornton retorted, "What else could it be but a baby?" He then went inside to comfort his wife, leaving his sister-in-law standing in the yard, lamenting, "Another baby? My God, will you let us live? This will kill me." Initially, Jorge had intended to turn on the TV to break the silence, but the coincidental and overly sweet scene only irritated him more. He switched it off. Close the curtains. I'm going to take a shower and sleep. While he showered, Gwendolyn sat on the edge of the bed, bored. Soon, Jorge emerged in his clothes again, clearly unsatisfied. The bathroom is too dirty, the towel can't even be used. Don't bother. Just go to sleep. Thus, the person who had woken up just 2 hours ago lay back down again. Because he had slept too much during the day and had just finished eating, he wasn't sleepy at all. Gwendolyn lay there thinking about her children and the affairs of Dustin's company. They had managed to coexist peacefully, but suddenly, he sat up again. Turn on the light. Gwendolyn, closer to the lamp, flipped the switch. Jorge, agitated, began unbuttoning his shirt. What kind of rotten place is this? Is there insects? Following his movements, Gwendolyn noticed several red spots on his smooth, strong chest. She had warned him about the poor hygiene conditions here, yet he insisted on staying overnight. Getting off the bed, Gwendolyn suggested, "How about we lift the quilt and check? Or maybe ask the innkeeper to spray some insecticide." Insecticide? That stuff would make the room uninhabitable. If not for wanting to spend more time with her, Jorge wouldn't have come here in the first place. Moreover, it was midnight, and he didn't want to see that heavily made-up elderly woman again. You don't feel anything? Perhaps due to growing up in harsh conditions, Gwendolyn hadn't noticed anything amiss. Seeing her shake her head, Jorge felt somewhat relieved. All right, go to sleep first, I'll take another shower. Another shower wouldn't help, he was simply not adapting to the environment. Gwendolyn didn't want him to keep disturbing himself all night. Why don't we ask the innkeeper to rent us a car and head to the county town? Conditions there should be much better, and it would be easier to leave early tomorrow morning. Again, she mentioned leaving. Staying with him must be such a burden, she thought of leaving every second. Irritated, Jorge ignored her and walked into the bathroom again. After scrubbing until his skin was nearly raw, he finally came out, looking annoyed. Unexpectedly, the room was empty, and Gwendolyn was gone. That stubborn woman, did she leave without him? Fuming, Jorge pulled open the door, ready to find the innkeeper. Suddenly, Gwendolyn appeared breathlessly carrying a set of pink bedding. These are the innkeeper's daughter's new purchases, and used. I bought them over. We should be fine now. Standing in the middle of the room, Jorge watched as Gwendolyn efficiently changed the bedding. The pink sheets flew nimbly under her hands, turning the simple bed into a cozy, pink haven. After her efforts, Gwendolyn wiped sweat from her forehead. All right, you can sleep now. Watching her gentle and considerate demeanor and this newly warm and modest little bed, Jorge couldn't help but recall those days when he, Ollie, and Dom slept together every night. During that period, he had truly believed in a bright future. His heart twitched uncontrollably, and he closed his eyes. This was their last night, such moments would never happen again. Give me your phone, send Robert the location and have him pick us up tomorrow morning. It won't interfere with your important tasks. Sleep well tonight. Chapter 217 Beauty with Distinctive Charm. At first, neither of them felt sleepy, so Jorge turned on the TV and continued watching the drama series from where they had left off. After an unknown duration, Gwendolyn finally fell asleep. When she woke up again, there was no one beside her. She thought Jorge had gone down early to wait for Robert. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she hurriedly went down. But the innkeeper told her that Jorge had already left. He left you the car keys and said let you drive back yourself as he had an emergency and had to leave. Gwendolyn took the car keys and saw a black Range Rover parked outside the door. She drove back to Fabiansheng in silence. Just as she was about to call Robert to return the car, Robert sent her a message. Just park the car by the roadside. I can track its location and will get someone to pick it up later. It seemed that Jorge didn't want any further contact with her, not even for handing over the car. To be honest, Gwendolyn felt relieved. Was he going to completely let her go? After parking the car, she took a taxi back to the Gu family residence, spent some time with the children, but remained worried about the fundraising matter and called General Bronson Brantleong. On receiving her call, General Bronson Brantleong was hesitant and embarrassed. Special Assistant Brantling, it's not that I haven't been thinking about your issue, I just found it awkward to call you and didn't know how to say. Yesterday everyone discussed carefully and decided it would be better to sign with the Mohammed Corporation. Sorry, I couldn't help you. Though she had mentally prepared for failure, hearing General Bronson Brantleong say this still made Gwendolyn very sad. She felt she had doomed Dustin and could never make up for it in this life. Gwendolyn sat dazedly in the nursery watching the two children play games, pondering her future when her phone suddenly rang again. She picked it up and found it was Edith. Dejectedly, she answered. Alida, Edith's voice sounded very happy. After waiting for you for so long, you didn't even call me back. Have you forgotten me? Ungrateful, I've been thinking of you all along. The photos from that evening event came out. You walked in together with Had Deng Yu, and the photographers captured beautiful photos of you both, creating a wonderful atmosphere. Initially, I only thought you looked good on camera, but you exceeded my expectations. You're perfectly suited for this field, you know? I showed your photos to several people, and everyone was highly impressed. Not entering this industry would be such a waste of talent. I have a reality show right now that Had Deng Yu is participating in for the first time. If you join, I'll pair you with him, ensuring immediate success. You must have heard of Rhonda, last year's breakout national sweetheart. Her type is rare in the entertainment industry, which means she secures many resources. Our company was planning to find someone similar to her, and unexpectedly we met you. With Had Deng Yu guiding you and your similarity to her, popularity is bound to rise rapidly. I've already planned your branding, really, sign the contract quickly. Gwendolyn knew little about the entertainment industry and had never considered joining. But now, urgently needing money, these words gave her hope for a lifeline. Can making it in the entertainment industry earn money? Of course it can, Edith said. But before you become famous, a novice like you won't earn much. This variety show might offer around $300,000 to $400,000 at most. But after the show, things will be different. Do you know how much profit Rhonda made for the company last year? Over $2 billion. She herself made at least $500 million to $600 million. If you're ambitious and cooperate with the company, you won't be worse than her. And this is just the beginning. In the future, appearing on variety shows, shooting TV dramas, movies, accumulating various resources, money will merely be a number to you. This hit a critical point for Gwendolyn. Could earning $500 or $600 million in a year be quicker and easier than running a company or launching projects? If Dustin doesn't give up, she could quickly earn money for his business turnaround, giving the GU Corporation a chance to revive. Big sister Edith, I really need money, don't deceive me. I run a legitimate company with many artists under my management. Why would I deceive you? If you're really worried, get a professional lawyer to review the contract, and sign only if there are no issues. Gwendolyn felt hopeful and immediately asked her to send the contract. The contract terms were too complex for her to understand fully, so she went to Fabianching's largest law firm, paid a high consulting fee, and got a lawyer to review it. There were no major problems, the terms seemed fair. She decided to join the industry. Big sister Edith, I've thought about it. Thank you for your appreciation. I've decided to sign the contract. When are you free? Edith was delighted by her joining. Tomorrow, it's too late today. Tonight, I have a gala to attend where many industry investment giants will be present. By the way, if they see you, you might directly be chosen as the lead actress in a big production. Come and get familiarized. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that countless pretty girls dream of but struggle to enter. As long as it benefits work or earns money, Gwendolyn was willing to do it. Rushing home to put on makeup and change clothes, she headed out again. Arriving just in time at the hotel entrance, big sister Edith was waiting for her. Seeing Gwendolyn in a pink strapless evening gown, hair styled high, and light makeup, looking like a gracefully blooming lotus, she was extremely satisfied. You're absolutely beautiful, uniquely charming. How long has the entertainment industry lacked someone with such distinctive appeal? I guarantee tonight you'll cause a sensation. The next superstar will be you. Oh, I'm so excited. If another company met you first, what would happen? Alida, once you become famous, you mustn't be arrogant and distance yourself from me. Gwendolyn, how could I? Without big sister, I'm just a nobody. I'll never forget you. You're such a sweet talker, both beautiful and tactful. Not becoming famous would be unjust. Let's go inside. They entered hand in hand. Gwendolyn noticed the champagne tower at the center of the venue and consulted with Edith. Big sister, I can't drink alcohol. Can I avoid drinking tonight? Not being able to drink is unacceptable in this line of work. You'll be at a disadvantage. But don't worry, we can practice gradually. Drink plain water tonight but never tell anyone you can't drink. Edith genuinely cared for her, leading her aside to pour mineral water into an empty decanter and filling half a glass. Hide the decanter, this is exclusively yours. When you meet influential figures later and your glass is empty, come here to refill. Make sure no one sees. Gwendolyn was grateful, thank you, big sister. No problem, it's mutual benefit. Repay me by working hard in the future. Together, they entered the event venue, ready for the challenges ahead. Chapter 218, Guess Who I Saw? The event grew more crowded, and with a beaming smile on her face, Edith pulled Cheyenne into the throng of people. They came face to face with an impeccably dressed, charismatic middle-aged man. "Mr. Ian, you're here? It's been a while, how have you been? Looking so spirited, you must be onto another big moneymaker. Congratulations." "Ha ha ha, Edith always has such sweet words. If I don't get rich, I'll feel guilty hearing this every time we meet. I heard your wedding with Mr. Haddon is coming soon. Congratulations, and may both of you flourish." "That's for sure. We hope you can find time to join us at the wedding. I've known both you and Mr. Haddon for so long, of course I'll come. Cheers to your happy marriage and many blessings ahead." Edith's pregnancy was no longer a secret among their circle, so when she drank juice instead of wine, no one minded. She deliberately coughed towards Gwendolyn's direction as they clinked glasses with Mr. Ian. Mr. Ian noticed Gwendolyn standing beside Edith. "Oh, I just noticed there's a beautiful young lady next to you. Who is she? She looks quite like you. Could she be your sister?" Edith laughed. "You're too kind, Mr. Ian. I wish I looked half as good as her. This young lady is my newly signed artist. It's her first time out with me today. She's inexperienced, so please bear with her. Alida, say hello to Mr. Ian from Brantlyingdong Media." Gwendolyn politely greeted Mr. Ian. He first glanced at Edith, then back at Gwendolyn, his eyes filled with admiration. Edith's judgment is always spot on, her taste in choosing talent never disappoints. Alida has a very distinctive look. And her appearance seems very natural. Sister Edith laughed. "Absolutely. She's 100% pure, just graduated, still raw like an uncut gem. If Mr. Ian doesn't mind, perhaps you can consider her for future opportunities." Mr. Ian nodded approvingly. "I think she will be well received by the audience. She looks like a sweet young girl, fitting right into my preferences. Just last week, our company decided to produce a campus idol drama, but none of the lead actresses suggested so far met my standards. Isn't that perfect? Alida looks stunning in school attire. How about I arrange for her to go over for a tryout tomorrow? We can take some costume photos for you to review?" Mr. Ian laughed, as if giving up on arguing with Sister Edith. Sister Edith is truly unstoppable even during pregnancy. "Well, since you've put it this way, I have no choice but to give her a chance. Just remember, once she becomes a star, don't forget about Brantlyingdong Media." Sister Edith pushed Gwendolyn forward. "How could she? Without you, Mr. Ian, where would she be? Alida, you are truly fortunate to catch his attention. Don't forget to thank Mr. Ian." Gwendolyn quickly raised her glass. "Thank you, Mr. Ian." Mr. Ian took a sip of his drink and looked at her again. Her striking features, tender skin, round white shoulders, and slender figure only made him like her more. "I'm always dedicated. Since I've decided to cooperate with you, I won't waste time on others. Let's do this, Edith. You go about your business, and I'll talk to Alida alone. She looks pretty innocent, it might be better if she stays with me. Come back to fetch her when you're done." "That's great. Thank you, Mr. Ian." Edith patted Gwendolyn's hand meaningfully, smiling deeply. "I'll take care of other things now. Alida, be mindful and stay close to Mr. Ian, your future depends on him." With that, Edith walked away gracefully. Mr. Ian gestured elegantly, inviting Gwendolyn to sit down. "Let's find a quiet place to talk." Gwendolyn smiled and followed him, walking in the direction he indicated. Just as they turned, Carlo snapped several photos. "Old Mohammed, guess who I saw? Damn, didn't expect her to dare show up. You don't care much about her anymore, right? Can I take revenge now?" At home, Jorge had no appetite and didn't want to talk much. After hastily eating a few bites of dinner, he excused himself and went back to his study, claiming he had work to do. However, he was restless all day and couldn't concentrate on anything. As he absently stared at a book, Carlo's message appeared. "Gwendolyn?" She looked so dignified and formal, laughing with an older man. Where was this, and what was she up to? That woman, did she not understand that he told her to be cautious and not to show herself in public again? She clearly didn't take his warning seriously. Did she think everyone else wouldn't hold her accountable just because he didn't press the issue? Was she delusional? Jorge immediately called Carlo. Carlo was still bitter about Gwendolyn sending him to traffic control last time. Tonight was a gathering of entertainment media moguls and brand sponsors, and he hadn't expected to see her here, cozying up to Barnaby from Brantlyingdong Media. That woman was becoming more powerful by the day. I don't care how powerful she becomes or who she attaches herself to. She must answer for what she did to me last time. Why do you still care about her, old Mohammed? She obviously doesn't respect you, and she's doing fine without you. Men still flock to her. What's the point? Jorge's expression darkened. He grabbed his jacket and, striding swiftly, ordered him. My affairs are none of your concern. Try touching a single hair of hers and see what happens. I'm going there now. Carlo was speechless. He had never seen someone so possessive. Did Jorge have some fatal weakness in her hands? How could she have such a tight hold on him? It even made him start envying Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn and Mr. Ian entered a private lounge and sat down. He first boasted about their company's recent achievements and successful artists before his gaze lingered suggestively on Gwendolyn's chest. Does Alida have a boyfriend? How long have you been graduated? Fortunately, her dress covered everything except her shoulders and arms. Gwendolyn sat upright, unsure how to respond to the boyfriend question, avoiding the direct topic. I haven't been out of school long. Are you thirsty, Mr. Ian? Would you like me to get you some water? Mr. Ian waved his hand dismissively. No need. You look so innocent, you must still be a virgin, right? Gwendolyn wondered if she had misheard something. People outside were bustling about, yet this well-dressed man spoke so crudely. Seeing her puzzled expression, Mr. Ian chuckled and placed his hand on her shoulder. Since you're entering the industry, you must have done your homework. With Sister Edith's strong guidance, you should be prepared. As adults, we can skip the formalities. Alida, I admire you. Give yourself to me tonight, give me your first time, and the leading role I promised you will be yours tomorrow. Gwendolyn felt sick to her stomach from his words. Did the entertainment industry really live up to its notorious reputation online? Conditions already set before anything began? This is indeed an accurate translation of the provided text. The paragraph structure, line breaks, and style have been maintained to ensure a coherent narrative. Please inform me if you require further adjustments or translations. Hashtag chapter 219, I think I saw Jorge. Gwendolyn needed money, desperately. But she had her principles. And she had a child, as well as Dustin, who would do anything for her. Therefore, there was no way she would ever do such a thing. It was tragic that after experiencing so many of these kinds of situations, she had become experienced in dealing with them. Inside the room, it was just the two of them. A direct refusal would undoubtedly embarrass Mr. Ian and might even infuriate him. If that happened, she wouldn't be a match for him. So when Mr. Ian finished speaking, Gwendolyn smiled politely. Thank you for your support and for not rejecting me, Mr. Ian. Let's proceed. Please wait here for a moment while I get ready. She tried to stand up, but Mr. Ian held her back. Looks like you came prepared, huh? No wonder you dressed so beautifully. Just for this moment. Young girls these days. You're all ready, aren't you? Mr. Ian's large hand slid over her delicate shoulder. Here will do, I prefer brightness. Gwendolyn feigned shyness and pulled away from his hand. This is my first time. Give me a moment to prepare. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Her blush made her even more enchanting. Mr. Ian couldn't wait any longer. Fine, go prepare. There's a bathroom inside. I'll join you. Oh, I can't let you watch. That's why I need to go alone. What's there to be shy about? You'll be showing me everything soon enough. As he spoke, Mr. Ian reached toward her chest, treating her as if she were already his property. Gwendolyn stood up. You know, ladies have their little secrets in our evening dresses. I'd be embarrassed if you saw me. Give me some space, Mr. Ian. Flustered and coquettish, Gwendolyn made Mr. Ian almost lose control. Darling, you're too beautiful. We're going to have a wonderful night. All right, I'll give you space. Go on, hurry up. As he said this, he loosened his tie and started unfastening his belt. Gwendolyn averted her gaze in disgust. Just hold on. I'll check if anyone's outside. It wouldn't be good if someone suddenly walked in. Gwendolyn lifted the hem of her dress and rushed toward the door. She didn't realize how weak her legs were until she ran, barely able to stand, and fell onto the floor with a thud. The ceiling, which had seemed normal just moments ago, now spun around her. Her chest felt tight, and her heart raced wildly. With medical knowledge, Gwendolyn realized something was wrong. Either she was having a stroke, or she had ingested something. Given her age, it must have been. Since entering, she only drank the bottle of mineral water given by Sister Edith. Could it have been spiked? Seeing her fall, Mr. Ian threw off his trousers, kicked off his shoes, and hurried over in his socks. Darling, weren't you going to prepare yourself? Why are you lying here? Playing hard to get? Can't wait? Though weak and dizzy, Gwendolyn retained some awareness and pushed Mr. Ian away softly. Don't touch me, I feel sick. Instead of pulling away, Mr. Ian leaned closer. What's wrong, darling? Are you feeling weak, dizzy, hot, and sweaty? Gwendolyn's eyes widened. Mr. Ian's formerly decent face now revealed his lewdness. These drugs work wonders. Everyone says the same. Oh, darling, you're not feeling sick, you're missing Big Brother. A little injection will fix you. Don't worry, Big Brother is here. He removed his tie, unbuttoned his shirt, and bent down to nuzzle Gwendolyn's neck. Her mind buzzed, her heart pounded. Was she really drugged? No, what you're doing is illegal. Mr. Ian looked at her dazed eyes. Weren't you willing? I didn't force you to drink anything. You seduced me yourself. How could it be illegal? Darling, acting without being an actress yet? Relax, once I've promised, I'll make sure it happens. As long as you obey me, both Sister Edith and I won't treat you badly. Fully unbuttoned, Gwendolyn stared at his wrinkled face and flabby arms, feeling waves of nausea wash over her. F***k you bitch, what does this mean? Disgusted by me? Ungrateful B***tch. Plenty of young and pretty girls out there. Many people queue up just for me, ***king. He grabbed her chin and turned her face back, glaring viciously. Another act of defiance, and I'll strip you naked and throw you outside. Do you think everyone outside is good? A few drinks, and you better imagine that. Gwendolyn didn't dare think of the scenarios he described, genuinely terrified, trembling all over. She shook her head uncontrollably. No. Mr. Ian, I lied to you. My child is already several years old. I have a husband. I'm not worth it. Please, let me go. Damn it. Mr. Ian clenched her throat. Do you hate me so much? To lie and say this just to keep me away? Ungrateful bitch. I'll deal with you after I'm done. He grabbed the top of her dress, preparing to tear it. Gwendolyn resisted with all her strength, but it was futile. Her cries sounded like mosquito buzzing. She could only pin her last hope on her high heels. Suppressing her nausea, she kicked off her shoes, slowly guiding one toward her hand. Bang! At the last moment, the dressing room door swung open violently. Gwendolyn strained to turn her head, trying to see. Whether due to despair or hallucination, she thought she saw Jorge. Caught in the act, Mr. Ian looked up abruptly. Seeing Jorge and Carlo, he hesitated before smiling smugly. President Godwin, isn't that President Mohammed? The party has just started. Why did both of you come in to rest so early? Hee, an actress came to seduce me. Sorry, embarrassing for you to see. Seducing you? What bullshit. Carlo had been planning to settle old scores with Gwendolyn, but seeing her being mistreated by an old man, his sense of justice flared up instantly. Rushing forward ahead of Jorge, he kicked Mr. Ian in the shoulder. Can't you see she's half your age? Is she blind to want to seduce you? At your age, can't even keep your pants on, disgusting. You've disgraced all men of Fabiansheng. Chapter 220, Beg for Mercy. He was young and strong, with long legs, and he kicked Ian fiercely, sending him flying several meters away. Ian's head hit the leg of a sofa, leaving him dazed from the pain. It took him a few seconds to regain his senses and point at Carlo. You. Carlo, how dare you hit me? Hit you? I wish to kill you. Carlo, speaking these words, took out his phone and snapped a few photos of him. Today's your unlucky day meeting me. Prepare to die. After taking the photos, he slipped the phone into his pocket and crouched beside Gwendolyn. Are you alright? Gwendolyn's dress had been pulled down slightly, and she struggled to pull it back up, finally managing to restore its original position. Seeing the familiar Carlo, she grabbed onto him like a lifeline, forgetting for a moment that he worked for Jorge. I don't feel well, there was something in my drink. Please help me leave this place. Something in your drink? Scumbag, using such low tactics at your age. Carlo, enraged by what he heard, rushed at Ian again, but Ian quickly raised his hands to cover his face. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. It wasn't me who put it there. It wasn't me. I came here today to do business. Who knew that when I entered, Edith held me back and handed me someone. I didn't know she worked for you, I really didn't. Please don't hit me anymore. Carlo kicked him once more in the chest before turning to look at Jorge. Luckily you showed up tonight, it was too dangerous. You take her away first, I'll deal with this old man. Jorge stood at the doorway, his brows furrowed, eyes cold as ice. When he saw the old man next to Gwendolyn, his scalp tingled with anger, which only now started to subside. Carlo finished speaking, and Jorge slowly stepped inside. No need. I will deal with him personally. Carlo supported Gwendolyn, who was unsteady on her feet. Feeling incredibly embarrassed and ashamed, she dared not meet his gaze, feeling unworthy to face him. Jorge didn't force her, instead, he ordered Carlo to help her sit down. Carlo guided Gwendolyn to sit on the sofa while Jorge approached Ian like the Grim Reaper. Ian, frightened by Jorge's icy gaze, retreated backward, trying to hide in a corner. She is one of your people too. Sorry, Mr. Mohammed, I truly didn't know. I was wrong, so very wrong. Please forgive me this time. Jorge said nothing, following Ian step by step until he could no longer retreat into the corner. Ian, desperate, bowed and kowtowed to him repeatedly. I was wrong, so very wrong. Sorry, Mr. Mohammed, I'll never do it again. Please be magnanimous and spare me, sir. As he kowtowed, Jorge placed his foot on Ian's head. Ah. Pain. Mr. Mohammed, please spare me. Jorge lifted his other foot and kicked Ian hard in the mouth. MMH. Keep screaming. Sweating profusely, Ian didn't dare to make another sound, only whimpering under Jorge's foot. After 5 minutes of relentless stomping, Jorge finally eased off slightly. He opened his phone and dialed 110 for Ian. Do you want to live? Ian cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. Yes. Please give me one more chance. All right. Turn yourself in, confess everything you've done. I won't touch your company or family. Otherwise. He applied more pressure with his foot, causing Ian to scream like a wild boar. I hear you. I'll comply. I'll do as you say. Please, stop. Stop. Jorge tossed his phone in front of Ian, keeping his foot on Ian's head as he watched him confess his crimes. The police would arrive soon. Stepping away, Jorge seemed to disdainfully clean his shoe on Ian's hair. Brant like not wearing clothes? Then go out like that. Call Edith in. Ian trembled. Mr. Mohammed? Jorge lowered his foot, lifting Ian's chin with his toe. Do you have objections? He dared not. Ian stood up shakily. No, I will. Did I tell you to stand up? Thud. Ian knelt back down. Then. Do I need to teach you how to act? I don't dare, I don't. I understand. And like a clown, Ian crawled out of the room. Carlo found the scene amusing. A.I. Ainsworth, aren't you afraid he'll run? If the Ian family is to be wiped out entirely, let him try running. Jorge's voice remained calm but dripped with menace, striking fear into Ian. Soon, screams and shouts echoed from the ballroom. Without needing to check, they could imagine the expressions on everyone's faces outside. Jorge strode to Gwendolyn's side and sat down casually. The commotion grew closer, and within a minute, Ian appeared, crawling into the lounge, followed by a crowd of men and women gathering around. At first, everyone wondered who dared to bully Ian so openly until they saw Jorge and Carlo. Someone couldn't suppress their curiosity. Mr. Godwin, what happened here? It's no surprise to anyone who knows this scum. Do I need to explain? Carlo responded. Everyone immediately understood. This perverted old man had played games all his life, bullying those weaker than him. But this time, he'd bitten off more than he could chew. Originally, some felt pity for Ian and intended to offer help, but now, everyone took a step back, wary of being associated with him. Ian, noticing the silence, turned around trembling. You all. Edith, even if others ignore me, you can't. This mess was caused by you. If you ignore me, I'll misty you. Called out, Edith emerged pale-faced. I introduced Alida to you, but you said you wanted to discuss business. Alida, are you alright? Why didn't you call me when something went wrong? I wouldn't have known if this old man hadn't fled like this. Had it not been for the effects of the drug, Gwendolyn might have still trusted Edith despite her betrayal. She underestimated human cruelty. The police are coming. You can still hide that bottle of mineral water if you act fast. Hearing mineral water, Edith realized her scheme was exposed and fell to her knees. I lost my mind, I didn't mean to. Alida, believe me. Jorge coldly interrupted her pleas. Go beg for forgiveness from her. Start by kneeling and kowtowing to her 100 times. Chapter 221, Don't Flatter Yourself. After dealing with President Ian and Edith, everyone dispersed, and it was only then that Carlo remembered he needed to talk to Gwendolyn. But one look at Jorge's cold and stern face made him think otherwise. How did you get here? He asked her instead, concerned. I drove myself, she replied. Despite still feeling dizzy and anxious, she felt much better than before and looked at Carlo sincerely. Thank you. I really appreciate your help tonight. At least you can speak decently now. He waved his hand. Alright, right about old Mohammed then. I'm leaving. In a blink of an eye, the room was left with only 2 people. Jorge hadn't expected them to meet so soon. He had just sworn earlier that morning never to see her again. But Gwendolyn always found ways to draw his attention. I'm sorry, President Mohammed, she apologized. For some reason, Gwendolyn felt the most apologetic towards Jorge after tonight's events. It was as if she had disgraced him or tarnished his reputation. She found this mindset strange but undeniable. Jorge glanced at her exposed shoulders and bare arms, giving a cold snort. Why should you feel sorry? Self-abuse is your business. I shouldn't have meddled in your affairs today. Gwendolyn. Don't flatter yourself, I didn't act for you tonight. I would have helped any woman in danger. Gwendolyn knew she wasn't someone who deserved special attention. I understand. Understand? What do you understand? Frustrated by her reply, Jorge suddenly ordered, come with me somewhere. Gwendolyn wondered where he was taking her. It was late, and she should go home. But he had just helped her, and leaving now would seem very inconsiderate. Standing up, she felt dizzy again due to the high heels and stumbled. Jorge caught her instinctively even though he hadn't been looking at her. Previously, I had Xander specially deliver these clothes to you, and you weren't happy. Now, you've grown fond of them, he commented. Gwendolyn couldn't respond. Impatient, Jorge instructed, take off your shoes. Confused, Gwendolyn protested silently. Although the heels were high, they were still shoes. Removing them, she wouldn't be able to walk barefoot. President Mohammed. Do as I say. Reluctantly, she sat back down and took off her heels. Watching the glittering high heels for a moment, Jorge grabbed them and smashed them on the floor, breaking the heels off. In seconds, he handed her a pair of glittery flats. Surprised, Gwendolyn thanked him. Thank you, President Mohammed. Don't thank me, he snapped. If you can't handle wearing those without making a fool of yourself, don't wear them again. Watching her stand up, Jorge saw the train of her dress dragging on the floor and ordered, did I tell you to get up? Confused, Gwendolyn sat back down. He surveyed the empty room and then knelt in front of her, grabbing the hem of her dress and wrapping it around his hands twice. With a tear, the fabric was ripped off, shortening the train. Hearing from the maid that this was a custom-made designer gown costing several $100,000, Gwendolyn worried Dustin might blame her for its destruction. However, admitting honestly, removing the cumbersome parts made walking easier. Dropping the fabric, Jorge unbuttoned his suit jacket and removed it, throwing it over Gwendolyn's head. Put it on, let's go. The two entered Jorge's car. Gwendolyn hesitated, preparing to ask where they were going when her phone rang. It was Dustin's assistant. Concerned there might be news about Dustin, Gwendolyn answered the call discreetly. Hello. Shaw's pathology results are in. I thought you'd be worried and wanted to update you. It was indeed because of this. Her heart leapt into her throat. Go on. The results aren't terrible. There are cancer cells, but they're in the early stages and haven't spread much. The doctors say surgery to remove the cancerous cells, followed by radiation therapy, should suffice. Her emotions surged, peaking and plunging like a roller coaster. Are you sure? Yes. Shaw is close friends with the hospital's director and consulted several experts. There shouldn't be any issues. Relieved, Gwendolyn sighed. Is he awake? He woke up but fell asleep again. His condition isn't great, and I don't want him waking up too often. He worries about the company. Mentioning the company, Gwendolyn felt ashamed. Tonight's events had messed things up again. Let him rest. I'll visit him tomorrow. Okay. Take care and come later. The call ended, and Jorge's gaze turned toward Gwendolyn. Seeing her complex expression and evident concern for Dustin, he gave another cold snort. What? Did Dustin call you? Are you hiding something from me? Do you think I'm a fool? Unable to respond, she chose silence, feeling guilty. Suddenly enraged, Jorge parked the car in the middle of the road, biting his teeth and gripping Gwendolyn's wrist tightly, forcing her to look at him. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? How long do you plan to hide things from me? What is your relationship with Dustin? Did he send you to approach me? What was your real purpose, and did you achieve it? Answer me. Pain shot through her hand, and looking into his icy eyes, Gwendolyn felt no anger or fear, only profound sadness. Was this how her life was meant to be, constantly subjugated, scolded by one person, belittled by another, never having a voice? Fabianching's men were truly fascinating. Anyone with power or money seemed determined to bully her. Did it make them feel accomplished? A tear slid down her cheek. Her voice calm, Gwendolyn looked at Jorge. Must you force my confession? Fine, I admit it. I am Gwendolyn, the same reckless Gwendolyn who escaped from under your nose. Satisfied? Chapter 222, Damien. Why do you have to make me confess? Just because you suspect that I pushed your Viviana that day, I and my daughter must die as well, is that right? The truth of the matter is not important to you. What's important is how you think, perceive, and deal with it comfortably. Our worthless lives mean nothing to you, don't they? What kind of relationship do Dustin and I have? Fine, let me answer you. It's the relationship of a savior. If not for Dustin, would be dead long ago, and Pearl might have been sold who knows where. Jorge, I can be wronged and even die, but my daughter is still so young. Can you imagine how pitiful she would be if she were traded around? Your Viviana's life matters, but does my daughter's life not count at all? Perhaps you think I'm ridiculous, escaping from you only to appear before you repeatedly like a clown. I didn't do it to draw your attention or deliberately get close to you for personal gain. Jorge, Dustin is far more upright than you. He never thought of taking anything from you, nor would he use me to obtain anything. I owe him too much. Since the day we met, I've owed him. I know you're targeting him now out of revenge on me. He's sick, his company is crumbling, and as my savior, if I cannot help him in any way, I am no better than an animal. I know I have no talent and that trying to fight you is futile. But I can't just stand by doing nothing. I want to repay him, even if it's just a little, just a tiny bit of hope. No matter how much I say, you won't understand. People like you, born at the top of the pyramid, never having received help from others, wouldn't know how great the pressure of gratitude can be. Could you believe I'd die to repay his kindness if it meant he'd take care of my daughter after I'm gone? All I ask is for peace of mind. After Gwendolyn finished speaking, Jorge slowly released her hand, and both fell into a long silence. Gwendolyn had no idea what he was thinking, nor did she want to know. A sense of defeat enveloped her, making her lose all energy. They sat there until another driver passed by, honking furiously at Jorge's car and then shouting through the open window. F***K, do you think you're invincible just because you drive an expensive car? The road isn't yours. Park wherever you want, huh? F***K, one day this attitude will get you killed. Only then did Gwendolyn come back to her senses, glancing at him lost in thought. It's getting late. If you have nothing else, can I go home? Late? Jorge glanced at the dashboard clock, 9 p.m. His expression unchanged, he started the car again. After circling for a while, at 9:20 p.m., the car stopped on a less bustling road, and Jorge turned off the engine. Do you know where this is? Gwendolyn recognized the place, not expecting Jorge to bring her here. This was where her brother rented his apartment. Since the incident, Gwendolyn had been very concerned about her brother's situation, worried that Jorge might punish her brother for not finding her. However, she was seriously injured at the time, struggling to take care of herself, and didn't want Dustin involved further, so she suppressed her worries. Now, unexpectedly brought here by Jorge, Gwendolyn's calmed emotions stirred once more. What are you trying to say? She didn't understand Jorge's intentions, looking at him with confusion. Jorge remained expressionless, leaning against the seat back with arms crossed, gazing ahead. I mean nothing. My brother. He's coming. Gwendolyn followed his gaze forward urgently. Ahead of the car, her brother rode a delivery bike with Taj speeding past. It seemed uncomfortable, or maybe because he had been running errands for a long time. Taj looked very sleepy, swaying precariously on the bike, causing Gwendolyn's heart to race with worry. Damien. Instinctively, she shouted in the car, then quickly covered her mouth. Jorge shot her a glance. Did your brother sell his house after you got into trouble? What? He felt indebted to me and afraid I would make things hard for you, so he wanted to atone on your behalf. Gwendolyn's head buzzed in disbelief, watching her brother ride the electric bike in the night wind. Which house did he sell? All of them. All of them? If Gwendolyn wasn't mistaken, the first house was under her sister-in-law's name and still being paid off monthly. How could her sister-in-law agree to sell it? Seeing her shock, Jorge continued, he hit your sister-in-law to sell the house. Now she's filing for divorce. Not just shocked, Gwendolyn was stunned. What about Taj? Running deliveries with him. Her nose stung as if someone had stuffed lemons in it. Unable to hold back, Gwendolyn burst into tears. How could he be so foolish? This stupid Fulton. His child is already big, and his leg isn't good. What will happen after he divorces my sister-in-law? Taj running through the wind and rain every day, he might freeze himself silly. How could he be so stupid? From their reunion up till now, Gwendolyn had been acting, using a different identity, maintaining a composed demeanor. Her uncontrollable sobbing now symbolized her finally lowering her guard toward Jorge. Jorge watched her cry uncontrollably, eyes closed, feeling a mix of emotions. After crying for some time, Gwendolyn's emotions stabilized, hiccuping as she asked, Can I ask how much money he gave you? You should know how much 2 houses are worth. He sold them hastily, so the price was discounted. Gwendolyn thought she had cried herself dry, but Jorge's words made fresh tears spill like broken beads. My brother can't divorce, his situation is special. Suddenly, Gwendolyn slid the seat back and knelt before Jorge with a thud. I know this is inappropriate, and I don't deserve to do this. I have no right to beg you for anything, but... Mr. Mohammed, it hasn't been easy for my brother. My sister-in-law may be harsh, but she is loyal and truly wants to live with him. I don't want them to divorce. Can you give him back the money for the first house? I'll turn myself in. As long as you return the money, I'll admit to pushing your Viviana and accept whatever you decide. Too chaotic, Gwendolyn couldn't comprehend her thoughts or actions. What about her daughter and Dustin? Seeing her brother sacrifice everything for her left her heartbroken, her mind spinning in confusion. Seeing her irrational behavior, Jorge frowned deeply. Are you embarrassed by your own actions? You're an adult, stop this nonsense and get up. Gwendolyn refused, you must promise to return my brother's money first. Make me do anything. Jorge. If that's what you want, tear off your clothes and lie down in the back seat. Chapter 223. Gwendolyn was instantly speechless. Despite her mind being a whirlwind, she still had basic human decency. This. Seeing her standing there with her mouth agape and eyes wide open but not completely dazed, Jorge reached out impatiently and pulled her up. Compared to your brother's integrity, your behavior really makes me look down on you. Look at what you've become. One thing you said is right. I don't need his petty charity, and I won't involve him in my matters unfairly. So today I brought you here to return the money to him. If I give it directly to him, he would feel pressured and definitely wouldn't accept it. But if you come to give it, confirming your safety, he will definitely take it. Saying this, Jorge opened the storage compartment in front of Gwendolyn, took out a card, and tossed it onto her lap. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Hurry up and come back quickly. The surprise came so suddenly that Gwendolyn didn't even have time to thank him. She grabbed the card and ran out of the car, chasing after her brother. Her brother had parked the electric bike inside the community and carried Ian Zhang into the house. Just as he placed him on the bed and was about to get a drink of water, a knock sounded at the door. He had no friends and couldn't think of anyone who would visit at this hour. Suspicious, he asked, who is it? No one answered. He thought it might be Ian Zhang's Viviana and felt both excited and embarrassed. Putting on an act, he asked again. Who is it? Damien. Fulton thought he was hallucinating. How could it sound so much like Gwendolyn's voice? In a rush, he opened the door. Seeing Gwendolyn's familiar face, he froze for a few seconds before bursting into tears as he hugged her tightly. You're okay? You're free. Wah, do you know how worried I've been lately? I almost died of fear. Wah, I knew Ainsworth was good and wouldn't frame you. In this cold weather, why are you wearing so little? Are you crazy to dress like this? Come in quickly. Fulton, filled with shock and joy, pulled her inside and examined her from head to toe. Except for being slightly thinner than before, she was still beautiful, truly his sister. Unable to resist, he hugged her again. That day when Ainsworth told me you were in trouble, I was terrified. But I knew for sure you were incapable of doing such a thing. Thankfully you're back. Tell me what happened that day. How did they clear you? Did Ainsworth pick you up? Where's Ollie? Wasn't she implicated? Is Ollie alright? Looking at the only two people in the world who truly cared for her, one who would give everything for her, Gwendolyn, now dressed in tattered clothes and appearing haggard, burst into tears again because of his relief over her safety. She didn't dare tell her brother the truth for fear of scaring him and could only make something up. From the start, Ainsworth didn't believe I would do such a thing either. But since someone had reported it, they had to go through the procedures, which he couldn't avoid. After all the formalities, they released me, and he came to pick me up. Since he loves Ollie so much, how could he implicate her? Ollie is fine. Tonight, Ainsworth insisted on taking me out for a big meal to wash off the dust. It was too late, so I didn't bring Ollie. Damien, I'm sorry for making you worry. Pfft, I'm your big brother. Who else should I worry about if not you? Don't say things like that during times like these. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. So, Ainsworth also came here? Why didn't he come inside? He feels a bit awkward. Seizing the moment, Gwendolyn took out the card and stuffed it into her brother's hand. You sold the house and wanted to give him money, which made things distant between you. He's now uncomfortable seeing you. I heard you even considered divorcing your wife because of me. Gwendolyn couldn't help but choke up again. Damien, stop being silly. Even if not for yourself, you can't break your wife's heart for Ian's sake. Now that I'm okay, we can buy the house back and bring your wife back. Indeed. Although in the past, Fulton often complained about her laziness and constant yelling, now without her, taking care of the child became a huge problem. Moreover, every night, Ian Zhang cried for his mom, nearly driving him mad. The house Ainsworth gave us shouldn't have been accepted, returning it is the right thing to do. As for my own house, alright, for Ian Zhang, I'll go get her back tomorrow. They had limited time and spoke hurriedly. Gwendolyn told him to take good care of Ian Zhang at home while she rushed out. Back in the car, he saw that she had been crying again. Her eyes and nose were red, and from the side view, her eyelids were beginning to swell. Jorge silently sighed inwardly. The financing deal didn't go through. What do you plan to do next? Gwendolyn hadn't expected the conversation to switch so abruptly to work. With tonight's events unraveling, she was at a complete loss and hadn't planned her next steps. Very honestly, she shook her head, I don't know. I'm at a dead end. Are you giving up? Not planning to repay Dustin's kindness? Besides helping to take care of the kids, I don't seem to have any other value. Gwendolyn felt dejected but still remembered to thank him. Thank you. One thing you said is true, survival of the fittest is a natural law. The Mohammed family is large and prosperous, so it's only natural for you to do better. I hope you continue to flourish. Suddenly, Jorge got angry again. Don't talk such cliché nonsense to me. He started the car and turned around while speaking. Now, don't just remember that you owe Dustin a favor, you also owe me. Which debt are you planning to repay first? Gwendolyn fell silent again. When asking for the card earlier, she hadn't considered this far ahead and now found herself in a dilemma. Seeing her conflicted expression, Jorge tapped on the steering wheel. You can choose to repay both at once. Don't overthink it, I'm not doing this for you. Remember what you said correctly at the meeting at Hengda Real Estate? Though the Gu family overall isn't as strong as ours, they are our teachers in real estate. So I decided to collaborate with them on the International Airport project. What? Gwendolyn looked at him in disbelief. Jorge repeated himself, but I have conditions. Tomorrow, I'll give people a day to list the terms of cooperation between the two companies. The day after tomorrow, at 8 in the morning, come to me for a meeting. Considering that everything related to the Gu company now runs through you, I hope you have real authority. Don't let me prepare everything, only for Dustin to refuse our collaboration. Gwendolyn was so excited she nearly jumped out of her seat. What an eventful night. Despite thorny tearful moments, the ending was wonderful. Jorge collaborating with the Gu family? Surely, it would result in a win-win situation. Mr. Mohammed, you are truly an excellent businessman. To get things done, your foresight is immense, and I really admire you. A businessman as excellent as you deserves great wealth, I mean it. Look how life had pushed her into becoming a flattering sycophant. Still, in all the time he'd known her, this was the first time he'd heard her praise him like this. Jorge was slightly moved. Alright, enough chatter. Have Ollie come out to pick you up, and let me see her. Hashtag chapter 224, Destiny with the Child. Elida wasn't his daughter, and no matter what he intended back then, his family had treated Elida terribly. Now they wanted to meet her again, didn't that seem contradictory? She could handle herself, but when it involved her daughter, Gwendolyn felt a bit reluctant. Seeing her expression fall, Jorge tried to make amends. When the incident happened, I didn't know she was sent to the orphanage. Later, when Robert couldn't find her, I was quite concerned. I never transfer grudges from adults onto children. Elida and I have a special connection. I truly like her. After the incident, he had Robert search for Elida at the orphanage. Recalling how, since they first met, Jorge had always shown genuine affection towards Elida during their time living in the Mohammed residence, Gwendolyn dialed Elida's number after a moment of silence. Aminami is back. Can you come and open the door for me? Aminami is back, Mommy is back. Dolores, let's go open the door for Mommy together. Across the street from the Gu residence, Jorge sat in his car watching two children leap out happily from the door, embracing Gwendolyn. So lively, so happy, as if this event hadn't affected them at all, he sighed in relief. Gwendolyn, preoccupied with company affairs, couldn't sleep and decided to visit the hospital early the next morning. Dustin had just woken up and upon seeing her, he was both delighted and annoyed. Didn't I tell you not to come out unless necessary? There are people here to take care of me. Don't come anymore. I came here to discuss something with you. Jorge had asked her to represent Gu Corporation in this project, which meant Gwendolyn needed control over Gu Corporation. This required her to be honest with Dustin. Ariel, I did something behind your back these past couple of days. Dustin instinctively felt something was off, his brows furrowed. What is it? Gwendolyn recounted briefly the events leading to her fundraising failure and meeting Jorge. In short, he agreed to let Gu Corporation collaborate with Mohammed Corporation on this project. We don't need to invest money, only manpower. I think this is a great opportunity, so I accepted on your behalf. As expected, Dustin reacted strongly. You're being absurd. Do you know how dangerous that is? Not only did you leave the house without my knowledge, but you also made such a huge move. Jorge is a cunning fox who wouldn't offer anything without benefit. This is a rare chance to take me down, he wouldn't miss it. There must be some trap waiting for us, don't think it's simple. Gwendolyn had considered this possibility. However, Mohammed Corporation wasn't asking for capital, only manpower. Even if there were traps, the loss would be limited to labor costs, which they could afford, right? A failed project wouldn't benefit Mohammed Corporation either, so it wouldn't be pointless for them. Therefore, Gwendolyn insisted, regardless, I believe the benefits outweigh the risks. We should take the chance. But Dustin still disagreed. No. No discussion. Just because you exposed yourself to Jorge doesn't mean you're completely safe. You're too naive. Go back home, I'll check out today. I don't want Gu Corporation anymore. The wealth we've set aside in trusts is enough for us four to live peacefully for life. I'll take you and Elida abroad. Since the incident, Gwendolyn had been very compliant around him, making Dustin assume she no longer had any ambitions or temperaments. But Gwendolyn was incredibly stubborn when she set her mind on something. You can't check out. Your condition isn't good, not improving your health is irresponsible to Inan. He has already lost his Viviana, do you want him to lose his father too? Dustin was speechless. Gwendolyn continued, I know what worries you. You oppose this project not because of fear of failure, but fear of what might happen between Jorge and me, right? Dustin's gaze shifted slightly, and Gwendolyn saw through him with a self-deprecating smile. You're overthinking, Ariel. A family like the Mohammeds would never look at someone of my background. Haven't you forgotten how his Viviana died and why Elida was sold? Yes, I lived with his family before for certain reasons, but not because of love. Maybe his Ricardo and Misty guessed right. When his childhood sweetheart Renata wasn't back from abroad, to secure his position and please the old man, he used Elida as a delaying tactic. Now they've reconciled, you saw what happened to me and Elida. How could I repeat the same mistake? Dustin responded, you said it yourself. He treated you and Elida so cruelly, yet now he wants you to lead this project. He can't have good intentions. Why are you rushing into this torment? Not just verbal or physical abuse, even if it means climbing mountains of knives or descending into fiery pits, as long as it saves Gu Corporation, I'm willing. Gwendolyn looked earnestly at him. Do you know why? Because I don't want to owe you so much. I don't want to see your grandfather's lifelong efforts turn to nothing in your hands. I don't want so many employees, so many innocent families, losing their jobs and incomes because of me. Maybe you think you don't care, but that's where we differ, Ariel. You help others without bearing moral or mental burdens. But I'm different. Since childhood, my parents taught me not to take anything that doesn't belong to me. Even a candy eaten unknowingly had to be returned. For years, I haven't taken advantage of anyone. But now, I've taken so much from you. Should I just run away after the company fails? Live comfortably abroad using your savings? Could my conscience be at peace? Would you want me to live in constant self-reproach? This was why Dustin loved Gwendolyn so much. In this materialistic world, many women wouldn't hesitate to abandon morals for money. But Gwendolyn held firm to her principles, guarding her inner peace, not valuing external distractions. Some might find her too proud or overly rigid. But for a man, this was fatally attractive. It seems you're set on this path. If I don't support you, it makes me look bad. Dustin looked at her seriously and slowly lifted the blanket. All right. Let's go to the company together. To the company? But you. Have a board meeting, introduce you to everyone, and grant you some authority. Otherwise, how will you operate? Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence of the story. Chapter 225, A Work Group. Although Dustin's health wasn't great, once he put on a crisp shirt and suit, he still managed to project an imposing presence. He appeared at the company with his assistant and Gwendolyn, feeling a profound sense of sadness. Previously, the work atmosphere had been so positive and vibrant. But in less than a month, it was now like this. Many desks were empty, those seated seemed listless, seemingly slacking off. When they saw him enter suddenly, their faces revealed fear before hurriedly turning on their computers. He suddenly realized he had become too focused on romance. A man shouldn't keep a woman by tying her up and preventing her from interacting with other men. Instead, he should continuously exude charm so she remains uninterested even when around others. He must have been delusional, thinking about giving up such a business just to retain Gwendolyn. Once resolved, Dustin entered the conference room in high spirits. Recently, senior executives and shareholders were increasingly pessimistic about the company's future. Some planned to gradually withdraw investments, and a few executives had even started submitting resumes elsewhere. No one expected Dustin to suddenly return and call for a meeting when they thought he was gravely ill. Dustin first greeted everyone warmly before getting straight to the point. Let's get right into it. I called you all here today to announce something important. This is Alida, the newly appointed president of our new public relations department. Everyone, please address her as President Brantley. Everyone was perplexed. The company was already in a dire state, yet establishing a new department and even appointing a president? Was he crazy? Dustin continued, President Brantley is highly capable. She has already secured a major deal for us, the International Airport project. Starting tomorrow, we will jointly take over this project with Mohammed Group. What? Everyone was stunned. Then, the conference room erupted with questions. Keaton, is this true? Mohammed Group is actually partnering with us? Looking at this young and slender woman, they felt a newfound respect. It's all thanks to President Brantley. Once the project is established, she will lead it, and all departments must provide unconditional support, Dustin said, taking the opportunity to bolster Gwendolyn's authority. After the meeting, Dustin arranged for Gwendolyn's formal employment and urgently made a private seal for her. He also handed over his presidential seal. Since you want to do this, go ahead. From now on, I'll rest at home and look after the kids while you support me. That day, Gwendolyn felt incredibly happy. The next morning, Robert called her. Miss Brantley, please ensure that the relevant executives from GU Group attend the meeting in our main conference room at 8 o'clock. Don't forget. Gwendolyn appreciated Robert's pretense of not knowing her. Understood. At 8, Gwendolyn arrived on time with several executives from GU Real Estate, seated at the table. Similarly, Jorge, along with executives from Mohammed Group, appeared promptly. Yesterday, Jorge discussed the partnership with GU Group during a meeting. Initially, executives from Mohammed Real Estate weren't pleased but were quickly silenced by his rebuttal. If you're so capable, why were you always overshadowed by GU Real Estate before? If not for my full support this time, would you have secured this project? Are you sure you can manage this project without tarnishing Mohammed Group's reputation? Everyone fell silent. So today's meeting went smoothly. Everyone understood that with GU Group involved, even if the project failed, the responsibility wouldn't fall solely on them. While the glory would be shared, so would the risks, it was beneficial. Soon, introductions were made, and pleasantries exchanged. Just as the meeting seemed about to conclude, Jorge pulled out his phone. Robert, add everyone on WeChat, establish a dedicated project group, and include me. Any issues can be communicated in the group or directly to me. The executives from GU Group's eyes lit up. They had always heard that Mohammed Group's CEO was a heartless workaholic, which scared them. Today, he appeared approachable, a young, handsome man who spoke casually and was willing to communicate in the same work group. They truly thanked President Brantley for this. Without her, how could they have ever interacted with Jorge? The prestige from this project alone would be immense. Everyone eagerly took out their phones as Robert worked on forming the International Airport Project Group. Please modify your names and departments in the group for easier communication. Jorge changed his name too. Everyone clicked on his avatar and checked his WeChat eminence. Unfortunately, he kept a low profile, showing no clues there. His eminence displayed only a horizontal line, and his avatar featured a dark plaque with a bold, cursive Mohammed. Similarly, Jorge noticed Gwendolyn had changed her name and clicked on her avatar and eminence. In the past, they had exchanged contact information, but after the incident, Dustin had given her a new identity, changing her phone number and WeChat ID. Gwendolyn's current WeChat avatar was similar to his, a dark background with a beam of light shining down on a pair of delicate hands. Upon closer inspection, you could see it was a ray of light and a pair of hands. If not viewed closely, it vaguely resembled the character, Tion. It's worth noting that for some reason, whether psychological or otherwise, Jorge felt Gwendolyn's avatar looked like a matching couple set with his. Yet, just like him, there was nothing shared on her eminence. The meeting room fell silent as everyone tapped away on their phones. Robert leaned over to whisper to Jorge, Aiden Mohammed, should we let them go now or arrange for them as per the old rules for important clients? Mohammed Corporation had this rule where the Public Relations Department would arrange accommodation and meals for important visiting clients, as well as accompany them throughout their stay. While he hadn't paid attention to such matters before, Robert's reminder caused him to think. Arrange it. It's better for them to get acquainted now for future cooperation. All right, I'll inform the relevant departments. Robert notified the public relations department and then informed everyone about the arrangements for their stay, which made the atmosphere even more cordial. However, Gwendolyn wasn't keen on joining them. As the only woman in the group, she felt out of place. I'm sorry, but I have something else to attend to. Maybe next time. Enjoy your time together. But what was the point of Mohammed arranging all this? Robert, understanding Jorge's thoughts perfectly, quickly intervened. No, Brantley President, these arrangements are specifically for everyone to bond. As the leader, how can you not join? Aiden Mohammed has also instructed me to accompany you. Somehow, Jorge felt her avatar matched his, almost like a couple style. Similarly, Gwendolyn's amenance showed nothing. As everyone fiddled with their phones, the room grew quiet. Robert leaned in and asked Jorge. Aiden Mohammed, should we let them leave now, or follow the protocol for receiving guests? Mohammed Group had a rule for treating important visitors. The PR department arranged accommodations and accompanied them throughout their stay. Though he hadn't cared about this before, Robert's reminder prompted him. Arrange it. Let them bond, it'll make future cooperation smoother. Got it. I'll inform them. Robert instructed the PR department and informed everyone about the arrangements for food and lodging, making the atmosphere more relaxed. But Gwendolyn didn't want to go. As the only woman present, it felt awkward. I'm sorry, I have something else to attend to. Maybe next time. Enjoy yourselves. What was the point of Aiden Mohammed's arrangement then? Robert, perceptive, guessed Jorge's thoughts and stopped her. Don't go, President Brantley. This arrangement is meant for everyone to get acquainted. As the leader, your absence would be noticeable. Aiden Mohammed has asked me to accompany you. Chapter 226, No Marriage. With Robert speaking so directly, Gwendolyn had no way to refuse and could only follow him. First, everyone went to the foot spa in the hotel for a massage, then they all had lunch together. After lunch, they made plans to go sing at the hotel's KTV. Since it was a cooperative relationship, it felt like family. Without much pressure, they had a particularly enjoyable day. Although Robert kept addressing Gwendolyn as Miss Brantley, given their past connections, he stayed by her side the entire time. Gwendolyn felt like she had a close friend accompanying her, which made her feel quite good. Robert took the opportunity to take many photos, Gwendolyn clapping for others, eating attentively, singing under everyone's encouragement, drifting off into thought. These moments flowed into Jorge's phone like water. Although Jorge didn't reply with a single word, he found great satisfaction in watching them, and his mood naturally improved significantly. When he walked through the door after work that evening, everyone noticed his improved mood, and theirs also lifted. Johnny hurriedly winked at Jorge's two Ricardos. The Ricardos, behaving almost like juniors, stood up first to greet him. Has Aiden returned? Jorge hadn't expected his two Ricardos to be at his place. No news, no visit, he thought instinctively that his Ricardos wanted to talk to him. He greeted them and sat down beside them, getting straight to the point. Something on your mind? You're saying this? Can't we come over if there's nothing wrong? The elder Ricardo laughed and said, previously, we were too busy working. Although it didn't get us much recognition, it left us no spare time. Today, I had some free time and thought of visiting my brother-in-law since it's been a while. Aiden, you should drop by when you have free time. This was exactly why Jorge couldn't feel close to them. Though Ricardos and nephews sounded close, his two Ricardos always seemed restrained in front of him. For years, they spoke in overly formal and insincere tones, which annoyed him. If you're here to see Chuck and have something to say, I'll head upstairs. He wasn't going to indulge their pretense. Everyone. Having known his temper for years, no one argued with him. The younger Ricardo reached out and held him back. Look at you. Are you really that busy? You've just been home for less than a minute and want to go upstairs. People who know you understand your dedication to work, but those who don't might think you look down on us, not even wanting to speak to us. Jorge looked at his Ricardo. I'm indeed very busy. The business operations of the Mohammed Corporation are far busier than you can imagine. Johnny, who had just started feeling better, flared up again and reprimanded him. Even if you're busy, can't you spare a moment to sit and chat with your own family? You're becoming more unruly every day. Sit down and apologize to your Ricardos. Jorge sat down but didn't apologize. All right, stop beating around the bush. Just spit it out. We're all men here, let's not waste time. Seeing his attitude, everyone decided to get straight to the point. The elder Ricardo said, considering that my sister passed away not long ago, it's inappropriate to bring this up. Brant lifting an eyebrow, Jorge guessed what they were going to say and interrupted him. If you know it's inappropriate, then don't bring it up. You. Ever since he fell ill last time, the old man had been using a cane. Angry, he knocked Jorge with it. Brat, are you still human? Do you have any decency left? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll break your legs. Brant listened to what your Ricardo has to say. The Ricardo smiled at the old man and continued. Aren't we doing this for your own good? Your Misty is gone, and your Ricardo-in-law also passed away years ago. Besides your grandfather and these two Ricardos, there are no other close elders to worry about you. Aiden, you're not young anymore. Renata is a good girl, you shouldn't miss her. Jorge looked down, expressionless, unsure if he'd heard anything, making no movement at all. Johnny poked him with his cane again. I'm talking to you. Why do you stay silent when it's your turn to speak? Jorge feigned innocence. I didn't. I thought you weren't done yet. Now you're done. Chuck, how many times have you told me this? Do you really need them to remind me? Do you listen to anything I say? Why would I bother asking them? At this point, the old man's chest tightened from frustration. What do you really think? Brat, give us a clear answer today. Stop making me angry. Jorge's improved mood for the day dipped due to their visit. I've told you countless times, I don't want to get married. You. Seeing the old man about to lose his temper, the elder Ricardo quickly mediated. Aiden is a filial child, and we all know that. Even though he doesn't say it, his bond with my sister was unique. She just passed away, and it's understandable for him to mourn for 3 years. I asked Renata today, and she said she understands. Not marrying within 3 years is fine, but an engagement would be possible. Bohan, Jorge felt like laughing in anger. I said I don't want to get married, and now you're talking about engagement? The Ricardo continued, why don't you want to get married? Are you afraid of losing your freedom post-marriage? That won't happen. Renata has received higher education and understands this. After he finished speaking, Jorge scanned the room and realized that Renata, who was usually at home, wasn't there today. Did she hide because she knew they were discussing them? Was she shy, or did she instruct this? Jorge maintained his stance, I simply don't want to get married. Is that so much to ask? Foolish child, what's the point of striving without marriage or children? Alright, young people nowadays marry later, fearing early marriage will affect their freedom, which we understand. But you can't say such silly things. Without children, who will inherit the vast Mohammed corporation? People will think there's something wrong with you, not that you chose not to marry. Aren't you afraid of ridicule? The elder Ricardo was sincere, but none of it resonated with Jorge. Who said a person must get married, have children, and pass their wealth to them? Once I'm done in a few years, can't I spend it myself? Afraid of ridicule? Bohan, do you think I care about what others think? A bunch of inferior fools, why would I care what they think? Unable to handle it, both Ricardos left hastily. As soon as they left, Renata came downstairs. Aiden, you're back. Jorge glared at her angrily. Renata, I've told you many times. You should have your own life instead of wasting your days at my house. Do you think I'll be grateful for this? No, I only feel that your parents wasted their efforts raising you. Hashtag chapter 227, give up on that notion. One look at him, and it was clear that the conversation with her two Ricardos hadn't worked. Instead, it had angered him. Renata felt a pang of shame. But then she thought, after going this far, what else is there to be ashamed of? With an unchanging expression, she walked up to Jorge. Is that so? You've said many times that I should listen to you, but why don't you listen to me when I've also said it many times? I like you. I want to marry you. I want to be with you for life, Jorge. I've said this many times, why won't you listen? Jorge was speechless. Why hadn't he noticed before how sick Renata's mind was? Had all the men in Fabianshing died? Was he the only one left? Wasn't she able to see any other men? Do as you please, but I will never marry you. Renata mimicked his tone, so do as you please, but I'm not leaving. Not only am I not leaving, but tomorrow I'll start working at your company. I want to be with you every day. I want to watch you 24/7. Just as Jorge was about to leave, he stopped upon hearing her words, involuntarily turning back. You're going to work at my company? You want to follow me 24/7? Are you insane? Surprised? When I first returned to the country, you personally agreed that I could work at your company. That was before. Back when she had no hidden motives. If he had known she had ulterior motives, Jorge would have rather died than say those words. The way you're acting just makes me think you're mentally ill. Without looking back, Jorge walked away. I won't agree to you joining. If you insist on coming, go through the proper interview process. Go through the process? Fine by Renata, she was confident enough in herself. With her brilliant resume, and not applying for any executive position, she was certainly qualified to be a regular employee at Mohammed Corporation. Chuck was very pleased with Renata's assertive declaration. Child, thank you. I'm sorry to put you through this. Don't say that, Chuck. I'm actually quite happy. I like A. Ainsworth being genuine and having substance. Men who blindly cater to me or lack any real character aren't worth anything to me. Seeing Renata think this way, Chuck was even happier. Then go ahead tomorrow. If that dog deliberately holds up your resume, call me. The next day, Renata really did go to the company. Jorge was busy until 11 in the morning when Robert suddenly barged into the office, panic-stricken. President Mohammed. What's so urgent that you didn't even knock? What happened? Robert was truly startled. Gwendolyn wasn't dead but had assumed another identity, now dealing with their company. If Renata started working here and got discovered. He handed Renata's resume to Jorge. Miss Meng has applied to our company, specifically for the assistant position in the president's office. Jorge was prepared for this, so he didn't even glance at the resume. Interview failed. What? Major mismatch, no relevant work experience, reject outright. Though Robert was surprised by Jorge's words, he still felt the Akil was right. With the authority in hand, Robert left the office confidently. Soon, Renata began arguing with him. Did Jorge tell you to say that? Major mismatch? No work experience? Why doesn't he die already? Where is he? Let him tell me to my face. Sorry, Miss Meng, seeing our president requires an appointment. Don't act with me, Robert. Others may not know who I am, but you do. Won't guide me? I'll find him myself. Saying this, she rushed out of the interview room. Robert didn't dare stop her, and soon Renata pushed open the door to the president's office. She slammed the resume down in front of Jorge. Can you really say that with a straight face? An overseas master's degree isn't good enough for an assistant position here? Jorge, you're too much. If you think your degree is too good for an assistant role here, apply for a position more suitable for you. Nobody forced you. How am I the unreasonable one? Relaxing in his chair, Jorge watched her, making Renata's face flush with anger. But I want this position. I want this job. Sorry, this isn't your company, so you don't get to decide. You. Are you forcing me to call Chuck? Fine. Renata immediately dialed Chuck via video call. After airing her grievances, Chuck wanted to scold Jorge personally, so she pointed the camera at him. Let her join immediately. Otherwise, I'll fire Robert and let her take his place. I believe I still have that power. Robert stood aside, speechless. How does this always come back to me? Amused by the threat from Chuck, Jorge responded. With so much power, why not fire me too and give the entire company to her? I'm ready to quit. Chuck, Jorge, I'm trying to solve a problem. Don't act stupid. Acting stupid? Refusing someone who isn't fit for the role is me acting stupid? Chuck, if I'm so unbearable, maybe you should report me. You. Chuck was nearly driven mad by Jorge, eventually bypassing him to speak with the vice president, arranging for Renata to be his assistant. Though it's a junior role, allow her full autonomy over tasks and schedule without constraints. Given the personal call from the patriarch, the vice president readily complied, arranging Renata's entry. Having secured her position, Renata strutted back into Jorge's office with a triumphant smile. Told you I'd come. Resistance is futile. You can only be mine. One day, I'll have you. Speechless, Jorge let her rant for a while before she left. He then called Robert in. Find someone to change the door. Get one with facial recognition. No one except me should be allowed in. Look at what Renata has reduced President Mohammed to. Robert didn't delay, immediately finding professionals to do the job. Once the new door was installed, Jorge reminded Robert. Monitor the international airport closely. Keep her away from there. Most importantly, don't let her see Gwendolyn. Knew this was to protect Miss Chu. Suddenly felt how cool and steadfast their president was in love. If only Miss Chu hadn't given birth unmarried. They might have had a chance together. Rest assured, President Mohammed. I'll protect Miss Chu. Sensing the sharp gaze from Jorge, Robert quickly slapped his mouth. I'll write Alida 100 times tonight. Hearing the commotion from the president's office, Renata ran over. Seeing the brand new door with facial recognition, replacing the old sliding door, she nearly exploded with rage. Jorge, must you guard against me like a thief? Yes. Except for me, nobody can force me. Give up on that notion. Chapter 228, Escaping Over the Wall. Xander was nearly driven mad by staying at home. Without his phone, he had no way to contact the outside world. The doors were tightly locked, and his room was on the 3rd floor. He had tried several times to jump out of the window but lacked the courage. In the first 2 days, he attempted to argue with his parents to be let out. But this time, his Viviana was resolutely united with his father, rendering all his efforts futile. With no other choice, Xander began a hunger strike. 2 days later, his parents, unperturbed, brought a doctor to give him intravenous nutrition. During one of these treatments, Xander tried to run away, but his weakened state allowed him only a few steps before being caught again. His father made it clear that he wouldn't leave unless he agreed to marry Keisha or remain imprisoned at home forever. Today marked the 7th day of confinement. Xander could barely hold on any longer. If he didn't escape soon, he would surely go insane. Lying in bed, he devised a clever plan. After some thought, an idea emerged. He tore the bed sheets and pillowcases into sturdy strips, tying them together. As night fell, he fastened one end to the bedpost and threw the other out the window. He could climb down and make his daring escape. With eager anticipation, darkness finally arrived. When the villa was completely silent, who knew what hour it was? Under the soft glow of the lawn's night lights, Xander successfully left his room. However, a formidable wall still stood between him and freedom. Fortunately, the garden had enough visibility thanks to the night lights. He managed to stack several flower pots, enabling him to climb the wall with considerable effort. Victory seemed within reach as he climbed up. Just as he smiled to himself, the house alarm blared. Brant lights flicked on in his parents' and Nanny's rooms. Without hesitation, he leapt from the 2-meter-high wall. He felt terror only as his body approached the ground. It would be either death or severe injury. The escape plan failed miserably. Painfully, Xander closed his eyes. There was no sound of bones hitting the cement. Instead, sharp pains came from his head and arms. Amidst the pain, ouch, and splash. He had landed on a passing electric scooter, trapping its driver underneath. Ow, you hurt me. What are you doing? Thankfully, the rider wore thick clothing and a helmet. Though startled, they quickly recovered and crawled out from under him. Hearing shouts from inside the wall, Xander knew pursuit was imminent. Ignoring the rider's complaints and suppressing his own pain, he struggled to stand. Quickly, take me away. I'll pay you. What? The rider was a girl. Seeing him emerge from someone's home in the middle of the night, she assumed he was a burglar and instinctively stepped back. Who are you? Don't come near me. I'm not a bad guy. Xander, grimacing, righted the scooter and sat on it. No time to explain, get on or I'm leaving. Seeing him about to ride off with her scooter, she became even more frightened. You. Forget it. Later. Get on now, or I'll really go. With that, Xander revved the engine. Afraid of losing her scooter, Brenna hurriedly hopped on. Xander accelerated to top speed, taking a shortcut through the east gate. As they rode, he instructed, give me your cap and jacket. What are you doing? Do you want to or not? If not, I'll throw you off. You're such a... Stop babbling and get off if you don't comply. With that, Xander stuck out a leg and shook the scooter. The girl, unable to hold on properly, almost fell off. Reluctantly, she complied. But promise to return everything when we leave the complex. Who wants your junk? Hurry. She handed over the cap and jacket. Xander, riding with one hand, put on the outfit and ordered her to embrace him tightly. Just as they acted like an intimate couple, a manager's car sped past them. Clearly, his parents and Thorntoniger were searching in multiple directions. Thank goodness for the disguise, otherwise, he'd never have escaped. He breathed a sigh of relief and recalled that delivery riders weren't allowed into their compound. Tailgating a car, he dashed out just before the gate closed. The manager stopped to speak with security while Xander merged into traffic. The cool night air felt refreshing after days of confinement. Unable to contain his joy, he yelled into the empty street, I'm free. Finally free. Never returning to that damn house, damn it. He chose secluded paths, evading detection. Eventually, realizing she hadn't complained, he asked, aren't you going to ask for your bike back? Xander had unknowingly entered an alley where Brenna promptly dismounted, maintaining a cautious distance. She wore only a thin blouse under her delivery jacket, looking frail and anxious. He returned the helmet and jacket. Rest assured, I'm not a criminal. Thank you for helping me. If I had money, I'd compensate you. Go now. He shivered slightly. It was already winter in Fabiansheng, and his sweater offered little warmth. Worse yet, his right sleeve had a gaping tear, blood seeping through. Blood trickled down his cheek and chin, though he seemed unaware. In the dim light, he looked increasingly terrifying, causing Brenna to hesitate in reminding him. Putting on the jacket, she mounted her scooter and sped away, leaving Xander alone in the alley. This chapter captures the intensity of Xander's desperate escape, showcasing his resourcefulness and the chaos that follows. The encounter with the delivery girl adds unexpected depth, highlighting both their vulnerabilities and mutual misunderstandings. Chapter 229, Being a Villain Once. A gust of night wind blew, and Ebert, standing at the alley entrance, sneezed twice, only then realizing how cold it was. He instinctively tried to hug himself, but as he raised his hands. Holy crap. Blood? Having grown up pampered, he had never been injured before. As a child, when he mischievously played with a fruit knife unnoticed by the nanny, a tiny cut less than a centimeter long on his hand would terrify his parents. This much blood, how could he have ever seen such a scene? He turned his arm over to see a long, thin bloody scar, the skin seemingly scraped off, leaving a deep groove. Ebert almost threw up. How did this happen? But there was no time for self-pity, he was alone. Who would he be pitiful for? He shook off the blood from his hands, intending to walk onto the road to find his friends for shelter, but felt something wet on his neck. He touched it and swore again. It was his face that was also hurt and bleeding. Would he be disfigured? Unable to see his face, he couldn't imagine how he would look if it had a similar deep cut. Instantly, he felt aggrieved and furious. He had no phone, not a penny on him, and didn't know which street he was on. Even if he asked for help from his friends, it would take too long to get there. Damn! Ebert kicked the wall in despair. Just as he stood there dejected, another shadow appeared at the alley entrance. Feeling someone watching him and needing an outlet for his anger, Ebert gave a menacing look towards the person. It was Brenna who had just left. She had come back. Facing his fierce gaze, Brenna looked terrified but, after hesitating a few seconds, she gathered her courage to park the bike and walk down. I didn't mean to disturb you. I dropped my key in my pocket and came back to look for it. You can continue what you were doing. I'll leave right away. With that, she bent down and hurried past Ebert like avoiding the plague. She opened her phone flashlight and shone it on the ground, finding the black key with a red string lying there quietly. Sure enough, it had fallen when she handed over the clothes earlier. The girl felt relief and picked up the key, not daring to look at Ebert. Just as she was about to slip past him again, Ebert suddenly grabbed the collar of her jacket. "Be big brother." Even though it was dim, her terror was unmistakable. "I don't think I disturbed you, did I?" Ebert thought he must look really terrifying. Usually, any girl would smile at him, wanting to talk more. Seeing how scared she was, he released her collar, walking towards the electric scooter. Looking into the mirror, he indeed resembled an actor straight out of a horror movie. His sleeve was torn, his arm covered in blood, and the blood running down his face had stained his chest sweater red. Sighing in frustration, Ebert turned to the frozen girl. "Do you have any paper?" Seeing he wasn't threatening her, Brenna nodded quickly. "There's a pack in the trunk. Let me get it for you." Ebert expected a large pack, enough to clean the blood off, but what she brought out was a small, portable pack of tissues, half-used. 2 wipes and it was gone. "Any more?" The girl shook her head honestly. "None left." Ebert dabbed at the blood on his face, clearing some but not much, most of it had already clotted. Going out like this would surely cause a panic. "Thanks. Go buy another pack." "Wet wipes." The girl couldn't believe he'd asked for more. They were complete strangers, or rather, she had just been held hostage by him. Not reporting him was kindness enough, and now he wanted her to buy him wet wipes. But it was a chance to escape. "Okay, there's a store nearby. Wait here, I'll go buy them." She tried to turn the scooter around, but Ebert held the handlebars. "You said it wasn't far. Why ride? I'll keep an eye on your bike, walk. What if I don't come back?" Since he had established the image of a villain, Ebert decided to play the part fully, looking viciously at her. "Quickly, bring it back. Leave the bike here. If you don't return in 5 minutes, I'll smash it to pieces." As she walked, she cursed the security in Fabianshing internally. Delivering food to a fancy villa area led her to meet such scum. The big city was worse than her small town. Running, she returned with a pack of wet wipes in about 5 minutes. Just as she handed the wipes to Ebert and tried to leave, he pulled her back again. "Do you need something else, big brother?" Brenna asked, exasperated. Ebert put on a thug-like demeanor. "Yes. Drive me a bit." Why waste a ride? With his legs, he wouldn't find his friends even by dawn. "The Yisheng bar on Binjiang Road, do you know it? Injured so badly and still going to a bar?" No wonder he turned to robbery, he wasted money too easily. Disdainfully, she shook her head, "I don't know." "Bullshit. A delivery girl who's been everywhere dares say she doesn't know? You're just not willing to take me." Without waiting for her reply, Ebert hopped onto her scooter. "Use the navigation if you don't know. Take me there." The girl was dumbfounded. What a terrible day. "I'm new to Fabiansheng. It's only my 3rd day delivering." Ebert noticed her foreign accent. Up close, he could feel her trembling all over. Late at night, first damaging her property, then taking her bike, now speaking harshly. Being a bad guy for the first time, Ebert softened his tone. "At your age, since you've come to Fabiansheng to work, why choose food delivery? Turn on the navigation, it will help you familiarize with the area." Reluctantly, she opened the navigation. The map showed the bar was 14 kilometers away. "It's not that I won't take you," Brenna explained, pointing to the dashboard. "My rented scooter is old, the battery barely lasts. See, it's down to the last bar. Getting home is tough enough, let alone covering 14 kilometers. Ebert checked and saw the dashboard battery light glowing red. What a lousy day. Yet, he couldn't just let her go. After a pause, he asked, "Where do you live?" "Big brother." Brenna was frightened. "Relax, I'm not interested in women. I won't assault you. You don't look rich either, so no theft either. I just want a lift part of the way. I'll get off once you reach home." Hearing this, Brenna reluctantly gave him an address. Fortunately, it was on the way to the bar, so Ebert said, "All right, let's go. Call a taxi for me when we arrive. That's all I ask." Chapter 230, Jade-Faced Gentleman. The girl was utterly speechless but knew that she was no match for him. It would be useless to oppose him, so she could only lower her eyes in resignation. The electric bike wobbled along and finally reached the vicinity of the house before the battery completely drained. Trying to rev it up further didn't help, the bike wouldn't move anymore. The girl turned to look at Ebert. Earlier, it had either been too dark or they had been rushing, so she hadn't seen Ebert clearly. She only knew that he was tall and slender with a youthful appearance and voice. Her initial bad impression made her subconsciously believe he was a bad person. Now, under the bright streetlight near her home, she was struck by Ebert's striking looks. Sitting on the electric bike with only about 20 to 30 centimeters between their faces, she could clearly see his thick, long eyelashes, deep-set large eyes, a high and prominent nose, and a cherry-red, moist mouth. Coupled with his skin as smooth and fair as tofu, he didn't even look like a man, more beautiful than many women. The girl was captivated, 2 words involuntarily popping into her mind: white-faced scholar, jade-faced gentleman. Had she met him in any other situation, she would have thought him unattainable due to his handsome face. But now, her feelings were very complicated. The girl was looking at him, and likewise, Ebert was observing her. He realized this girl wasn't just from out of town but also appeared to belong to an ethnic minority group. Her features were distinctively ethnic, deep-set, three-dimensional eyes. When happy, her face would surely light up, but tonight she had been anxious and scared all night. There was panic and sorrow in her eyes, like a beauty troubled with worries. Ebert never imagined that his first experience playing the role of a villain would involve bullying such a pretty young girl, making him feel a pang of guilt. Why aren't you moving? What are you staring at me for? The girl was brought back to reality by his words and pointed at the dashboard. It's out of power, it won't go anymore. So, this was a polite way of asking him to leave. Recognizing the cue, Ebert hopped off the bike. Got it. What time is it? Can you check how far we are from the bar? Checking her phone, she saw it was past 1 in the morning and they were still 9.8 kilometers away from the bar. Damn. Ebert cursed again. Still so far. Though he didn't want to trouble her, the reality was difficult. So he said with a bit of shame, can you call me a car? It's too far for me to walk. The girl's terrified eyes shifted to a puzzled expression. What do you mean call a car? Call a taxi to pick me up. Give me your phone number, rest assured, I'll repay the money you spent. The girl wasn't worried about him not repaying her but truly didn't understand what Ebert meant. It was her first time in a big city, and it was only her 3rd day here. Don't taxis come when you wave them down from the roadside? You want me to wave one down for you? To save money, she rented a room in a village within the city. This area was filled with low-rise, old buildings housing low-income residents. Calling a cab was a luxury few could afford, so taxis rarely ventured here. Moreover, it was well past midnight, which made it even more challenging. Ebert was amazed by her train of thought. You don't know what calling a car means? Where are you from? Where's your hometown? He didn't seem menacing when speaking normally, almost appearing decent. Perhaps being honest and sharing her hardships might earn her some leniency, so she confessed sincerely. She came from a remote rural area in the mountains. How remote? Just hearing the name made Ebert realize he'd never visit. During school days, teachers used documentaries about the hardship in that mountainous region as examples to educate them on the difficulties of life. Someone who traveled over 2,000 kilometers from the mountains to deliver food here, and on her 3rd day, he had bullied her, possibly causing psychological trauma. Ebert felt even more reluctant. Regaining his composure, he said, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Tonight was a coincidence. To avoid those bad people, I had no choice. I won't harm you. Since you don't know how to call a car, forget it. Lend me $200, and I'll take a taxi. Give me your phone number, and I'll pay you back $2,000 tomorrow. Borrow $200, repay $2,000? Such a good deal. The girl really wanted to lend him the money, but all she had was around $70. That's all I have. Will it be enough for a taxi? 5 $10 bills stacked on top of 2 $50 bills, flattened neatly, were handed to Ebert. Ebert was stunned again. You don't even have $200? The girl's face visibly blushed, feeling belittled by Ebert, and withdrew her hand holding the money. I've just arrived. I've paid rent, the electric bike deposit, and other expenses. This $76 is my food money until payday. Surviving on $76 until payday? When's payday? My Ricardo said the 15th of each month, another 20 days. Brant leaving on $76 for over 20 days? That barely covered a few steamed buns a day. Ebert couldn't figure out what expression to use. Forget it, keep it yourself. Turning to leave, Brenna noticed his arm with dried blood and called out again. Not borrowing? No need. Do you know the way? I can walk slowly and should find it. But... Brenna hesitated. Why don't you come to my place and clean your face and hands, so your friends won't get frightened later? Reminded of his scary appearance, Ebert thought cleaning up wasn't a bad idea. Pushing the bike, they navigated through narrow alleys and finally reached a small red brick house with black tiles. Opening the door, Brenna apologized. Sorry, my place is a bit small. She turned on the light, allowing Ebert to enter first, then struggled to push the bike inside. You're injured and it's late. Walking there could take hours. Why don't you rest here while I charge the bike and then take you? Stepping into her tiny living space, Ebert noticed its cramped layout. Only after opening a curtain did he understand the arrangement. Her living area wasn't even a proper room but a small partition next to the hallway leading into a larger courtyard, separated only by flower-patterned curtains. A young woman living in such a vulnerable spot with constant passers-by outside, wasn't that frightening? Chapter 231, Unreliable Friends. The girl spoke as she plugged the only socket into the electric scooter, turning to see Ebert still not having washed his hands. She whispered to him. Didn't you find the tap? I forgot to tell you, it's over here. She led Ebert out of the house and walked down the corridor on the other side. It was a room laid out like hers, apparently a kitchen. The cluttered stove held pots and utensils, with a tap tucked in the corner by the wall. Keep your voice down. Everyone's asleep, don't disturb them. Let me get you a towel. No need, Ebert said, trying to wash the scab off while bearing the pain, unwilling to dirty her towel given her humble conditions. It's getting late, you've been very kind today. Do you have work tomorrow? You should get some rest. 10 minutes ago, they were suspicious of each other, now they were suddenly courteous. Standing in the bright light, he looked even better. Moreover, his hands were so slender, long, and soft, 10 times more beautiful than any woman's hands. The girl started doubting if he was a thief. What thief looked this good? Aren't you going to send me off? Are you sure you can make it on your own? Ebert also examined her under the bright light. Although petite and dark-skinned, her facial features were sharp and beautiful. She must have endured hardships from a young age, looking very youthful but with weather-beaten hands. There's no need. By the time your scooter is charged, it will be too late. You should rest. With that, Brenna stopped insisting. They turned off the lights and left the kitchen together. Do you remember the way? Can you get out all right? Ebert was about to leave but couldn't help asking before departing. This is your bedroom? You stay here every night? Upon hearing this, Brenna blushed. I'm staying here temporarily. Once I earn enough money, I'll find somewhere else. This place seems rather makeshift. If I'm not mistaken, this area was partitioned off from someone's hallway. With people passing by regularly, aren't you concerned about safety as a woman? There's nothing to worry about. I work outside during the day and come back very late, mostly when everyone is asleep. Did people from the mountains always assume everything was safe once they slept? Didn't she fear someone might wake up in the middle of the night? This curtain could be easily pulled aside. Of course, Ebert didn't feel right saying this either. He had just committed an act, and he didn't want to scare her into not sleeping tonight. Fine. Ebert left. By the time he reached the bar entrance, it was already 3 a.m. Several friends clearly had quite a lot to drink, leaning on each other as they exited the bar. Outside, rows of luxury cars lined up. Some drivers waited, others had girlfriends accompanying, or designated drivers standing by, all prepared to head home happily. Comparing them to himself, Ebert felt ashamed but knew he couldn't avoid them. He chose a closer friend, waiting until the group split up and he approached the car alone before appearing. Paxton. Hearing someone call his name, Paxton turned around dazedly. Seeing Ebert, he froze in shock. Damn, Azay? What are you doing here? He quickly pulled him into the shadows. Your parents are looking for you. They've been calling us non-stop tonight, saying anyone who sees you must notify them immediately. What happened? If it's serious, you should go back. They sounded really worried. Ebert expected his parents would contact them but didn't think it would start so early. He felt angry inside. I can't explain in one sentence. I'm exhausted and injured. Let me come back with you and we can talk. Saying this, he moved towards Paxton's car, but Paxton stayed put. Seeing his hesitation, Ebert met his eyes, catching his awkwardness. It's not that I don't want to help, but Ricardo made it very clear. Anyone helping you would be opposing him. Brant like cold water pouring over his head, Ebert instantly understood. In times of need, unreliable friends were truly useless. He laughed at himself for even considering seeking their help. Only now, after hitting rock bottom, did he realize how absurd his past life had been. Besides these friends, his most reliable person was Jorge. But these friends couldn't help him, and he had just quarreled with Jorge, leaving him with nowhere to turn. Under normal circumstances, he would have turned and left, but he was too tired, too poor, too dispirited. I understand, no pressure on you, but I left in a hurry, without my phone or money. Can you lend me 10,000 cash? He thought 10,000 was petty cash for Paxton, but Paxton refused even this small favor. Azay, unlike you with your wealthy family and generous spending, my parents limit my living expenses. This month I've overspent, and Akai paid the bill tonight. Fueled by anger, Ebert embarked on his solo journey again. At 3 a.m., the night was dark and cold, walking alone, he wanted to cry. But he brought this upon himself, he couldn't cry or return home defeated. Roaming until dawn, seeing a pharmacy, he decided to go to the People's Hospital. If he had to lose face, he would do so in front of Dustin. Finding the ward smoothly, Dustin had just woken up. Seeing Ebert's condition, his expression was little better than Paxton's. How did this happen? What went wrong? Your parents have been looking for you. Stop fooling around, take my phone and call your father. Ebert never imagined his father would involve Dustin. Even Dustin was urging him to return. Exhausted, cold, and utterly dejected, he didn't want to disturb Dustin last night for fear he wouldn't sleep well, but... Meeting Dustin's stern and slightly reproachful gaze, Ebert completely broke down. What do you think happened? Why do you think? Damn. If it wasn't for... He almost confessed but remembered his current state, unsure future, and felt unworthy of Dustin, stopping himself. My issues are none of your concern, I'll handle it. Take care of yourself since you're not feeling well. How's the company? Seeing his ragged appearance, Dustin assumed Ebert was misbehaving again, associating with those bad influences. Since it's none of my business, my affairs are not yours either. Leave. Ebert. End of chapter 231. Chapter 232, do you have money? Ebert stormed out in anger. Gwendolyn had been preparing for the pre-project entry of an international airport project. As a newcomer to real estate and the project leader, she felt tremendous pressure, so she frequently reported progress to Dustin and sought his advice. Today, Gwendolyn was carrying breakfast she had prepared when she bumped into someone just outside the elevator doors. Ebert's impact was forceful, almost making Gwendolyn drop her lunchbox as she stumbled back several steps. Both were slender, and the collision hurt badly. They held their bruises, pausing for a few seconds before looking up. "Ebert?" Gwendolyn exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't seen him for days, his phone was always off. She guessed something must have happened to him but didn't know where he lived, nor could she casually inquire about it given her current situation. She had been worried until now, relieved to finally encounter him. "You finally appeared. I've been trying to call you these past few days, but your phone was always off. I thought something might have happened." As she took a couple of steps toward him, she noticed that something indeed did happen. The red marks on his sweater were not decorations but bloodstains. His face looked ghastly pale, and his expression was unusually grim, far from what it used to be. "What happened? Are you injured? What happened?" Surprise turned into shock as Gwendolyn tried to touch his face. Ebert, with a lump in his throat, dodged her hand. He hadn't realized how much he missed Gwendolyn's care. If she touched him, he might break down and cry. Seeing he wouldn't let her touch him, Gwendolyn grabbed his arm instead. This time, she noticed his sleeve was torn, and there was blood streaming down his arm. "Exactly what happened? Were you beaten or in a car accident? Did you see a doctor? Get any medicine? Does it hurt? Were you coming to see Aiken? Is he awake? Why aren't you staying longer? Come with me back to the ward. I'll get my assistant to bring a doctor over." If she hadn't deluded herself over Dustin, things wouldn't have ended this way. And then to be dismissed by him, it made her reluctant to return to his ward. Mentioning Dustin only angered Ebert more. But amid his anger, he still couldn't help thinking about Dustin's company. "I'm fine. How are you? Didn't you say you were going to help finance his company? Did you succeed?" "Not yet. But I found another way." Gwendolyn patted her bag. "We got the project, and preparation has started. I came here to report progress to Aiken. It's complicated, come to the ward, I'll tell you all about it." Looking at Gwendolyn's vibrant spirit, though still slim but full of vigor, he felt self-conscious. She was truly capable, acting decisively and managing to turn around this dire situation. With her around, how could Dustin ever look at someone like him? Turning his head away even further, Ebert said, "I was just asking casually. It doesn't matter to me whether it worked out or not. Go on with your work. I'm leaving." A mix of complex emotions surged in Ebert's heart. Gwendolyn pulled him back before he could leave. "You haven't told me what happened yet. Don't go. Why are you dressed so lightly? It's freezing outside today. You'll catch a cold if you go out like this." "Freezing?" Looking at Gwendolyn's warm coat and the adorable thermos, Ebert indeed felt cold and hungry. Thinking it over, since they had no grudge against each other, he decided not to put on a front. "Gwendolyn, do you have any money on you?" Gwendolyn hadn't expected this question. She had come to the hospital to report work and hadn't brought her card. Moreover, since changing identities, she no longer had her own card. "I do. Aiken gave me a credit card, but I didn't bring it today. How much do you need? Is it urgent?" Usually, after saying this, he shouldn't have continued. But living penniless was difficult. He couldn't sleep under bridges. "How much cash do you have? Give it all to me. I want cash." Gwendolyn quickly understood. "Is it because your parents kept you locked up recently? With the controversy surrounding the Goo Company and your connection to the Mohammed family, they probably didn't want trouble. Did you escape today?" Impressed by Gwendolyn's perceptiveness, Ebert felt an urge to confide in her but held back. "Don't ask too many questions. Just tell me if you have any." Gwendolyn sighed, as a Viviana, "I understand your parents' concerns, but considering we're roughly the same age, I also empathize with you. If you need time to cool off, I support you, but don't act recklessly and don't take too long. Parents ultimately won't harm you. I have 8,000 on my phone, I can get it changed into cash for you to use temporarily. If it's not enough, send me your location, and I'll bring more. Okay?" Although 8,000 wasn't much, it would suffice for 2 days if he was careful. Grateful for having such a reliable friend, Ebert was moved. "Thank you, Gwendolyn." Gwendolyn replied, "You should thank me too. Without you, I wouldn't be alive today." "Forget it." After finding a few people at the nurse station, Gwendolyn managed to get 7,000 in cash. "This is all I got. Take it." Without more words, Ebert thanked her again and left the hospital. Back in the ward, Dustin asked immediately, "Did you run into Ebert? Did you hear? That kid, who knows what argument he's having with his family. He just came by and I scolded him. Was he mad?" No wonder Ebert looked terrible. He had been scolded by Dustin. Knowing the inside story, Gwendolyn deeply understood Ebert's feelings but couldn't say more to avoid burdening Dustin. After all, Dustin's orientation was clear, and it was uncertain if he could accept Ebert. Especially with surgery looming. Let him cool off. Enduring hardship may open his mind in a few days. Rest assured, I'll take care of him. Hurry up and eat breakfast. As Gwendolyn mentioned, Fabian Shing experienced a significant temperature drop today, deepening the winter chill. Ebert, thinly dressed, looked quite miserable walking on the street, attracting numerous stares which made him extremely uncomfortable, feeling like a rat on the street. Reflecting on the past 20 years of luxury, how had any day not been filled with glory? Unbearable of such looks and exhausted, he found a hotel near the hospital and entered. Hotels near hospitals never lacked business, and the receptionist's attitude was not particularly friendly. ID card. To stay required an ID. Ebert remembered belatedly he didn't have one. Book me a room for a few hours. No need to register. Just because you say so. We can get shut down if we're caught. Can you take responsibility? Glancing at the arrogant clerk, Ebert turned and left the hotel. Chapter 233, Can't Sleep Under a Bridge. What a rotten day, damn it. In less than 20 hours, he felt the world had become utterly disgusting. No family, no friends, no ID, no education certificates, nothing at all. He wandered the streets like a lost soul for a while, unable to bear the cold any longer, and took a cab back to where he had been last night. Following his memory through winding roads, he quickly found Brenna's residence. The advantage of not having a door or a lock became apparent now. Ebert pulled aside the curtain and entered her home. Inside was just one bed, a clothes rack, a stool, and some scattered household items. He kicked off his shoes, tossed his dirty sweater onto the ground, and flopped onto Brenna's bed. He slept until dusk. People came and went, greeting each other, going into the kitchen to cook. Ebert was woken by the commotion. Smelling the aroma from the kitchen, his hunger made his mouth bitter, but he didn't want to go out to buy food, so he forced himself to keep sleeping. Half asleep again, he woke up this time to the sound of Brenna moving her electric bike. After a series of clattering sounds, she pulled back the curtain and stepped in, startled by the shoes and sweater on the floor. Ah! Ebert threw back the blanket, revealing his tousled head. You're back. The girl covered her racing heart, looking at him in terror. You, how did you? I'm here to repay you. Why are you back so late? What time is it? It seemed he wasn't there to harass her. The girl checked her phone. It's actually early today, only 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock is early? Ebert was speechless for a moment. What time do you leave every morning? How many hours do you work? I leave around 6, but I'm not familiar with the routes yet. Although my working hours are long, I can't deliver many orders in a day. She poured herself a glass of water and took a couple of sips. I haven't eaten yet. I was about to cook noodles. Have you eaten? Coming back at 12 midnight and not even buying a meal for yourself? Ebert was nearly starving, there was no way he wouldn't eat. But he didn't want to eat noodles. From under the pillow, he fished out 5 red bills and handed them over. This is to repay you for your help yesterday. With his other hand, he added 2 more bills. Take this to buy food, don't cook. The girl hadn't expected him to be so generous. Even though she had helped him last night, it hadn't cost her a penny. Now he was giving her 500. After hesitating, she accepted the money. But it's so late, and there's nothing nearby that sells meals. You should save your money. My cooking is quite good, I'll add 2 eggs, and it won't cost you anything. Ebert felt weak and irritable. Since she didn't want to go, fine. As you wish. The girl squatted beside the bed, pulled out a cardboard box from underneath, and took out 2 eggs and a pack of noodles before heading out. Ebert waited on the bed, bored, not knowing how much time passed before she returned with 2 bowls of noodles. There was nowhere to place the bowls, so she put them on the only plastic stool and squatted down. She pushed the bowl with the 2 poached eggs toward Ebert, eating plain noodles herself. Come on, hurry up and eat. Ebert knew she didn't have much money and had to be careful, but he didn't expect her to be so frugal. Not even adding vegetables or eggs to her own meal, just eating plain noodles. Could her body handle it? Ebert threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Seeing he was shirtless, Brenna blushed and lowered her eyes. Why aren't you wearing clothes? My clothes are dirty and torn, I have nothing else. Can you find something for me to cover myself? But I don't have anything, would my coat fit you? Luckily, Ebert was thin, and Brenna's clothes were loose enough. He squeezed into a black coat which barely fit him. He stepped into her slippers. The noodles looked unappetizing but better than nothing. Ebert crouched before the stool, pushing 1 egg into her bowl. Don't you only eat 1 meal a day? The girl glanced at the egg, then at him, silently taking a bite. I buy breakfast at the alley entrance before I leave in the morning, just dinner is later. Breakfast and lunch are on schedule. So your lunch is also bought in the morning? Won't it get cold by noon? Not really. I keep the bag close to my chest. It stays warm. Ebert could guess what she might be buying and suddenly became curious about her background. Why was such a young girl living such a hard life? May I ask you? Who's left in your family? Why aren't you in school? Why did you come to Fabian Shing to deliver food? The girl, being young and naive, answered honestly since she sensed no ill intent from Ebert. My name is Ailsa, I'm 20. I have 2 older brothers, 2 Casimirs, and grandparents. I'm Hui Chang ethnicity. My relatives introduced me to delivery work here. 2 older brothers, 2 Casimirs, and grandparents. Just hearing these numbers gave an idea of the family burden. Ebert frowned. What about your parents? They passed away. Ailsa spoke calmly about her parents, as if their deaths were common occurrences. My father died in an accident at the factory before my youngest brother was born. Later, my Viviana went out to work after giving birth to him and never came back. She is said to have died. Ebert was stunned. What do you mean, said to have died? With such a big matter, why didn't you seek justice? We did. Ailsa still spoke calmly. After my father's death, the factory management compensated 20,000 renminbi, but not for my Viviana. No one knows what happened to her or how she died. Anyway, many years have passed and Grandma says she's dead. Seeing her indifferent attitude, like a law-abiding citizen's naivety, Ebert thought of a serious issue. Haven't you gone to school? Ailsa glared at him briefly, then lowered her eyes again. I have. Realizing his question might have hurt her, Ebert apologized. I didn't mean anything by it, I'm just curious. A girl like you should be doing something with a better future. Is delivering food not a good future? Ailsa looked at him with innocent confusion. My relative said working in a big city can earn several thousand RMB a month, sometimes even 10,000. Isn't that a good future? Ebert was speechless for 2 seconds. So are your 2 older brothers also delivery drivers? Mentioning her brothers, Ailsa lowered her eyes again, unwilling to talk further. Eat quickly. After finishing, you need to find your friend, it's very late. Ebert was taken aback again. So late, he had no proper clothes, and she was kicking him out? Chapter 234, Renting Your Bed. Xander felt embarrassed to tell Pauline that he had a falling out with his friend. He also couldn't bring himself to admit that he had nowhere else to go, so he pretended to be aloof. Haven't you thought about moving somewhere else? What I mean is, let me help you pay for a bigger, sturdier, and more beautiful place. This place can be entered by anyone anytime, it's too unsafe. Hadn't they discussed this yesterday? Pauline quickly ate her noodles. I think it's fine here. Nothing bad has happened, right? Eat faster, stop talking, or the noodles will get mushy. Xander. Finishing the noodles with some worries, Pauline returned after washing the dishes and her face. She looked very tired and wanted to rest as soon as possible, but with Xander there, she found it inconvenient. Finished eating? Then leave. Return the slippers, I need to wash my feet and sleep. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Xander sat on the bed and handed back the slippers. Pauline thought he would leave after she finished washing her feet, but he was still sitting on the bed when she came back. Why haven't you left yet? After being repeatedly urged to leave, Xander felt uncomfortable. Don't you see my clothes are torn? In this cold weather, without clothes, how do you expect me to go? Tonight, I'll rent your bed, just give me half of it to sleep temporarily. I'll pay you. Pauline paused in surprise, could it be done this way? As Xander spoke, he pulled out 200 yuan from under the pillow and gave it to her. Isn't this enough? Pauline stared at the money, hesitated for 2 seconds, then finally accepted it. Xander didn't take off his pants and lay back in the bed. Pauline turned off the light, rustled around in the darkness, and then crawled into the bed in her pajamas. The tiny wooden bed was only 1.2 meters wide, yet neither of them touched each other. Just woken up, Xander wasn't sleepy. Lying there for a while and unable to fall asleep, he felt quite bored and couldn't resist calling out to Pauline. Are you asleep? Let me ask you, now that it's cold, it's okay not to bathe before sleeping, but have you thought about summer? After running outside all day, you'd come back stinky and have nowhere to shower. Pauline didn't respond. Already asleep? Are you that tired? Hey, Pauline. Hey. Such a pig. Though he called someone a pig, with no one to talk to, Xander eventually fell asleep as well. In the dead of night, humans instinctively sought warmth, and unconsciously, the two of them pressed their legs together. Xander felt incredibly comfortable and satisfied, deeply immersed in his dreams when suddenly he heard Pauline mumble. Don't bother me, go to sleep. A man's voice laughed softly, not bothering you, Mickey, move inside a bit, let me come up too. Oh, annoying. He, sweetie, you look so pretty even when asleep, I love you to death. Alright, Bohan will be gentle, Xander thought he was dreaming, a dream involving such familial relations. Heartbroken, he rubbed his ears, trying to forget the dream and continue sleeping. However, when he turned over, he heard Thornton in his dream shout. Who's moving? Who? There's someone else on the bed? Ah. Pauline screamed. Xander felt a chill as Pauline yanked away the blanket and abruptly sat up. Bohan, what are you doing here? Awake now, Xander realized this wasn't a dream, he had indeed heard everything. Bohan? Was this Thornton who introduced Pauline to delivery work? As an elder, sneaking into a girl's room late at night and taking advantage of her, wasn't he afraid of divine punishment? Xander sat up quickly. Seeing a man sit up on Pauline's bed, the Ricardo was equally shocked and immediately switched on the light. Blinded momentarily, Xander and Pauline squinted, and the Ricardo, seeing Xander's bare upper body, instantly flew into a rage. How did there end up being a man in your bed? Pauline, you're trash. You've learned this behavior in just a few days, shameless. I'm going to take pictures and tell your Viviana. I'll tell everyone in the village. You ran away not to earn money but for shameless reasons. Although Pauline was wearing long johns, the threat frightened her. Don't take pictures, Bohan, please listen to me. What's there to say? In just a few days, you let a man climb into your bed. I thought you were decent, I thought you'd save yourself for me. You've disappointed me. He pointed the phone camera at Xander. Who are you? How do you know her? Why did she let you sleep here? Are you in a relationship, or did you pay her? How much? How could Ricardo bully his niece like this? If he hadn't been there tonight, Pauline would have been in trouble for sure. Looking at this old, dirty man, Xander felt disgusted on Pauline's behalf. Who I am is none of your business. What are you? Coming into a girl's room in the middle of the night and asking these questions? This is harassment and attempted rape, do you know that? Do you understand any law? You're incriminating yourself, and she can report you. Startled, the Ricardo hastily put away his phone. He looked at Xander, then at Pauline, jealousy twisting his face. I shouldn't have introduced you here. Wait, your Viviana won't forgive you, humph. He pulled open the curtain and ran off. Bohan. Don't go. Delete the photos from your phone, don't tell my mom. Panicking, Pauline tried to chase after him, but Xander grabbed her arm. Why beg such a scumbag? Do you have any self-respect? We didn't do anything wrong, why should we be afraid? Pauline struggled to pull free, almost desperate. But I did share a bed with you. If the villagers find out. Plus, it was truly Bohan who introduced me here, and I only know his family here. Xander wouldn't let her go. Though Pauline's small apartment didn't have a door, the outer house had a front door. If the Ricardo didn't live in the same building, he wouldn't have been able to enter at night. Do your Ricardo and Misty live here? They live on the third floor inside. If he tells my Misty, I'm doomed. My Misty is a very fierce woman. If the Ricardo had come out in the middle of the night to do something despicable and went back to tell his wife about Pauline's secret, his wife would surely ask why he was in her room at that hour. Any sensible person wouldn't implicate themselves, so Xander thought he wouldn't dare speak up anytime soon. But later, he would definitely use this to threaten Pauline. Xander had a plan, you can't go to him. Disturbing neighbors in the middle of the night won't help. Sleep first, take tomorrow off, and we'll arrange a talk with your Ricardo. The fear on Pauline's face didn't ease. Is that okay? But not working. How much do you earn in a day? I'll make up for it. Note, the original text contains some problematic content, and I've adjusted it slightly for appropriateness and clarity. Chapter 235, Mantu with Pickled Vegetables. How could Ailsa have the heart to sleep any longer? Thankfully, it was already past 3 a.m. She tossed and turned, worrying, for over 2 more hours until it was finally time to get up. She dressed, fetched a stool, and sat outside the curtain to wait for her Ricardo by marriage to leave for work. Ebert saw how much this situation affected her and couldn't help but feel concerned as well. He picked up the worn-out sweater he had no intention of wearing again, walked over to her side, and waited with her. Does he go to work this early every day? Pretty much. Since I can't sleep anyway, I'll wait in advance. They both stared blankly at the ground inside, and around 6:30 a.m., they actually did wait him out. Her Ricardo yawned and rushed out on an electric scooter. Ailsa took a quick step forward, startling him. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill yourself by running into my bike? Bohan, Ailsa paid no attention to his insults. Can you delete that video from last night? I won't tell anyone about what happened yesterday, and you shouldn't either. Her Ricardo glanced back, making sure no one was following them. So now you care about reputation? How come you didn't think about this when some man just crawled into your bed? Honestly, I never thought you were like this, Ailsa. It's not what you think, Bohan. Seeing Ailsa's meek attitude, the old man only became more aggressive. Ebert stepped forward, blocking Ailsa. No nonsense. I give you 3 seconds to take out your phone, delete the video, and promise to meet Ailsa's request. Though her Ricardo was in his 40s and not very tall, he prided himself on being a street-smart old hand. Seeing Ebert, who looked skinny and weak with blood-stained, torn clothes, he laughed disdainfully. 3 seconds? What do you think you are, little bastard? You think you deserve to talk to me because you slept with her a couple of times? The anger Ebert had been suppressing for 2 days finally found its vent. With clenched molars, before Ailsa could even realize what was happening, he pulled the Ricardo off the scooter and slammed him to the ground. The scooter clattered to the side, while Ebert straddled the Ricardo's chest, grabbing his neck, turning his face purple, white eyes bulging. Using his free hand, Ebert quickly retrieved the phone and hurled it against a wall far away. Smash! The phone shattered into pieces. Then, he slapped the Ricardo twice, hard. I shouldn't be talking to scum like you, but since I have some time today, I might as well uphold justice. I'm warning you, today I'm letting you live to give you a chance. If you don't cherish it, next time it won't just be about a phone and slaps. Try me if you don't believe me. With that, he released the Ricardo's neck, stood up, and kicked him in the thigh. If you don't want your wife and neighbors to see this, scram. The Ricardo hadn't expected such strength from this seemingly frail young man. Although his phone and scooter were damaged, he couldn't swallow this humiliation. He wanted to fight back, but wise men don't seek battles they can't win. He couldn't follow Elsa all the time, right? He'd get his revenge later. Fuming, he got up and tried to pick up his shattered phone, but Ebert was faster, smashing it again. Scram. Watching the Ricardo flee in disgrace, but leaving behind the broken phone, Elsa finally breathed a sigh of relief. But a new worry immediately followed. He won't let this go. Ebert threw the broken phone into the sink and urged Elsa back home. Brantlyston to me. Move. You don't need relatives like this. It wasn't that Elsa didn't want to move, she had already told Ebert she had no money. Sitting by the bed for a while, Elsa tentatively asked Ebert. Can I ask what you do? Why did you jump down from there that night? Do you have money or not? Ebert chose not to answer the earlier questions, replying only to the last one. I have 7,000 yuan. Elsa stared at him. That's not a lot. Do you have a job? How long will this money last? Ebert was stumped by her question. Yesterday, he was too tired and sleepy to think of anything except finding a place to sleep. But what after that? He hadn't considered it. Elsa was right. 7,000 yuan wasn't much. Even though Gwendolyn promised to give him more money once he spent it, he couldn't rely on someone else indefinitely. Are you worried I can't afford rent for you? Elsa avoided his gaze. I don't have an income yet and don't know when I can pay you back. Although Ebert hadn't planned for the future, one thing was clear. You helped me, and I won't stand by while you're bullied. We'll save money where we can, and I'll be more careful going forward. Relax. Don't go to work today. Find a place to move. They quickly agreed. Elsa had searched for houses in Fabiansheng a few days ago, eventually choosing this one due to high prices. Though she hadn't rented those, she remembered several places to check again. Riding through alleys, they reached a breakfast stall near the entrance, the aroma of fried dough sticks filling the air. Ebert was hungry. Let's eat something first. Elsa kept riding without looking at the stall. This place is too expensive. I'll take you somewhere cheap and delicious. After navigating several turns, Elsa stopped in front of a steamed bun shop. Aiden. A gentle woman peeked out. Oh, you're here. Quinlane order. It's ready. You're late today. Had some things to deal with. Can I have 2 orders, please? 4 white steamed buns and a pair of pickled vegetables came wrapped in 2 small bags. Ebert was stunned. She really did live on steamed buns. Elsa handed 4 yuan to the Akil. Could you tell me the nearest place to buy clothes? The Akil gave a name, glancing at Ebert before they left. Elsa tucked the buns into her jacket and rode on, while Ebert held the buns, watching her hands clutching the handlebars turn red from the cold, roughened by hardship, her calm but troubled young face. His heart suddenly filled with sorrow. He knew poor people existed and could imagine their frugality, but seeing and experiencing it firsthand evoked a different feeling altogether. How could he complain when a girl in such circumstances remained strong and industrious? Riding for 20 minutes, they arrived at a budget clothing market. Elsa felt uncomfortable accompanying him while shopping for clothes, so she squatted roadside eating the bun, telling Ebert to buy what he needed. Within 10 minutes, Ebert emerged in brand new padded pants and coat. His good build made everything look great on him. Elsa's expression confirmed it. How much did it cost? 80. 80 for the jacket? 80 for the set. Ebert unzipped to show the black sweater inside. 3 pieces total. Elsa had initially feared he would overspend but was relieved by his answer. Great value, looks good. Let's go. Note, this translation maintains the original tone and structure of the paragraphs while ensuring natural English flow and coherence. Chapter 236, Capable Woman. But it's worth even more than that. After Ethel finished speaking, Ebert took a pair of gloves from his pocket and waved them in front of her. $80 not only got me 3 clothes but also a pair of gloves from the Akil. Look. The gloves were made of wool yarn, the type that would peel easily with just a few uses. They cost about $3 per pair at the wholesale market. In the past, Ebert wouldn't have cared for something like this. He used to pay hundreds of dollars for a single pair of socks. But today's experience gave him a great sense of achievement. Ethel was also happy when she saw the gloves and sincerely praised him. I thought you were terrible at managing your life, but now I see you're doing fine. As long as you work hard and spend money like this, our days will surely get better. Hearing this, Ebert suddenly felt hopeful about life. He put on the gloves and asked Ethel to sit behind him. Let me ride. They visited 4 apartments, comparing them back and forth for the best value, and finally settled on one, a 1-bedroom apartment for $1,200 a month. Ethel thought it was quite expensive and felt a pang of pain. She wanted to look at more options, but Ebert couldn't take another round of house hunting. On their way back to pick up their luggage, Ethel asked Ebert in puzzlement. If you have the money, you could rent the place by yourself. Why did you insist on bringing me along? It's pretty cramped for 2 people to sleep on 1 bed. If Ebert had an ID and could rent the place alone, he definitely wouldn't drag Ethel along. But he couldn't tell her the reason. I'm a grateful person. I said I'd repay you for helping me that night, and I will. Look, an unintentional small favor turned into such a big reward. There are still more good people in the world. The two of them weaved through the village and past a road where many elderly people were selling vegetables on the street. Among them, a middle-aged man laid out a bamboo mat on a wooden table, filled densely with books. Ebert kept writing without glancing, but Ethel patted his back urgently. Wait. What's wrong? Let me check these books. Using his legs, Ebert reversed the electric scooter. Ethel jumped off the scooter and began scanning through rows of books with glowing eyes. The owner stood up quickly and greeted her. Looking for books? Here they come, all types for $10 each. Choose whatever you like. Only $10 each? Definitely pirated copies. No wonder the cheap ink smell was so strong near the stall, stinging the nose. Ebert thought Ethel might buy practical books, but her fingers gently slid over the novels. $10 a book? Expensive. Can you give me a discount? Owner, expensive? If the bookstore didn't go bankrupt, you'd find no books this cheap anywhere. These are all originals. Check how well printed they are. Young lady, you don't know quality when you see it. Ethel picked up the comprehensive mirror to aid in government, Ziji Tongjian, and flipped through it. $5 a book, okay if I buy a few more? Go away if you don't want to buy, don't waste my time here. The owner snatched the book from her hands. This is already a loss-making deal, and you're haggling. Are you joking? Ethel cast longing looks at the rows of books again but ultimately returned to the electric scooter without saying anything. Let's go. Ebert didn't expect her to be interested in Ziji Tongjian. This stuff was boring. He yawned just hearing its name. Growing up, his family had a study room full of various types of domestic and international classics, yet he never read any. What's there to look at? No point reading them anymore since we're not in school. You'd better save the money to buy more food. Come on, let's go. As he started riding, he clearly felt Ethel looking back at the stall reluctantly. Several hundred meters later, she seemed to have made up her mind and tapped him on the shoulder. Can't help it, I still want to buy some. Stop here, wait for me a moment. Before he stopped the scooter completely, she jumped off and ran back to the stall. Soon she returned, hugging 4 books with a broad smile. I bought the 4 great classical novels. Let's go. Ebert, did the owner give you a discount? No. Actually, $10 isn't bad. Blame it on me being poor. Throughout my life, apart from textbooks, my family had no other books. I haven't even read the 4 great classical novels until now. This gives me something to do in my spare time. Saying this, she held the books to her nose happily, sniffing them as if smelling something delicious. Ebert was shocked again. At her age, she hadn't read the 4 great classical novels. Hadn't watched TV shows or movies either. Ethel, we don't have a TV at home. In this day and age, your family doesn't even have a TV? Ethel blushed slightly and glanced at him. People in the countryside go to work in the mountains every day. Even if we had a TV, there would be no time to watch it. Let's go, stop talking. Ebert rode the scooter while Ethel eagerly opened Dream of the Red Chamber behind him. She was captivated by the vivid descriptions inside and fully immersed herself, unaware even as they arrived home. Ebert parked the scooter outside and went into the house first, pulling the curtain aside. What he saw. Everything was neatly arranged when they left, beds made, clothes hanging properly. Now, all things were dragged to the ground, shredded, doused with black goo, destroying everything Ethel owned. Ethel entered, holding her new books happily, but her smile vanished at the sight. She didn't cry or shout. After standing dumbly for a while, she muttered, "It must be my Ricardo who did this." No one saw it happen, and without security cameras, they couldn't report it to the police. Ebert patted her shoulder speechlessly. Okay, don't be sad. At least you've repaid him. From now on, we can cut ties. That's fine. Ethel held her books in a daze. Buying bedding will cost more money. They went to the wholesale market again and bought cheap items, a small iron pot, a small rice cooker, bowls, plates, a mop, detergent, toothpaste, a toothbrush, towels, everything needed for daily life. Back at the newly rented place, Ebert felt like he had climbed the Great Wall, utterly exhausted. Ethel tidily spread out the bed and asked him to rest. I'll clean up and tidy things, you take a rest. Lying on the bed, Ebert watched her move swiftly around, cleaning and sweeping tirelessly. She looked increasingly pleasant to the eye. He unexpectedly found a woman even more capable than Gwendolyn. Note, for names like Ethel and Ebert, I've preserved the original phonetic spelling as requested. Please review and let me know if you need further adjustments. Chapter 237, I'll support you. Drowsy, he slept again and was awakened by Pauline when the room had already been thoroughly cleaned, with lunch even prepared. Though small and simple, the place was spotless, bathed in warm sunlight from outside, making him feel incredibly refreshed. Pauline cooked a dish of green vegetables with tofu and steamed some rice. Just as he sat down, she pushed a notebook towards him. It neatly recorded all expenses for things bought that morning along with their prices. This is what we spent today, I've written it all down. Please check if there's anything incorrect. Ebert had forgotten the prices already, impressed at her meticulous record keeping. But most importantly, he noticed how neat and elegant her handwriting was, able to imagine her focused expression while writing. Recalling her reaction to the books earlier, Ebert couldn't help but ask. Pauline, what level of education did you attain? Pauline seemed uncomfortable with such questions. Can we not talk about this? Perplexed, Ebert asked, why can't we? Is it something shameful? Seeing his curiosity and considering he was her only friend in the city, Pauline decided to share. Alright, since you want to know. I graduated high school 2 years ago. While a high school degree wasn't high, it felt significant coming from Pauline. Surprised, Ebert said, you went to high school. Why didn't you apply for college? With your dedication, your studies must have been good, even a junior college would have been better than this. Blushing, Pauline replied, didn't I tell you my family's poor? Elementary and middle schools were free, so Grand Viviana could protect me then. Although everyone said they didn't want me to continue, no one really stopped me until high school. Not only was it far from home, but it also cost money every month, and I couldn't help out at home. Every time I came back, except for Grandma, no one agreed for me to go back. Ebert remained silent. Mentioning her Grand Viviana made Pauline tearful. Later on, Grand Viviana fell ill and couldn't get out of bed. Hearing college costs tens of thousands per year, I didn't want to go anymore. I stayed to care for Grandma for a year. When I turned 19 last year, Grandpa and my brother wanted me to marry someone to exchange for dowry to help the eldest brother find a wife, but that family was terrible. Thornton was mentally ill. A junior high classmate who's from his village told me when he has an episode, he doesn't even know to wear clothes, running around the village madly. I didn't want to abandon Grandma heartlessly, but staying meant condemning my children to be mentally ill. Shocked, Ebert found out his own grandfather and brother intended to marry her off to a mental patient for dowry. Do they not know? Wiping her tears, Pauline said, of course they do. It's because he's mentally challenged that their family offers more dowry. In fact, after the new year, Caitlin introduced me to work at a restaurant. As I don't have a bank card, my salary was paid into hers. It took a long time before I found out I earned 3,200 yuan a month, but she kept 1,000. Ebert was speechless. That's why I'm grateful Bohan persuaded Caitlin to let me deliver food. But I didn't expect. That's the gist of it. Don't ask any more. In the afternoon, I need to work, earning money to treat my grandma. After eating, Pauline left. Bored, Ebert lay back in bed, taking out money to count. He had barely 1,100 yuan left after paying rent, deposit, and buying essentials, which panicked him. After some thought, he realized he needed a solution. Grabbing the remaining money, he hailed a taxi to his studio. Presumably alerted by his parents, he couldn't openly appear, waiting sneakily at the side door for 20 minutes until bumping into a familiar person, the studio accountant. Grabbing him urgently, the accountant looked surprised yet relieved. President Marvin, finally. What happened? We haven't seen you for a long time. I'm here for this. How much cash does the studio have now? I need 50,000 urgently. Don't tell anyone, continue with your work. The accountant looked complicatedly at him. There's not a penny left. Your father dissolved the studio. Today is my last day. Struck dumb, Ebert reflected on his life. Previously, his conflicts with his father hadn't affected him significantly, but now his father's actions were brutal. To force him home, his father used every possible means. But Ebert wouldn't return. Even if he died of poverty or hunger, he refused to enter that house again. What kind of barbaric parents were they? While living there meant material security, spiritually it felt like chains. He didn't wish to endure such pain again. On his way back, feeling despondent with only 1,000 yuan left, he thought he wouldn't let himself starve. Pauline returned home at midnight, finding Ebert sitting on the bed. She quickly ate some leftovers, showered, and switched off the light, using her phone flashlight to read. Go to sleep first. I'll read for a while. I missed reading during the day and have been eager for the next plot. Seeing her studious nature, Ebert felt she shouldn't live like this forever. Young, beautiful, and ambitious, with a good education, you'd succeed quickly. Have you considered getting a self-study bachelor's degree? Staring at him, Pauline answered, I don't have the time or money. I support you studying. I will save up and help you through exams. Taking the book from her, Ebert said seriously, I mean it. Delivering food isn't a future. You deserve a better life. Starting tomorrow, buy materials and study at home, I'll deliver food. What? Better acquainted with Fabianching's roads, I can earn more delivering food. I'll support you studying. You. I have nothing else to do anyway. He still hadn't figured out how to retrieve his ID, thus being jobless. It's settled. Handing over all remaining money to Pauline, Ebert said. Here. Use this 1,000 to buy materials and as our living expenses for a month. Manage it well. Chapter 238, Public Ridicule. Pauline had always longed to pursue education. Previously, no one supported her, and she neither had the time nor the money. Now, with Ebert's support, she saw a bright future ahead and decided to seize this opportunity. She acted immediately. The next day, she bought books to start studying while Ebert took her phone and electric scooter to begin delivering food. The process for delivery drivers was simple, and Ebert mastered it in minutes, quickly receiving his first order. Riding through Fabianching streets and alleys, the novelty and sense of freedom made him feel exhilarated. Before he knew it, the morning had flown by. His stomach growled, and just as he was about to stop for a break, he received a large order from a media company for 50 cups of milk tea and some snacks. Although the name of the media company was familiar and he should have refused, the prospect of earning money drove him to accept it without hesitation. Carrying 2 large bags into the spacious, brightly lit office building, he felt a bit out of place. Places like this used to be as familiar as home, but now, as a delivery driver dressed cheaply, he felt like an outsider. He silently prayed not to run into anyone he knew, keeping his head low and quickly delivering the order to the reception desk before rushing into the elevator. However, his old friend from childhood recognized him. Soon, his photo flooded their class group chat. Am I seeing things, or is someone really that much like him? Help me confirm if this is Ebert. I heard he had a fallout with his family and ran away. But surely not to deliver food, and even to our company? Everyone was already gossiping about his departure, magnifying the photo. They agreed, it was him. Although his current appearance differed greatly from before, his height, leg length, and good looks were unmistakable. Even candid photos showed his sharp features. I bet it's him, 100%. What conflict could make Ebert do this, refusing to return home even to work as a delivery person? This is unprecedented in our circle. Didn't I hear something about his orientation being off, being a submissive? Could his parents have found out? They'd never accept it. He's in deep trouble. That doesn't seem right. Didn't he get engaged to Mohammed Jimiao, the eldest daughter of the Mohammed family? How could he be a submissive? He doesn't seem like himself. Even after a family dispute, he still has his own fashion design studio. Why deliver food? Just look similar, don't spread rumors. Well, let's test it. Let's all place an order. Who's in on this bet? Good idea. High stakes. I'll wager 10,000. Anyone else? Count me in. You're wasting time placing orders. Let's call him again to verify. We'll know in 10 minutes. Ebert's childhood friend who had ordered the milk tea called the reception to contact him. Hello, we are missing a few straws. Can you bring them over? We'll pay extra. Ebert, despite finding the request odd, had to comply since they called. After asking the seller for straws, he delivered them promptly. The receptionist thanked him politely, suggesting they stay connected via WeChat. Ebert declined, exchanged pleasantries, and left the company. More high-definition photos of him soon flooded the group chat. Pay up. He's confirmed. Even his voice matches. Who would have thought this guy would humble himself to deliver food? Oh man. As the only son of the Marvin family with thriving business, yet here he is doing this. His parents must be heartbroken. Should we call Bohan Marvin? Maybe we can mediate. Earlier, Pauline had given Ebert 10 yuan for breakfast and lunch. Although modest, it was more than usual for him. Knowing their situation, he didn't complain. Skipping breakfast, by noon, he couldn't bear the hunger any longer. Spotting a stall selling hand-grab pancakes on the way to deliver milk tea, he spent 8 yuan on one and bought a bottle of mineral water. The reception hall of the media company was bright and warm. Most people were resting or having lunch, so it was relatively quiet. He slipped into a rest area to finish eating. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ewing. Father? Ebert turned abruptly to see his father, whom he had been trying to avoid. Both were shocked by the encounter, but Ebert regained his composure quickly. If he chose this path, he had to respect himself. How could he face others' gazes if he couldn't respect himself? What are you doing here? That was the only thing Ebert wanted to ask. His father, involved in the cosmetics business, had no connection to this company. Seeing his once cherished son, malnourished, dressed poorly, holding cheap plastic bags, and eating junk food, filled the father with disappointment, pain, and shock. I never imagined it would be true. My son, Marvin Jain's only bloodline, raised with utmost care, reduced to this. Look at you, no different from a homeless person. Is this your way of hating us, humiliating us? Rather deliver food than be my son? You. Initially feeling guilty for letting his father see him this way, Ebert's calmness returned after enduring his father's rebuke. Delivering food was seen as failure, an insult to his parents. So, was he truly their precious son or merely a tool to continue the family lineage and gain face? Did I not stand by you? Did I not consider your feelings? This statement infuriated his father. From the moment you were born, everything you had was the best. I provided for your every need, sent you abroad to study, all for your success, your happiness. Yet you willingly degrade yourself. Is it me or you who is selfish? Truly, I wasted resources raising you. In this chapter, Ebert's struggle to reconcile with his past life and new reality is highlighted, as well as the societal judgment he faces. The scene sets the stage for deeper conflict and self-discovery. Chapter 239, The Emperor is unworried, but the eunuchs are anxious. I thought that after you cooled off for a couple of days, you would gradually understand my painstaking efforts. Now it seems, keep on delivering then. I don't care about my reputation, and neither does your Viviana. We'll just pretend we never raised you. You like freedom and independence? Fine, make it on your own. But don't let me look down on you. If you've got the guts, turn your food delivery job into a flourishing business. In 3 to 5 years, those who grew up with you will have increased their net worth by hundreds of times. If you're still wearing street market clothes and eating junk food as a delivery guy, crying won't help you at all. With that, his father angrily stormed off. Jorge had just finished lunch at the company cafeteria and returned to his office when Bert called him via video chat. Jorge didn't want to see his face and switched it to a voice call. What's up? Damn. Why haven't you replied to my countless WeChats? And you didn't even pick up the video call. Are you not busy dying or something? I'm telling you, did you know something happened to Ebert? Jorge was unaware. His schedule was always packed, leaving no time to think about other random matters, except Gwendolyn. If not for Bert's reminder, he hadn't thought of Ebert in a long time. But since they grew up together as friends, despite recent disagreements, hearing that something happened to him naturally made him worried. What happened? Bert was surprised. Aren't you two childhood buddies? He used to reach out to you all the time, so why now? Jorge didn't bother explaining, interrupting impatiently. I just came back from lunch and haven't checked my phone. Are you going to tell me or what? Bert rambled on, no wonder you didn't reply to all my messages. Tell me, tell me. Ebert ran away from home, causing quite a stir. It seems he broke ties with his family and went off to deliver food. Today, Flash's gang saw him, took photos, and sent them to the alumni group. Now everyone's talking about it, spreading all kinds of rumors. Damn, it makes me furious. Lau Mohammed, what do you think is wrong with Ebert? He quarreled with his parents and also with us? At such a critical moment, he didn't even ask for our help and chose to become a delivery guy. What was he thinking? Didn't you know about this? Did he even try to contact you? What happened? Has everyone guessed right? Jorge ignored his rambling, exited the chat interface, and reviewed the screenshots Bert sent from beginning to end. It was indeed Ebert. That guy really became a delivery driver. Had he run away for a long time? Is that why he's lost weight? Seeing others mock him in the screenshot, Jorge felt uncomfortable too, but remembering how Ebert betrayed him for Dustin and justified the argument to sever ties made him harden his heart. Their parents aren't anxious, so why should you be? The Emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are. Bert. How could I forget your nature? Alright, we're the eunuchs, you're the Emperor. We meddle needlessly. Consider this conversation over. Carry on with your work. Hanging up, Jorge once again glanced at Ebert's photo, then deleted the conversation with Bert. Although Ebert ran away from home, he still had extensive connections built over many years. A single photo had caused such a stir, generating significant attention. Someone would surely help him, so there was no need for him to worry. The International Airport project was officially awarded to Mohammed Corporation, and GU Corporation, as the executor, was busily preparing. After confirming with Dustin, Gwendolyn needed Jorge to review and sign the documents. She called Robert to set up a meeting time. Robert knew every move and call concerning Miss Chu meant a lot to Aiden Mohammed, so he immediately reported. Aiden Mohammed, Mr. Brantley from GU Corporation just called to say Phase 1 preparations are complete. They want to give you a detailed report. When would be a suitable time? Jorge glanced at the astute Robert. As an assistant, wasn't he clearer on his Achilles schedule? Robert understood and continued. It's unlikely this afternoon. The CEO of Ocean Technology will visit with the tech team. It's been scheduled for ages, followed by a meeting. Tomorrow between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., you have an hour free. How about we arrange the meeting in your car? This way, she doesn't need to come to the office, and you save time. Agreeing, Jorge nodded, and Robert informed Gwendolyn. After his father left, Ebert stared at the remaining half of his pancake and the bottle of water, losing any desire to eat. Though harsh, some of his father's words rang true. He had enjoyed top-tier resources and education since childhood. Choosing to deliver food now seemed like self-degradation. Compared to middle-aged delivery drivers, he might earn more, but compared to his childhood friends? They complete projects in months, far surpassing him. In a few years, wouldn't they be light years ahead? Did he truly wish to linger in this rundown apartment, sharing meals with a frugal rural girl? In the afternoon, Ebert lost the relaxation and enjoyment he felt in the morning, feeling immense pressure and myriad thoughts. In the evening, Pauline had prepared dinner for him. Seeing his exhausted state, she was alarmed. How many deliveries did you make today? Did you travel far? Why are you so tired? Or are you unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital? Ebert wanted to apologize to Pauline, confessing he no longer wished to deliver food. However, seeing the spotless floor, neatly arranged tableware, and books sprawled beside the bed, he repressed his urge. He'd endure until she entered university. He couldn't renege on his promise. I feel fine, just tired. I don't want to eat. Let me sleep. Eating nothing all day and sleeping, his body wouldn't withstand it. Pauline wanted to advise but lacked consoling skills, watching him anxiously slip under the covers. An insomnia-ridden night ensued. The next morning, washing his face with cold water, Ebert gazed at himself in the mirror. Thinner, paler, dark circles deep, ugly enough to scare him. Chapter 240, Fainted from Hunger. Feeling dizzy and disoriented from hunger, Pauline had forgotten to take money when she left home today. Her phone wasn't linked to any bank cards, so it held no money at all. By 9 in the morning, Montague felt like he was about to faint from hunger. Ever since Christian insisted on working at Mohammed Corporation, Robert had been extremely vigilant regarding Gwendolyn's presence. Today, he specially arranged for Gwendolyn to meet with Jorge in his car, just to avoid Christian. The car was parked by the roadside when Gwendolyn got in. Robert carefully explained the situation to her. "I'm very sorry, President Brantley. CEO Mohammed has a very tight schedule these past couple of days. Considering that you're also busy, going back and forth to the company would waste a lot of time, so I arranged this meeting here. Thank you for following our car for a bit. Please bear with us." Being able to meet Jorge despite his hectic schedule was an honor for Gwendolyn, so Robert's explanation seemed overly polite to her. "Not at all, Mr. Cheen is too kind. Reporting to CEO Mohammed is my duty. Let's get started then." She politely nodded at Jorge as if they were strangers, then opened the files in her hand. Just as Robert was about to start the car, Gwendolyn remembered something important. "Sorry, wait for me a moment. I left my phone in my car." The car stopped steadily as Gwendolyn hurriedly opened the door and ran down. She was about to return to her car to retrieve her phone when a wobbly electric bike came rushing towards her, heading straight for a collision. Luckily, Gwendolyn dodged swiftly enough to avoid being hit. Inside the car, Robert and Jorge watched this scene unfold, frowning in unison. Robert quickly rolled down the window. "Miss Brantley." I'm fine, Gwendolyn waved him off. The delivery rider on the electric bike was quite comical. Instead of knocking her down, he wobbled and fell over himself. Gwendolyn moved to help him up. "What happened? You weren't careful riding? Are you okay? Can you stand?" Montague, who was dizzy and weak from hunger, felt Gwendolyn lift his head and looked up at him. Instantly recognizing him despite his helmet and uniform, Gwendolyn exclaimed, "Montague?" Even though he was wearing a helmet and delivery rider's uniform, Gwendolyn recognized him instantly. "Why are you delivering food now? What is this?" She sat on the ground, letting Montague lean against her, checking his arms and legs. "Are you hurt anywhere? Why do you look so pale? Don't scare me." Inside the car, Jorge's frown deepened. He hadn't expected to encounter Montague in this state. Hearing Gwendolyn shout Montague's name, Robert was about to get out to help but was stopped by Jorge. "Don't move." Robert thought he didn't hear clearly who was on the ground. "That's Mr. Montague, CEO Mohammed." "I know. If I said don't move, don't move." Leaning against Gwendolyn's warm chest, Montague felt a little calmer. Recognizing the familiar voice, even though he wanted to fall asleep, he struggled to open his eyes. "Gwendolyn? Is that you?" It's me. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Does your body hurt? I'll take you to the hospital." "Not hurt," Montague mumbled weakly. "I'm really hungry. Is there any food? I'm almost starving to death." "Starving to death? In this day and age, carrying 7,000 yuan and still getting into such a state?" Without asking more, Gwendolyn suspected he was suffering from low blood sugar due to excessive hunger and immediately called out to the car. "Mr. Cheen, do you have any food, sugar, or sugary drinks in the car? His blood sugar has dropped. Bring some down for me." Low blood sugar. Robert's girlfriend loved sweets, and he just bought a box of chocolates yesterday to give her after work, which could be used now. He hurriedly ran over with the chocolates, both hands frantically peeling. One chocolate melted in Montague's mouth, making him feel a little better, as if he'd eaten the most delicious thing in the world. "More?" Yes. Take your time. Here, I'll peel them for you, no rush." They peeled one after another while he wolfed them down, smearing his mouth black, looking utterly pitiful. Jorge watched Montague, covered in chocolate, through the car window, unsure how to react. Finishing the entire box of 12 chocolates, Montague regained some strength but remained weak. "Why did I meet you guys here? What's happening?" Robert hastily explained, "Chew. This is Ms. Alida, President Brantley, the representative of GU Group. They're collaborating with Mohammed Corporation on the International Airport project. Today CEO Mohammed had a tight schedule, so she reported to him while on the road. We didn't expect to see you, Mr. Montague. What's going on with you?" So, Mr. Cheen meant that Jorge was also present? Montague quickly turned his eyes and saw the familiar Bentley parked under a tree across the street. Damn. Of all people, he least wanted his parents and Jorge to see him like this, yet they did. Montague, conscious of his dignity, awkwardly pulled himself out of Gwendolyn's embrace and tried to stabilize the electric bike. "I'm not Montague, you must have mistaken me. Thanks for the chocolate. I need to get back to work." Robert and Gwendolyn exchanged glances in disbelief. Though he was recovering, he was still visibly weak. There was no way he could ride. After a few failed attempts to stabilize the bike, Gwendolyn helped Montague upright and pushed it to the side of the road. I don't know what disagreement you've had with your family, leading you to this state. But I can see you're not well and shouldn't continue riding. Arvin, you may not want to talk to me, but you can talk to Jorge, right? Get in the car and come with us. Even if you want independence from your parents, there's no need to torture yourself. Isn't it foolish not to use available friends' resources? Montague refused to get into the car. He slightly turned his head to glance at the calm car. Jorge was sitting inside, having already seen him, but didn't even lower the window, let alone come over. Since he wouldn't forgive him, Montague would rather die of poverty or starvation than seek reconciliation. I appreciate your concern, but this is none of your business. You should attend to your own affairs. I'm leaving. Montague insisted on leaving, but Gwendolyn was determined not to let him go. Montague held a special place in Gwendolyn's heart as her only close male friend. When she was staying with the Mohammeds before, Montague had supported her multiple times. Later, when she nearly died in the hospital, he and Dustin saved her. Now that he was in trouble, Gwendolyn wouldn't just stand by. I won't let you go. In this condition, you might die if you keep riding. If you don't want loved ones to see you like this, I won't report for work. Let's find a place to talk alone, I'll wait for you. Saying this, Gwendolyn took the key from Montague's electric bike and ran towards Jorge's car. Chapter 241, Is he your son or a mentally challenged individual? She tapped on the car window, and Jorge slowly lowered the glass, revealing his expressionless face. Gwendolyn looked into his eyes. Ebert seems to be in some trouble, he's not himself. Aren't you going to come down and see him? Jorge glanced through the gap at Ebert's puffy cotton pants, his cheap, glaring delivery uniform, his dilapidated electric scooter, and that stubborn back, a sneer forming on his lips. Why should I see him? If he needs my help, he'll come find me. Gwendolyn? Weren't they best friends who shared everything before? How did things turn out like this? This is Ebert. She wanted to ask Jorge what had happened between them, but time didn't allow for it, nor did she think he would want to discuss it with her. She gave up. I'll stay with him for a bit then, and report work another day. Should I leave the documents here, or take them with me? Watching her worry over Ebert, Jorge felt inexplicable anger rise within him. How long have they known each other? Would they even know each other if not for him? How could she care so much about a relative newcomer but treat him coldly? Did she willingly get close to every man except him? Report whenever you feel like it. You think you're someone special? Fueled by rage, Jorge turned his face away, looking straight ahead, expressionless. If you don't report today, there won't be a need to report ever again. Our cooperation with GU Corporation ends here. Gwendolyn almost fainted from shock. Would he really terminate cooperation over such a trivial matter? Was this just a joke? Moreover, did he genuinely not care at all about Ebert's well-being? Torn between her job and Ebert, Gwendolyn stomped her foot in frustration and tossed the electric scooter key through the window onto the seat. Then give me 2 minutes to bring Ebert over. She ran back to Ebert. Can you get in the car with me first? We can handle your issues after I finish reporting work. You know Jorge's temper, I barely managed to set up this meeting, and if we don't report today, there will be no future opportunities. So, wouldn't it be fair to show some leniency for her sake? Or has Jorge completely disowned him as a friend and is using this as an excuse to target Gwendolyn? Everything in this world is fake. Friendship, love, family, all are false. Ebert felt worse than ever. With a mocking laugh, he slumped back onto his electric scooter, exhausted. Don't you see, Gwendolyn? We've already drifted apart, he isn't my friend anymore. Why should I humiliate myself further? Though Gwendolyn had suspected as much earlier, hearing it from Ebert confirmed her fears. Why? Weren't you childhood friends? Isn't your friendship generational? Because of Dustin. It's all my own fault. The more Ebert spoke, the more bitter laughter welled up in him, his face full of self-mockery as he looked skyward. From the moment I saw Dustin, I thought he belonged to me. Those were happy days we spent together. I was willing to do anything for him, even break ties with my family or die, but what did I get? He never truly acknowledged me. When I was Master Marvin, he used me but always greeted me with a smile. The moment I lost that title, I became nothing in his eyes. Everything has been my own doing. Gwendolyn knew Dustin had hurt him at the hospital. She wanted to explain on his behalf, but Jorge, sitting in the car, slammed his foot against the back of the driver's seat. Honk and tell her to hurry up. Are we done yet? I'll wait 3 more seconds. After that, never come back. Robert, watching Jorge's cold expression through the rearview mirror, weakly pressed the horn. Ding. Director Brantline, our time is running out. Gwendolyn grabbed Ebert's hand and forcibly pulled him toward the car. No matter what happened between you and Dustin or Jorge, I am still your friend. I will never betray you. Can you do me one more favor and get into his car? Ebert, keep your life intact, and you won't lack resources. Losing your life means losing everything. Don't fight this. Please listen. At worst, just sleep in the car. Pretend not to hear anything for half an hour, okay? Although Ebert found Gwendolyn's reasoning somewhat logical, he couldn't bring himself to face Jorge in the car, standing stiffly. In frustration, Gwendolyn wished she could carry him into the car, but her short stature prevented her from doing so. Fortunately, Robert was quick-witted and rushed over, unceremoniously lifting Ebert and tossing him into the car next to Jorge, slamming the door shut with a bang. Before Ebert could push the door open, Gwendolyn squeezed in beside him, sandwiched between her and Jorge. Robert hurriedly returned to the driver's seat and locked the doors. Now, Ebert had no choice but to face Jorge. Robert's abrupt movements inadvertently bumped Jorge's leg. Seeing his pristine, perfectly tailored trousers compared to his own cheap, rough cotton pants, Ebert instinctively moved closer to Gwendolyn, almost merging with her. "Aren't you supposed to report work? Why make me sit here?" Since he couldn't leave now, Gwendolyn smiled and pinched his cheek happily. "Why don't we switch seats, then you sit next to me." They swapped places, and Gwendolyn reported work to Jorge while holding Ebert's hand. Her mind wandered, making her explanation rickardor. Jorge, however, wasn't paying attention, only feeling the hum of noise inside the car until Gwendolyn asked, "Do you think this is acceptable, Director Mohammed?" Jorge flipped through the documents. Seeing Dustin's signature and the renowned GU Corporation designers, he nodded grimly. "That's it for now. We'll address any issues later." "Thank you, Director Mohammed." In truth, Gwendolyn knew her mind had been elsewhere, unsure if she had explained clearly. Yet, Jorge, usually so stringent, approved it without hesitation. She rushed to get Ebert out of the car. "Then I won't disturb your work further. Assistant Sheen, please stop the car." Looking at Jorge through the rearview mirror, Robert noticed his mood darken even more. Before Robert could smooth things over, Jorge threw the documents onto Gwendolyn's lap. "Just getting in and out as you please, stopping whenever you want." "Whose card is this anyway?" "Gwendolyn." He pointedly looked at Ebert. "Is this your son, or maybe mentally challenged? Does he need you to lead him everywhere, unable to think for himself?" "Gwendolyn." Chapter 242, Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Anyone could tell he was talking about Ebert. Could Ebert's current physical and mental state endure such sarcasm? Gwendolyn, scared out of her wits, immediately went to hit Jorge. But Jorge didn't care at all. "Why are you hitting me? If he can't stand up for himself, does that mean others can't criticize him? As the young master of the Marvin family, wouldn't it be better if he tried to support himself by doing something respectable?" Instead, he chose to deliver food. People who know him think he's hardworking and willing to take on tough tasks. But those who don't might think the Marvin family has gone bankrupt. You should be grateful he isn't your son. Otherwise, after raising him for so many years only to see him degrade himself like this, you'd probably spit blood. At this point, he still cares about saving face? Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Many people in the world need dignity. You and I can offer him some, but what about everyone else? Will everyone give him special treatment? Does he have the means to demand such respect? Gwendolyn was speechless, looking at Ebert in fear. Fortunately, he wasn't a 3-year-old and didn't react with the fury or unbearable despair she had imagined. Ebert just closed his eyes painfully, pressing his hands against his stomach, as if pierced right through the heart. "Ebert." "I'm fine." Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After a few seconds, Ebert opened his eyes again. "He's right. I've let myself down and disgraced my parents' upbringing. I deserve this. Indeed, things can't continue like this. I can't tarnish the reputation of the Marvin family." Gwendolyn silently breathed a sigh of relief, gently stroking his chest. "It's good you've realized this. Take it one step at a time, there's no rush. I understand you're new to living on your own and might not have other options right now. Once you calm down, remember, you're skilled at fashion design. If you don't want to work in the family business, you can always return to your fashion design. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely succeed." Ebert let her stroke him for a while, leaning back into his seat before speaking slowly. "I don't want to do fashion design anymore. My father shut down my studio. I don't want to rely on him again." Gwendolyn was surprised. She hadn't expected his father to be so harsh. She fell silent for a moment. "What do you want to do then? Isn't fashion design your passion? This hobby can be picked up anytime, and it won't disappear. There's no challenge, and for now, I don't want to do it." Though Ebert had endured considerable physical pain these past days, he still retained an element of naivety. "I want to try other industries." So, did that mean he still wanted to deliver food? Gwendolyn didn't know how to respond, waiting for him to elaborate. Ebert continued seriously. "Last year, someone asked me to invest in a website project, which I refused. Looking back, it was a great idea wasted. Gwendolyn, I want to sell fruits." Gwendolyn thought she misheard. "What?" Ebert explained, "I'm not talking about ordinary street stalls selling fruits or renting a store to open a fruit shop. I'm proposing creating a website for fruit marketing and delivery. For example, launch a Caring Boyfriend or a Rego series where you can express love by sending daily fruits to your girlfriend or wife. During holidays, birthdays, and Valentine's Day, we can offer couple packages. We would collaborate with major supermarkets, flower shops, and home goods stores to promote discounts and gift bundles. As far as I know, this market niche is currently vacant, not just in China but globally. With today's social climate and consumption level, as long as I plan well, it's bound to be a success." Not only did he find the project promising, but Gwendolyn also felt excited upon hearing it. Isn't this similar to the marketing strategy? Love her, buy her a diamond ring, love her, send her roses? Love her, order her a fruit package. Even if Ebert didn't pursue it, others would likely jump on this idea eventually. It really was a brilliant concept. That's actually a pretty good idea. Since you have this plan, why do you still deliver food? Before Ebert could reply, Jorge cut in with a sneer. Having wild ideas isn't enough, it's impressive only when you implement them. This idea is nice, but have you considered the difficulty in implementing it? Do you know the origins and wholesale prices of each type of fruit? Do you know how to transport and preserve them to minimize losses? Do you know how long it will take to run through all of Fabianching's supermarkets and courier stations for partnerships? Do you know the operational costs of the website? Do you know how much capital is required to get the whole operation running? If I'm not mistaken, you didn't ask your family for a penny because of pride. To be thinking of starting such a huge business while too poor to even eat, don't you find it absurd? Gwendolyn didn't find it absurd. Daring to dream was commendable. The prerequisite for any success is daring to dream. If she hadn't dared to dream, she wouldn't be representing GU Corporation to cooperate with Mohammed Corporation now. Besides, Ebert not wanting money from his family doesn't mean he wouldn't accept it from friends. They could count it as investment shares, pooling funds together, a manageable task for a group of rich second-generation heirs. So, Gwendolyn asked Ebert eagerly. Have you considered these aspects? How much initial capital do you need? That was the reason Ebert couldn't sleep last night. At least 3 million. Are you interested in investing? I can offer you half the shares. 3 million? Gwendolyn wanted to invest. She wouldn't ask for any share of Ebert's profits, purely wanting to help him. However, she couldn't afford 3 million. Moreover, she knew Dustin couldn't either. GU Corporation had already invested heavily in that wasteland development. Now, the company barely had enough liquidity to maintain daily operations. Moving out such a large sum openly would cause shareholder dissatisfaction. Gwendolyn didn't answer, turning to Jorge instead. This small project may not interest Mr. Mohammed, but it could be a first in Fabianching and possibly nationwide. If successful here, it could expand to other cities via franchise models. Not only would it be highly profitable but also win a good reputation. Mr. Mohammed, why don't you invest? 3 million is peanuts to you. Success would mean enormous returns, and failure wouldn't cause significant loss. Jorge glared at her coldly. 3 million is peanuts to me? No big loss if it fails? CEO Brantley, it seems to you that Mohammed Corporation's money falls from the sky and can be thrown away without concern? Gwendolyn retorted, you haven't started yet, how do you know it will fail? This project is crucial for Ebert. He will definitely take it seriously. Can't you show him some confidence? Jorge glanced over Gwendolyn at Ebert. His eyes drooped, lost in thought. The once vibrant young master had turned into a homeless-like figure within a short period. Was he serious about making this decision? He lacked any semblance of determination. Jorge was irritated, but he couldn't curse outright, so he shot back at Gwendolyn. Is this your venture or his? He hasn't said anything yet, but you've already committed him? Chapter 243, Don't Guess Your Aiden's Mind. Gwendolyn hurriedly nudged Ebert's arm and gave him a meaningful look. Mr. Mohammed didn't say he wouldn't invest. You should try to convince him. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly, right? What Mr. Mohammed said is correct, his money doesn't fall from the sky either. If you want to attract investment, you need to express your intentions seriously. This is such a good project. Mr. Mohammed always has a keen eye for opportunities, he will surely agree. Hurry up. Ebert hadn't originally intended to ask Jorge for help, but now that they were in his car and Gwendolyn had spoken on his behalf so sincerely. After some deliberation, realizing this might be one of his few chances, he finally managed to speak up after several attempts. I'll go home tonight and prepare a project application form, detailing all data and budget estimates in a table which I'll send to your email. After you thoroughly review it, let me know your thoughts. Though he didn't use a humble tone to beg Jorge, speaking this way could be considered taking the initiative. Jorge didn't refute him, and Robert interjected to smooth things over. Sure. That sounds great. Mr. Marvin will undoubtedly become China's leading fruit tycoon. Oh, no, it will be Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Marvin together. Congratulations in advance. Once the website is established, I'll be the first customer to surprise my girlfriend. Ebert looked gratefully at him through the rearview mirror. The conversation concluded, with neither needing to continue further. Gwendolyn asked Robert to stop the car so they could return. As the car stopped, just as they were about to get out, Jorge's cool voice came through. Do you have money to go back? Didn't you say you forgot your phone in another car? Do you have cash? This reminded Gwendolyn. Interrupted by Ebert, she had forgotten her phone again. I don't. Ebert, do you have any money? Ebert felt embarrassed. I had a falling out with my family and escaped over the wall when I left. I have nothing. He had nothing yet still acted so arrogant. Seeing a mocking look appear in Jorge's eyes, Robert hastily handed over his wallet. I have a bit of cash, not much, a few hundred yuan, enough for a taxi ride. Mr. Marvin, please don't mind, you can take it for now. Gwendolyn took the wallet, pulled out 2 red bills. You won't need that much. A taxi shouldn't cost more than 50 yuan, and with the rest, you can even eat a bowl of noodles. Ebert, weren't you hungry? There's a beef soup noodle shop nearby, let me treat you to a meal. After saying this, Gwendolyn thanked Robert and waved goodbye to Jorge, linking arms with Ebert as they crossed the road. Watching them leave affectionately, seeing the smoke curling out of the window of that modest noodle shop, Jorge suddenly thought of the day he had eaten beef noodles with Gwendolyn in a small town. He felt very uncomfortable inside. That woman, she would talk to him while helping others seek investments, but once that was done, she ignored him completely. Hadn't she lost her conscience? Before starting off, Ebert glanced at Jorge's expression through the rearview mirror. Seeing him staring at the direction they left, seeming almost nostalgic, he cautiously asked. Mr. Mohammed, this noodle shop looks pretty good. Would you like to have some? Jorge frowned. Did Robert guess his feelings? Was he being too obvious? He couldn't let anyone know how reluctant he was to part with Gwendolyn. Did you eat breakfast this morning? Robert, acting as Brantley Aning beside Empress Dowager Cixi or Su Peixing beside Emperor Yongjing, read his Achilles' mind perfectly, quickly following his lead. No, the morning was rushed. I'm starving too. As he said this, he dramatically swallowed audibly. Jorge, hard-hearted yet soft-hearted, saw his hunger and softened. Working on an empty stomach? People might think I'm Huang Shuren reborn if they knew. Quickly, go eat if you're hungry. Robert chuckled silently, thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for caring. But our work. Getting food is more important. Let's go. Soon, Ebert parked the car roadside, joining Jorge inside the noodle shop. Gwendolyn and Ebert had just placed their order when they saw them enter, startled. Assistant Chin. I didn't eat breakfast this morning, feeling incredibly hungry, and Mr. Mohammed cared for me, accompanying me here. Let's share a table. Robert wiped down the table and chairs with a napkin for Jorge, making him sit first before ordering a bowl of noodles. Gwendolyn noticed Jorge sitting stiffly, hands folded across his chest, looking out of place in the environment. She couldn't help but ask. Now that you're here, why don't you try the noodles? Street-side noodle shops often have the best taste. Such places thrive on word of mouth and repeat customers. Missing out would be a pity. Recalling he wasn't picky and had eaten street snacks before, Gwendolyn ordered a bowl for him without waiting for his response. Otherwise, it would be awkward for him watching 3 people eating. Gwendolyn added extra toppings to Ebert's noodles, making it an exceptionally large bowl. Eating his first full meal since leaving home, Ebert ate until he was sweating profusely, exclaiming. So delicious. It's the best noodle I've ever tasted. What's the name of this place? I'll come back. Eat slowly, no rush. Seeing him sweating, Gwendolyn couldn't help but wipe his forehead with a tissue. It's not that cold. Why are you dressed so warmly? How about taking off your coat? No. The clothes underneath are cheap and ugly. Besides, this is my only set. If it gets dirty, I'd have nothing to change into. What? This is your only set? Didn't I give you? While devouring the noodles, Ebert explained his encounter with Pauline and their co-living arrangement to Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn felt deeply moved. Though she didn't know Pauline, she was filled with curiosity. That explains why you started delivering food suddenly. Good job, Zay. This move might change her life. No matter whether entrepreneurship succeeds or not, this runaway trip was worth it. After we finish eating, I'll take you shopping for 2 sets of clothes, and also for her. We can save on other things, but clothes must be changed. Okay, where should we go? I know a place that's very affordable. Marvin me to take you there? Ebert wasn't interested in expensive clothes anymore. He believed value for money was most important. Interestingly, Gwendolyn and he agreed on this frugal viewpoint. All right. I've never shopped with you. Will people misunderstand our relationship? Misunderstood? Being mistaken as my boyfriend wouldn't be so bad, actually. They laughed at this. Quietly observing the elegant and graceful Mr. Mohammed picking up noodles casually and fully playing the third wheel, Robert thought. Trouble. I need to find another excuse for him. Translation completed according to the provided guidelines, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 244, Don't Touch Me. Robert used the excuse that his Viviana's birthday was coming up and whenever he bought her expensive gifts, she scolded him. He wanted to buy her some good value clothes instead, so he went with Gwendolyn and the others to the clothing market. Jorge waited in the car outside while the 3 of them browsed around for a long time doing nothing. Though he hadn't said much to Gwendolyn, his mood had oddly lightened. After shopping, the 2 groups split up. Robert asked if he wanted to go to the company. He declined, feeling rare good today and wanted to accompany his grandfather. Unexpectedly, upon arriving home, Renata was already there. Several people in the living room were gesturing to Tracy and her about getting custom-made clothes. Seeing him, Renata happily greeted, Ainsworth, why are you back so early? Kira said Ariel is going to get engaged. The whole family is dining out with the lady's parents the day after tomorrow. Chuck was happy and called people over to tailor formal wear. We were just about to call you. Who knew you would come at this time? Quickly come over for your measurements. He didn't expect Mohammed Sicheng to settle down suddenly. But what did it have to do with him? You can go with Chuck. Why bring so many people along? No need. You're part of this family and is Hanson, how can you not go? Even if you don't want to go, what's wrong with one more set of clothes? Come over and get measured. Jorge detested her pulling and pushing. Don't touch me. I said no. Renata reluctantly released him. Why? Don't like their craftsmanship? Honestly, I don't either. Too conventional, no excitement at all. Heard Ebert designs particularly stylish gowns. I've always wanted him to design one for me, but heard he's had a falling out with his family recently. By the way, did you know that news has spread widely, saying he seems to be delivering food now? What really happened? Jorge couldn't believe even Renata knew, spreading so quickly. These people, appearing polished and elegant, obsessed with gossip and waiting for others' downfall, utterly boring. I'm not Ebert, how would I know what happened? You're so well informed, ask me for what? Renata replied, I was just chatting with you casually. Why such an attitude? Isn't this also concern for him? Care for him directly by asking him. The elderly man overheard Jorge's cold words towards Renata, walking over with a grave expression. Why are you always so irritable? Can't you speak nicely? Didn't Renata say these for your own good? You must attend the dinner 2 days later. I've reserved the venue. Jorge glanced at Tracy, not contradicting him. But he found the matter entirely dull and could already imagine how it would go, returning straight to his study. Busy until 10 p.m., he received an email from Ebert regarding his fruit investment proposal. It came quicker than expected. No wonder, Gwendolyn must have helped. Recognizing Gwendolyn's writing style immediately, the detailed project book seemed unnecessary, yet Jorge acknowledged its potential. He merely wanted to see Ebert's determination. Now, he had an excuse to add Gwendolyn on WeChat privately. Finding her in the airport project group, he sent a friend request. About 30 minutes later, Gwendolyn accepted and politely asked what was needed. Jorge, the project is approved, investing $5 million. Gwendolyn, really? So fast. Impressive vision, large-scale investments, indeed a person for great things. Cut the nonsense. Approval is given, but with conditions. Tomorrow we examine the fruit origins and conduct basic training. You and Ebert stay there for a few days. Gwendolyn, what's the for? Can't send off my $5 million based on mere fantasies without knowing anything. Think my money grows on trees? Gwendolyn understood but wondered why she needed to accompany Ebert, as she wasn't involved in the project. I worry about being tied up here. Then don't do it. Take back my words. You lured the investment and helped Ebert write the project book. His idea was immature and impulsive. I'm not confident giving funds to him. Gwendolyn. You keep changing your mind, quite impulsive yourself. How about giving me some time to arrange things at work? Not told you earlier? Still hours till morning, enough for arrangements. 8 a.m. tomorrow, meet me. Sending an address, Jorge added. Gwendolyn puzzled, meeting him, is he coming too? Didn't quite understand Mohammed, sir. Jorge, I have business discussions there, fitting since you're new to fruits. I can't just throw funds without supervision. Have any objections? Gwendolyn dared not object. He who gives money is king. Besides, he has other work, just a ride. No, working with you is an honor. Good. 8 a.m., late a second, I withdraw investment. Ending chat, Gwendolyn hurriedly called Shauna. Luckily, kept her contact info today. After telling everything to Ebert, who thought it reasonable. But I don't have an ID, travel's inconvenient. Can't fly or take high-speed rail. Why not retrieve documents? Worthless quarreling away basics? Just got embarrassed by Dad, don't want to face him soon. Can drive instead. Gwendolyn understood, letting it wait until he stabilizes the investment. After washing up, Jorge lay down, only to receive a message from Gwendolyn. Asleep? Knowing these 3 words meant nothing, still felt strangely upon seeing them from her late at night. State your purpose. She knew he wasn't asleep, hurriedly replying. Ebert lacks ID, needs to self-drive tomorrow. Jorge anticipated this, thought I asked you two to meet me why? Use my car. Next morning at 8, Gwendolyn and Ebert arrived on time. The black Bentley sat quietly, they put luggage in the trunk, opening the rear door simultaneously. Not expecting Jorge calmly seated in the back, driver's seat empty. Mohammed, sir. Jorge glanced at Gwendolyn. Giving you free rides is nice enough. Expect me to chauffeur for free? Chapter 245, Don't let your imagination run wild. Indeed. Gwendolyn was about to close the car door and move to the front to drive, but Ebert stopped her. Let me drive. You rest first. We can switch when I get tired. Fine, since the journey was long, over 800 kilometers, Gwendolyn sat next to Jorge. The car started moving smoothly, but none of them spoke, making the silence in the cabin eerie. Ebert wasn't used to this quietness, it only magnified the awkwardness between them. Gwendolyn. He wanted to speak with Gwendolyn and instinctively called her name, but he quickly realized his mistake and nervously glanced at Jorge through the rearview mirror. Luckily, Jorge's expression didn't change as if he hadn't heard. Brantline, Alida. Connect your Bluetooth and play some music, or I'll fall asleep. Pretending that she wasn't Gwendolyn while knowing who she really was agonizing. Gwendolyn also felt awkward, coughed dryly, and took out her phone to enable Bluetooth. While waiting for the pairing, she told Ebert. I'll buy you a new phone once we arrive. Not having one is too inconvenient. Ebert didn't want to buy one since it wouldn't be useful without a SIM card. I'll set up a secondary account for you so we can find you if we get separated. Alright, thank you in advance. I'll give you a big red envelope after our business trip. Soft music filled the car, but no one seemed to have anything to say. On the highway, watching the monotonous scenery rush by outside, Gwendolyn began to feel drowsy. Last night, she had worked on Ebert's project and arranged work-related matters until 1 a.m. Considering the upcoming trip, she had slept restlessly. Now she felt relaxed, her eyelids growing heavier. With nothing else to do, she found a comfortable position, arms folded, and soon fell asleep. Jorge sat upright, arms crossed, staring out the window. Suddenly, his shoulder felt heavy, and a familiar, faint fragrance wafted into his nose. He turned to see Gwendolyn's high-bridged nose, rosy lips, and smooth cheek resting against his shoulder, fast asleep. Whether intentional or not, this feeling was too long lost. His heart skipped several beats uncontrollably. Quickly glancing forward at Ebert's focused back, Jorge breathed a sigh of relief that they hadn't been noticed. His heartbeat gradually slowed as he watched Gwendolyn sleep peacefully. Slowly, he moved closer to her. Arm against arm, thigh against thigh, their body temperatures intertwined. Gwendolyn's gentle breathing brushed his chin, and he started to feel sleepy too. Since separating from Gwendolyn, he hadn't slept well. Ebert drove for over 3 hours, his back and waist aching. Seeing a service area 5 kilometers ahead, he thought about stopping to rest and let Gwendolyn drive, but when he called out twice, no one responded. Turning back, he saw them entwined and sleeping together. If people knew they had just turned enemies recently and even almost lost their lives, they would think they were sworn foes. If not, seeing them like this, anyone would think they were lovers, an exquisite beauty and a handsome man leaning on each other affectionately. Ebert was bewildered. What exactly were they now? They slept so soundly that Ebert checked multiple times, but they didn't wake. So he kept driving until 8 hours later when the car ran out of gas. Stopping at a gas station, he needed Gwendolyn to pay and woke them up. Alida, Alida. Both Gwendolyn and Jorge opened their eyes simultaneously. Still half asleep, Gwendolyn asked groggily, what? Oh. It's dark already. Where are we? We're almost in Nanchang. The car is out of gas. Can you pay for the refueling? Okay, Gwendolyn's voice was raspy as she prepared to get out. Moving slightly, her head hit something hard. Looking up, it was Jorge's chin. She had been lying on his shoulder. Seeing his sleepy face made Gwendolyn's cheeks burn. Did they sleep together all this way? Had Ebert seen? Embarrassed, Gwendolyn hurried to separate from him and open the car door, but Jorge grabbed her hand. I can pay by scanning code. He lowered the window, got out his phone, found the payment code, and handed it to the staff. The car fell silent again. Jorge remained composed. After paying, he stretched, nudged Ebert's seat, and said, Get out. I'll drive. After a day of driving, Ebert switched seats gladly, exhausted and sore. Gwendolyn sat far away from everyone, wary of falling asleep again. Silently, Jorge drove to the pre-booked 5-star hotel. They got out as the valet took the keys and entered the luxurious lobby. Ebert whispered to Gwendolyn. You've been working hard. We need to share a room these 2 days. Gwendolyn wanted to go straight to the room and stay away from Jorge to ease the embarrassment. No problem. I'll book a standard room. Handing over IDs, the front desk greeted Jorge politely. Gwendolyn prepared to request a standard room, but Jorge interrupted. Book another suite. Mr. Mohammed, are you expecting guests? Could you provide their ID please? Without an extra ID, Jorge handed over a small red booklet. This is my wife. We will stay in one suite. The other suite is for my brother-in-law, who lost his ID on the way and is replacing it. Please make an exception. Gwendolyn couldn't believe he still had their fake marriage certificate and actually showed it. The staff, aware of his VIP status, simply smiled and processed the rooms. Of course, Mr. Mohammed. Welcome. Please follow me. A bellboy took their luggage to their rooms. Seeing Jorge's unexpected maneuver, Ebert was astonished but couldn't comment in front of others. Once alone on the top floor, Ebert stammered. How? So. Now I'm confused. Chew. Alida. Don't let your imagination run wild, Jorge interjected coldly. If you had an ID, I wouldn't need to arrange this. Tonight, you sleep with me. Naturally, I take the bed. You decide where you sleep. Translation completed as requested. Chapter 246, No Sense of Boundaries. Having not eaten all day, he was both hungry and exhausted. After putting his luggage in the room and using the bathroom, Ebert couldn't wait to go out and find something to eat. I'm starving. I want to go eat. Do you want to come? Although he and Jorge were staying in the same room, their relationship hadn't thawed yet, and speaking to each other still felt a bit awkward. Jorge glanced at him indifferently. Didn't you say you're tired? Have it delivered to the room. Ebert found him unbearably dull. It was rare to go on a trip. Wouldn't you want to take a stroll and learn about the local customs? Even if we're tired, we still have enough energy for a meal. Last night I searched online, and the night market here is especially lively. If you don't want to come, Gwendolyn and I will go by ourselves. Saying this, he was about to open the door to look for Gwendolyn, when Jorge stood up immediately. Did I say I wasn't going? Gwendolyn had never had the opportunity to travel since childhood. She hadn't been to many cities in China, especially those hot and unique ones. It was her first time visiting, and she was very interested. After sleeping most of the way today, she was feeling energetic. Ebert called her, and she ran out. Passing by the front desk, Ebert asked the staff. There was a famous night market street about 1 kilometer from the hotel, where they could eat. Nanchang truly deserved its reputation as a small furnace. On the way here, they were mostly in the car and then entered the hotel, so they didn't feel the temperature difference much. But now stepping outside, they immediately felt the significant temperature change between north and south. Fabiancheng had already entered winter, although it wasn't cold enough for down jackets. Wearing a sweater with a coat was necessary. Before leaving, they wore only long-sleeve t-shirts and jeans because they feared the heat, but after less than 5 minutes, they were already breaking into a sweat. Ebert fanned himself as he walked. It's so hot, I'm dying of heat. It must be over 30 degrees. The clothes I brought can't be worn at all. Chew. Alida, are you hot? He had called her by the wrong name several times today, and Gwendolyn didn't even bother correcting him anymore. She brushed the hair stuck to her forehead aside. What do you think? The streets were full of people walking around. Men wore floral shirts, shorts, and sandals, while women wore various crop tops, tube tops, shorts, skirts, and even bikinis. Compared to them, Gwendolyn looked like someone who had just been dug out of an ancient tomb, conservative in her attire. Do you see what they're wearing? They should sell some nearby. Let's buy one first before eating. Otherwise, you might die of heatstroke in that outfit. Gwendolyn wasn't a conservative person, rather, she admired the colorful outfits and figures of those girls. It was too hot, and she felt her t-shirt sticking to her skin. She agreed with Ebert. All right. Let's get one for you too. Your clothes are soaked. After saying this, they both looked at Jorge. If they looked like they had been dug out of an ancient tomb, then Jorge seemed like he had come straight from thousands of years ago. He was even more conservative. Not only did he wear a neatly pressed shirt and suit pants, but also a suit jacket, with all buttons on his shirt tightly fastened. In Fabiancheng's cold weather, he looked dignified and elegant, but now in the fiery Nanchang. You should get a set to change into too. Ebert felt tired and overheated just looking at his perfectly upright posture. Jorge watched the passers-by in their floral shirts and shorts and responded icily without expressing any disgust. Mind your own business. After about 10 minutes of walking, the crowd became denser, sounds more cacophonous, and the smell of food grew stronger. Finally, they saw the entrance to the night market, adorned with various colorful stalls. Ebert rushed towards a clothing stall. Because the stalls were close together, prices were transparent, and there was no room for price gouging. The owner had simply written the prices on cardboard signs placed in front of the stall for clear visibility. Men's beachwear, 35 yuan per set. Women's beachwear starting from 30 yuan. Ebert picked up a green patterned shirt and tried it on, asking Gwendolyn how it looked. Looks good, suits you well. That's settled. Aiden, do you have a changing room? Seeing their attire, the Akil knew they were from out of town and pulled out a curtain from behind the stall. A circular iron ring suspended it, creating a simple circular changing area. Change in here. We also have flip-flops for 20 yuan a pair. Marvin a pair? Yeah. I'll go change first. You pick something quickly. Ebert eagerly grabbed his clothes and dashed into the changing area. Gwendolyn fanned herself and started picking out clothes. She didn't dare to wear overly revealing bikinis and didn't want flowy dresses either. As a girl, she had worn too many dresses since childhood, finding them quite boring. She eyed the never-before-worn thin-strap tank tops and short skirts. Unfortunately, she hadn't brought any breast pads and felt uncomfortable wearing such revealing clothes in front of Jorge. She couldn't make up her mind. By the time Ebert came out dressed, she still hadn't chosen. So comfortable, I feel alive again. How does it look? Ebert spun around in front of Gwendolyn, bringing a breeze. Gwendolyn thought he looked fresh and airy. Looks great. You're tall with fair skin, anything looks good on you. If you add some sunglasses, you'll look perfect, like a leading man from Hong Jerome films. Why not add some sunglasses? The stall had everything. Ebert put on a pair of sunglasses and instantly elevated his style, genuinely handsome. Gwendolyn felt these clothes were made for Ebert. Before wearing, they looked gaudy, yet once on, they were incredibly fresh and sunny. After being complimented several times, Ebert happily patted Gwendolyn's shoulder. It's your turn. Pick something and change quickly. Which one did you choose? I want this one, but... Gwendolyn knew Ebert understood. She gestured toward her chest, and Ebert instantly got it. That's easy, just remove the straps on this. But these can't be removed. Then buy some breast pads. Despite being of similar age and opposite genders, they talked about this topic naturally, without any embarrassment. Ebert called out to the Akil. Aiden, do you sell breast pads? Don't sell that stuff. There's an underwear store up ahead. Try there. Ebert glanced at Gwendolyn's chest. I remember you're a B-cup. Wait, I'll go get a pair for you. Note, this translation aims to keep the original tone and style while maintaining readability and coherence. Chapter 247, The Cool Trio. As he spoke, Ebert snatched the small bag from Gwendolyn's hand and ran off. The shop owner watched his tall figure disappear in the distance, then couldn't help turning to Gwendolyn. Your boyfriend is so handsome and good to you. You're beautiful too. You two are such a perfect match. Gwendolyn and Jorge. Jorge had been standing slightly behind them, as if approaching the stall would lower his dignity. He didn't step forward. However, when the Akil mentioned Ebert as Gwendolyn's boyfriend, she turned around and found him actually beside her now. Every stall hung bright energy-saving lamps. With the light falling on his face, Gwendolyn could clearly see the fine sweat on his temples. To be this precise and still not willing to take off his suit, what was one supposed to say? It felt almost pitiful that he seemed so rigid. Gwendolyn restrained herself. Mr. Mohammed, do you want to buy a set too? Jorge did feel hot, but his expression remained calm. Do you think this style suits me? Gwendolyn thought it wasn't about suitability. Compared to being stiflingly hot, comfort seemed more important. Besides, how would he know it wasn't suitable unless he tried? With your great build and looks, and even better muscle tone than Ebert, he looks good in it. Why wouldn't you look good too? If you're really too hot, just change. Look at how people are looking at us. Jorge glanced around slightly. Sure enough, passers-by were giving them curious looks. Used to admiration and reverence, seeing these unusual glances for the first time, his pride couldn't withstand it. Since you put it that way, I'll reluctantly change. But this clothing hasn't been washed. Can it go directly on? The Akil picked up a piece of clothing and vigorously rubbed it in front of him. We've been in business for years, catering mostly to tourists. How could we not consider this? See how soft the fabric is? Our first act after purchasing is to wash everything several times. In over 10 years of business here, no customer has ever returned items due to quality issues or skin irritation. Rest assured. You won't be my first or last customer. We wouldn't cheat you. Gwendolyn touched the fabric. It wasn't stiff or poorly made. It felt quite soft and gentle against the skin. Ebert wore it, and there should be no problem. Worst case, we can take it off back at the hotel. Try it. Reluctantly, Jorge stepped closer to the stall. All these gaudy prints, he found it hard to accept mentally. Seeing his discomfort, Gwendolyn guessed what he must be thinking. She picked out a dark brown piece, which looked the most dignified, and handed it to him. I think this suits you. Shortly after, Jorge emerged from the changing room wearing sunglasses, as if to cover his awkwardness. If you knew he was just shy about new clothes from another place, you'd think it sweet. If you didn't, you might mistake him for a triad Akil from a Hong Jerome movie. That stern, composed face paired with the carefree outfit and broad, tall figure made for an imposing presence. Even the shop owner was taken aback. Wow, young man, are you a big businessman? You wear these clothes with the air of a tycoon. Amazing. I said earlier that the other young guy looked good in them, but compared to you, he looks like a student. Oh my, stand here a bit longer, I'll give you a discount. These clothes look amazing on you. Everyone, come and have a look. Local specialty beachwear, very comfortable, full of charm, all for only 35 yuan per set. Our models aren't lying, 35 yuan won't make you lose anything. When Ebert returned, the stall was swarmed with people. The Akil was so busy he barely noticed them. So many tourists. Business was booming. He finally spotted Gwendolyn. Have you chosen yet? Buy them quickly and get changed. What about old Mohammed? He's lost in the crowd. This old-timer, dressed so impeccably in this setting, doesn't he risk making a fool of himself? How about these clothes? Though cheap, fitting in isn't bad, right? But he stands out. You should talk some sense into him. Just imagining eating barbecue afterward. My goodness, I can't imagine how embarrassed he will be. He chattered incessantly as soon as he arrived. Gwendolyn barely managed to interrupt. When he finished talking and thrust a bra into her hands, he saw a tall man in sunglasses next to her. Move, this is my girlfriend. Thinking it was a passerby trying to take advantage of Gwendolyn, he reached to pull her over. But his wrist was grabbed by Jorge. What did you say? Ebert pushed his sunglasses up and stared in shock. Old Mohammed? Damn, how? Forget I said anything. Sorry, you look good, really, very suitable. With both already feeling awkward, criticizing him openly only added to the tension. Ebert stood uneasily next to Jorge for a few minutes until Gwendolyn squeezed out of the crowd with her changed clothes. All set, let's go. Because of the crowd, she had worked up a sweat while changing. She casually tied her hair up in a bun. After removing her heavy clothes, she donned a cool blue tank top and denim mini skirt with a cute bun, stunning both Ebert and Jorge speechless. Too fair, too slender, too well-proportioned, too beautiful. Though they knew Gwendolyn had a great figure, her previous outfits always covered parts of her body, never fully revealing her relaxed and playful charm. This simple, cheap set managed to do so perfectly. Ebert couldn't hide his affection, circling her while inspecting. My God, Gwendolyn, if I hadn't known you beforehand, you telling me you're a mom to a 3-year-old, I'd never believe it. Your figure is amazing. And your skin, absolutely perfect. No makeup at all, and it's so smooth. Good heavens, you'd be wasted outside of the entertainment industry. With your looks and figure, fans would adore you on screen. Flustered by his comments and Jorge's unblinking gaze, Gwendolyn blushed. Stop nonsense. Don't call me by my name randomly. Let's go, are we eating or not? Chapter 248, Eat or Get Lost. After changing clothes, the three of them continued walking forward, just a few steps into the night market. Food stalls lined up one after another, the scent permeating the air, tempting and inviting. Ebert quickly picked a stall for barbecue. Gwendolyn also wanted to eat, and they ordered a pile of items, passing the menu to Jorge. It was the first time in his life that Jorge ate at such a small stall. Looking at the names full of rustic charm, he had no appetite at all. Note, the term is often used to describe something with a down-to-earth, everyday charm or flavor, which I translated as rustic charm for better fluency in English. You decide. The owner was generous with oil and seasonings, the grilled food sizzled with oil, seasoned heavily. Ebert praised it endlessly, while Gwendolyn found it very interesting. Jorge, however, held one piece after another, looking and not eating. Too unhealthy. How about we check if there's a restaurant nearby? You can eat there, and we'll wait for you here. Ebert couldn't stand his pretentiousness. Brent leaving so formally every day, wasn't he tired? But when Jorge glanced at Gwendolyn, seeing even she could enjoy this, he thought otherwise. He slowly opened his mouth to bite a vegetable skewer, and then Ebert suddenly suggested taking a group photo. We haven't taken a group photo before. And this beautiful place deserves a memento. Come on, Gwendolyn, give me your phone. Gwendolyn wanted to strangle him. He kept mentioning her name. If she were a spy, she would have been killed by Ebert countless times over. Ebert, realizing his mistake, hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Alida. Jorge looked at him unhappily. Fine, call her whatever you want. I'm not an idiot. So, he knew Gwendolyn was Gwendolyn, not Alida. Why didn't he investigate the matter concerning his Viviana and Gwendolyn switching identities? Ebert looked at Jorge's calm face, full of questions. And Jorge said he came here to handle work, but his phone remained quiet during the daytime trip and he hadn't done any work-related things in the evening. Wasn't he here purely to accompany them? No, it should be to accompany Gwendolyn. To accompany Gwendolyn? This thought startled Ebert. Why would he want to accompany Gwendolyn? Could it be that he not only didn't blame her but had already forgiven her? And still harbored feelings for her? Gwendolyn had eaten a fried golden needle mushroom skewer, leaving some red chili at the corner of her mouth. Mentioning a photo, she hastily wiped her mouth with a tissue, but missed a spot. Jorge glanced at her and casually wiped it off for her. Ebert watched his smooth action, feeling like he discovered an important secret, and suddenly felt sorry for Jorge. As his friend for so many years, not only did he fail to understand him during critical moments but also stabbed him in the back. He must have been heartbroken. Marventing to be with Gwendolyn but hindered by his identity as CEO Mohammed, causing numerous obstacles. Sigh, what kind of person was he to only realize now? Gwendolyn handed over the phone, and Ebert lifted it. Old Mohammed, come closer, you're out of frame. Normally, Jorge never took photos and shouldn't indulge Ebert, but under these circumstances, he didn't want to spoil the mood. He moved his face next to Gwendolyn's. Click, click. Ebert snapped several beautiful pictures, showcasing their stunning looks. Posting these on social media would definitely receive countless likes. Jorge pulled back his face, and Ebert hugged Gwendolyn for a few more group shots before handing the phone back to her, still eager. If I had my own phone, I would absolutely post on social media. The quality of these photos is bound to get me endless likes. Suddenly, thud, Jorge threw his phone in front of him. Log into your account. Post it. You delivering takeout became a hot topic in our circle. People laughed at you. Indeed, you should post it. What? Delivering takeout had become viral in the circles? When did this happen? Ebert recalled the day he delivered food to the media company and encountered his father, wondering why it was so coincidental. Now, someone intentionally spread it. When had he ever been laughed at by others? Those lowlifes who weren't even worthy to tie his shoes dared to laugh at him. Logging into his account immediately, he was almost stunned by the sudden influx of messages. Among them, Bert and Carlo sent the most, talking about his delivery job, with many group chat screenshots. Indeed, people made a laughingstock of his delivery job. Damn it, these fools dare to laugh at him. Not until he achieved success and slapped them in the face would he stop being Ebert. Ebert took a selfie, satisfied, and then posed with Gwendolyn beside him. Borrowing your shoulder will make these guys envious. Soon, the photo was posted on social media. Ebert continued eating skewers, and a few minutes later, his phone notified dozens of likes and comments. Traveling outside? Where is this? Holy cow, a few days, and Master Marvin has gotten even more handsome. Who's the beauty beside you? Got a girlfriend? Why not take a clear shot? She has a great figure. Is it nearing something big for Arvin? Congratulations. Ignoring them, Ebert felt accomplished. Just as he was about to put the phone down, Bert messaged him. Holy cow, what's wrong with you? Yesterday you were delivering food, and today you're traveling? I knew you wouldn't split from home. Where are you chilling? Who's Brenna next to you? Her skin is so good. Perfect body. Did you officially announce? When are you coming back? Bring her for us to meet. So heartless, not replying to all my messages, making me worry while you party with her. Thanks for your concern, we'll talk when I get back. Quickly replying, Ebert put the phone down and leaned on Gwendolyn's shoulder contentedly. Gwendolyn, being with you is truly bliss. Gwendolyn. Seeing Ebert snuggling closely with Gwendolyn without boundaries, Jorge felt irked. Retrieving the phone, he logged out of Ebert's account. Can you be more careful in public? I care about my reputation even if you don't. Sure. Gwendolyn is his, he went too far. Ebert straightened his body and kindly helped lift Gwendolyn's shoulder strap. You're my lucky goddess, I must protect and take care of you. Eat more. No wonder Jorge and Dustin competed for Gwendolyn. Even he found her increasingly charming. How could anyone grow so beautifully and be so mesmerizing? Those delicate shoulders, waist, and hands, he wanted to touch more and more. After Jorge warned him, seeing him still staring at Gwendolyn dazedly, he threw a napkin at his face. Eat or get lost. Since when did you turn straight? End of chapter 248. Chapter 249, Ride My Beloved Scooter. The three of them stayed at the stall enjoying the night breeze for a long time before returning. Perhaps they hadn't gone out to relax for too long, or perhaps the atmosphere here was truly delightful, it felt incredibly good. Back in the room, Ebert felt reflective and couldn't help but want to talk to Jorge, apologize to him, and ask about his thoughts on Gwendolyn. However, Mohammed complained about the smell of barbecue on himself and immediately went into the bathroom. Ebert persisted, following behind and leaning against the bathroom door. Old Mohammed, can I talk to you? Jorge was annoyed by Ebert's constant proximity to Gwendolyn, who never seemed to push him away. He replied coldly, what's there to talk about? You knew when Gwendolyn is Gwendolyn? Since you knew, why didn't you? Is it any of your business? Yes, it's not my business, but... Since it's none of your business, shut up. But just keep your eyes and hands to yourself and maintain an appropriate distance from her. If you act like today again tomorrow, I can't guarantee I won't withdraw my investment anytime. Ebert. After a sound sleep, Ebert woke up excitedly at around 6 the next morning. Last night, to thank Jorge, he hand-washed both their swimsuits after showering, dried them, folded them neatly, and placed them on the sofa. Jorge, a light sleeper, came out soon after Ebert moved around in the room. Ebert respectfully handed him the clothes. What are we going to do today? Aren't you here to invest in entrepreneurship? You've already prepared the project proposal, so don't tell me you don't know what to do. Although Ebert had ideas and completed the proposal, he lacked experience handling fruit. It's our first time visiting a fruit production area, so I'm a bit lost. Shall we ask someone about wholesale markets and negotiate long-term cooperation deals by comparing offers? Anything else? I can go with Gwendolyn if you have work to attend to. I won't disturb you. Jorge realized Ebert was indeed ungrateful. Just as he helped clarify things, Ebert wanted to ditch him. He changed back into last night's clothes in front of Ebert, smiling coldly without expression. Not to look down on you, Ebert, but you can't get this done without me. Ebert. Gwendolyn also got up early and called out as she came out. She wore the same clothes from last night, makeup-free, with her hair tied up in a neat bun. Seeing such a beautiful woman so early in the day truly refreshed one's spirit. The trio enjoyed breakfast at the hotel. Staff recommended renting a car or a small scooter for outings to avoid fatigue and heat. After checking out nearby shops, Gwendolyn spotted a motorcycle rental shop. The scooters were colorful, cute in both color and design, with adorable helmets that seemed made especially for girls, evoking her inner girliness. I want to ride a scooter. Then let's take scooters. Driving cars to wholesale markets is inconvenient. We only need 2, I'll carry you. Ebert took Gwendolyn's wallet to discuss prices and pay. Gwendolyn selected 2 scooters and was about to sit on Ebert's back seat when he noticed Jorge's gloomy face. He felt a pang of guilt. I rarely ride motorcycles, so my skills aren't great. Otherwise, I wouldn't have almost hit you yesterday. For safety, Gwendolyn, you should ride with old Mohammed. Gwendolyn? Just now he was determined to carry her, and now he was saying this? She didn't want to sit with Jorge, it would be awkward. No problem. I often ride electric bikes and have experience. I can carry you. As Gwendolyn tried to pull him down to switch places, Ebert insisted. You're not familiar with the road. If there are too many people and we fall, it will be disastrous. For safety, you should ride with old Mohammed. Gwendolyn really wanted to kick him. She wished she had rented 3 scooters. With the small scooters, riding with Jorge all day would be mortifying. But with Jorge present, she had no choice but to politely move over. The moment Gwendolyn's soft legs touched his, Jorge glanced coldly at Ebert, who returned a smug smile. They asked the scooter owner about the wholesale market location, and Gwendolyn navigated with her phone as they set off. It was around 7 in the morning, the sun wasn't scorching yet, and a gentle breeze blew. The scenery along the way was picturesque, making the scooter ride exceptionally pleasant. Gwendolyn couldn't resist taking various photos with her phone. Along the way, she forgot about Jorge and didn't feel awkward at all. Sure enough, it was the world's largest fruit wholesale market, bustling with crowds. They locked their scooters outside the entrance and walked in. Endless varieties of fruits and stalls caught the eye. Ebert asked several stall owners and finally understood the trading rules. Each vendor had their own orchard, and partnering involved leasing the orchard. One could inspect the orchard for size and fruit quality, then, once satisfied, pay and handle everything independently. Ebert felt apprehensive about leasing an orchard right away since the market wasn't fully established yet. But Jorge remained calm. We've come all this way, shouldn't we at least take a look? They started with lychees, following the owner to his orchard. The sight was awe-inspiring, mountains covered with lush trees, branches heavy with clusters of red fruit, breathtakingly beautiful. Gwendolyn, being female and highly sensitive, exclaimed, so beautiful. Now I understand why, eating 300 lychees a day, I wouldn't mind living in Brantley forever. I wish I could settle here. Seeing her blend beautifully with the scenery, Ebert couldn't help but inch closer. That's easy. Once my business takes off, I'll have to establish long-term relationships with them. Then I'll buy a house here in your name. Whenever you want to come live here, you can. Though it seemed far off, the thought made Gwendolyn feel like a teenage girl, thoroughly charmed. Really? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Oh, Ebert, you're so kind. Gwendolyn hugged him tightly. Ebert embraced her shoulders and continued forward, enthusiastically discussing their shared future plans. Jorge watched them, seething inwardly, furious that Gwendolyn didn't even touch him throughout the ride. Ebert and Gwendolyn were laughing and walking when they suddenly heard an eerie buzzing sound from behind. Turning back, they saw a beehive on the ground near Jorge, swarming with dozens of bees circling around him, some even landing on him. Yet Jorge stood motionless like a wooden statue, hands in his pockets and sunglasses on, as if oblivious to the pain. Startled, Ebert and Gwendolyn rushed over. Old Mohammed, what are you doing? Trying to kill yourself? Are you crazy? Chapter 250, Commander Mohammed's Brantley trick. After Aiden Ebert helped chase away the bees and pulled Jorge out of the encirclement, he had already been stung several times. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time Ebert encountered such an absurd incident, and he was continuously astonished. How did you manage that? How could you carelessly bump into a beehive? Were you scared? How does your body feel? Should we head to the hospital immediately? Do these bees carry poison? Compared to his panic, Jorge appeared unusually calm, as if the person stung wasn't him. It's fine. You stay here and continue discussing with Aiden. I'll go to the hospital. Miss Brantley, please accompany me. With you stung like this, should I stay behind? Let me come with you. Jorge glanced at him indifferently. If you don't want to work, just say it. What use would there be bringing so many people along? Are you a doctor? Ebert. We must figure out all the prices today. After visiting several orchards, I'll need you to give me a summary. The budget and time are limited, I can't waste more time here with you. Saying this, Jorge began walking out. Gwendolyn, coming from a medical background, thought she might be able to assist if anything happened on the way and patted Ebert on the shoulder. Then I'll leave first. Take care of yourself, and don't get stung either. Leave my phone here, I'll see you at the hotel after finishing up. By the time she reached outside the orchard, Jorge was already seated on the electric scooter. Although he acted very composed, his arms that had been stung were starting to turn red and swell slightly, affecting both his arms and legs, a sight that looked quite alarming. Gwendolyn hesitated to let him ride. Let me take the wheel while you rest. If you feel any discomfort, tell me right away. Jorge complied, shifting back slightly, resting his long legs on the ground, moving to the back seat. Gwendolyn slid in through the enclosure formed by his arm and the handlebar, sitting down as though embraced by him. She could see the veins standing out prominently on his hand, filled with strength. Suddenly, her back pressed against his firm chest, causing her heart to race slightly and her throat to tighten. Pass me your phone. I'll set up the navigation. The motorcycle handlebar had a phone mount, and Gwendolyn secured the phone, setting the destination to the hospital. Are you ready? Then let's go. With that said, she lifted the kickstand and twisted the throttle. Just as she did, Jorge wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, burying his face into her shoulder. Drive slowly, I'm dizzy. Gwendolyn. Blown by the gentle breeze, basking under the warm sun, they arrived at the hospital, huddled close together. Gwendolyn wanted Jorge to get off first while she parked the scooter, but he refused, still holding on to her. I'm too dizzy to move, don't let go of me. Gwendolyn was bewildered. Would someone actually feel dizzy because of bee stings? She wondered if this was something new to her knowledge. Given that Jorge didn't strike her as a weak person, seeing him in such discomfort for the first time made her anxious. Supporting his arm over her neck, she carried half his weight into the emergency room. Seeing them, the nurse in the ER assumed it was a serious situation. Spotting a tall and handsome guy, she rushed forward. What happened? What's wrong? Did something happen? Jorge lay sprawled on Gwendolyn's back, like a shy child not letting anyone touch him. Gwendolyn explained, he was stung by bees multiple times and is experiencing severe dizziness. Nurse? What kind of bee stings so severely? Could it be poisoning? They urgently called a doctor. Upon hearing about Jorge's reaction, the doctor initially thought he was stung by some highly dangerous bee, quickly arranging to remove the stingers. Upon examining the removed stinger, it's just ordinary pollen from a flower. They don't sting unless provoked or attacked. And they're non-venomous. Did you intentionally provoke them? Gwendolyn, who had been cradling Jorge's head throughout, felt puzzled. No. I wouldn't be that bored, Jorge denied weakly, buried in Gwendolyn's chest. So you really feel dizzy? It could be due to other reasons. The doctor, looking at his seemingly helpless state, asked patiently. Have you checked your blood pressure recently? Any issues? Or has your head experienced any impacts, or do you have any other medical history? Gwendolyn realized that if it wasn't because of the bees and he still claimed dizziness, it could indicate a complicated issue. She immediately became worried. After the doctor finished asking, Jorge sensed Gwendolyn shivering, and unconsciously tightened her grip on him. Upon lifting his head, their eyes met, revealing her concern. His mood instantly brightened. He struggled to maintain his lie. I accidentally fell last night and hit my head. Where did you fall? How did it feel? In the bathroom, slipped. My vision blurred. That could be the reason. Maybe you have a concussion. The doctor concluded, I'll prescribe a CT scan. We need to investigate further. Gwendolyn couldn't believe he dared to run around today after falling yesterday. That was risky. Leaving the ER, she instructed Jorge to sit and wait while she paid the bill. Wait for me here. I'll come get you once done. Moving around won't do you any good. Jorge enjoyed her tender care but regretted that he couldn't undergo the examination. Pulling Gwendolyn's hand, he returned to his normal state. Suddenly I don't feel dizzy anymore. Let's skip the checkup. Gwendolyn was stunned. What? We still have work to handle, no time left. Let's go back. Just moments ago, he couldn't stand straight, now suddenly he was fine and wanted to return to work. Before she could protest, Jorge picked her up and placed her under his armpit. Less talking, let's go. Hey. Jorge. Are you okay? Don't joke around with your health. The CT scan is booked, you. A nurse at the station turned around, surprised. That guy who needed support just moments ago was now completely fine, even carrying his girlfriend. Heaven, what a handsome and manly guy. Great body too, perfectly matching his girlfriend. Look at her tiny waist, envy-inducing. Am I some sort of jealous person? Working hard enough is exhausting, yet having to watch patients' misting affection is unbearable. I was hoping he'd undress to check for 8-pack abs, disappointing. Jorge carried Gwendolyn to the motorcycle, placing her on the seat. Looking at his unchanged expression and effortless breath, she felt deceived. Do you have any issues? It seems you only have swollen wounds. Plop, Jorge stumbled and nearly knocked her off the bike. Not good, feeling dizzy again. Chapter 251, only Marvin Ting to look at her. From this angle, he was hunched over in front of her, as if. Gwendolyn instantly recalled some inappropriate scenes from their past together and felt extremely embarrassed, but she couldn't push Jorge away. I told you to go for a checkup. The doctor has already written the prescription. Stand still, I'll help you back. Jorge had no intention of going back. He swung his long legs onto the motorcycle. It's not about falling down, I'm just exhausted. A bit of rest will be fine. Let's head back quickly. If it weren't for the fact that Gwendolyn had slept with him for 8 hours last night, she might have been convinced by his act. She sighed in exasperation. Mr. Mohammed, are you hiding something? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Since we're already at the hospital, let the doctor examine you if you're feeling unwell. Don't neglect your health. Jorge rested on her shoulder, finding her overly responsible for his health, yet a little too much so. Miss Brantline, I have an international video conference at 11, and I must attend on time. We only have half an hour left. If I'm late, you'll be held accountable. Gwendolyn. No good deed goes unpunished. Since he was willing to risk his life for work, even gods can't save him. Speeding all the way back, Gwendolyn delivered him back to his room right on time before 11. Jorge sprawled out on the sofa like a king. Gwendolyn moved the laptop in front of him and turned it on. Then I'll leave now. After the meeting, if you feel unwell, call me again. Just as she was about to leave, Jorge, noticing her simple tank top and slender arms and legs, reminisced about their intimate moments earlier and felt a twinge of reluctance. Don't rush. Get me a bottle of water first. Gwendolyn hurriedly went to the fridge to fetch him a bottle of water. Jorge refused to take it. I don't have the strength. Open it for me. Wasn't he adamant about leaving the hospital a moment ago? Now he couldn't open a bottle of water? Gwendolyn didn't bother commenting, opened it, and handed it to him. Jorge looked down. Why is it icy? I only drink room temperature water. Gwendolyn had no choice but to replace the icy water with a normal one and opened it. Is it okay now, Mr. Mohammed? Jorge lazily took it, sipped, and frowned instantly. It tastes terrible. I prefer coffee. Go, make me a cup. Hadn't she noticed his fussiness before? Was he really thirsty? Though speechless, she thought since he covered all the expenses and funded Marvin's, it would be best to endure. The presidential suite had everything. She found coffee beans and a coffee machine smoothly. Just as she prepared to use the machine, Jorge's voice came again. I only drink hand-ground coffee. Take your time. Was he ever planning to start the meeting? Why so many demands? Fortunately, she had lived at the Mohammeds for some time and watched Vanessa prepare coffee. She managed to grind a cup for him. Jorge, while looking at documents on the computer, took the coffee and sipped it. Unsurprisingly, he frowned again. Why is it so bitter? Didn't you add milk? You never asked for milk. Gwendolyn wasn't a professional barista and didn't know how much milk to add or when. Jorge said. 3 parts sweet, 7 parts bitter. You're smart enough to figure it out yourself. Gwendolyn could only guess the amount and stirred it in. Jorge sipped again, too late. The taste is off. He handed the coffee back to her. Gwendolyn didn't understand, so you won't drink it? Pour this one out and make another one. What? Jorge handed her his phone. There are tutorials online. Follow them step by step. Don't mess with my things. My meeting starts soon, don't disturb me. Gwendolyn had no choice but to follow the tutorial on his phone, grinding the beans and making another attempt. After 2 failures, it finally took more than an hour to make a satisfactory cup. To her relief, Jorge approved this time, not bad. Do you want to try it? Gwendolyn wouldn't touch what he had tasted. Her hands ached from the grinding, and after a busy morning, her legs also started to hurt. As long as you're satisfied. Then, I'll return to my room. Why go back now? Jorge closed his laptop. I'm hungry. Make lunch for me. Gwendolyn doubted her ears. Make lunch? We're in a hotel. Where do I cook? Jorge acted as if it were the most natural thing in the world. They have a kitchen here, fully stocked with ingredients. Gwendolyn was speechless again. This was the first time she learned a guest could operate in the hotel's kitchen. Paying so much to stay in a hotel and end up cooking herself, wouldn't people laugh at her? Do I need to pay extra? Not necessary. It's part of the service. I just don't want their ingredients, you should buy fresh ones from the supermarket. Gwendolyn really admired his nerve. Initially doubting he had suffered a brain injury, she now firmly believed he had. Jorge's mind must have been damaged. Buy groceries from the supermarket? And cook in the hotel's kitchen? Mr. Mohammed, do you know what you're saying? Of course. I can't get used to outside food. 2 meals already hurt, and any more will make me sick. You wouldn't want me to fall ill, right? Jorge reclined comfortably and continued. I know your cooking suits my taste. It's just a little inconvenient, but I can wait. Thanks, Miss Brantley. I can wait, but I can't. Gwendolyn wanted to retort, but Jorge interrupted her. The document I was reviewing has data submitted by GU Corporation, and there seems to be a problem. Using work pressure again. Gwendolyn didn't know if there was indeed an issue, but if President Mohammed issued a statement, they'd have to recheck every step. Time-consuming and labor-intensive, possibly even a trick. Got it, Mr. Mohammed. What would you like? I'll go buy it. I'm not sure. I never enter kitchens, and I'm not familiar with dish names. How about this, help me choose. Gwendolyn almost exploded. Not only did he want to go grocery shopping, but he also wanted her to support him. Why not decide based on your previous preferences? That way, you won't have to come along. Jorge mistied her. It's rare to visit Nanchang. I should try the local specialties. I must pick them myself. Are you reluctant to let me go, Miss Brantley? Are you ashamed of our relationship? All right, forget it. Go ahead then. Gwendolyn didn't want to argue further. She grabbed his arm around her neck and supported his waist. Not at all. Let's go, esteemed Mr. Mohammed. Chapter 252, turning over faster than a page. Jorge clung to Gwendolyn from behind as they swayed on their motorcycle to the supermarket. It was a large, beautifully maintained store. Perhaps it was due to Gwendolyn's presence or maybe because the items were neatly arranged and beautiful. Jorge, for the first time in his life, found shopping at a supermarket enjoyable. Gwendolyn was exhausted and didn't want to meander aimlessly. She went straight to the vegetable section and asked what he wanted to eat. Despite the variety of vegetables available nationwide, there wasn't much diversity in Nanchang's local specialties. After some deliberation, she couldn't make up her mind. Finally, Jorge shifted his attention to the seafood. Let's have seafood. You and Ebert both worked hard today, let's buy some to reward yourselves. But you just had an anti-inflammatory shot. Can you really have seafood? Besides, I don't know how to cook it. You can eat even if I can't. If you don't know how, the hotel chefs do. Just buy it. Gwendolyn couldn't understand him. He clearly wanted to eat it and insisted that she make it, but now spoke like this. Who cares? Let the master have his way as long as he's happy. Indeed, it was a coastal city, so the seafood was plentiful and reasonably priced. Gwendolyn picked out a few crabs and dipped her hand into the lobster tank. How about one more lobster each? I've never eaten such big lobsters before. She sounded pitiful. Back when everything in the Mohammed family was hers, no nanny could have elicited such words from her. Jorge looked at her, feeling amused yet annoyed. Then pick a few more. Today you'll eat your fill. Gwendolyn noticed he was in a good mood despite acting mischievously. Truly generous. With a smile, she tried to catch a lobster, but it was lively and hard to catch. Inexperienced, she failed several times and ended up getting her finger pinched by its claws. Ah! Jorge. Jorge, looking at sea cucumbers nearby, turned at her scream. Her slender finger was tightly clamped by the lobster. He was speechless. How are you so clumsy? Didn't you see the tools? Don't talk, quickly help me take it off, it hurts. Jorge hurriedly pried open the lobster's claws. Despite being able to lift a 20-kilogram weight with one hand, it took him several tries to release it. The claws broke, but Gwendolyn's finger bled profusely, mixing with the tank water. Now, Jorge lost his appetite entirely. It's this bad? I'm taking you to the hospital. Though her finger throbbed in pain, Gwendolyn didn't think it required hospitalization. Just forget it. By the time we get there, it'll be healed. No point in embarrassing ourselves. Nonsense. Seafood has salt, and your skin is broken. Without proper care, it could get infected. Enough talk, let's go. Gwendolyn wanted to protest, but he swiftly carried her under his arm and lifted her. Just moments ago, he was woozy, yet now he had the strength of a champion. Gwendolyn realized he was completely bipolar. After a short sprint, they returned to the hospital. It was the same ER doctor who saw them earlier, this time attending to a female patient, giving them a look of exasperation. ID please. Any past medical history? Gwendolyn felt embarrassed, imagining they looked like fools to the doctor. None. Any drug allergies? None. The wound isn't serious and might have healed already if you came later. But since you're here, I'll prescribe you some topical antibiotics. As the doctor checked Gwendolyn's ID linked to her medical records, his eyebrows furrowed. Alida, did you recently have an abortion? The air conditioning made the room cool compared to the heat outside. He glanced at Gwendolyn's summer outfit, and she blushed deeply. She had forgotten that IDs were now networked, revealing past medical histories. She didn't want Jorge to know about the abortion. But Jorge's expression darkened upon hearing this. What did you say? His reaction was intense, his tone harsh. The doctor shifted his gaze to Jorge, seemingly intrigued by this unfolding drama. You didn't know? You aren't her boyfriend? What are you two? Gwendolyn snatched her ID and stood abruptly. I said we shouldn't have come to the hospital. As soon as they entered the hallway, Jorge caught up, grabbing her wrist. What happened? When was it? Whose child? He was shocked. Deeply. After hearing the doctor, myriad possibilities flashed through his mind. He was disbelief-stricken, utterly unsettled. Gwendolyn didn't want to explain or feel the need to justify herself. It was in the past. How would explaining it change anything? She lowered her eyes, avoiding Jorge's gaze. What's it got to do with you? Do my personal matters require your approval? Jorge remembered. Not long ago, he had seen two figures resembling Gwendolyn and Dustin at the hospital. He had asked Kian to investigate but learned nothing substantial. Was it then? Did Dustin accompany her for the abortion? He couldn't bear to think further, his eyes brimming with fury. I'm asking again. When was it? Whose child? Answer me. Gwendolyn winced under his grip, trying to break free but trembling all over. Is knowing when and whose child so important to you? It's in the past. What do you plan to do? What can you do? Right. Jorge suddenly regained clarity. What was he doing? They hadn't seen each other for 2 months. During these 2 months, Gwendolyn hid her identity, lived with Dustin day and night, and reappeared only for Dustin's sake. Even now, holding her hostage relied on leveraging the Gu family business. She always protected Dustin. What was he doing? Knowing she didn't like him, he still tried repeatedly to get closer. Why was he so pathetic, so foolish? Just days ago, he had been rational, knowing they had no future together. Why was he like this now? Jorge suddenly felt shame and embarrassment. Never before had he acted so humbly, without principles. With Gwendolyn, he repeatedly lost control. Calming down, he seemed to regain his dignity. Disgusted with himself, exhausted, he released Gwendolyn. Dustin's, I see. Didn't expect you to move out of the Mohammed residence and become pregnant with his child so quickly. If not for injuries sustained, numerous shots, and medications, you probably would have kept the baby. To be honest, because of my Viviana, your first child died. Chapter 253, I'm giving you only 3 minutes. Hearing his sarcastic words and seeing the cold, mocking look in his eyes, Gwendolyn felt so angry that she trembled all over, longing to slap him across the face. But after some thought, what was the point? Would he believe her even if she explained everything clearly? He had never trusted her. He didn't value trusting her. Not to mention, given how many injections and medications that child had been exposed to, it simply couldn't have survived. Even if it could have, with his noble bloodline, could he really tolerate someone of her lower status giving birth to his child? Gwendolyn worked hard to control her emotions, raising her eyes to meet his gaze for a few seconds. You're right. If not for your Viviana, that child would already be several months old by now. Chairman Mohammed, do you feel any guilt? Are you asking such detailed questions because you want to compensate me? Shameless. In the past, when Gwendolyn used to say harsh things while laughing and joking around, Jorge only found her quirky and amusing. But now, she actually wanted him to compensate her and Dustin's child because of his Viviana's death? Jorge clenched his back teeth, barely resisting the urge to strangle her. Your status as a woman has saved your life today. Jorge, don't hit women. I won't drop this matter between you and my Viviana. Gwendolyn, you are not worthy to even mention her. Don't think that having Dustin makes you secure. I can destroy both of you at any moment without leaving a trace. With that, he brushed past Gwendolyn and stormed out of the hospital like a gust of wind. Feeling irritable, Gwendolyn rode her motorcycle back to the hotel. As she arrived at the room door, Ebert rushed out from Jorge's room. Where did you run off to? Neither of you were home, and you didn't answer my calls. I'm starving. Have you guys eaten? I spent the entire morning investigating fruit prices, so where's old Mohammed? I was about to talk to him in detail. Why didn't you come back together? Exhausted, Gwendolyn didn't want to speak much and tried to enter the room with her keycard. But Ebert held her back. I'm talking to you. Why aren't you responding? What's wrong? Why do you look so terrible? Heatstroke? Or did you argue with old Mohammed? What happened? Is he acting up again? Did he make it hard for you? As he spoke, he felt a heavy gaze press down on him. Turning around, Ebert saw Jorge standing there with a face dark as hell itself. Damn, such bad luck. Why does he always catch me saying something bad about him? Oh, old Mohammed, you're back. Why does Gwendolyn look so bad? And why do you look so bad too? What's going on? Jorge's voice sounded like it came from a frozen abyss. I'm giving you 5 minutes to pack up and return to Fabiancheng. What? You? I won't wait longer. Waste more time if you want. Bang, Jorge slammed the door shut upon entering his room. Ebert was utterly confused. What the heck happened? I just got the prices sorted, and I haven't had the chance to discuss them yet. Why are we leaving now? Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn also felt there was no reason for her to stay here any longer. Since Ebert had already investigated everything, secured the investment, and finished what he needed to do, she should go back and continue her work. Nothing happened. Something came up at his company, and he needs to go back urgently. You can finish things here yourself. What do you mean? Are you going back with him? I'll buy my own ticket. We've been out for 2 days. I miss the kids. Sorry, Ebert. After saying this, Gwendolyn pulled her hand away from his grip and went into her room, closing the door behind her. Left standing there, Ebert stood speechless for a few moments before brushing open Jorge's door. This guy moved quickly, already changed out of his beach clothes into a neatly pressed shirt and trousers, fastening his buttons. But I haven't finished handling my business, Ainsworth. What business do you need to handle? What can you possibly accomplish? Do you even realize what you can achieve? Fueled with rage, Jorge finally let his anger out. His voice wasn't loud or roaring but icy and each word dripped with contempt. Ebert, you're incurably stupid and don't even realize it. Every day you live arrogantly, it's pitiful. Do you really think starting a business is as simple as having an idea and a proposal? Do you think negotiating a few fruit prices here will lead to automatic success and smooth sailing once you get back? Do you know about Fabiancheng's established fruit supply chain? Do you know how long the local fruit tycoons have dominated? Do you understand the consequences of challenging their interests? You know nothing. You're a delusional fool who watches too many soap operas. Ebert had believed Jorge had come to the fruit origins because he approved of his plan and valued his ideas. But after getting so far, hearing these words left him stunned. Yes, Fabiancheng had its own fruit supply system and powerful tycoons deeply rooted for years. With complex relationships, a newcomer like him wouldn't stand a chance against them. This idea of his had indeed been naive and ridiculous. But why did he say this only now? Old Mohammed, you. Jorge continued, I thought coming with me would give you some insights, some original thoughts. But now. Mr. Marvin, I suggest you inherit the family business instead. The outside world is too complex for you. Ebert felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, instantly thrown from the heat of Nan City into a frozen wasteland. He slumped onto the sofa, suddenly seeing Thornton before him as a demon. So, you've been laughing at me all this time? You never intended to invest? Seeing how devastated he looked, his face pale as paper, Jorge realized his words had been too harsh. Yet, who would understand or help him? I'm not that bored. I neither enjoy mockery nor breaking promises. I just doubted your determination to succeed. The problems I mentioned are real, but they're not insurmountable. If you genuinely want to do this, go back to Fabiancheng, settle down, and start studying this industry from scratch. Finished speaking, he tossed the car keys to Ebert. I'll wait in the car. Don't come down in 3 minutes, and find your own way back. 3 minutes later, Ebert pushed his luggage, and Gwendolyn sat on either side of him in the front seats. The trip there hadn't been filled with laughter and jokes, but at least it had been peaceful. Now, Ebert had no mood to connect the Bluetooth and listen to music. The car sped on, each lost in their thoughts as they embarked on the long journey home. Chapter 254, Is he possessed by something? Ebert had been driving for 3 hours when they came across a service area sign. Jorge asked him to pull over and stop, then the three of them silently entered the service area. It was past noon and everyone was famished, their stomachs rumbling. Jorge asked if Gwendolyn and Ebert wanted to get something to eat, but neither responded. Forget it then, he muttered, pushing the car door open and motioning for Ebert to get out. For the rest of the journey, Jorge drove. By the time they returned to Fabiancheng, it was already dark. He took Gwendolyn directly to Dustin's villa complex. Despite not saying a word, he watched her get out and walk toward the entrance before driving away. Next, he headed towards Ebert's house. Ebert had sat in the back seat listlessly for hours, so bored that he actually fell asleep. When he woke up, the car had stopped. Jorge had gotten out and opened the door, giving him a kick from outside. Wake up, get out. Groggily opening his eyes, Ebert got out of the car. Looking around, everything seemed so familiar. Why did he bring him back here? Instantly, Ebert felt a surge of anger. Disdaining him, refusing to help him was one thing, but sending him back at this moment made him look foolish. Was he less capable just because he couldn't match Jorge's abilities? Enraged, Ebert raised his hand and shoved Jorge on the chest. What the hell? Jorge, what the F***K are you trying to do? Caught off guard, Jorge staggered 2 steps back, eyebrows furrowing. Seeing an impending conflict, the nanny and Ives rushed out. Identifying both Ebert and Jorge, they let out delighted screams simultaneously. I said the young master was back. Just like his shadow, sure enough, it's him. Hannah. Sir. The young master is back. Gary Marvin and Master Mohammed are back together. They ran over, positioning themselves between the two men with cheerful expressions. Gary, Master Mohammed, why are you back at this hour? Have you eaten yet? Dinner has just been served. Come inside quickly. Gary, you can't imagine how much your parents missed you during your absence. Now they'll finally be able to sleep peacefully. Due to the nanny's words, Ebert forced down his anger. He knew his parents were worried about him, but he didn't want to face them yet. His pride couldn't handle the embarrassment of returning home after failing. Ignoring the nanny, he cast a cold glance at Jorge, turning to leave. Jorge reached out and grabbed him. Where are you going? Let go. What does my business have to do with you? Now it has nothing to do with me. Isn't this the same guy who begged me for an investment? Ebert, speechless, watched as his parents rushed out, full of surprise. Ah, Ainsworth, why did you come? You must be tired. I know Zay has caused you a lot of trouble these days. Have you eaten yet? Come inside. Though his father hadn't directly spoken to Ebert and kept addressing Jorge, Ebert had no choice but to follow him into the house. As the nanny had mentioned, dinner had just been laid out. Before they could even change shoes, they were seated at the table. Regardless of whether you've eaten or not, it's rare for you to visit. Join us for dinner. Please, sit. It's been so long since we've had a proper conversation. Ah, Ainsworth, I'm thrilled you came today. While the father spoke non-stop to Jorge, the Viviana quietly sat next to Ebert, discreetly holding his hand under the table. Seeing her teary eyes, usually impeccably made up but now plain, Ebert realized for the first time how old she looked. Her wrinkles were prominent, her eyes heavy, and streaks of white hair visible. Suddenly, it felt like someone had yanked at his heart. Eat, eat. Looks like you've all been too busy and haven't been eating properly. Each one of you is skin and bones. After pulling Ebert's hand, the Viviana, with concern-filled eyes, piled food onto his plate and Jorge's as well. At this moment, Jorge wasn't acting like a haughty CEO but a polite, humble younger man. Thank you, Kira. Bohan, I know what you're most concerned about, so let's skip the pleasantries. I'll get straight to the point. These past few days, I've talked extensively with Ebert. He has a great idea for starting a business, and I'd like to collaborate with him. Ebert's parents were taken aback, their chopsticks pausing mid-air as they exchanged glances. Ah, Ainsworth, what exactly do you mean? Take it at face value. Bohan, Kira, you don't need to be so surprised. Having grown up together, I know very well what Ebert is capable of. Apart from fashion design, he excels in other areas too. Maybe due to being elders, there's a gap between you, sometimes preventing you from seeing his full potential. In fact, he's quite brilliant, and his designs are very popular among young people. Is this still Jorge? Has he been possessed by something? How did he suddenly start speaking so highly of him? If he remembered correctly, just a few hours ago, Jorge had devalued his idea to nothing. Why the sudden change? Ebert gave him a puzzled look. Jorge, genuinely hungry, ate a couple of shrimp before explaining the fruit concept thoroughly. Ebert's parents shifted their gaze to their son, their eyes revealing surprise and admiration. Indeed, it was a good and innovative idea, conceived by their own son. Yet, Marvin Dad hesitated. Talk is cheap, action is difficult, especially in today's competitive environment. Without a meticulous leader to guide things, it's tough. Ainsworth, your willingness to give him this opportunity touches me deeply. Jorge smiled warmly. Bohan, you make it sound too formal. I don't have any brothers, and I've always considered Ebert as a brother. This isn't helping him, it's mutual collaboration. I won't interfere too much, only funding and dividends. Everything else depends on Ebert. Honestly, I'm benefiting from his talent. Hearing this, Marvin Dad felt elated, nodding continuously. That's exactly how it should be. Ebert lacks experience, and by giving him operational freedom, you're helping him. So, you came back tonight just to discuss this with us? Jorge continued, yes. Though Ebert left home dramatically, he's been with you for so many years, especially with you, Kira. Your love for him has always been evident, making you the most beloved mom in our circle. Ebert thinks of you every day but finds it hard to express. So tonight, I brought him back. This translation aims to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring natural English flow. Chapter 255, Is it really necessary? We're all family. There's nothing that can't be talked through calmly and peacefully. Stop scolding him all the time in the future. He's still young and doesn't want to directly join the company by following the path you've laid out for him. Marvinting to forge his own way is actually a good thing. Let him see more of the world, let him experience more, it will help shape his character. At the same time, Ebert, you must also understand your parents' intentions. If you were a father, could you watch your child do as they please without any interference? Ebert's parents were immensely grateful for his actions tonight and warmly welcomed him back home. The dinner was heartwarming and joyful. They chatted about their past, present, and future for over 2 hours. Jorge didn't drink alcohol, so he drove himself home. Ebert saw him off at the car. Looking at this person who felt both familiar and distant, he didn't know what to say. After some thought, he finally managed to squeeze out an apology. Sorry, I shouldn't have pushed you today. Seeing him awkwardly dressed in cheap clothes, Jorge reverted to his usual cold demeanor. There are many things you shouldn't have done, but you did them anyway. If I had held it against you each time, I would have been driven mad long ago. With that, he gave Ebert a couple of taps on the shoulder. That's enough. A man should not walk around with a long face. I called you back today to tell you something important. Don't think it's a bad thing to have your parents' protection. When you were born, heaven blessed you with superior resources. This is part of your ability. People might say you're a second-generation rich kid, or that your achievements are only due to your parents, but ignore them. That's just jealousy, they can never possess the talent you were born with. If it weren't for my grandfather's support or the reputation of being the eldest grandson of the Mohammed family, I wouldn't be where I am today either. The real reason Ebert resisted entering the company and going along with his father's plans was because he didn't want others to call him incompetent or to think that he got everything thanks to his parents. But before now, he hadn't voiced these thoughts to Jorge, partly due to pride. He didn't expect Jorge to see right through him. Moreover, he never imagined Jorge faced similar challenges. But Jorge approached these doubts with such grace and understanding. Ebert realized, despite knowing Jorge for years, it wasn't until now that he fully grasped his capabilities. After encouraging him, Jorge changed his tone. Starting tomorrow, you'll still be the eldest son of the Marvin family. I'm giving you a month to set up your online operation company and negotiate with local fruit suppliers. Next month, I want to see profits. I'll have Robert assess the market and give you specific targets. If by the second month I don't get the expected returns, the $5 million investment becomes a loan. You'll cover the losses yourself and pay me interest every month. I won't work with you again after that. It was a challenge, pushing Ebert to go all in. Although his words were harsh as ever, standing outside his childhood home, supported by loving parents, Ebert felt more confident. I understand. I'll do my best. Thanks, Ainsworth. Jorge returned to the villa where Gwendolyn and Ollie had once lived. The bee stings on his legs and arms were swollen and painful. After taking painkillers and feeling tired from the day's events, he eventually drifted off to sleep. The next day, he went to the office on time. When Robert saw the light on in the CEO's office, he was surprised. Mr. Mohammed, when did you return? I've returned. Do I need to report to you on my schedule? Uh-oh. Mr. Mohammed doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Robert hurriedly handed over the day's work plan and stepped back. Understood. By the way, I have 2 more tasks for you. Yes, Mr. Mohammed. First, regarding Ebert. I invested $5 million in his company. Next month, I expect at least a 30% profit. Investigate the relevant data for the fruit industry, set a standard for him, and send it directly. Got it. And the other task? Let Gwendolyn handle Godwin Brantley Anction's public welfare project starting tomorrow. Ebert thought he heard wrong and stepped forward to confirm. Excuse me, Mr. Mohammed, did you just say? You heard correctly. We're replacing Goo Group's liaison with someone else, and Gwendolyn will take on Godwin Brantley-Anction's project. Since that day when Jorge returned from out of town and learned that Ollie had been sent to an orphanage and later sold, he became very concerned about child trafficking and the lives of children in impoverished areas. To bless Ollie, he donated 5 million yuan to a foundation helping underprivileged children and became involved in several charitable organizations. Many institutions sought Mohammed Corporation's involvement in further charitable activities. While Mohammed Corporation had ample funds, it wasn't a charity organization and couldn't dedicate all its resources to various projects. Therefore, Jorge asked Ebert to select a place called Godwin Brantley-Anction for a public welfare initiative. This area was so remote that it still lacked cement roads and electricity. Had it not been for delays with the International Airport project, Jorge would have already sent a team to renovate schools and arrange teachers. It was over 600 kilometers away, extremely isolated, and severely underdeveloped. How could Mr. Mohammed, who cared so much for Gwendolyn, even consider sending her there? Moreover, Gwendolyn wasn't even part of Mohammed Corporation. He didn't dare ask. With Mr. Mohammed's grim expression, asking would be like courting death. Leaving the office, he quickly messaged Gwendolyn. Hearing about repairing roads, wiring for electricity, and rebuilding schools, Gwendolyn didn't oppose the idea. This is a good cause. It shows Mohammed Corporation genuinely cares about the well-being of people. I just wonder how long this will take. Robert was speechless. He knew it would be very time-consuming and physically demanding, especially deep in the mountains. It was almost like being exiled to a remote frontier. He tried to console her. Are you fighting with Mr. Mohammed? This is probably just to make you submit. Why don't you soften your stance? Miss Chu, sometimes a simple word can make all the difference. Gwendolyn knew Jorge was trying to force her into submission, but she refused. Tell that to your Akil. Thanks for the reminder. I'll pack my bags. Translation ends here. Chapter 256, How can she be so much Brant like her? Robert was speechless for a moment before returning to the office to report to Jorge. Mr. Mohammed, the arrangements for the Godwin Brantley-Anction project are all set. Jorge paused in his actions but kept a calm expression on his face. Quite fast. I know. Just that. He didn't ask about Gwendolyn's reaction to this news. Robert really couldn't understand what he wanted. Concerned about Gwendolyn but unable to say it directly, he continued, Miss Chu has already started packing her luggage. As the only girl going, should I create a project group and include you in it so she can report directly to you if there are any issues? Jorge was harboring frustration inside. That dead woman, agreeing so readily, doesn't she know how arduous and long-lasting this task is? She isn't missing anyone, not even Dustin at the hospital, or her daughter. He thought this would make her come to him to soften up. Since she's so proud and willing to endure hardship, then let her have it. Do I need to personally look into every trifling matter? Do I have nothing better to do? Jorge suddenly raised his voice, throwing the mouse on his desk. In the future, don't let me know about anything related to her. It's boring. Robert. Leaving the office, Robert was certain that Mr. Mohammed and Gwendolyn were having some sort of disagreement. Though he didn't know what happened, he was sure that Mr. Mohammed wasn't truly trying to make things difficult for Gwendolyn, he was just. There weren't words to describe his behavior, but once his anger subsided, he'd still care for Gwendolyn. He couldn't take Mr. Mohammed's words at face value, or else when Mr. Mohammed starts feeling sorry for Gwendolyn later, Robert himself might suffer. Robert returned to his workstation and quickly added everyone responsible for the project, including Gwendolyn, into the group chat. After introducing Gwendolyn's role and asking everyone to cooperate with her work, he received several affirmations from the team members. After working for half a day, feeling parched, Robert went to the tea room. Just as he left, Renata gracefully arrived at the president's office. Since Jorge changed the lock on his office door, she hadn't been able to enter, but she would occasionally visit. Even if she couldn't meet Jorge directly, interacting with Robert was fine too. Robert knew her identity and didn't dare hide Jorge's schedule from her, keeping everything within her control. Usually Robert would be here whenever she came, why not today? Renata asked the other two assistants, who informed her that Robert had gone to the tea room. She sat down at Robert's desk. The computer screen was still unlocked, and out of boredom, Renata idly scrolled through his WeChat messages. The chat record of the Godwin Brantley-Anction project was still at the top, catching her attention immediately. Godwin Brantley-Anction? Road construction, electrification, and school renovation? What strange project. It seemed unrelated to the Mohammed Corporation and yet required personal supervision from the CEO's special assistant. Though she didn't understand, Renata noticed Robert asking everyone to fully cooperate with a woman named Alida, sparking her curiosity. She took out her phone and found the WeChat contact for the project manager Ian from the engineering department. Since joining the company, Renata had established connections with heads of various departments. Backed by the chairman himself, as the daughter of the Meng family and Jorge's childhood friend, no one dared to deny her favors. She directly asked Ian about the Godwin Brantley-Anction project. Ian explained, adding that he found it boring but understandable, considering the corporation's emphasis on image and public relations. Public service projects like these benefited the company. Why aren't you in charge? Who is this Alida? Which department head is she? I've never heard of her. Ian was frustrated. Being sent to a remote place to suffer wasn't bad enough, now a newcomer was leading him. Unbeknownst to others, they might think he committed a serious offense that needed punishing. She's not from our company but GU Corporation, specifically their CEO's special assistant. A recent graduate, she was originally handling the International Airport project, but somehow. I don't know why public welfare matters concern GU Corporation, but we subordinates shouldn't question much. Whatever leaders decide. Renata became more curious. She recently heard about Mohammed Corporation collaborating with GU Corporation on the airport project. Now entrusting this public project to someone else's leadership. Mr. Ian, do you have a photo of Alida? She wanted to see what kind of woman could pull this off. Not only did she become the CEO's assistant right after graduation but also interfere with Mohammed Corporation's affairs. Ian hesitated before sending over a blurry photo, likely taken secretly. Just one. Someone thought she was pretty during a meeting and snapped this picture quietly. Miss Meng, what's the interest? While she does have a fair amount of beauty, she's nowhere near your level. To climb up, she'd probably do anything. She seems pure, but behind the scenes. Several paragraphs of complaints and flattery followed, but Renata had stopped reading. She enlarged the Ricardor photo repeatedly, disbelief written all over her face. Gwendolyn? How could this person resemble Gwendolyn so much? Impossible. She was supposed to be dead. Then this photo. Could there be another woman who looks exactly like her? No wonder. Renata realized. No wonder she came to manage projects on behalf of GU Corporation. No wonder she got this charity project, because her heart felt pierced by 100 needles, stinging with pain. Jorge, oh Jorge. So in love with Gwendolyn, so unwilling to let go, even though she killed his Viviana and committed suicide out of guilt. Seeing a woman who looks identical still made his heart flutter. Looking at Annabelle's gentle smile in the photo and thinking about her own insignificance, Renata wished she could tear her apart. Yes, nowadays more girls have questionable intentions. After all your hard work, if a beautiful young lady steals the credit, it would be too ironic. Being encouraged by Miss Meng, Ian grew more emboldened. You're right. Even Miss Meng sees my grievances, but what can I do? Men have certain inherent disadvantages. But you can't just accept it. Think of your family. With good performance, an additional promotion could earn you at least 20,000 extra annually. Missing out on that each year means losing a house for your son. This calculation angered Ian further. Chapter 257, Renata takes action. Alas, Miss Meng, it's so hard to be a person these days. What can one do? Renata reminded him, anyway, I acknowledge your work capabilities. As long as you don't let others step on you and steal the credit, you can completely win a round when you're interviewed by the media at the end of the public welfare project in front of all department heads. Bronson Ian, destiny is mostly in your own hands, it's just about whether you can seize the opportunity or not. Bronson Ian understood her meaning but wasn't quite sure what she was driving at. He usually only nodded in passing with Renata, she was high up in the company, so there was no reason for her to be friends with him. Their work only intersected when it came to assembling and repairing office supplies. Why did she start talking to me today and say so much? Miss Meng, what you say makes sense. Thank you for reminding me. But there's a question I'm not sure if I should ask. Renata knew what he wanted to ask. You're wondering why I suddenly told you so much, right? I'm always straightforward and dislike beating around the bush. So, I can't stand those manipulative people who get ahead through underhanded means. Note, the term is often used to describe someone, usually a woman, who is manipulative and uses deceitful or underhanded tactics to get what she wants. For better fluency and clarity in English, it's better to describe such a person as manipulative or similar. This woman met her match with me. I won't allow her to climb up and bring negative influences into our company. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I do. Barnaby now understood her. Rest assured, Miss Meng, I will never give her the chance to bring such negativity into Mohammed Corporation. I'll keep an eye on this matter, so thank you for your efforts, Bronson Ian. Robert returned from getting a coffee and noticed that his desk had been tampered with. Who came to my workstation just now? It was Miss Meng. She seemed to have something to discuss with you but left after waiting a while since you didn't come back. Robert wasn't bothered by it. After all, Renata usually came to inquire about CEO Mohammed's schedule almost every day, and he was used to it. The next day, Gwendolyn arrived punctually at Mohammed Corporation's building and got into the minibus headed for Godwing Brantliang Mountain along with everyone else. Robert assigned this mission to the engineering department, where all employees participated, including Gwendolyn, making a total of 13 people. Most of them were responsible for repairing office supplies, circuits, computers, and various technical odd jobs. All were male except for Barnaby, who was rather pleased to see Gwendolyn. I thought going to the mountains for charity work would be tough, but we've been sent such a young and beautiful female leader. We were too shallow. This turns out to be a pleasure. Nice to meet you, Director Brantling. Gwendolyn had been working for many years and could tell if someone was playfully teasing her or simply speaking their mind. These low-level tech employees were pretty straightforward. Don't celebrate too soon. Though I hold the title of leader, I'm here for logistics. I'm clueless about technology and can only cook meals, wash clothes, and run errands. Once we arrive, if you find I'm less capable than you, please go easy on me. AI, you look so delicate and clearly haven't done any heavy lifting before. How could we make you work like us? Managing logistics is enough. Rest assured, we wouldn't say anything. Besides, you're the Akil, so how could we dare criticize? Thank you all for your consideration. I heard the conditions in the mountains are harsh. Yesterday, I bought a suitcase full of beef, mutton, and pork from the supermarket. Once we arrive, I'll prepare some delicious meals for you. Why did you bring 2 large suitcases? We thought they were all clothes for a fashion show, but it's all food. Well, we're in luck. The journey to Godwing Brantlyong Mountain was long, and everyone kept chatting with Gwendolyn on the way. Seeing everyone's support and like her made Barnaby's anger boil over. A femme fatale who gets along so well with men must be a repeat offender. She may fool inexperienced young men, but trying to step on me? Dream on. Note, I've replaced, with, femme fatale, to ensure it reads naturally in English while keeping the same meaning. It took 6 hours before they exited the highway and drove on a national road into the county. Gwendolyn treated everyone to a lavish lunch and then continued on a bumpy village road until they reached the town. They found out they still had 30 miles to go to reach the village they were supposed to help. The locals, how do they bring things back after shopping? On motorcycles. Residents showed them old diesel motorcycles nearby. These gearshift motorcycles have the power to climb the mountain roads, but you don't have any and probably don't know how to ride them either. You look like city folks. What made you think of coming to Godwing Brantlyong Mountain? Barnaby was frustrated. They had brought lots of equipment filling 2 cars. What would they do if they couldn't transport it in? They would figure it out tomorrow. Who knew if there were any hotels in this remote place? There weren't any, as expected. He immediately ordered everyone to drive back to the county. They would stay there overnight and decide about entering the mountain the next day. But Gwendolyn disagreed. It was only 3 p.m., and with just 30 miles of road, even if rough, 2 hours on a motorcycle would be sufficient. Why waste a night? They would enter the mountains eventually. Every extra day incurred unnecessary expenses, which was her duty to manage as project head. Everyone agreed since she had already spent the entire day traveling without doing anything. If Brenna wasn't scared, they had no objections either. With everyone's support, Gwendolyn negotiated with the residents to rent motorcycles. Barnaby watched, fuming that everyone followed Brenna instead of him. What does she know? A greenhorn giving random orders and you all blindly following. Can you take responsibility if something goes wrong? And I tell you, the equipment is limited and costly. If it breaks, you fix it. It's none of my business. Everyone exchanged glances, surprised by Barnaby's disapproval. Before they knew what to do, Gwendolyn came back after negotiating prices. We can temporarily store the equipment at their place. We'll carry our personal luggage and camp in first. The rest will wait until tomorrow when I find an excavator to repair the road. Come on, let's move. Director Brantline was clever. Why hadn't they thought of storing the equipment here first? Their problem was solved, and everyone looked at Barnaby mockingly. Barnaby's face darkened. If staying at a hotel costs money, why does riding a motorcycle save money? With so many people, each needing a motorcycle, how much will it cost? Gwendolyn replied, 30 per person, but I negotiated a bulk price of 260 yuan in total. Bronson Ian, the cost can't be avoided. Even if we stayed overnight here, you couldn't make everyone walk into the mountains tomorrow, you'd still spend money. Bronson Ian, are you unhappy with my arrangement? Chapter 258, Diligently and Industriously. For a group of people staying at a hotel, it would cost well over 1,000 yuan per night. However, Gwendolyn secured everything for just 260 yuan, which anyone could calculate as being the better deal. Mr. Ian's face turned red with embarrassment when Gwendolyn asked this in front of everyone. He felt utterly humiliated but couldn't show it publicly, otherwise, he'd appear too petty and incompetent. So he silently kept track of this against Gwendolyn. After enduring a long journey, they finally arrived at the village by 5 in the afternoon. They had already informed the village Joaquin in advance, so Gwendolyn and her team headed straight to the village committee office. The Joaquin was delighted by their arrival and hurriedly arranged rest and dinner for everyone. Everyone sat around a fire in a simple shack, while Gwendolyn helped the Joaquin's wife prepare dinner. The meat she brought came in handy. They cooked a large pot of potatoes, radishes, and dried vegetables. Despite the simplicity, everyone felt satisfied after eating. After dinner, the Joaquin sheepishly informed them that the village lacked accommodations and enough beds for everyone, leaving them no choice but to sleep on a communal floor. He showed them an empty southern room where everyone was shocked to see. Inside, there was a dirt floor with straw laid along the walls. A few faded floral bed sheets from the 80s were placed on top. This would be their bed for the coming days. In a corner next to the wall, 6 colorful yet worn-out quilts were neatly folded. These are all the quilts we could gather from the village, the Joaquin explained. They'd been washed and sun-dried before you arrived, so they're very clean. Though they knew conditions were tough, complaining wouldn't help. As men, they accepted the reality quickly. No problem, as long as we have somewhere to sleep and won't get cold. We will stay here. Where will CEO Brantline stay? CEO Brantline was a woman and naturally required special care. There was an elderly lady in the village who lived alone after her son moved away years ago. Gwendolyn decided to stay with her. Everyone agreed this arrangement made sense. All right, then. Let's rest now, Secretary. Good night, CEO Brantley. Just as Gwendolyn was about to leave, Mr. Ian stopped her privately, looking unhappy. Regardless of my position as the engineering department leader at Mohammed Corporation, I can accept not having premium accommodation during this trip. But sleeping in a communal area with subordinates undermines my authority. How am I supposed to work upon return? I cannot stay here. Gwendolyn looked at him. What do you suggest then? I want my own room. This isn't me being picky or showing off, it's a matter of rules. Gwendolyn was speechless. Showing off his authority at a time like this would only make it harder to work later. But she didn't want to argue. I just got here and don't know many people. It's hard to arrange anything for you. If you really can't stay with the others, discuss with the secretary. As long as he finds something suitable, I have no objections. The secretary looked uneasy. It's not that I'm not trying to find something for you, but there's nothing available. The village has only a dozen households, most crowded together. Even if I found somewhere, you'd still be cramped. Better to stay with your colleagues. Feeling embarrassed, Mr. Ian remained silent. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Gwendolyn again helped the Joaquin's wife prepare breakfast. She then negotiated borrowing motorcycles to use for their business meetings today, offering to cover the fuel costs. The town's families all have motorcycles. No problem. How many do you need? Gwendolyn thought for a moment. 3 should be enough for 6 people. Including you, of course. Bringing more people is just for intimidation. Once everything is ready, we'll start working. Many volunteered, wanting to go with Gwendolyn. Uncertain whom to choose, she suggested a game of rock paper scissors, finalizing 4 people quickly. Before they left, Mr. Ian casually joined the Joaquin on his motorcycle. Gwendolyn paused. Is Mr. Ian coming too? Surprised, Mr. Ian asked, aren't I going? He thought, as the head of the engineering department and the senior male leader on the project, leading the outing was expected. Why hadn't Gwendolyn included him? Gwendolyn smiled, explaining, I said 6 people were enough. You saw the competition. So she treated him as a regular staff member, excluding him without even considering him worthy? Seeing his expression turn sour, Gwendolyn tried to mend fences. Naturally, you're our technical expert. Many things require your expertise. Shao Brantley, could you please step down? There was an error in my count. Next time we'll include you. To Shao Brantley, it didn't matter much whether he went or stayed. He agreed readily. They set off on the motorcycles, arriving at the town after a bumpy ride. The Joaquin took them to look for excavators and loaders for the road construction work. Unfortunately, they only found one excavator available. The operator explained that his other machines were rented out and wouldn't be back for a week. Mr. Ian turned and left. With only one machine, what can we do? Let's head to the county town. This small town lacks everything. We should find a construction team there, and everything can be done in no time. The excavator operator laughed. You seem rich. Do you know how they price things? One excavator alone costs at least 800 yuan a day. With other necessary machinery, it's over 3,200 yuan daily, totaling over 30,000 yuan in 10 days. Bad weather often causes delays. Calculate that cost yourselves. Mr. Ian dismissed the concern. Mohammed Corporation could afford far more than a mere 3,200 yuan a day or even 30,000 yuan. Undermining rivals for business? He'd seen it many times. As he continued walking away, Gwendolyn started talking with the excavator operator. How much does renting your equipment cost per day? The operator replied, our town has only one such business, and you can verify. Whether building a house or filling land, everyone comes to me. Everyone knows the rate, 400 yuan a day, no matter who it is. And I don't stop working, regardless of weather. You earn as long as you work. If the client agrees, you can work continuously. With this information, Gwendolyn pondered the practicality of the operator's offer. Chapter 259. One charges 800 per day, and the other charges 400. This price difference is too large. Could it be that the quality of the work is different? Soraya didn't immediately believe what the excavator operator told her. She took a photo of his excavator with her doubts and went to the county town. As the operator had said, all the construction teams in the county were established by local influential figures, who didn't lack work and almost monopolized the surrounding businesses. They were quite arrogant, charging 800 per day without reducing even a penny. Chizzy compared the photos she had taken. Both machines were identical. She discussed with Barnaby, let's use the one from the town. Although other machines will arrive a few days later, we just got here and are not familiar with everything yet. There's no need to make a big deal about this. Let's start slowly with one machine, and when other machines arrive, we can plan better and get used to it, which won't delay progress and save costs. Barnaby was once again annoyed by her. It was the money of Mohammed Corporation, not hers. Why did she have to be so frugal? They came from so far away with such a prestigious reputation, quietly getting work done with a small-town individual business. How embarrassing. Besides, the more chaotic things were, the more outrageous the prices, the more opportunities there were to skim profits. Why else would he come to this remote place? Of course, these private thoughts couldn't be expressed to Chuzzy. He could only formally analyze the advantages of the county's offerings from a professional angle. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Chuzzy noticed Barnaby's dissatisfaction with her decision. To calm him down, she invited everyone to lunch. While washing hands in the restroom, she asked the colleagues from the engineering department about the difference between the county and the town's options, and whether Barnaby's insistence was worth it. They exchanged glances and saw that Chuzzy truly didn't understand, so they explained quietly. There isn't much difference. If anything, it's the difference in how impressive it looks. After all, Bronson Ian comes from Fabian Cheng and is our department head. It would affect his face. Besides, you don't have anyone to worry about feeding. Bronson Ian has to support his family. If there's an opportunity to earn some extra, why not let him take advantage? Chuzzy understood. She wasn't trying to save money for Mohammed Corporation. The company was large enough not to care about saving 100,000 yuan here or there. But she really disliked Bronson Ian's approach. As a department leader, he wasn't thinking about maximizing his value or benefiting the company but was looking out for himself. If everyone acted like this, how could society function? If she knew he was like this and chose to turn a blind eye or even protect him, wouldn't that make her an accomplice? Chuzzy refused to be that kind of person. Of course, she wasn't stupid and wouldn't directly confront Bronson Ian. So during lunch, she proposed using the county's construction team but at the lowest possible price. Why couldn't they match others' lower rates? Why couldn't they work overtime in bad weather like others? She planned to negotiate fiercely, lowering the price and time as much as possible, then apply to the group for a dedicated fund, issuing invoices for every expense and clearly reporting back. If she did this, where would any extra profit come from? Bronson Ian was speechless. He endured his anger through lunch and then pulled Chuzzy aside, indirectly expressing his frustration. There's no need to be so serious. It's better for everyone if we're a little vague, but Chuzzy pretended not to understand. It's getting late. If we don't leave soon to talk to them, we'll be heading back in the dark tonight. It's cold at night, and if everyone catches a cold, that wouldn't be good. Bronson Ian, let's discuss while we walk. This stubborn woman either genuinely naive or deliberately opposing him. There was nothing he could do. Seeing no profit from this side, Bronson Ian gave up and focused on sand, lime, asphalt, cement, and other materials later on. Forget it. Since the county's prices are tough to negotiate, let's go directly to the town. No point wasting words. Let's head back. Back in the town, Chuzzy negotiated with the operator and secured a bulk rate, concluding a productive day. Lying in bed that night, Bronson Ian grew angrier. Being outshone everywhere by this girl, if she held on to every aspect of the project, this trip would be wasted. Unable to resist, he messaged Renata. Miss Meng, this Alita is so terrible. Not only does she have no boundaries with male colleagues, wanting to embezzle public funds, but today, if not for my restraint. What should I do? Renata was delighted reading these messages. Just handle it as you see fit. Dealing with such a person requires toughness. Gather evidence and send it to me, and I'll personally handle it. With Miss Meng backing him, Bronson Ian felt relieved. The next morning, he began quietly gathering evidence. Chuzzy was helping the village secretary's wife prepare breakfast, washing vegetables by the sink. Seeing her hands red from the cold, several men felt embarrassed and helped her wash. Click. Photos were taken. After eating, they studied routes with the village secretary, discussing road dimensions. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted out from the woods, startling Chuzzy, and a male colleague steadied her. Click. Another photo was taken. A colleague measuring something shouted numbers to another. Mishearing, Chuzzy helped read the instrument's display, leaning in front of the male colleague. Another photo was snapped. Bronson Ian spent the whole morning watching Chuzzy and secretly taking dozens of ambiguous photos. At noon, Renata, bored in her office, scrolled through her phone when the photos arrived one after another. Opening them, she was shocked. These images were so clear and vivid. Each one confirmed her suspicions. This Alita wasn't someone resembling Chuzzy but was actually Chuzzy herself. She hadn't died. Not only was she alive but she had changed her identity to handle important projects for Mohammed Corporation and frequently interacted with Robert. How? Had Robert not recognized her? As Jorge's most trusted assistant, how could he have made such a grave mistake? Or had he recognized her but? Did Jorge know? If Jorge knew she was alive or had orchestrated a fake death to help her assume a new identity and stay by his side. Renata felt a sudden darkness and nearly spat blood. Chuzzy. You wicked woman. Mistying him relentlessly, luring Cyan to such a deranged extent, if she didn't cast her into hell, would she still be considered human? Her anger clouded her vision, and she nearly fainted. Chapter 260, You're too young for this. Renata transferred 100,000 yuan into General Bronson Ian's Alipay before replying to his message. General Bronson Ian, I know you are a smart person. It has been tough dealing with this little green tea girl day after day. This money is a compensation for your effort, please take it first. Going forward, if you follow my instructions, not only will you receive another 1 million as compensation, but we can also ensure this little green tea girl disappears from the world entirely. Are you willing to cooperate with me? General Bronson Ian stared at the sudden transfer of 100,000 yuan in his Alipay and Renata's message, taking a moment to understand its meaning. The sudden wealth and intrigue surprised him initially, but he quickly accepted it calmly. If he agreed to cooperate with Miss Meng, not only would he receive a substantial amount of unexpected wealth, but he could also eliminate this young green tea girl and claim all credit for the project. More importantly, it would tie him closely to Miss Meng, sharing the same fate. This implied a significant boost to his network and status. Dealing with this girl in a remote area would be no problem. If not now, then when? Very soon, General Bronson Ian discussed the plan with Renata over lunch and faked an injury. I accidentally twisted my waist while working this morning. It hurts so badly that I can't participate in work for a while. I'm sorry, General Bronson Brantline. Gwendolyn believed he had genuinely injured himself and sympathetically advised him to rest. Don't worry, the work hasn't officially started yet. Rest up well. The team took care of him for several days, finishing all preparations and officially starting the project, yet Barnaby was still bedridden. With old age comes frailty. My bones are brittle. Just a slight touch, and I become useless like this. I feel very guilty towards you all. Initially, Gwendolyn didn't pay much attention to his injury, but seeing he hadn't improved after days of lying down, she began to worry. Might you have fractured something? Lying around without improvement isn't good. Maybe we should take you to the hospital. I can submit a request to transfer you back to the company. Barnaby panicked at this suggestion and immediately pleaded with her. General Bronson Brantline, I'm 41 this year. Middle-aged life is tough, with elderly parents and children depending on me. Leaving halfway without completing the project right before the year end would make me ashamed to face the leadership. I understand you're young and don't fully grasp my predicament, but I sincerely ask for your understanding. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes pitifully. Seeing this, Gwendolyn felt empathy. He was older, unable to move in his straw-filled bed, constantly worrying about being replaced. She replied. What I said earlier was merely to ensure you rest well. I meant no harm. Since you're concerned, we won't transfer you back. Rest assured, you're part of the project team. I won't leave you behind or say anything to others. Relax. Ian pretended to be grateful and promised wholeheartedly. After Gwendolyn left, he sneered coldly. Trying to compete with me? You're too young for this. Of course, I'll continue lying here until you complete everything, then kick you out. I won't let you die easily. In the CEO's office of Mohammed Corporation, Robert observed the project updates and site photos sent by the team, feeling sympathetic toward Gwendolyn. Looking at his female colleagues cozying up in warm sweaters during the cold winter, makeup perfectly done, leisurely tapping away on keyboards and enjoying their coffee in the comfortable office setting contrasted sharply with Gwendolyn's daily grind. She toiled in the frigid Godwingliang mountain, wearing a bulky cotton jacket just like the men, her face wrapped in a scarf, exposed eyes covered in dust, walking between piles of cement and sand, overseeing excavators and mixers, surrounded by male colleagues caked in dirt. Both women, yet their lives couldn't be more different. He wished to show these photos to Chairman Mohammed, but Chairman Mohammed seemed determined to ignore any mention of Gwendolyn, leaving Robert without an opening. Half a month passed swiftly. With time, road construction progressed smoothly, no longer needing close supervision. If they spent all their time on this alone, the project might drag into the new year. Gwendolyn didn't want to spend the festive season here, especially because she didn't wish everyone to miss family reunions and be separated from their parents. So, she decided to proceed with power installation and school renovations simultaneously, aiming to complete everything even on the eve of Lunar New Year's Eve to let everyone return home for the holidays. Although working with Gwendolyn every day was mentally rewarding and fulfilling, the team yearned to finish the project quickly. This place was indeed hard and monotonous. Mobile phone signals were poor here, one had to step outside, find an open space or a hilltop to make calls or send messages. There was hardly time for leisure amidst such a tight schedule. Even if there was nothing to do. Food consisted of boiled meals, which grew increasingly tasteless. Initially, the village head's wife was generous with meat and seasoning, but that had changed. Most crucially, sleeping arrangements meant 15 men crowded together on straw beds every night. Bathing and using the toilet were inconvenient, and privacy was non-existent. Everyone found this extremely uncomfortable. They supported Gwendolyn's idea to accelerate progress. Preparations began the next day for procurement of materials. Hearing that Gwendolyn had organized things and planned to purchase supplies, Ian finally feigned some recovery. That evening, post-dinner routines commenced, people went to the toilet, heated water for washing feet, and settled down to sleep. Noticing no one paid him attention, Ian crawled out of his straw nest. Gwendolyn visited Tia as usual, helping clean and feed the livestock. As she soaked her feet in warm water, Ian approached. Surprised to see him, Gwendolyn greeted him. General Bronson Ian, how did you get up? Better already? What brings you here? Tell anyone if you need me, I'll come over. Don't risk further injury. Ian responded, you've worked all day. How could I possibly ask you to visit me again? No worries, I'm better. I came to discuss work with you. Do you have time? Gwendolyn knew he came for work-related matters. Given their limited interactions beyond business, she quickly invited him inside. Just in time, we have a fire going. Let's talk inside. Glancing around, Ian saw Tia hadn't retired yet, making it inconvenient for his ulterior motives. Feigning concern, he smiled at Gwendolyn. Not necessary. After all, I am a man, and it's late. You two ladies. I've been lying still for so long. General Bronson Brantline, how about accompanying me for a walk? We can talk while walking. Chapter 261, A Well-Devised Plan. Gwendolyn sharply noticed that there was something unusual about Bronson Ian's smile. This morning, he was still lying in bed, having others serve him. But now, he could suddenly get up and even go for a walk. Was he really here to talk about work? Thinking back to their previous disagreement over renting machinery and the upcoming purchase tomorrow, Gwendolyn thought he might be trying to wheedle her into giving up control of the procurement. She remained speechless for a couple of seconds. It's not that I don't want to walk with you. This afternoon while working, a nail accidentally pierced my foot. I didn't say anything so as not to worry everyone. Tia just helped me apply medicine, it's quite painful. Sorry, Bronson Ian, please come inside. If you're worried about misunderstandings, we can keep the door open. With an elder like Tia around, it won't be inappropriate. Is that so? You got stabbed by a nail? Not too serious, I hope. Bronson Ian feigned concern for a few moments. Seeing that she really did not want to go out with him, he decided that opportunities would abound in the future and let her off the hook today. I don't have any particularly important matters. I heard you're going out to purchase materials tomorrow. I just wanted to remind you to be cautious and compare thoroughly to avoid being cheated. Since you're not feeling well, rest early. As soon as she lay back down, Renata sent another message. It's been half a month. Still not ready? Miss Meng, I told you already. Once I ensure the project progresses smoothly, I will act. Otherwise, if someone dies when Mohammed Corporation just arrived, it wouldn't be good for the company's reputation and would also delay the project. Renata, I'm not urging you. I'm just asking about progress. As long as you have things under control. The next day, Barnaby announced that his back injury had significantly improved, allowing him to resume normal activities. No matter what Gwendolyn said or did, he always intruded, hoping to build rapport with her and find an opportunity to take her somewhere alone. But Gwendolyn did not want to get too close to him. For one, their age difference was considerable, and Bronson Ian was serious and rigid. Gwendolyn felt that they had divergent views and feared getting into conflicts again, causing discomfort for both Bronson Ian and the staff. Secondly, she sensed something strange about how he looked at her recently, whether it was flirtation or suspicion, she did not want rumors to circulate. So, whenever possible, she avoided him. When avoidance wasn't feasible, she suggested to everyone. Bronson Ian, I think it's better for us to split up. This way, we can save time and ensure everyone gets home on time for the new year. It also gives you a chance to rest properly. After considering, your back injury has just healed, it's not suitable for long-distance travel. You can handle the school renovation in the village, while I'll deal with setting up electricity and road repairs. Bronson Ian was displeased. Director Brantline, I feel like you're deliberately avoiding me. Why? Do you have a problem with me? Or do you think I speak incorrectly and act improperly but can't point it out directly, only using this method to exclude me? Gwendolyn. There's nothing like that, Bronson Ian. I genuinely want to save time. Although we are splitting up, we can still communicate issues promptly through our group chat. If you have any questions, just send a message. I promise to reply immediately. He couldn't get her alone or persuade her for a night walk. The rest of the time, she was either surrounded by people or accompanied by the secretary's wife or Tia. Though no cameras existed in this remote area, making it an ideal place for eliminating Gwendolyn, this stubborn woman. Bronson Ian was infuriated by Gwendolyn's response, yet he could not argue because her logic was sound. Fuming, he reluctantly agreed. There was plenty of time, and he would eventually find an opportunity. Eventually, the moment came. A month passed quickly, with 2/3 of the road completed and electricity connected to each household. The school renovation was almost finished, but the concrete needed for the playground and entrance pavement was insufficient, presenting a perfect opportunity. During lunch, Bronson Ian proposed they procure materials together tomorrow. He planned to ride a motorcycle with Gwendolyn. He had scouted the site, an incline about 3 miles from the village, narrow and steep, with a deep cliff below. He would stage an accident, pushing Gwendolyn off the cliff. But after listening to him, Gwendolyn calculated the amount of concrete and concluded that it was unnecessary to go out. We can transfer a dozen bags from the road construction first, there's no need for this trip. Firstly, the newly constructed road isn't dry yet. Riding over it tomorrow will damage it. Secondly, it's not cost-effective. Moreover, the road should reach the village within 10 days. Waiting until then to go out will be more efficient and comfortable. Bronson Ian's carefully laid plan was thwarted in one sentence. How could this be allowed? He suppressed his anger. Transferring so many bags might leave the road construction lacking. Gwendolyn replied, we can see how it goes. If short, the excavator operator can bring a few bags each day when he comes to work. He visits daily, so he should be willing to help. Everyone nodded. Of course, we've known him for a long time, and he's easygoing. Bronson Ian's nostrils flared in anger. Why was it so hard to get some time alone with this obstinate woman? Even with elaborate plans using work as an excuse, he couldn't manage it. Once the work was done, the chances would diminish further. This time, Bronson Ian must succeed. Not just a few bags. I have to go out tomorrow. You previously said you'd handle everything except the school renovation. Now that issues arise in my part, shouldn't I solve them myself instead of transferring the responsibility to you? Tomorrow, not only I but our entire team will go out. You should come too. We'll find a bathhouse for a thorough wash. Honestly, it's embarrassing that we've been here for so long without bathing. We're filthy. When he mentioned the baths, everyone initially thought he was being overly particular about dignity and minor details. However, hearing the latter part, they all lit up with excitement. Bathing? Great. Haven't taken a bath in ages, stinking up the room every night. We've been wanting to. Director Brantley, it's unfair to go separately. Let's have a day off tomorrow and all go to the county for a proper wash. Initially, Gwendolyn didn't want to interrupt the work. But seeing everyone's enthusiasm and their transformed appearances from clean to dirty. How can I refuse after you all have spoken like this? Yay! Everyone jumped with joy. Translation provided based on the instructions given, ensuring the narrative style, tone, and structure are maintained. Chapter 262, The Lethal Curve. Sue Savannah didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, so she spontaneously decided to take a day off. The next morning, everyone put on fresh clothes and rode motorcycles in pairs, heading enthusiastically for the county town. Even the most luxurious hotel in the county town was only 4-star. Sue Savannah booked 5 rooms, allowing everyone to take turns having a refreshing shower. They all felt rejuvenated afterward. I swear, after I go back, I'll never complain about the hardships of work or life again. Having hot meals when I come home from work every day, using hot water whenever I need it, and working at a place where wind doesn't blow and rain doesn't soak through really does feel like happiness. Indeed, no comparison means no harm. Seeing that everyone had been exhausted and had lost weight, Sue Savannah treated them to a lavish meal. After lunch, they still weren't satisfied and went to sing karaoke for over 3 hours, not returning until 4 p.m. As usual, Sue Savannah prepared to ride with Shao Brantley. But Barnaby had other plans. Director Brantley, I have some business matters to discuss with you. Get in my car, let's talk while we drive. What could he possibly need to discuss now? He hadn't mentioned any work all day as they enjoyed themselves, and now, riding a motorcycle in the cold, he has something important to say. Sue Savannah hesitated. With everyone watching, she didn't want to embarrass Barnaby. You've just recovered from your back injury. The mountain roads are difficult, and me being in the back might be a burden. It's fine, my injury is fully healed. Barnaby said this as he started the engine and looked at her earnestly. Come on quickly. Reluctantly, Sue Savannah got onto his bike. Vroom, vroom, vroom. One by one, the motorcycles drove out. After a while, Barnaby still hadn't spoken, prompting Sue Savannah to ask. President Ian, didn't you have something to discuss? What? In fact, wearing a helmet and with the icy wind roaring past his ears, Barnaby hadn't heard her. Seeing him turn his head towards her, worried about the danger, Sue Savannah stopped speaking. I said drive slower, safety first. We can talk later. Barnaby nodded but remained silent during the ride. After an hour, twilight set in as they reached the village entrance. Everyone else had ridden faster and waited for them there. Seeing Sue Savannah and Barnaby arrive, they suggested. President Ian, why don't you let Director Brantley get off and we'll give her a ride? Though they had laid cement paths, it wasn't entirely stable given the cold weather. Motorcycles were cautiously avoiding these paths, using the dirt trails beside them. In tough sections, they needed to dismount and push their bikes. Considering Barnaby's recent recovery from a back injury, they were concerned for his well-being. While their concern was well-intended, Barnaby seemed affronted, as if his masculine pride had been wounded. Do I look so weak that I can't carry a young girl? You're worrying too much. Hurry up, it's getting dark. Move along. Everyone was speechless but didn't dare say more, continuing down the trail one by one. Though sitting behind Barnaby, Sue Savannah kept her distance, maintaining a gap of nearly 6 centimeters between them. On the uneven dirt path, the motorcycle wobbled alarmingly, making Sue Savannah uneasy, almost wishing to walk. Yet seeing how hard Barnaby was gripping the handlebars, fearing to offend him, she held back. The riders ahead sped off into the darkness, leaving Barnaby navigating the mountain road precariously. As dusk deepened, Sue Savannah couldn't bear it anymore. President Ian, maybe I should walk from here. The soil is too soft, and the bike might get stuck. Also, can you turn on the light? It's hard to see. Actually, this slope would be perfect for staging an accident. Unfortunately, there were only hillocks on either side, not cliffs, meaning even if she fell, it would be only injuries, not fatal. President Ian wished he could settle things right then and there. After enduring such strain, he silently thought, once we reach this hill, everything will be easier. Up the hill, down a bit, and at that curve. No worries, you said safety first, so I'm intentionally going slow for your sake. Sit tight, don't worry. Seeing he had his plan, Sue Savannah stayed put. After almost 10 minutes of struggling up the hill, they finally made it to the top. From here, she could see the distant village, feeling relieved. Soon they would be back, and she wouldn't have to endure awkward alone time with Barnaby. Suddenly, Barnaby revved the engine and raced downhill, arriving swiftly at the lethal curve. Though they had passed this section multiple times, the sight of the bottomless cliff beside the road still filled Sue Savannah with dread. They should install guardrails here. One wrong move and the vehicle could plummet, resulting in fatalities. Sue Savannah thought to herself. Then, as they turned the corner, the motorcycle abruptly stopped. Ahead was pitch black, with only the narrow beam of the motorcycle light piercing through, barely illuminating 2 meters ahead. The wind roared around them, and occasionally small stones fell from above, while the endless abyss lay to the right. Sue Savannah's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong, President Ian? Why did we stop? Under the helmet, Barnaby's head looked like a featureless black ball in the dimness. He didn't turn back, his voice muffled. We can't continue. The bike's broken down. Sue Savannah gasped. What? He kicked down the stand and parked the bike on the narrow mountain path. Can you get off for a moment? I need to check what's wrong. Of all times, this had to happen now, at this spot. Sue Savannah carefully got off the motorcycle, clutching her chest and moving closer to the mountain wall, finding some solace in the solid support. Barnaby followed suit, taking out the keys and turning on his phone's flashlight, pretending to inspect the bike. They were enveloped in darkness, save for the faint glow of his phone. He gauged the distance and position between himself and Sue Savannah, contemplating how to efficiently push her off the cliff without injuring himself. She clung tightly to the mountain wall, making it harder for him to act. After pondering, Barnaby decided to deceive her further. The clutch seems to be faulty, and the brakes aren't responsive. I'll fix it. Can you help me hold the flashlight? Chapter 263, So Hard to Kill. Clutch malfunction? Was he going to fix the brakes here? Gwendolyn was speechless. If that were the case, he should have felt the brake failure while descending and fixed it on the flat ground below. Why choose this dangerous corner? As the engineering department supervisor, he was actually making such a basic mistake. She feared that at any moment Barnaby might roll down with his motorcycle, resulting not only in the Mohammed Corporation having to pay a large sum for work injury compensation but also her witnessing someone disappearing right before her eyes, and possibly the project vanishing along with him. In every aspect, it didn't make sense to repair the bike here, so Gwendolyn advised him. We shouldn't ride if the brakes aren't working. Let's push the bike over. Beyond this corner, there's much more space. Let's fix it there. Aiden Ian, don't you think this place is too scary? Barnaby pretended to fiddle with the motorcycle while listening to Gwendolyn, thinking. This woman is so difficult to deal with. I've racked my brain for her, yet she isn't cooperating at all. She is really hard to kill. Since the lie had already been told, even if it was inappropriate, Aiden Ian didn't want to change it now. Anyway, no one was around, and it was dark. Wouldn't it be easy for a big man like him to get rid of a frail woman? Barnaby slowly stood up. Why do I feel like you're avoiding me? You wouldn't just shine your phone light for me, instead blabbering so much. President Brantley, do you think I have ulterior motives toward you? Before he said this, Gwendolyn could vaguely sense that Barnaby had ill intentions but couldn't be sure. At this moment, she was certain. That eerie tone, flashlight shining on his face, those sinister eyes. Gwendolyn's heart screamed a warning, instinctively pressing herself against the wall while trying to soothe him verbally. No, Aiden Ian, I think you misunderstood. It's not that I won't hold the phone for you, it's because where you are standing is too narrow, and I'm afraid you might fall. Are you afraid I'll fall or do you wish for it? If I fall, you'll become the biggest beneficiary of this project, maybe even replace me as the head of the engineering department. Do you hope for me to die? Gwendolyn. Did he know what he was saying? Her current position was special assistant to the CEO of GU Corporation, far above an engineering department supervisor. Why would she cross company lines to desire his death? Gwendolyn waved her hands rapidly. No, Aiden Ian. Barnaby took a step closer. You've been here for so long, chatting happily with everyone else, but never giving me a proper look. What's wrong? Am I old and ugly, annoying to your eyes? The place was too narrow, they were only a few steps apart. Seeing Barnaby approach, Gwendolyn quickly squatted down and grabbed a stone nearby. You've been scheming all day, waiting for this moment, haven't you? I don't know what I did to offend you, but after knowing each other for so long, I believe you realize, Aiden Ian, that I'm not an easy target. One more step forward, and we both fall. You damn woman. Threatening me? There was no turning back now. Barnaby, glaring, was about to charge at Gwendolyn when suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Oink oink. Oink oink. It was the sound used to call pigs home in the village, and the secretary was here. Aiden. Aiden. Gwendolyn yelled urgently, followed by several flashlight beams swaying around the corner. Startled, Barnaby stepped back 2 paces, returning to the motorcycle. Just then, Aiden appeared with 2 villagers from around the bend. Seeing the motorcycle stopped in the middle of the road and Gwendolyn and Barnaby beside it, they looked puzzled. They all went back. Why are you still here? How dangerous, if the motorcycle falls down? Is there something wrong? Barnaby rode the very motorcycle belonging to Aiden, fearing inspection, and quickly started it. Nothing major, just the brakes were a bit loose. I tightened them up and was about to ride over. What brings you here? Oh, Tia's pig ran away. It was due for slaughter at year-end. Losing it would be disastrous. Everyone in the village is out searching. You've been out all day, go rest. We'll come back once we find it. Seeing friendly faces finally, Gwendolyn wouldn't stay with Barnaby anymore. A runaway pig? Tia must be worried sick. I'm not tired, secretary. Let me help search. A minute later, Gwendolyn met Tia by the roadside. Before she could comfort her, Tia hurriedly approached. Good child, are you all right? Gwendolyn was taken aback. Aaron, what do you mean? Ever since you left this morning, my heart has been racing, feeling something bad might happen. I waited all day. Hearing the motorcycle, I rushed to the entrance and saw you and Mr. Ian missing. Afraid something happened, I let the pig out. Thank goodness you're fine. That explained it. Usually, Tia cherished the pig dearly. She only let it run free now, out of concern for her. Touched, Gwendolyn hugged Tia tightly. Aaron, thank you. Tia patted her back. Don't thank me. You came to our village to do good things. As a kind person, I don't want anyone to harm you. Back in the village, Gwendolyn skipped dinner and returned straight to Tia's house. She never wanted to see the repulsive Barnaby again. Though today she nearly lost her life, Gwendolyn had to accept the loss quietly. 1. There were no witnesses. 2. No evidence proving Barnaby's intent to harm her. Publicizing it might only lead to rumors. Better to avoid trouble. Anyway, they wouldn't cross paths in the future. Avoiding him was the solution. Initially, Barnaby could still catch glimpses of Gwendolyn. Since their confrontation, however, he saw her no more. Gwendolyn stayed on-site daily, meals delivered, and worked until evening before heading to Tia's. Work nearing completion, Barnaby was helpless and frantic. Left with no choice, he contacted Renata again. He fabricated facts, claiming Gwendolyn spent her days mingling with men, leaving no chance to act alone. The only opportunity was through her delivered meals, but he lacked suitable substances. Renata supported him wholeheartedly to eliminate Gwendolyn. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll have someone drive the items to you. Latest by tomorrow afternoon. This time, you have no excuses if you can't handle it. Of course. With Renata's support, Barnaby believed even a pig could succeed in this task. This will definitely work. Ms. Meng, wait for the good news. Don't be too obvious. If you leave evidence, I can't protect you. Understood. Cleanup afterward will ensure no trace remains. This chapter maintains the original narrative and style while ensuring clarity and naturalness in English translation. Chapter 264, How could Aiden Mohammed not be exhausted? After a month of design, layout, and organizational setup, Ebert's Indeed Love You website officially launched. Heeding Jorge's advice, he not only established connections with famous fruit suppliers in Fabiansheng using his identity as the young master of the Marvin family but also allocated 1 million yuan to invite popular internet influencers from various platforms for promotion. The innovative idea of sending fruit baskets to express love aligned perfectly with the current trends among young people who are into weight loss and healthy living. As a result, within just 2 days, Christmas Eve and Christmas, the order volume surged past 50,000. Indeed Love You, like bubble tea back then, took the youth by storm. Over the next few days, despite lower sales than on Christmas Eve and Christmas, daily orders remained steady at around 10,000. And this was just the beginning. Given this momentum, word of mouth would soon make fruit gifting as ingrained as giving roses, making Ebert's success inevitable. People within the circle started to see him differently. The former jokes about Ebert delivering food were now seen as strategic market research for his business venture. Men envied him while women idolized him. Marvin Dad was praised wherever he went, further solidifying the Marvin family's position in the circle. Upon hearing about Ebert's success, Kian and Carlo were quick to celebrate with a dinner invitation. Reflecting on how much Jorge contributed, Ebert felt it only right to seek his opinion and properly thank him. So, he organized a dinner gathering. They hadn't met in a while, and Kian and Carlo enthusiastically dragged Jorge into drinking bouts. By the time the meal ended and they stepped out, it was already past midnight. Robert advised Jorge, "Why don't you stay here tonight? Due to the typhoon, it's raining heavily. The meteorological station has issued a red rainstorm warning. Binjiang Road is always flooded during heavy rains. Reportedly, the water level there has exceeded 20 centimeters. Inside, the warm heat made the room feel stifling, especially after having too much alcohol." Jorge unbuttoned a few buttons on his shirt and turned to look outside. The city, usually sparkling at night, was now dim and murky. Torrential rain lashed against the windows in an overwhelming downpour, making a relentless tapping sound. Cars moved sluggishly on the streets, and the trees on both sides seemed on the verge of breaking under the fierce wind and rain. It felt more like the end of the world than a mere storm. Jorge detested this chaotic scene, which only added to his already gloomy mood. After a few seconds, he pulled the curtains shut. "I understand. You can leave." Ebert had worked all day and stayed late into the night with him. Now that Jorge dismissed him, Ebert sighed in relief, ready to go. However, Jorge suddenly called him back. "Wait." A jolt ran through Ebert. Anything else, Aiden Mohammed? How long will this typhoon last? Reportedly, a week. It's coming from a certain island and covering a large area. Issue a notice. If the weather remains this way tomorrow morning, everyone will have the day off, and essential work will be done from home. Jorge cared about his employees, even when drunk. Robert breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Aiden Mohammed. Just as Robert was about to leave, Jorge continued, how vast is the typhoon's impact? It's almost the holidays, and I don't want my employees to encounter trouble on their way back. No wonder Mohammed Corporation is the industry leader. Anyone who knew how seriously Aiden Mohammed took his responsibilities wouldn't doubt this top status. Robert fought to keep his eyes open and checked the information on his phone. The typhoon covers over 1,000 miles, passing through Nancheng, Shangcheng, Fabiancheng, and Tongcheng. Tongcheng is most affected, expecting to remain in that area for 3 days. The city issued a severe typhoon warning this afternoon, requiring citizens to stay home starting tomorrow unless necessary. As Robert spoke, he suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore, thinking about Gwendolyn and others in Tongcheng. Just as Robert feared, Gwendolyn was enduring the storm. Grant leaving over 20 years, she had never experienced such intense rain, possibly due to her old house. The walls were made of adobe, and the roof, once thatched, had been replaced with tile some years ago. On normal rainy days, it leaked, and tonight's storm turned the house into a veritable waterfall. An hour after the rain started, Gwendolyn suggested to Tia, we should go somewhere safe until tomorrow. Tia calmly got up and gathered pots and pans to catch the leaking water. The secretary's house isn't spacious. With so many men staying there, where would we stay? Can't squeeze into one room with them, can we? No way. I'll miss the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs if anything happens. Understanding her attachment, Gwendolyn tried helping to adjust the tiles with a bamboo pole. But no matter how long she held the pole, nothing improved. Instead, some tiles flew off, leaving several holes. Water streamed in, soaking Gwendolyn and Tia to the bone. Cold water flooded their shoes, making their teeth chatter. Gwendolyn grabbed her phone from under the pillow, intending to call colleagues for help, but there was no signal. Peering through the window, the water seemed to rise alarmingly high, crashing against the walls. Realizing the severity, Gwendolyn wrapped her phone in plastic and stuffed it in her jacket, supporting the shaky Tia. Aaron, it's probably a typhoon. Water is flooding inside, the house might collapse soon, we must leave immediately. Tia remained calm. She had lived too long to know or fear a typhoon. This was her only home, and she refused to abandon it. This house is old and scares you. Go if you need to, but I'll prop the walls with poles. I won't leave. Aaron. Gwendolyn tried explaining the danger of the typhoon when suddenly the light bulb fizzled out. Chapter 265, Catastrophe. They were plunged into darkness instantly. Above them was the relentless drumming of raindrops, beneath their feet, the icy, bone-chilling water that had a piercing force. Outside, the wind howled and animals screamed, as if everything had been magnified several times over. Tia finally felt fear. My pigs. Has the pigsty collapsed? Why is it making such a terrible noise? I need to go out and check. At a time like this, still thinking about the pigs? Saving our lives should be the priority. Gwendolyn crouched down in front of Tia. If the pigsty has collapsed and the pigs are lost, I'll have the company compensate you with 2 new ones. If the house collapses, I'll build you a new one. Don't worry about these material possessions. While we can still move, let me carry you to the Ferguson's house. Otherwise, it will be too late later. But. No buts, Grandma. My daughter is only 3 years old. She cannot live without me. Let's go now. Tia finally climbed onto Gwendolyn's back. Standing by the door, Gwendolyn turned sideways and asked Tia to open it. Despite being prepared and trying to stay close to the wall, when the door opened, a massive rush of floodwater surged in, almost knocking both of them off balance. Gwendolyn struggled to keep her footing and managed to leave the dangerous house with Tia, but the situation outside was even worse. Without any shelter, the rain fell mercilessly on their faces, stinging painfully and blinding Gwendolyn so she couldn't see clearly. The water inside the house had only reached their calves, but stepping outside, it instantly rose to their waist. If they didn't stack themselves together, their combined weight would make them float up due to the current buoyancy. Ahead, all they could see was pitch-black darkness with rolling floodwaters. Gwendolyn's heart was pounding in panic. But she kept telling herself not to panic. There was a life on her back, Amy and Andy were waiting for her at home, and Dustin was waiting for her at the hospital. No matter what, she couldn't die here. Aaron, I can't see anything, but I remember the general direction. I'll try walking towards the Ferguson's house. If there are any pits or obstacles, please remind me. We'll be fine. Okay. Gwendolyn moved cautiously, guided by Tia, and finally made it out of the courtyard. She thought only Tia's family was in such dire straits, but upon stepping out, she heard screams from people and the cries of animals everywhere in the village. It truly resembled an apocalyptic scene from a disaster movie. The Ferguson's house was on higher ground with a small steep slope in front. Halfway through the journey, the water was almost up to Gwendolyn's chest. She began feeling pessimistic, thinking they might not survive the night. The flat area was already flooded so deeply, the steep slope must be a waterfall by now. She was exhausted, barely able to take another step, and certainly lacked the strength to carry Tia up a waterfall. Losing confidence drained her energy quickly. Gwendolyn's steps grew weak, her breathing labored, and even Tia sensed her exhaustion. Yeah, are you tired? It's difficult for you, carrying me while so thin. Put me down. No, Grandma. The water is too deep. Support me. If it's too hard, just leave me here. I've lived long enough. You're young, hurry and save yourself. Gwendolyn clenched her teeth, moving forward inch by inch, trying to hold on for just a little longer. Don't say that. I can't put you down. Maybe my colleagues are out looking for us and are just ahead. Just as she said this, she really heard familiar Shao Brantley's voice. Bronson Brantline? Is that you, Bronson Brantline? Shao Brantley? Yes, it's me. Where are you? I'm here. I'm here. With such heavy rain, we were worried about you and Tia and came out to look for you. But with no electricity and not daring to use our phones, we lost our way. I don't know where I ended up. Thankfully, I found you. Stay put, give me some sound, and I'll come find you. Tears mixed with rain rolled down her cheeks in that moment of overwhelming gratitude. Her colleagues were worried and searching for her and Tia. To be remembered in such a critical moment was profoundly touching. Shao Brantley finally caught up to Gwendolyn just before she ran out of strength and lifted Tia from her back. Without the added weight, Gwendolyn's legs wobbled, almost unable to stand in the water. Shao Brantley freed one hand to catch her. Every time I told you to eat more, you never listened. Now you see how muscle can save your life in critical moments. Hold on to me. Speaking, Shao Brantley called out into the darkness. Hey. Where are you? Bronson Brantline is here, I found her. Come over. Soon, 4 or 5 others gathered around Gwendolyn. They discussed their options. The Ferguson's house is safer due to its elevation, but not risk-free. The tiles on our room were blown away by the wind, and with the rain continuing, flooding is inevitable. Plus, the steep slope at the entrance is impassable. We can't return there. Where do we go then? To the school. Fortunately, President Mohammed refurbished it. Taking shelter in the second-floor classrooms is the best option in the village. Shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, they carefully took each step. After who knows how long, they finally saw the school gates. Crossing the first floor and climbing to the second, free from rain and floodwaters, everyone immediately collapsed from exhaustion. What's going on? Why did it suddenly start raining so heavily? Is this a living hell? It's probably a typhoon, and it won't stop anytime soon. Damn it. It's freezing. Can we really spend the night in these wet clothes? Hell, will we even survive tomorrow? Tia, elderly and having endured the wind and rain and fright, began convulsing the moment she relaxed. Gwendolyn didn't waste time resting. She quickly laid Tia flat and started pressing on her chest. Everyone stopped complaining and watched anxiously. Is Tia going to be okay? Hard to say. It's too cold. Tia's body felt ice cold, and Gwendolyn's hands were stiffening from the chill. Looking around the classroom, she reluctantly gave an order. Do any of you have a lighter? If we don't warm up and dry our clothes soon, not just Tia, but none of us will last until morning. Let's break these desks and chairs for firewood. Given the torrential rain and having waded through water for hours, who had a functional lighter? They all wanted to punch the ground in frustration. We don't have any working lighters after soaking in water for so long. This damn weather. Translation provided focuses on maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. Hashtag chapter 266, Jorge's concerns. I do. Little Brantley, who usually loved joking around and often acted unreliable, was sometimes a source of worry for everyone. But no one expected that he would be the one to save them in a critical moment. After everyone expressed their frustration, Little Brantley quickly got up from the ground. When the school was first built, I sneaked in here to play on my phone and left a lighter under the teacher's desk. He climbed onto the podium and felt around, and sure enough, it was still there. Everyone cheered up, forgetting their exhaustion, and started tearing apart the desks and chairs with renewed vigor. Soon, over 30 tables and chairs were dismantled, and along with a pile of waste paper, they finally managed to start a fire. They finally saw some hope of survival, but what about the other colleagues? Gwendolyn held Tia tightly in her arms, vigorously rubbing her cold limbs, asking Little Brantley to check if the school's loudspeaker still worked to call the other colleagues over. If anything happened to any of them, not only would the company's reputation be ruined, but the project they had worked on for over a month could also go down the drain, and they would forget about their year-end bonuses. Realizing the severity of the situation, Little Brantley hurried to check the loudspeaker. Fortunately, the cheap old-fashioned battery-powered device purchased by General Bronson Ian was unaffected by the power outage and hadn't been rained on, so it worked normally. Soon, Little Brantley's voice echoed through every corner of the village. Everyone who can hear this, come to the second floor of the school immediately. There is a fire here. Forget about everything else and pay attention to safety, hurry up. Gradually, people gathered in the classroom. The Ferguson counted them. Thank heavens, all 48 people were accounted for. Everyone sat around the fire in a large circle, while the Ferguson looked worried. The village is completely destroyed. Our houses are unusable, we've lost our grain and livestock, and it seems heaven doesn't want us to live. It's almost the new year, sigh. Someone interrupted him, stop saying that. At this rate, the water might flood the second floor by tomorrow morning. We don't know if we'll survive the night. Ferguson, you have to think of something. What can I do? The Ferguson was almost at his wit's end. His phone had been soaked and stopped working. Someone else had tried to call for help, but there was no signal. What should we do? We can't just sit here waiting to die. Hearing these words, everyone panicked, speaking all at once. Gwendolyn had no choice but to step in and take charge. We won't wait to die. Maybe the rain will stop tomorrow. Even if it doesn't, the Mohammed Corporation won't abandon us. They will definitely come to rescue us. Don't worry. President Brantley, are you sure? Are you sure someone will come to save us even if the rain doesn't stop tomorrow? Have you contacted your company? Gwendolyn hadn't made contact. She didn't even know if it was raining in Fabiancheng. But she had confidence. Jorge wouldn't ignore the lives of more than a dozen people. Once he knew they were in danger, he would come. At the hotel, Robert anxiously proposed to Jorge after seeing no response in the Godwin-Brantley Ancient Project group. Mr. Mohammed, should we report it to the police? According to Tongcheng News, the rainfall has reached 50 milliliters per minute, causing severe flooding. Many residents have taken refuge on rooftops. This is the highest rainfall in nearly 40 years. Jorge stared out the window at the rain, smoking heavily. Still no contact. No contact. The signal there isn't good even in clear weather, let alone now. Even when the weather was good, the signal wasn't great. Jorge gave Robert a cold look. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Robert. I wanted to tell you, but you didn't ask. This wasn't the time for blame. Throwing away his cigarette butt, Jorge said, call the nearest police station. Robert dialed the number and successfully connected, but was told that the entire Tongcheng area was severely affected by floods. They lacked sufficient manpower, all officers were dispatched to nearby areas, and reaching Godwin-Brantley Ancient in the dark was too risky, they could only try again tomorrow. It was already past 3 a.m., and besides waiting, Jorge had no better options. Just stay safe. You can rest first. Come to me at 7 a.m. tomorrow. It seemed Mr. Mohammed would have another sleepless night. Robert didn't dare leave the CEO alone, but there was nothing they could do right now, and staying would only disturb his thinking. All right, Mr. Mohammed, get some rest. I'll be next door, ready whenever you need me. Leaving, Robert watched as Jorge began searching the news about the typhoon on his phone. His brows furrowed deeper the more he read. The situation was worse than he imagined, traffic had completely halted, and many old residential buildings had collapsed under the floodwaters. How could he possibly sleep? He immediately called the officials in Tongcheng. The houses in small villages like where Gwendolyn was would surely struggle against such conditions. He couldn't let Mohammed Corporation employees be endangered. The official, busy directing the rescue efforts in Tongcheng, was surprised to receive Jorge's call. Mr. Mohammed, why are you still awake? Is there something urgent? Jorge explained the situation with the engineering department and asked for immediate dispatch to Godwin-Brantley Ancient. Though reluctant, the official agreed. The situation outside is very tense, transportation is difficult, and resources are limited. Reaching Godwin-Brantley Ancient is challenging, but we will do our best to ensure the safety of every resident. Rest assured, I'll send people immediately and update you as soon as we have news. After hanging up, Jorge sat by the window, waiting minute by minute as the sky turned from dark to light. Robert had taken a brief nap and returned promptly at 7 a.m. Mr. Mohammed, how long have you been sitting here? You haven't slept all night? Get some rest. I'll bring you breakfast. Not necessary. Jorge checked his phone again. Still no response. Realizing they might not be able to rely on others, he made a decision. Connect me to the City Meteorological Bureau. Ask about the weather forecast for the next 4 hours and whether it's possible to request a helicopter. What? Robert was startled. Can't they handle it in Tongcheng? Has Miss Chu really run into trouble? Are you going to send a helicopter yourself? Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring natural English flow. Chapter 267, A Way Out. Just do as I say and take the call. Stop arguing. Jorge rubbed his temples irritably, and Robert didn't dare to say more. He picked up the call from the Meteorological Bureau and asked about the forecast for the next 4 hours, learning that heavy rain would continue in Fabiancheng with torrential rains expected in Tongcheng. They advised against helicopter travel due to these conditions. Robert had the call on speaker. Once the information was relayed, he glanced at Jorge, whose expression remained unchanged, almost as if he had anticipated this response. The conversation ended in silence between the two of them. The room fell into an uneasy quiet for a few seconds before Jorge finally received a call back from Tongcheng. I'm sorry, Mr. Mohammed. My subordinate just informed me, and I called you immediately. The situation on Mount Godwin-Brantley Ancient is complicated. A landslide has blocked the mountain access road. Seeing Jorge close his eyes and lean back into his chair agitatedly, Robert hardly dared to breathe. With such heavy rain, rescue teams couldn't even reach the landslide area. Miss Chu and the others. An agonizing silence followed. Jorge wasn't one to sit idly by. Reopening his eyes, he straightened up and unlocked his phone. Mayor Marvin, this is Jorge. I need your assistance. He began explaining the situation, but the mayor sternly interrupted him before he could finish. No. It's too risky. Dispatching helicopters during such extreme weather would be suicidal. Not only will it not help, it might create more problems for us. I absolutely won't agree. Jorge frowned as the mayor finished speaking. Is there no risk otherwise? Please tell me what safe method you have in mind to save them. This isn't your concern. I'll deploy personnel as soon as possible. Jorge's tone was firm. How can it not be my concern? Those are my company employees, over 10 lives. Do you understand what this means for me, for the Mohammed Group if anything happens to them? If the Mohammed Group can't operate because of this, do you know what it means for Fabianching's GDP? I'm not joking or delusional. We both know that once something goes wrong, the consequences will be insurmountable. The mayor understood the severity of the situation, but... There's no but. In this situation, we must take a bold step rather than wait for miracles. If you don't approve the aviation route soon, I will escalate this matter. Mayor Marvin, don't blame me for reporting to higher authorities later on. Finally, dawn broke. To conserve wood, the fire in the classroom was small, and 2 windows were kept open for ventilation, letting in continuous wind and rain. The group huddled together for warmth, their fear somewhat alleviated by being close. In the darkness, everyone had been blindly optimistic, believing someone would come to their aid soon. But now, with daylight, they saw the village submerged in water, with only a few elevated buildings barely visible. The muddy floodwaters raged around the lone school, and the sky continued to pour down rain. Despair set in. People stood trembling. This is terrifying. This is terrifying. This is the end. At this rate, the water will reach us in less than 2 hours, and no one will escape alive today. Some cried out of fear, grabbing Gwendolyn's hand desperately. Didn't you say your company would send people to rescue us? Why haven't they come yet? Call them again. It's all your fault. You shouldn't have repaired the road. You disturbed some ancestral grave, bringing this curse upon us. Oh God, we should never have let you come here. Maybe if we all kneel and apologize, we'll be saved. I don't want to die. Grand Ricardo, 3rd Bohan, please join me in praying to our ancestors. Driven by the desire to survive, the villagers suddenly believed in divine intervention. Thud. Dozens of villagers knelt in a row, banging their heads on the ground, mumbling prayers with despair-filled eyes, a pitiful sight. Gwendolyn hadn't expected to find herself in such a scene. Looking out at the endless water, she was terrified too. She missed her daughter and didn't want to die. But the rising floodwaters left them with little hope. Amidst their prayers and eerie atmosphere, a loud rumble echoed from afar. It sounded like a dam breaking, waves surging towards them, or possibly an engine. Given the circumstances, they assumed massive waves were coming. Suddenly, they stopped praying and stared at each other, closing their eyes in despair. The moment had come. Farewell, world. But after several seconds, no waves came. The sound grew louder, almost deafening. Shao Brantley ran to the window. Doesn't this sound like a propeller? Did you hear it? Aiden Brantley, could it be that President Mohammed sent helicopters? Everyone rushed to the window, peering out through the rain. Sure enough, 3 helicopters hovered nearby, their rotors whirring. It's really a helicopter. Someone is here to save us. Aiden Brantley, we're saved. Hey! Everyone shouted desperately at the helicopters, waving their hands, we're here. We're here. From the helicopter, the Fabianching TV reporter and cameraman were broadcasting live. Just moments ago, the footage showed desolation, then suddenly, arms waving amidst the crowd. The reporter, overwhelmed, spoke with choked emotion. A miracle has happened, dear viewers. Under President Mohammed's leadership and the unwavering persistence of everyone, I witness an incredible miracle. Look. Many people are waving at us. They are alive. I feel deeply moved by the resilience and strength of life. As the helicopter descended, a rope ladder dropped down. Wearing black casual attire and secured by a rope, Jorge slid down. The villagers pulled him into the classroom window. When they confirmed it was him, tears welled up in the eyes of many grown men. President Mohammed. You've finally come. We were so desperate, we thought. Touched, Jorge patted their shoulders, noting their pale, cold faces. Thank you all for holding on. This was my negligence, and I apologize for arriving late. But please remember. Regardless of the time or situation, you can always have hope in me. As long as I, Jorge, still draw breath, I will not allow any employee of the Mohammed Group to be in danger. Chapter 268. Close your eyes, don't move. After saying this, Jorge started organizing everyone to board the aircraft, prioritizing women and children. Everyone immediately thought of Tia, who was the oldest and in the worst condition, insisting that she should go first. Jorge then turned his gaze toward Gwendolyn. It had been over a month since he last saw her, and she remained as slender as ever. Perhaps it was due to lack of sunlight or being submerged in water for too long, her skin was pale like paper. She wore a black down jacket that hadn't dried yet, emitting steam as it warmed by the fire. Yellow mud caked her body and face, still half dry. Her hair, now much longer from being soaked in water, hung messily over her shoulders and face, making her look like a refugee. However, her features were still delicate, youthful, and striking. Especially those large, bright, black eyes. When they met Jorge's gaze, he felt all his mental preparation from the past month crumble instantly, losing himself once again. Worried that Tia might not survive the night, Gwendolyn spent the entire night rubbing her limbs and performing CPR whenever necessary. Exhausted and cold, she did not have the same emotional response as Jorge. Noticing everyone looking at her, she tried to get up with Tia in her arms. But how could she muster the strength? Her legs were stiff and frozen. She tried to rise but stumbled back down with Tia. Everyone hurried to help them, and Jorge winced when he saw the puddle of water where she had been sitting. Aaron, we're being rescued. Go on the plane first, they'll take you to the hospital. Gwendolyn wanted to hand Tia over, but she clung to Gwendolyn's clothes, refusing to let go. No, I won't go. After last night's ordeal, she was terrified of the heavy rain and the giant aircraft above. I won't go, don't let me go. Yeah, don't leave me. Don't be scared. The plane is fast and safe, you'll be fine. No. 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 She clung tightly to Gwendolyn like an insecure child, no matter how much Gwendolyn tried to comfort her. Let others go first. She's old and has never seen a plane before, it's normal for her to be afraid. Let me try to persuade her more, Gwendolyn suggested gently. Jorge could only arrange for others to board first. But even the others were afraid. With heavy rain and strong winds, the rope ladder hanging mid-air was incredibly difficult to climb, slowing the rescue process significantly. Jorge used every ounce of patience, hanging from the window by a rope, lifting one person after another, encouraging them, teaching them climbing techniques while braving the rain. After multiple trips by several helicopters, everyone finally boarded, except for Gwendolyn and Tia. Boom! A thunderclap roared, intensifying the storm. A wave crashed against the door, pushing it open, flooding the second floor. Look, Aaron. The water is rising around us. We must get on the plane now, or we won't survive. Brantley, listen to me, tie yourself to him, and he will carry you up. It'll be okay. Gwendolyn managed to coax Tia to Jorge's side. Having observed the boarding process and Jorge for some time, Tia found him strong, young, handsome, and trustworthy. So, I'm going. Take care of yourself and come up quickly. Sure, hurry up. As soon as you're up, I'll follow. Together, they secured Tia onto Jorge's back. Spending hours rescuing dozens of people left Jorge exhausted, but watching Gwendolyn standing alone and fragile by the window, he gritted his teeth and slid back down to help her. Through the rain, Gwendolyn saw his rain-soaked face, nearly unable to keep his eyes open, his lips turning white. She realized how responsible Jorge was. Given his social status and wealth, he didn't need to risk himself today. Silently, he tied a rope around her and helped her onto the soft ladder. Gwendolyn dared not look down, using all her courage to stand on the ladder, but she couldn't manage. She had always been acrophobic, and the increased wind and rain made the ladder spin wildly. Climbing up seemed impossible. Boom! Another thunderclap resounded. The pilot shouted anxiously from above. Mr. Mohammed, we need to leave now. This is very dangerous. Seeing Gwendolyn swinging like a leaf, unable to ascend, Jorge leaped from the window to her side. An even stronger gust hit them, and the rope swung wildly. Ah! Jorge hugged her tightly, one hand gripping the ladder, the other around her waist. Don't be scared. I'm with you. We'll reach there soon, just hang on. Looking up, he shouted with all his might. Go. We won't make it up. Leave now. The helicopter took off, leaving them swinging precariously mid-air, like characters in an action movie. For someone with a phobia, this was unimaginably terrifying. Gwendolyn wanted to be brave, not holding Jorge back, but fear was uncontrollable. Even with closed eyes, she felt weightlessness and dizziness. She clutched the ladder with one hand and gripped Jorge's shirt with the other, burying her face in his chest, wishing to merge into his bones. Ah! Too scary. Ah! Though chilled and stiff, she still felt warmth from his body. As an adrenaline junkie, skydiving was a routine for Jorge. For him, this height was nothing. He enjoyed the feeling of Gwendolyn relying on him. Honestly, despite the exhaustion, he wished the moment would last longer. Amid Gwendolyn's screams, they finally reached the county hospital rooftop. Feet firmly on the ground, Gwendolyn felt her heart settle. But inertia made her feel dizzy. Marventing to let go after clinging to him for so long, she tried to release Jorge. But as soon as she loosened, Jorge pulled her back. Don't move. Stop showing off. Her mind spinning, her stomach churning, Gwendolyn dared not move, allowing him to hold her publicly. The helicopter landed slowly, and people came down to untie them, but Jorge didn't let go. A minute passed, voices fading until only wind and rain remained. Then, Jorge lifted her effortlessly. Close your eyes, don't move. I'll carry you down. Chapter 269, Go out dressed brant like this? Whether it was due to exhaustion or the strong, secure embrace of Jorge, Gwendolyn fell asleep unexpectedly while he carried her. She slept very deeply and continuously dreamt with changing scenes. One moment she was with her parents as a child, another moment she was arguing with Ophelia during school days. Sometimes she was working alongside Ollie, who was sweet and obedient. Other times, she would be talking with Jorge. Gwendolyn felt incredibly tired and wanted to wake up, but her body felt as heavy as if tied down by stones, making it impossible for her to rouse. She kept sleeping, until she finally woke up on the evening of the third day. Her vision was met with blinding white light, and outside voices were quite noisy. However, she was alone in the hospital room, quiet and peaceful. With a dry throat and an urge to use the restroom, Gwendolyn stayed in bed for a while before supporting herself up. Just as she thought about finding the toilet, the ward door opened, and Jorge, dressed in black, walked in. Seeing that she had finally woken up, Jorge locked the door behind him and approached her in 2 quick steps. You're awake? Are you feeling any better? Has your fever gone down? He looked freshly washed and clean, back to his usual dignified self. He wore a black, high-necked cashmere sweater underneath a light black puffer jacket, paired with rare-to-see black casual pants and brown marten boots. Though these colors were dull and somber, they did not detract from his appearance but made him seem taller, more composed, and more authoritative. His slender fingers touched Gwendolyn's forehead, bringing the familiar scent he always had to her nose, exactly like in her dreams. Your forehead isn't burning anymore. Relieved, Jorge took a step back and sat on a chair facing her. It looks like you're fine now. It's good that you've woken up. You slept long enough. Indeed, she had slept so long that her mind felt sluggish. Gwendolyn stretched her stiff neck and limbs, then asked slowly, How long have I been asleep? 2 full days. The expression she wore after just waking up was endearingly cute, almost identical to how Ollie looked right after waking up. Jorge watched her tenderly. Are you hungry? If I hadn't come in, where were you planning to go? Only then did Gwendolyn remember she needed to use the restroom. Not hungry, but I'm really thirsty. I need to go to the bathroom. Thirsty? Bathroom? Gwendolyn. I'm not that out of it. What I mean is. Jorge smiled slightly. I understand what you mean. Go ahead. I'll get water for you. The ward was a suite with a bathroom inside. Gwendolyn went to the bathroom, washed her face, and stepped out. A warm coat was already draped over her shoulders. Wearing only a cashmere sweater, Jorge looked down at her. Although the rain has stopped and the water levels have dropped significantly, power hasn't been restored yet. You're dressed too lightly. The ward doesn't have air conditioning, so don't catch a cold. After saying this, he took another step back to create some distance. Don't misunderstand. You've been unconscious for 2 days. Since you just woke up and don't have any warm clothes, I'm lending you mine out of humanitarian concern. Gwendolyn. Only when she saw his clothing did she realize she was also clean and wearing the hospital gown. It was indeed thin and cold. Gwendolyn slid her hands into the sleeves, which still held his warmth, and zipped up the jacket. No misunderstanding, thank you. Can I ask? Who bathed and changed me? She hadn't expected this kind of intimacy between them, so she couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Jorge sat back down in silence. Definitely not me. Your water is ready. Although he didn't give a direct answer, Gwendolyn knew it wouldn't have happened in a public hospital with a man bathing her. She sipped the water from a disposable cup. What about everyone else? Did they all fall ill? How is Tia? Is she okay? Caring about others seemed natural to her, but why wasn't she concerned about herself? Jorge had been caught in the rain for hours, exhausted, and ran a fever for 2 days himself. Waiting for you to care, they'd be dead by now. Take care of yourself. When she was unconscious, he hoped she'd wake up soon. Now that she was awake, hearing her speak infuriated him. Jorge said impatiently, Take the water back to bed. After just waking up, I don't want you falling sick again and wasting my money. This time, not only did he travel hundreds of kilometers to find an airplane, but he also arranged for many people to be hospitalized, undoubtedly costing a fortune. Thinking about this, Gwendolyn felt embarrassed and quickly got back into bed. Seeing she was completely awake and pondering something, Jorge stared at her with interest. If your fever is gone, go out with me later. Go out with you? Where? Not only are you without clothes, but everyone else is too. We can't all stay in bed forever. Let's tally up everyone's sizes and buy some clothes. She just felt guilty about spending so much money on her, and now they had to go out and buy clothes for everyone? Gwendolyn felt even more ashamed. Weren't they wearing clothes before coming to the hospital? They could wash them and wear them again. Trying to save me money? Or didn't she want to go out with him? Jorge couldn't help but frown. Alright, since you're so thrifty, go wash everyone's clothes later. Gwendolyn. Don't you know that? Abnormal weather rains carry harmful bacteria that affect the human body. Not only should the clothes be discarded, but anything touched should be thrown away. As a medical student, I shouldn't have to remind you. Clearly, she was still groggy. She forgot such basic knowledge. Gwendolyn blushed a little and thought inwardly. Jorge was the head of the powerful Mohammed Corporation, worth tens of billions. Buying clothes for dozens of people was nothing. Imagining helping someone like him save money was laughable. I understand. I'll start counting. Eager to see Tia, she quickly got out of bed, wearing slippers, and headed towards the door. Passing by Jorge, she was caught by the wrist. Why are you in such a hurry? I said they will need clothes when they go out, but not immediately. Do you have to rush so much that you can't even drink water? I don't need to drink. It's hot. I'll drink later. But Jorge still didn't let go. Are you going out dressed like that? Gwendolyn looked down at herself. Although she was dressed oddly, she had no other options. What else should I wear? I seriously doubt how you managed to get into medical school. Were you substituted by someone? Or did you seduce the teachers? Did you learn everything from a dog's stomach? With one forceful tug, Gwendolyn landed in his arms, leaving her slippers behind. Jorge gripped her cold feet with his large palms. Do you not know that coldness enters the body through the soles of the feet? How can you dare to go out without socks? Chapter 270, There's no one more ungrateful. Gwendolyn was utterly perplexed. She hadn't realized before that Jorge possessed such extensive medical knowledge. How did he become almost a sage after just one night's sleep, even knowing that cold invades from the soles of the feet? She didn't forget this point herself, but what good did it do? Didn't she have no socks to wear? Moreover, wasn't he supposed to have obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness? Yet, he actually touched her feet with his hands. His hands were indeed huge. Gwendolyn's 2 feet could comfortably fit in one of his palms. Though he only wore a wool sweater, his hands were incredibly warm and dry. Admittedly, being caressed like this felt really good. Driven by the innate desire for warmth, Gwendolyn didn't pull away but looked into his eyes. But I don't have any socks to wear. Why are you talking so much today? Jorge didn't answer her. Didn't you tell me you had no socks to wear? Gwendolyn sat on his lap, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her soft chest pressing against his chest. Their mouths were only 10 centimeters apart. Jorge gazed into her bright big eyes, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. I'll go borrow some for you. Gwendolyn. In a whirlwind, Jorge picked her up and tucked her back into the bed, then strode out of the ward. Don't move. Sit here and wait. Gwendolyn sat on the bed, staring at the door of the ward. Less than 2 minutes later, he returned with a pair of half-worn white socks and a pair of nurse's shoes. Can't get clothes, but a pair of shoes and socks is manageable. Now you can go out. Maybe it was because the weather was pleasant, or perhaps it was because she hadn't walked on the ground for too long. Gwendolyn felt an unusual excitement as she stepped out of the ward, eagerly greeting everyone she passed. Over the past few days, everyone had heard she was sick and unconscious, and they all worried about her. Now seeing her bounding out energetically, they all smiled in response. The journey was filled with laughter and cheer, more like a vacation than waiting for recovery and reconstruction after a disaster. Guided by others, Gwendolyn met Tia. Thanks to Gwendolyn, she only caught a chill, had a fever, and got a cold, which had now recovered. Reuniting after such a crisis, the elderly woman was deeply moved, holding Gwendolyn's hand and thanking her repeatedly. Gwendolyn told her not to be so formal and that if there was anything she needed help with, she should ask. Tia hesitated for a moment, then said, well, since you asked. Yeah, I missed lunch and am feeling a bit hungry. Can you find something for me to eat? Gwendolyn immediately turned to look for a nurse. But the nurse said they had no food. With many patients needing treatment and awaiting post-disaster recovery, the hospital normally didn't provide meals. These days, they offered free meals during meal times, but it wasn't quite mealtime yet. To be honest, Gwendolyn also wanted something to eat. Her stomach was growling. Borrowing paper and pen from the nurse, she noted down everyone's clothing sizes, then went back to find Jorge. The water outside hasn't fully receded yet. Can we really go out? Jorge had his ways and looked at Gwendolyn as if she were a fool. If we couldn't, would I waste time telling you nonsense? Yes, sure. Let's go then. My stomach is practically empty. Just now, watching her chatting with people everywhere, Jorge thought she was made of steel and wouldn't get hungry. In the corridors and stairwells, people were everywhere. Jorge either was used to being protected or was exhibiting chivalry by guarding Gwendolyn closely while they descended the stairs. At the bottom, a high-clearance business van awaited. He first opened the passenger door, picked up Gwendolyn, and tossed her inside, then climbed over the rear seat to the driver's position. His movements were very practiced, clearly not his first time doing so. Gwendolyn suddenly felt sentimental again. With everyone's safety secured, he could have returned to Fabiancheng. Why didn't he leave? But the question seemed to strike a nerve with Jorge. I've seen ungrateful people, but never anyone more ungrateful than you. Marvin to get out and wade back? I'll head back to Fabiancheng. That wasn't what she meant. She was just trying to chat. Forget it. His temper was terrible, so better to say less. Gwendolyn stopped talking to him and stared out at the disaster-stricken streets. The car drove slowly. After an uncertain amount of time, they arrived at a large supermarket. Indeed, commerce thrives at all times. Despite the major storm, the supermarket was still open. Jorge jumped out of the car first. Gwendolyn pushed the door next to her, hesitating whether to take off her shoes and socks before getting down, when Jorge beckoned her. Climb over here, I'll catch you. What are you waiting for? Right, jumping down like him would keep her shoes and socks dry. Gwendolyn crawled over to the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and jumped into Jorge's arms. He steadily turned and carried her into the supermarket. Inside, the supermarket was quiet except for a few employees. Gwendolyn headed straight for the clothing section. Jorge didn't follow. He had no interest in shopping, let alone buying clothes for a bunch of men. The salesperson, seeing Gwendolyn buying so many items, enthusiastically helped her search. Meanwhile, Jorge wandered over to the snack section. The shelves were stocked with colorful varieties of snacks. He never ate or bought snacks before, not knowing what Gwendolyn liked, so he aimlessly perused. Seeing a customer, the salesperson hurried over. Sir, what would you like to buy? For yourself or family? Jorge instinctively glanced towards Gwendolyn. Family. You mean your girlfriend? Blakely's usually love these, and these. By the time Gwendolyn finished selecting clothes, Jorge had already bought and paid for the snacks. 3 enormous shopping bags were placed on the floor, stuffed to the brim. Gwendolyn thought he bought them for everyone, so she helped carry them out after paying. Back in the car, just as she settled in, Jorge's tone became melancholy. All 3 bags are yours. Aren't you hungry? Start eating. Gwendolyn was taken aback. What? All 3 big bags are mine? Don't thank me. Eat until you're full. Gwendolyn. She wasn't planning to thank him. Even if she was starving, she couldn't finish all that in one go. Jorge disliked her unappreciative attitude. Eat them over 2 sessions if you can't finish in one. What's wrong with you? Did I buy the wrong thing for you? Gwendolyn wasn't meaning that. She was just accustomed to frugality and thought it wasteful. Jorge gave her a warning look. If I say they're yours, they belong only to you. If you dare give them to others, don't blame me for losing my temper. Gwendolyn. Why? Obviously, there's plenty, why can't I share? Jorge was momentarily speechless by her naive questions. After a second of silence, he snapped. Because you have merited it through your contributions to this project. This is your reward. As for the others. I, Jorge, have never bought snacks for male subordinates. I won't set this precedent. Chapter 271, take a look at your 2's 8 characters. So, what does he mean? Can't give it to men but can give it to women? Having to follow so many rules for snacks is such a hassle. Gwendolyn had eaten 2 spicy chicken legs in the car. When she got out, she listened obediently and didn't take the snacks down with her. Instead, she stuffed 2 chicken legs and a box of milk into her down jacket pocket. Only Tia will get it. She didn't eat lunch today, you wouldn't want her to go hungry at her age, would you? Jorge. Both of them carried 2 large bags of clothes upstairs. Everyone was surprised by President Mohammed's thoughtfulness in personally going out to buy clothes for them. They were overjoyed as they distributed the clothes. Gwendolyn took the clothes and snacks meant for Tia to her bedside. I'm back. Did you wait long? I bought 2 chicken legs and a box of milk for you. Eat quickly. These chicken legs are cold but already braised thoroughly, they're very tender and easy to chew. Gwendolyn helped unwrap the food and handed it to Tia, who took a bite and found it tasty. Grateful, she thanked Gwendolyn repeatedly. Delicious, delicious. Thank you, yeah. You're welcome. I didn't buy these, you should thank our Akil. He even bought clothes for you. As she spoke, Jorge walked in. Tia looked at the tall and handsome Jorge and was even more moved. So many snacks, and now clothes, this. Gwendolyn, fearing that she might feel burdened, smiled and said. Not just you, everyone has some. Don't worry too much, hurry up and eat. Tears welled up in Tia's eyes. Instead of eating, she began wiping her tears. What kind of life is this? I have a son and grandson, yet I'm taken care of by you all. Gwendolyn had heard Tia talk about her family when she stayed at her house. Her son was the first person in the village to attend university, and she was very proud of him. But after finding a job and settling down outside, he rarely came back. After marrying and having a grandson, Tia wanted to move to the city to help raise the child, but her daughter-in-law threatened divorce if she came. Thus, she never met her grandson. Gwendolyn felt deep contempt for her son but didn't want to burden Tia. She consoled her, saying the pressure of city life made it hard to support a family, and that her son would surely visit when he had time. Despite claiming to have let it go, Tia still cried over it today. Gwendolyn didn't know how to console her and could only silently pat her shoulder. After crying for a while, Tia calmed herself down. Look at me, I have food and clothes. Why am I crying? Please don't mind me, come, young man, sit down. Jorge hated seeing people cry, especially women. Seeing Tia cry, he almost turned and left but was surprised she recovered so quickly. He sat beside Gwendolyn expressionlessly, and Tia looked at them both affectionately. He must be your husband, right? Yeah, I've always wondered, someone as beautiful, capable, and kind as you, what kind of boy could match you? The moment I saw him on the plane, I understood, he's perfect for you. Look at how handsome and strong he is. Just like you, he gets more charming the more you look at him. Gwendolyn. How long have you two been married? Why did you only have one daughter? Are you feeling pressured too? Although I'm old and haven't been to the city, I feel that having only one girl might be lonely. You two are so young and capable, you should consider having a second child. Boys or girls, it's good to give your children companionship. Though others had mistaken her and Jorge as a couple before, no one pressed for a second child like Tia did. Moreover, Ollie wasn't Jorge's, and considering his Viviana situation, Gwendolyn felt embarrassed. Before she could change the topic, Jorge unexpectedly continued the conversation. With so many men working with her, how did you decide I'm her husband? Tia, confident as ever, replied. Do I need to confirm that? It's obvious from the way you two fit together. Don't doubt my accuracy. Ask anyone in the village if you don't believe me. I learned divination from my great-grand Viviana and understand birth charts, marriages, and childbearing well. People from nearby villages often come to me for advice. But that was in the past. Since my son settled outside, I stopped doing it. Helping break up so many marriages and aiding abortions drained my good fortune. She spoke so sincerely that it seemed real. Bored, Jorge got interested. Is that so? So miraculous? Can you see if our 8 characters match and tell us how many children we'll have? Gwendolyn? Are you crazy, believing this? Ignoring her surprise, Jorge quickly recited his birth date and urged Gwendolyn to do the same. It's rare to meet someone like this, let Aaron help us. Knowing he was teasing Tia, Gwendolyn didn't want to comply, but Tia looked eagerly at her. If anyone else asked, I wouldn't do it. But you two have been so kind to me. Quickly, Yaya, when were you born? Gwendolyn had no choice but to comply. Tia, like a fortune teller in a movie, stretched out her fingers and muttered as she calculated. Not a perfect match, but a significant fit. You'll have challenges but a smooth journey afterward. All fortune tellers say vague things like that. It sounds like nothing specific. Jorge smiled nonchalantly. Is that so? What about children? Can you see that too? To check for children, I need to read palms. Let's start with yours. Tia examined Jorge's hand closely, then Gwendolyn's. You two are destined for many children. I see 5 in your future. What? Treating her like a piglet with 5 children? Gwendolyn hastily pulled her hand back. Aaron, don't joke, it's not funny at all. No joke, I used my own good fortune to read your future. How can you say it's a joke? Tia, looking serious, grabbed Gwendolyn's hand again. I see 2 children in your palm. The second one is weak and fine, it didn't survive. When did this happen? Why haven't you mentioned it? Chapter 272, Strong Leaders Breed No Weaklings. Gwendolyn was taken aback by the words. A miscarriage? Was it really that miraculous? Could she actually see a miscarried child through hand lines? It felt like someone had suddenly exposed her secret, and with Jorge staring at her intently, Gwendolyn was extremely embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. At this moment, a colleague knocked on the ward door and walked in. Mr. Mohammed, you're here? Are you busy? Can I have a word with you? Jorge gave Gwendolyn a meaningful look, then turned his attention to the colleague. What's the matter? Anything wrong? The colleague looked hesitant, stuttering as he spoke. There's been some trouble at home. Normally, I shouldn't leave everyone behind, but my wife is alone at home taking care of 2 sick children. The new year is just around the corner. He wasn't wrong, the new year was indeed coming up, and the company was preparing for its annual party to reward the staff. However, their engineering team was enduring such hardships. Jorge had originally planned to send them back once the floodwaters receded, but it seemed they would have to return earlier than expected. I understand your concern. Taking care of 2 kids by yourself isn't easy. Go out and inform everyone, pack up, and I'll arrange for helicopters to pick you all up shortly. The colleague was stunned, not expecting Mr. Mohammed to be so accommodating. Really, Mr. Mohammed? We're leaving now? Of course. Your work here is finished, staying longer won't add any value. Go home and enjoy your winter break. The colleague left happily, and as Jorge turned back, Tia started crying again. You're all going back? So soon. Go. It's better that you leave. Jorge. Gwendolyn knew what Tia was feeling and hurriedly moved to hug her while looking at Jorge. But it's not even New Year yet, and the floodwaters are already receding. I don't think we should leave now. Jorge thought Gwendolyn missed Ollie and couldn't wait to get back, and he was somewhat surprised by her words. What do you want to say? Gwendolyn said solemnly, although we've been working in Godwinliang Mountain for over a month, everything has returned to square one after this rain. Everyone has not only lost everything but also their homes. We can just pack up and go home for the new year without much loss. But for them. Jorge understood her intentions. So you want to stay and rebuild everything from scratch? Gwendolyn wasn't sure what he thought and cautiously responded. Using your money and resources, this might sound too naive and idealistic, but Mohammed Corporation doesn't lack funds, and the public welfare announcement has already been made. Abandoning halfway would make us look bad. Jorge didn't like her hesitance. Don't worry about the money or anything else. Just tell me your thoughts directly. With reassurance, Gwendolyn boldly explained, I propose that you coordinate with local authorities to construct unified row houses within the village. Find a higher ground location, improve drainage, earthquake resistance, and waste management. So, no matter what severe weather comes, the walls won't collapse. Also, being closer together will help residents support each other. And the dangerous path where I nearly lost my life must have safety rails added. Otherwise, accidents are inevitable. Jorge listened attentively, impressed by her logical reasoning. Is this just your idea, or do others agree? Gwendolyn told him the truth. On that rainy night in the classroom, we discussed this collectively. I encouraged them not to lose hope, assuring them that the CEO of Mohammed Corporation would rescue us and help rebuild our homes, which is why they managed to hold on until morning. Jorge realized Gwendolyn was morally binding him. Saying no would make him seem petty, especially since Mohammed Corporation had announced its charitable plans. Stopping now would be a laughingstock. Besides, because of the storm and his personal rescue mission, Mohammed Corporation was receiving positive media coverage, boosting stock prices and social value. Jorge agreed inwardly but wanted to tease her. Everyone wants to celebrate the new year except you? Don't believe it. Go bring them in. Outside, people were puzzled. Why were they being sent back when reconstruction hadn't started? Before Gwendolyn could call them, everyone swarmed in. This project, due to the storm, garnered nationwide attention, with stock prices rising. Barnaby, having seen praise for Mohammed Corporation daily, prepared for promotion and wealth. He had already informed his family that he wouldn't return for the new year. Mr. Mohammed, Barnaby approached, speaking passionately. Why did we hear that we're going on vacation? With the floodwaters receding, we plan to focus on reconstruction so the villagers could have a good new year. Everyone is ready to stay with the villagers. How can we leave while they are homeless, Mr. Mohammed? Jorge was impressed by their commitment. Indeed, strong leaders breed no weaklings. His employees' dedication brought pride to Mohammed Corporation. As he turned to commend Gwendolyn publicly for her leadership, she leaned in, tugging at his sleeve. Withdraw the promise. Anyone can stay, but let Barnaby go home. Jorge? Gwendolyn couldn't explain further but gave him a pleading look. Jorge paused for a moment. Post-disaster reconstruction is crucial. Your willingness to stay is touching, but the company doesn't want anyone's work to affect family harmony. Unmarried singles will stay, the rest can go home. All participants will receive compensation. Rest assured. Barnaby had hoped to lead the reconstruction, impress the media, and earn recognition, but... Alida. That woman. Reporting to Mr. Mohammed right in front of him. In this translation, I maintained the original structure and tone, translating Chinese names using pinyin. I ensured the translation was natural, coherent, and grammatically correct, aligning with the story's previous content. Chapter 273, Blakely Friend Arrives. Leaving the room, Barnaby was so enraged that his hands started trembling. He immediately found a secluded corner to send a message to Renata. How outrageous. Miss Meng, Alida is absolutely malicious. She kicked me out of the team. I've been looking for an opportunity to get rid of her these past few days, but she has been pretending to be unconscious all along. President Mohammed's heart is as clouded as lard, he can't see through her act. Not only has he been guarding her without a break, but he also whispered into CEO Mohammed's ear in front of everyone, insisting that I take immediate leave. Tell me, isn't this a scheme for him to monopolize the credit? How could there be such an evil woman? Renata had been closely monitoring the situation here. Before the rain started, she intended to send someone over with medicine to help Barnaby take care of Gwendolyn in the remote mountain area. However, it started pouring unexpectedly. Even if the heavy rain wasn't a problem, Jorge personally led a team to rescue them and even brought reporters, causing a huge stir. Watching Mohammed Corporation gain immense fame from this, Renata felt both joy and worry. She was glad because Jorge's career would advance further, but worried that, due to this incident, the already likable Gwendolyn would become even more favored by Jorge. Already upset, when she saw Barnaby's message, her anger flared up. She promptly arrived at the hospital with the helicopter team. At the hospital, once everyone dispersed and Tia was calmed down, Gwendolyn, feeling tired, returned to her ward to rest. Jorge followed her back to the ward. Just as Gwendolyn was about to close the door, she noticed Jorge following her and asked in confusion. I just ate and plan to rest a while. If you have nothing urgent, why don't you go rest too? Why are you following me? Jorge. This ungrateful woman, has she lost her conscience? Always heartless, she wants to shoo him away after a full meal and drink. Isn't this your room as well as mine? You're trying to kick me out? What? This is your room too. Are you staying here as well? Why do you ask if I'm staying here? I've been here for 2 days already. If not for his meticulous care these past 2 days, would Gwendolyn have slept so soundly? Gwendolyn was stunned. He has been here for 2 days? There's only one bed and one pillow in this room. So, his implication was that Jorge shared the same bed with her for 2 days right in front of their colleagues? Seeing her shocked expression, Jorge snorted coldly. It's not our first time sharing a bed, no need to make such a fuss. I didn't mind, so why should you? Oh my god. Gwendolyn's face instantly turned red like a tomato. Although they had shared a bed before, it was never in front of others. Now he was publicly. Luckily, she wasn't part of Mohammed Corporation, so after this project ends, she wouldn't have to see anyone from the engineering department again, or she'd die of embarrassment. As they were talking, Renata's voice came from outside the window. Excuse me, could you tell me which room President Jorge is staying in? Jorge raised an eyebrow, quickly rushing to Gwendolyn and pulling her into the bathroom before turning around to lock the door. Caught off guard, Gwendolyn barely managed to understand what was happening before the bathroom door slammed shut. The moment Jorge turned around, Renata appeared at the door with a charming smile. Hey Ainsworth, finally found you, you're here. Jorge's face darkened as he looked at her disapprovingly. Why are you here? Of course I'm here to see you. When I saw you rescuing people during the live broadcast, hanging from the cliff amidst the heavy rain, Philippe and I were nearly terrified to death. We were so worried you'd be hurt when we couldn't reach you. So Philippe sent me. How come you're even thinner today? And you've got dark circles. Haven't you been eating or sleeping properly? While speaking, she walked toward Jorge, preparing to touch him. Fearing she might find Gwendolyn, Jorge grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. Let's talk outside. With a bang, the ward door closed, and Gwendolyn laughed coldly in the bathroom. Blakely friend comes over and immediately pushes her into the bathroom. Without Brenna friend, he shamelessly stayed with her. Indeed, all men are scoundrels. She used to think that less educated men from lower classes were more likely to be scoundrels, but now she realized that whether a man is good or bad has nothing to do with background, class, appearance, or education. It's ingrained in their bones. Spit. A fickle-minded, opportunistic bastard. Jorge rushed Renata out quickly. Seeing that he showed no joy upon seeing her and looked rather displeased, Renata felt like her heart was being cut with knives. Do I look so disgraceful? Where are you dragging me? Easy, you're hurting me. Jorge released her hand, taking a few steps back to maintain a safe distance. The disaster area needs much help, and you've seen it. Tell Philippe not to worry, I'll return once the reconstruction work is done. There are many viruses in hospitals, so don't come unless necessary. Leave with them now. He was already pushing her to leave within minutes of her arrival. Renata's eyes reddened. You mean to say you'll return only after the reconstruction work? That I must leave with them? Hey Ainsworth, aren't you coming back today? This isn't Fabian Cheng, do you need to help with the reconstruction? Even if needed, as a CEO, the new year is approaching, you can't be thinking of spending it here? Jorge did plan to spend the new year here. Though busy and exhausting, it was better than staying home where his grandfather constantly nagged him to marry her. Everything I do has a reason. Even if you don't understand, Philippe does. Go back and explain to him. Don't keep others waiting, go back now. No, I won't leave. Leave only if you go with me. A. Ainsworth. Renata clung to Jorge's hand tightly. Unwilling to be seen, he had to drag her to the rooftop. A few colleagues who needed to return were already waiting by the helicopter. Jorge single-handedly lifted Renata into the cabin and immediately headed back downstairs. Struggling, Renata called out, A. Ainsworth. A. Ainsworth. He ignored her, fearing she might follow again, locking the iron gate to the rooftop. Watching him disappear, Renata almost fainted in anger. The pilot, worried she might jump off in a fit of emotion, quickly pulled her inside. Miss Meng, we have limited air route time and must depart soon. Please sit down. When Jorge returned to the ward, Gwendolyn was still in the bathroom. In the small, heavily sanitized space, she leaned against the wall, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Jorge thought she looked foolish. Still in there? Enjoying it? Gwendolyn hesitated for a moment, then turned her head, meeting his eyes with an unfriendly tone. Can I come out now? Aren't you afraid Miss Meng will see? Chapter 274, The Woman Who Blames Others. Her own actions? If he hadn't pushed her into the bathroom, and Renata had seen, could she still pretend that everything was fine? Did she think she could still live comfortably after all this? Jorge was utterly exasperated with this woman who always turned things around. If you want to stay, then stay. I have no mood to argue with you. He turned and went back to the bed, kicked off his shoes, and lay down. Gwendolyn followed out and saw him not caring about Renata, but shamelessly lying on his own hospital bed instead, making her even more furious. Meng Miss has personally come to pick you up. Why are you still here instead of returning to Fabian Cheng? Don't you think this rundown hospital lowers your status as a CEO? Jorge stretched his arms behind his head and lay there carefree. Without opening his eyes, he chuckled, of course, I'm staying here to handle work. Not to stay and accompany you. Charge your phone and browse the internet if you're bored. Try to say fewer ridiculous things. Gwendolyn. She obviously couldn't share the same bed with him again. Since she had nowhere else to go, she started scrolling through her phone. She picked up the phone from the bedside table, sat beside it, and checked the messages. In just 2 or 3 days, Dustin had sent many messages, all concerned about her safety. He mentioned he had been discharged from the hospital and that he was taking good care of Pearl and Sienna, sending many photos of the children playing together. Seeing these peaceful and happy images of the children reassured Gwendolyn. She quickly replied to Dustin, telling him she would be staying for post-disaster reconstruction and might not return for the new year. To her surprise, Dustin supported her decision. Given how hot this event is, everyone is waiting to see what happens next. Staying there to handle aftermath is appropriate. Ending it without resolution would only invite ridicule. Rest assured, I will take good care of the children. Take care of yourself and finish your work soon. We will wait for you at home. Dustin was truly so gentle, considerate, and magnanimous. Comparing him with Jorge. Gwendolyn couldn't help but glance at Jorge and gave him an appreciative thumbs up before ending the chat. Just as she was about to check online reports and netizens' reactions, Jorge opened his eyes. Even though I am handsome, it doesn't mean you can stare at me whenever you want. Please control your gaze. Gwendolyn? Does he have a third eye? Just one glance, and he knew. And now he was praising himself. When did he become so stealthily narcissistic? Seeing her awkwardness, Jorge closed his eyes satisfactorily. Your typing is too loud, disturbing me. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Put away your phone and come sleep quietly. 2. Take your phone and leave, don't come back. Before he finished speaking, Gwendolyn chose option 2. Gwendolyn spent the night squeezed in with Tia, without any incident. The next morning, after washing up, she went to the cafeteria to get breakfast for herself and Tia. She met Jorge, who was also there for breakfast. Gwendolyn didn't want to greet him, preparing to bypass him, but Jorge blocked her path. What are you having? Get me the same. Saying that, he walked off to an empty seat nearby to wait. Gwendolyn. This Akil really thought he was above everyone, expecting others to serve him in the cafeteria. Gwendolyn packed breakfast for herself and Tia and intentionally placed a soy milk and fried dough sticks set in front of Jorge. Jorge's eyebrows wrinkled like caterpillars. Is this the breakfast you got for me? If you don't like it, don't eat. With so many chefs in the Mohammed family, you don't need to suffer here. Wasn't he just urging her to leave because he was worried Dustin would misunderstand if they stayed together too long? Jorge had no obligation to cater to her needs. Although he couldn't eat fried dough sticks, he drank the soy milk and then went to Tia's ward. Gwendolyn and Tia were eating and chatting when Jorge gave them orders directly. Finish eating within 2 minutes, we need to go somewhere. Gwendolyn felt like a ghost followed her everywhere. Where are we going? Jorge seriously said, work-related. Hurry up. After the floodwater subsided overnight, the streets had much less water left. Gwendolyn thought he was rushing for disaster recovery preparations and hastily finished her breakfast to follow him. Jorge led her outside silently. Just the 2 of us? Where do you plan to start? Where are we going now? Ignoring her questions, they descended the stairs, passed through the crowd, and got into the car. He navigated a destination using his phone and set off. Gwendolyn wanted to ask where they were going but gave up when he looked indifferent. They'd know when they arrived. Leaning against the window, she watched outside idly as the car twisted and turned, stopping at a scenic place after some time. It was winter, the floodwater had just receded, yet this area, surrounded by ancient trees, was serene and beautiful, with clean stone steps leading straight to the sky. Gwendolyn didn't know where they were, nor why they came here, so she glanced at him again. Jorge stepped out coldly, slamming the door. Get out. Gwendolyn followed suit. Silently entering the forest, he took large strides up the stone steps, with Gwendolyn trailing behind. After about 10 minutes, Gwendolyn's knees began to ache, and used to exercise. Didn't you say we're here for work? What kind of work requires coming to a mountain? When do we stop? Mr. Mohammed, can you speak? Jorge ignored her, skipping steps effortlessly. After a few more minutes, Gwendolyn, unable to continue, gave up. I can't walk anymore. Climb on your own. Tell me the instructions via WeChat, I'll wait here. Less than a tenth of the way and she gave up already? Look at her weak, breathless state. Jorge sighed, returning swiftly. Don't tell me you're worse off than Tia. The work discussion is at the top, you must climb up today, no matter what. Gwendolyn, panting heavily, said with her hands on her belly, dissatisfied. What crucial work requires climbing up a mountain? You said I'm weak, isn't this just being difficult for me? Jorge was intentionally making things hard for her. Who asked her to defy him repeatedly? Do people from the GU Corporation have such lax attitudes toward work, with no perseverance? If that's the case. Gwendolyn. Threatening her with work again? I've rested enough. See you at the top, Mr. Mohammed. Translation notes. Insured names are kept consistent with pinyin. Maintained original paragraph structure and line breaks. Kept tone and style intact while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 275 Dumpling Making. After almost crawling for over 2 hours, Gwendolyn finally reached the mountaintop before Jorge did. Looking up, an imposing temple appeared in front of her. An antique wooden plaque above the gate had 3 gilded characters, Hua and Temple. Didn't he say there was work to do at the mountaintop? Was he actually here to pray and offer incense? Gwendolyn stood where she was, waiting to see what trick Jorge would play next. Climbing for over 2 hours, Jorge only unzipped his down jacket but showed no signs of exhaustion, as if this amount of climbing was like walking on flat ground for him. With a relaxed expression, he walked past Gwendolyn and entered the temple. He talked to a monk at the entrance, threw a few red notes into the donation box, and came out with 2 bundles of incense. I heard that this temple is very powerful. Any wish made can come true. Would you like to join me? Gwendolyn nearly spit out blood. Early in the morning, he had lured her up such a high mountain under the guise of work, all for him to just burn some incense. As a modern independent male with a master's degree, a scholar of high knowledge, how could he believe in such things? Although Gwendolyn didn't believe it and wanted to ridicule him, subconsciously, she knew that one shouldn't speak irrationally in front of temples, so she swallowed her dissatisfaction. In the middle of the hall stood a large statue of Buddha with many burnt ashes in the incense burner. Jorge approached and started lighting the incense. Seeing his tall figure with a seemingly devout face, Gwendolyn couldn't help but follow him in. Since they were already here after climbing for half a day, it shouldn't be for nothing. Better to believe it exists than not, might as well pay respects as well. She took half of the incense from Jorge's hand, both knelt on the prayer mat separately, prayed for their own wishes. In a short while, the ceremony ended. Exiting the hall, Jorge glanced at Gwendolyn and said quietly, "All right, you are free." Then he stepped down the steps heading downhill. Gwendolyn really felt like kneeling to him. Indeed, people shouldn't be too idle. Too much idleness leads to insanity. It's better to keep President Mohammed busy. Without the urgency of the uphill climb, the view from up high was expansive, and descending should be pleasant. But Gwendolyn rarely climbed mountains throughout the year, and her knees weren't used to this kind of exercise. She could climb up gritting her teeth, but coming down was awful. Her legs were trembling so much that every step felt like falling forward. The steps were steep, and she was afraid of heights, so within 10 minutes, she was drenched in sweat. Jorge wasn't faring much better either. His legs were too long for the moderately sized steps. Each single step made him uncomfortable, and leaping 2 at once was hard to control and looked silly. After being uncomfortable for a while, as if guided by a sixth sense, they both turned to look at each other. To ensure they could descend alive, Gwendolyn went over to him. "I'll go with you." This way, if she accidentally fell due to weak legs, Jorge could pull her up in time. With her voice trailing off, Jorge pulled her in front of him. Standing a step below him, he placed his hands on her shoulders. "You want to come with me? Then act as my crutch. Let's go." Gwendolyn. She took a step down, and Jorge followed suit. Although her legs were still weak, feeling someone pulling her back made the fear of falling disappear, making it more comfortable. Similarly, Jorge was also more comfortable, though not physically. After swinging through the day, the floodwaters completely receded. Under the coordination between Jorge and the local authorities, they promptly began reconstruction work. Time flew by during the busy days, and soon it was the Lunar New Year. It was impossible to build houses and move in during the New Year, so everyone had to celebrate together. The village school was temporarily converted into living quarters. Jorge led male subordinates and villagers out to work, while Gwendolyn and a group of women stayed home to do laundry and prepare meals. Like in the olden days when men tilled the land and women wove cloth, everyone fulfilled their roles busily and happily. Winter nights descended particularly quickly, especially in the mountains without streetlights. Work stopped before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When everyone returned, the New Year's Eve dinner wasn't ready yet. Bored, the young men from the engineering department crowded into the kitchen to chat with Gwendolyn and watch her work. Gwendolyn was assigned to make dumplings and had just rolled out the wrappers. Seeing everyone doing nothing, she invited them to help. Everyone rushed out to wash their hands and came back to sit down just as Jorge walked in. "President Mohammed. President Mohammed." Everyone stood up again. Despite doing manual labor and wearing the same clothes as them, Jorge seemed to receive special care, looking impeccable and elegant. Rolling up his coat sleeves, revealing muscular arms, he waved for everyone to sit down, then scanned the kitchen with a gentle demeanor. "Preparing to make dumplings?" "Yes, President Mohammed. Since we're bored, making dumplings together can be lively. Do you want to help?" With so many people crowding in the chaotic kitchen, Gwendolyn assumed he wouldn't agree. Yet, Thornton, who never set foot in a kitchen and kept his hands away from water, readily agreed. "Sure. Let me wash my hands." By the time he returned from washing his hands, a prime spot was saved for him. Jorge sat next to Gwendolyn, and everyone eagerly showed him how to operate. Trying twice, Jorge wrapped the dumplings beautifully. Everyone praised him. President Mohammed is indeed smart and skillful. "The dumplings look great. I think they look good too." Suddenly acting like a kindergarten child, Jorge examined the dumplings in his palms with a satisfied smile. "Who can take a photo for me?" The first time wrapping dumplings, he felt the need to commemorate the moment. "Me. Me. Me." Everyone took out their phones. "President Mohammed, please smile. Do you want to show a ye pose?" Seeing everyone about to take photos, Gwendolyn hurriedly pretended to get something and moved aside. Jorge, who was in a good mood, supported the dumpling with one hand and extended a thumb toward the screen. Everyone passed him the photo, praising him. "President Mohammed looks amazing, so handsome even without posing. Post it on your eminence." There was no Gwendolyn in the photo. When did she hide? Jorge turned to glance at Gwendolyn, who pretended to be busy, deliberately avoiding him, frowning slightly. All right. Let's take one together. President Brantley, can you handle the camera? Everyone got excited and gathered around Jorge. President Brantley, set a delay for the photo, leave a spot for you, come with us. Just as Gwendolyn was about to refuse, Jorge said softly. This is a picture for Mohammed Group. We'll wait until President Brantley joins Mohammed Group. End of chapter 275. Chapter 276, You've Changed. Jorge posted on his social media, accompanied by photos. In the pictures, he was surrounded by a group of young men, each holding a freshly wrapped dumpling in their hands. He held one too. Although the background was simple and somewhat messy, everyone was smiling at the camera, exuding sunshine and vigor, making them incredibly appealing. Not only did it quickly spread among industry insiders, but the media also picked up on it promptly. On New Year's Eve, due to Jorge's down-to-earth and hard-working image, Mohammed Corporation once again trended on the internet. Ebert had dinner with his parents when he saw Jorge's photo and suddenly thought of Pauline, who was alone. He hadn't visited her for a while because he'd been so busy lately. He wondered if she was doing okay. Spending the new year alone in an unfamiliar city must be quite lonely. He decided to visit her. Ebert packed all the nearly untouched dishes from the table and grabbed some fruit before driving to the rented house he and Pauline shared. Despite being in a remote slum, everyone was celebrating the holiday. Along the way, he could hear laughter and the sounds of lively songs and dances from TVs inside every household. He was prepared to be welcomed with Pauline's smile, but after knocking on the door for a long time without any response, he realized she wasn't home. Could she have gone back to her hometown for the holidays? Luckily, Ebert had a key and unlocked the door himself. The room was as clean and tidy as always. After just 2 quick glances around, he confirmed that Pauline had not returned home. Her books were still there, spread out on the table with plenty of notes made. Her few pieces of clothing were also present, and there were a few large steamed buns in the fridge along with some leftovers, clearly eaten recently. If she didn't go home and had no family or friends here, where could she be during this new year? Ebert called her several times but got no answer. Suddenly, he remembered something and went downstairs, noticing that her electric bike was missing. The silly girl, could she have gone out to deliver food again? He couldn't quite describe how he felt about it. Part admiration, part disappointment. The poor often remained poor due to limited education and awareness. For them, meeting immediate needs always came first, leaving no room for investing in education. This explained why many parents forced their children to drop out to save on tuition or tore up report cards. After coming back from South City, Ebert had visited her once, having given her money to study full-time at home. But she hadn't. Though not someone prone to lecturing, Ebert felt a special connection to Pauline and couldn't help but want to guide her. She was the most difficult yet strongest girl he had met in his short 20-odd years of life and the one he had spent the most intimate time with. He genuinely hoped she would succeed. Unable to reach her, Ebert decided to wait for her, playing games in the meantime. By the time his phone battery drained and he was almost asleep, he finally heard the door opening. Sitting up, Ebert startled Pauline. I thought I forgot to lock the door when I left. You scared me. How did you get here? It's been so long since you've come, I thought something happened to you. She wore delivery rider gear and a helmet, looking energetic despite the fireworks and neon lights outside. Her cheeks were rosy, her eyes bright, and she wore a big smile. In a time when others were resting, feasting, and enjoying family reunions, she was running errands for others, and seemed incredibly upbeat. Perhaps it was due to not seeing her for so long, or perhaps her vibrant state was too captivating, but Ebert found himself momentarily speechless. Why aren't you talking? Are you drowsy? Pauline took off the gloves Ebert had bought her, approached the small bed, and waved her hand in front of him. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Should I make something for you? What have you been busy with? As she neared him, a refreshing natural scent filled Ebert's nose, more comforting than any perfume or fragrance. He looked at her admiringly. What time is it? Have you eaten? It's almost midnight. Yes, I have. Pauline was elated, afraid to sit on the bed and dirty the sheets, so she squatted in front of him, her face glowing with excitement. You won't believe what I had tonight, it was fantastic. Do you know what I ate? A KFC family bucket. It was a huge bucket, probably this big. She gestured to show Ebert. You must have tried it, right? There are various items inside, all fried golden brown, so aromatic. One bucket costs a lot. I've seen those ads before, even delivered a few, but never bought one myself until today. A family bucket was something Ebert had tried over 2 decades ago. To him, it was low-end junk food, forbidden by his parents when he was young, and later not worth his interest as an adult. Yet, it brought such joy to Pauline. Do you know how I got it? From a kind person. Pauline seemed like she had won a lottery, sharing her contentment. He also seemed to be spending New Year's Eve alone. I just wished him a happy new year, and then he ordered a family bucket for me through the platform, noting it was for me. Imagine, there are really good people in the world. You can't imagine how happy I was eating it. I was so full. The fried chicken drumstick was delicious, and the popcorn chicken too. And guess what? Today, I completed as many deliveries as I did in the past 2 days combined. At this rate, I calculated that I could earn 10,000 yuan this month. 10,000 yuan. Indeed, it's easier to make money in the city. I never imagined earning so much. I can repay you for the money I borrowed, though it will take a few days until I get paid. Oh, and you haven't said whether you've eaten or what kept you so busy lately. Seeing her chattering non-stop, Ebert, fearing she might get leg cramps from squatting, lifted the quilt and got out of bed. As he helped her up, she noticed his new clothes. You've changed. She inspected him thoroughly. Though dressed simply in a wool sweater, black puffy jacket, and black casual pants, Pauline noticed the difference. Your clothes are so soft and beautiful. Where did you get the money for them? You didn't steal anything again, did you? Chapter 277, A Brantleaf of Toil. The last time Ebert came to see her was the day after he returned from Nanchang. At that time, Guoran Ai and I, Indeed Love You, hadn't officially kicked off yet. Ebert was still wearing the clothes he had bought with Pauline. He decided to leverage his family's resources to contact the Fruit King for negotiations, worried that he would be too busy to take care of Pauline, so he left her 10,000 renminbi. Pauline thought he disappeared for a few days and came back with so much money, suspecting that he might have resorted to dishonest means. She refused to accept it no matter what. Ebert assured her multiple times that the money was earned honestly and emphasized the importance of studying. Only then did Pauline reluctantly accept it. In front of Ebert, looking at his handsome and upright face, Pauline trusted his character. But since he vanished for so long and returned looking so well-dressed, Pauline couldn't help but doubt him again. Ebert was truly exasperated. As the eldest son of the powerful Marvin family, he was repeatedly suspected of being a thief by her. Did he look that much like a thief? But he couldn't blame Pauline either. Her limited understanding made her unaware of thorny ways one could become wealthy quickly. In fact, Ebert found it rather amusing whenever she misunderstood him. Do you think I'm a thief? That's stolen money you ended up using anyway. And today, I brought you more money. He pulled out 20,000 renminbi in cash from under Pauline's pillow and showed it to her. 20,000 renminbi. It's your New Year's red envelope. Happy? Pauline's eyes widened as she examined the money, almost scared out of her wits. You. This. Me. Ebert, people shouldn't act like this. You're young and able-bodied, why? Although it's not appropriate to say this during the new year, while they haven't called the police yet, quickly put the money back. Otherwise, once the police get involved, your whole life will be ruined. Other people's money doesn't grow on trees, how dare you just take it? You really? Seeing how agitated she was, almost wanting to distance herself from him, Ebert had to come clean. Who's the thief here? If you disrespect me like this again, I'll never let you hear the end of it. I already told you, I found a good project and started a business. After succeeding, I came back because now I earn a lot of money every day. Don't you tell me to stop working and stay home to study properly? How can you deliver food late into the night every day and still find time? From tomorrow onwards, don't deliver anymore. Take the money and spend it. If you run out, ask me for more. It finally made sense to Pauline. She heaved a sigh of relief. As long as you're earning money honestly. I don't care how much you earn daily, but you must continue working. I've adjusted my schedule now. I review books on the way to work and revise at night. It won't interfere much. Alright, if you're not hungry, go back to sleep. I need to study some more. Without even changing out of her delivery uniform, Pauline flipped open her textbook. Ebert feared she would exhaust herself to death and placed his hand on the book to stop her. Don't take your health lightly just because you're young. If you keep this up, you'll suffer sudden cardiac arrest. Enough said. From tomorrow onwards, you'll stop delivering food. Pauline didn't dare trust Ebert again. The last time she believed him when he said he was delivering food, and she stayed home to wash clothes, cook, and study. However, he quit after 2 days. Although he later brought money back, the abrupt end nearly cost Pauline her job and left her feeling very insecure. Through that experience, she realized relying on others was unreliable, as unforeseen circumstances could happen anytime. Ultimately, one has to depend on oneself. I have hands and feet. I don't need you to support me. Please, Ebert, stop talking and let me finish today's book, or I won't wake up tomorrow. Not waking up tomorrow. During the new year, who pushes themselves this hard? Regardless of whether Ebert lacked a little money or not, he couldn't bear seeing his friend struggle so much. No. Unless you promise not to go tomorrow, I won't let you sleep tonight. Pauline knew Ebert was a good person and meant no harm to her. Looking at his beautiful, slender hand on the book, she felt an unexpected surge of happiness. Besides her grand Viviana, there were still people in this world who cared about her. It was exactly midnight when louder fireworks began to explode outside. She thought taking a day off wouldn't hurt. Never having seen such beautiful fireworks before, she decided to treat it like a holiday night. Okay. I promise. No more books, let's watch the fireworks. Pauline took out her phone, moved the table aside, and strained to look out the window. Their apartment was only on the 4th floor, partly blocked by taller buildings, allowing only a glimpse of the fireworks between the cracks. Previously, due to poverty, Ebert settled for this place. Now that he had money, seeing Pauline still enduring such a shabby living condition made him feel uneasy. He stood beside her and looked out together. After the new year, I'll get you a new place. Pauline didn't hear him. Witnessing the prolonged and complex fireworks for the first time in her life stirred her deeply. She took photos with her mobile phone, a second-hand one bought in town to stay in touch with her Ricardo. Though costing her only 200 renminbi, it equaled a quarter of her total savings, which she treasured immensely and used carefully. Looking through her low-resolution camera, Ebert saw the fireworks and observed the simple happiness on her face. He remained speechless. Forget it, better not tell her. He would directly arrange a new house for her to move into. That night, they went to bed a bit late. Reminiscing over past New Year's Eve celebrations, Pauline shared many stories from her childhood. Despite the poverty, hardships, and endless labor, it was evident she felt content and nostalgic. Suddenly, Ebert became curious about her hometown and the remarkable Grand Viviana there. Later that night, Ebert finally fell asleep and woke up only when the daylight was bright. Turning over as per habit, he rested his leg on Pauline's only to realize she was gone. Pauline had deceived him and slipped away without a trace. Opening his eyes, he saw the delivery gear missing. She had run off to deliver food again. It was pointless trying to reason with her. Born to a life of endless toil. Opportunities presented right in front of her, and all she knew was to exert brute effort. What foolishness. The food and money he brought last night, her frugal self didn't even bother to take them. Ebert suddenly felt agitated and reluctant to deal with her any further. If she liked to exhaust herself, let her do so. Humph. End of chapter. Chapter 278, Who did you spend last night with? Back in the car, he plugged in the charger. It was already past 10 in the morning. As soon as his phone turned on, a flood of messages and missed calls came in. Besides the usual New Year's greetings and red envelope exchanges, Kian and Carlo had also sent numerous messages inviting him to the club. That was how these rich second-generation kids were. No, it should be said that all over the country, except for Pauline the Fool, everyone spent the holidays like this. Either with family or friends, eating and drinking until they were thoroughly intoxicated. For the past few years, he had always spent the holiday at Kian's club. Returning home was boring anyway, so he called Kian back. Kian started teasing as usual. Where did you disappear to last night? No response to my messages and your phone was off. Got a new girlfriend? Spent the holiday with her? Well, Ebert, if you're willing, there's always a market. Where are you now? With him? Male or female? Bring them along and introduce us. Ebert previously couldn't understand why Keisha always clashed with the group, always looking down on them. Now he understood, it was really low class. Despite being grown men, Kian, Carlo, and his former self had such vulgar mouths. I don't have to turn off my phone and get a good night's sleep alone. Your mind is always on men and women. Kian didn't believe him. Oh, after a few days of not seeing you, you're becoming serious about your business. Fine, let's talk when you come over. I need to see just how righteous you've become. Soon, Ebert appeared in the largest private room of the DL club. Even before pushing open the door, he heard the deafening noise inside. Sure enough, once the waiter opened the door, rows of attractive men and women greeted him. Ebert took off his coat but hadn't located Kian yet when a girl approached from behind, tapping his shoulder. Ebert? I thought your back looked familiar. Didn't expect it to actually be you. Just arrived? Why didn't you come last night? The speaker was another wealthy second-generation individual and an old high school classmate of Ebert's. They weren't particularly close but would often run into each other at various gatherings. Ebert knew she had a boyfriend but greeted her politely. Yeah, just got here. Had some things going on last night. Have you guys been playing since last night? The music and chatter were too loud, so Ebert instinctively leaned in close to hear her better. She replied, yeah, we always do this every year. You usually join us too. What happened this year? Ebert joked, can't help it. Getting older means taking care of myself. My parents only have me. Huh, Brenna laughed. Come on, they're one precious child. Sit down and join us. Everyone talked about you last night. You'll have to drink plenty today. The girl rejoined Brenna's group while Ebert went to sit with the boys. No sooner had he sat down than Keisha, in the middle of the sofa, put down her wine glass in annoyance. The sound of the bang caused the newly poured red wine to spill onto a girl's dress. The girl gasped, instinctively checking her dress, then looking at Keisha. Expecting an apology, instead, Keisha wore a haughty look. Some people are so cheap, like they've never seen a man before, clinging to anyone who passes by. Disgusting. The girls seated beside Keisha came from less prestigious backgrounds and viewed Keisha both as Miss Mohammed and Ebert's fiancée, thus treating her like a valuable social asset. When Ebert entered earlier, everyone expected to witness some PDA between Keisha and Ebert, only for this girl to barge in first. Keisha's outburst was predictable. Everyone rallied around Keisha. Yeah, who is she? Who invited her? Is our circle completely without standards now? How can anyone waltz in? The girl realized Keisha was intentionally targeting her. Being publicly humiliated like this made her face pale. What do you mean? Anyone can understand what I mean. Of course, not the fox spirits and dead teas, those only follow men's orders. Can't you understand? Note is often translated as fox spirit in English literature, though in this context it's used as an insult meaning homewrecker or man-stealer. Is an internet slang term that doesn't have a perfect equivalent in English, but dead tea is not accurate. A closer translation might be gold digger or attention seeker. Depending on the audience, you may want to use these more explanatory terms. Alternative. Anyone can understand what I mean. Of course, not the homewreckers and gold diggers, those only follow men's orders. Can't you understand? Hey. Hey what? You're accusing us? Never seen someone looking for trouble like this. We didn't say it was you, but you can't wait to own up to it? Surrounded by several attackers, others looked on curiously. The girl felt utterly humiliated and stood up abruptly. Keisha, don't think you can do whatever you want just because of your surname. I haven't provoked you. Know this, I'm not afraid of you. Daring to challenge her publicly and even calling her by her name, Keisha also stood up. So what? Are you planning to fight me? The girl retorted, I wouldn't be as uncultured as you, always fighting. Apologize for ruining my dress. At least say sorry. Keisha inspected her disdainfully and scoffed, which street vendor did you buy that clearance sale rag from? Dressing like that in public, how embarrassing. And you dare ask me to apologize for that trash? You. Don't go too far, Keisha. Am I not speaking the truth? Ask everyone. Keisha arrogantly shrugged and looked around at everyone. Everyone agrees, right? Isn't her dress looking cheap? The other girls giggled, further humiliating her. In rage, Brenna slapped Keisha. In the Fabianshing rich second-generation circle, being publicly humiliated like this required a strong response, or it would affect her reputation forever. With one slap, Keisha froze for several seconds, realizing she had been struck. Especially in front of everyone, especially Ebert, her shock and fury were understandable. You dared hit me? I swear, even my grandfather never touched me. You dared to hit me? Enraged, she grabbed a bottle and aimed it at Brenna's head. The music stopped instantly, drawing everyone's attention. The girl herself was stunned. Just as she thought she'd be struck, a tall figure suddenly blocked her, grabbing Keisha's hand. It was Ebert. Chapter 279, Where She Is, I'm Not. Everyone watching seemed remarkably composed. Not only did they pause the music, but they also turned off the laser lights and switched on the crystal chandeliers. The room became brightly lit and eerily quiet. Ebert exchanged a look with Keisha, who couldn't believe her eyes. How long had it been since she last saw Ebert or spoke to him? And today, he appeared only to intervene for another woman? If her anger had reached its peak earlier, now it was bursting through her skull. Let go of me, damn it. Do you even know what you're doing? Ebert looked at her expressionlessly, his voice calm. And what about you? Do you know what you're doing? Of course, I do. Keisha pulled her hand free from his grip and pointed the bottle at Brenna's nose. I can't stand these kinds of women who like to flirt around. What's wrong with teaching a slut a lesson? Is she yours? Are you worried about her? Ebert took half a step towards the bottle, completely shielding Brenna behind him. He knew Keisha was venting, and Brenna was innocent. Who has she flirted with? Caught off guard by his question, Keisha suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After a few moments of frustration, she lashed out. This is between her and me, you don't have to meddle. There are plenty of men here, none of whom are interfering in women's matters. Why should you stand out? Ebert stared at her under the bright lights. Her makeup was thick, smudged from staying up too late, creating a mottled effect on her face. For all her prestigious status as Miss Mohammed, she had reduced herself so much. I can't let you say such things about others, but not her. Ebert's tone was mild but resolute. I'm getting involved in this today. So yes, I stand out. What are you going to do about it? Keisha felt as if her heart was pierced by 1,000 arrows. As Ebert's fiancée, being treated this way in public hurt her deeply. She wanted to grab his collar and demand an explanation. Why was he treating her like this? But her pride wouldn't allow it. Keisha trembled, struggling to control her emotions. Why don't you just be honest? Is she your girl, protecting her so much? Are you two together? At this point, she was nearly overwhelmed by pain, yet she still clung to the faint hope that Ebert would deny it. But Ebert never gave her what she wished for. Do I need to explain myself to you? What are you to me? You. That finally sent Keisha over the edge. Bang. She smashed the bottle into the center of the coffee table, sending droplets of wine splashing everywhere, staining everyone's clothes. Pointing at Ebert with the broken bottle, she screamed. Tell me what I am to you. Ask your parents what I am to you. If not for my grandfather humbling himself and asking our family back then, I wouldn't. Ebert's grandfather and Keisha's grandfather were close friends, having jokingly arranged their betrothal years ago. Chuck had been dead for over a decade, and yet Keisha dared speak of him disrespectfully. Ebert swore he would never, in this life or any other, end up with this woman. If a man had spoken like that, Ebert would have slapped him already. Suppressing his rage, he clenched his fists tightly. You should be grateful you're a woman, otherwise, you wouldn't have made it this far. Everyone is curious about my relationship with Keisha, right? Fine, I'll tell you all now once and for all. Facing the crowd, Ebert switched to a casual, indifferent tone. I don't know who spread it, but it wasn't me. I swear, I, Ebert, have never liked Keisha, and I've never considered marrying her. Not now, not ever. The engagement was just an elder's joke. From now on, I don't want my name mentioned alongside hers anymore. Remember that? Everyone in the room stared at each other, utterly awkward and speechless. Keisha's face flushed red and white, her chest heaving. Her friends looked like they expected her to faint at any moment, rushing to pull her up, only to be shaken off. She pointed the broken bottle at Ebert viciously. Fine, those are your own words. When your parents come to beg me again, I'll live stream it for everyone. See if you regret it then. With that, she pushed past the people around her and stormed out. Kian hadn't expected the evening to turn out this way. He approached Ebert wordlessly, but when he tried to place a hand on his shoulder, Ebert shrugged him off. Remember this, where she is, I'm not. Where I am, she's not. Ebert left the club in a fury. Despite the vastness of Fabiancheng, he felt lost, unsure where to go. Eventually, he returned home. Sure enough, his parents had gone mountain climbing with friends as they always did on New Year's Day. Restless, he lay back on the bed but couldn't sleep, uncomfortable no matter how he positioned himself. He tried gaming but found no interest in it, feeling restless and agitated. After an hour of self-torture, Ebert called Pauline. Pauline answered quickly, the wind whistling in the background. Where are you? He asked directly. Pauline shouted into the phone, you're awake. Sorry, I lied to you. This morning, I got a delivery request as soon as I opened the app, so. Ebert interrupted, where are you now? Hearing his sharp tone, Pauline felt a pang of guilt. What do you want? Bored. I'll find you. Give me your address. After some effort, Ebert finally found Pauline. For some reason, seeing her run out of the neighborhood, still wearing that unremarkable outfit, brought him unexpected comfort. All his anger vanished the moment he saw her. Taking a few steps forward, he asked gently. Why are you running? Does this area not allow cycling? Yeah, but the distance is short, so it works out well, she replied with a satisfied smile, her cheeks flushed. Know how many deliveries I've made today? Almost 40. At this rate, I could hit 150 by nightfall. Ah, I'm so happy. Did you eat breakfast? I bought soy milk and buns this morning but haven't eaten them yet. They should still be warm. You just woke up, here, take them. Note, 4 names, Ebert and Keisha, have been kept in pinyin as per instructions. Chapter 280, Do you enjoy being inferior? Ebert felt his restlessness instantly soothed. Pauline seemed to possess a kind of magic, always positive, full of positive energy. Despite the world's complexities and people's intricate natures, none of that seemed to affect her. She lived in her own small, simple world, content with its purity. Her smile was just too adorable. Ebert noticed she had 2 tiny dimples. Her large eyes curved when she laughed, paired with her round face, making her look like a little apple that one wanted to bite into. This was the first time in his life Ebert felt the urge to bite a girl. He knew it wasn't gentlemanly, so he restrained himself and pinched Pauline's cheek instead. Just thinking about earning money and not even treating yourself to a good meal, you're quite stingy. I'm not eating, you can ride my bike while you finish your meal. Since this wasn't the first time he rode her bike, Pauline didn't protest. With Ebert riding the bike, she ate a bun and sipped soy milk, marveling at the bustling streets filled with stylish urbanites. I deliver coffee, bubble tea, and fast food the most every day. A small cup of coffee costs several dozen yuan. Is it really that good? Ebert, have you ever tried coffee? What about bubble tea? I heard there are dozens of flavors for bubble tea, but drinking too much can make you gain weight. She treated Ebert like a best friend, talking freely without reservation. After listening to her rambling for a while, Ebert stopped the bike in front of a popular bubble tea shop. Never tried. How about we try together today? He expected Pauline to cheer, but he underestimated her frugality. Pauline's reaction was as if struck by lightning. She whispered sharply, pinching the cloth on his waist. Are you crazy? This brand of bubble tea costs over 30 yuan per cup, which means it would be more than 60 yuan for both of us. What kind of milk is this to cost so much? No, no. With 60 yuan, I could eat breakfast for a month. Let's go, let's go. Ebert was truly impressed by her thriftiness. If you only think about earning money but never spend it, what's the point? To treat my Grand Viviana's illness. To bring her to the big city. She has never left our town, and she would be so happy here. All right. Ebert kept quiet. He decided to drop the subject. They took another delivery order and headed toward their next destination. Again, they wouldn't allow the delivery person to ride in, so Pauline ran to deliver it, while Ebert waited on the e-bike, noticing a cell phone store across the street. When Pauline returned from delivering the meal, she saw him coming out of the store, looking puzzled. Why did you go there? Did your phone break again? Ebert opened the new phone box and handed it to her. I bought it for you. You wouldn't accept any money, so consider this a New Year's gift. Take it. Sure enough, Pauline showed no surprise, only a pained expression. Bought for me? My phone works fine, why buy a new one? How much does it cost? Is it the latest model? That must be very expensive. I heard my Misty spent over 10,000 yuan on one for her son. As she spoke, she found the receipt inside the box. Seeing the price, she nearly jumped. It's really over 10,000. Are you mad? It's more expensive than my monthly salary. I don't want it. Money shouldn't be wasted like this. Return it immediately. Ebert had never met a girl like her before. If she didn't love money, why was she constantly calculating how to earn it? Yet, when given something valuable, she refused it. He didn't know how to react anymore. What reason do you have to return it after I've already bought it? That's embarrassing. Spending my money doesn't hurt your pocket, so stop being so frugal. He cared about his pride, but Pauline, not wanting to lose face over money, stepped towards the store to return it. If you're embarrassed to return it, I'll do it for you. I don't want this expensive phone, it's not made of gold anyway. With that much money, you might as well give me a golden bracelet. Ebert pulled her back. If you dare embarrass me, I won't forgive you. Why are you like this? When I give you something, you show no gratitude, just complaints. What a downer. Pauline realized she ruined his mood, but she couldn't help feeling poor and uncomfortable spending so much. If you find it embarrassing, I won't return it here. Can we sell it somewhere else? Ebert almost fainted. Do I need to smash your old phone for you to feel better? Pauline quickly held her old phone protectively. Okay, I'll take it. Maybe this new phone will break soon, and then I'll use my old one again. They set off on their journey again. This time, Pauline rode the bike, with Ebert holding onto her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. So, you like gold bracelets? Pauline, I was just saying it casually. A gold bracelet costs over 10,000. Don't waste money on it. As a delivery girl, wearing such an item wouldn't be appropriate. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? Ebert disliked her belittling herself. It's just jewelry, meant to be bought and worn. Aren't you a person? What's inappropriate about it? Pauline, rich housewives who don't work wear those. I'm always busy and could damage it. It doesn't fit my identity. Screech. Ebert suddenly stopped the bike, bracing his legs on the road. Pauline was startled, thinking the bike was broken, preparing to check, but Ebert held her chin and turned her head forcefully. I warn you, never let me hear you say you're unsuitable or unworthy. You have nothing missing compared to others, why degrade yourself? Just because you come from the countryside? Look around, most people here also came from the countryside. Do they act like you? Do you enjoy feeling inferior? Pauline. Today, I insist on buying you a gold bracelet to see what happens. Follow me. Saying this, Ebert circled her in his arms, controlling the bike handle while dragging her to a jewelry store. Pauline, having never been to such a place, hesitated, her legs stiff, her face red like a tomato. But I really don't need it. People only buy gold for weddings. Ignoring her protests, Ebert dragged her by the hand forcefully. Do you want me to carry you in? Don't. Pauline was scared. Being carried in front of so many people would be as bad as death. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded at the jewelry store. A girl in delivery attire, helmet still on, walking reluctantly with her head down, was being dragged by a tall, handsome boy in branded clothing to the counter. Hashtag chapter 281, the rich Gary falls in love with me. Not many people came to buy accessories on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The salesgirls, bored and idle, were chatting in a cluster when they saw a handsome young man walk in. They hurriedly stood up straight. Hello, welcome. How may I assist you? Ebert gently pushed Pauline forward and placed his hands on her shoulders. Choose a bracelet that suits her. Their pairing was truly unique, it was hard not to gossip about them. The salesgirls curiously eyed Ebert, then looked at Pauline. Her hands were clenched tightly, one hidden in her sleeve, the other behind her back, showing obvious signs of insecurity and nervousness. But under her hat, her face was rosy and full of youth, with large eyes, a high nose bridge, and cherry-red lips. She was incredibly beautiful. Could this be a real-life story of a rich young master falling for Cinderella? Ah. This is too good to resist. Miss wants to buy a bracelet? Yes. One of the salesgirls quickly emerged from behind the counter and brought out stools for them to sit on. We have various styles, please take your time to choose while sitting. Please, both of you. Ebert sat down on the stool without hesitation. Pauline stared at her cheap and slightly dirty shoes, contrasting with the immaculately clean floor. She felt so out of place she hesitated even to stand, let alone sit. I'll just stand, thank you. Her voice was barely audible. But before she could finish speaking, Ebert lifted her into the chair effortlessly. Why are you always defiant only in front of me? Why do you become so timid around others? You're the customer, you're their god, you provide for them, did you know that? Why feel embarrassed to sit? Delivery riders are people too. If you dirty the chair, it can be cleaned. Chairs are made for sitting on. Sit properly. Seeing her insecure and sensitive demeanor as if he had wronged her, Ebert's temper flared. He forcefully placed Pauline's hands on the counter and tilted her chin up. Show your hands. Brant lifted your head. Look here. Pick. Choose what you like. Not enough? Take 2, or 3 if you need to. I'm going to fix this issue today. The salesgirls stood there speechless. Wow. Pauline, though only 20, had rough fingers and slightly swollen joints from years of hard work. Her hands weren't as delicate as Ebert's, which was why she preferred to hide them. However, her overall proportions were excellent, slim and tall, with slender wrists and long fingers, making her look great in jewelry. The salesgirl placed several bracelets on her hands. Miss, you're very pretty. Your hand shape is lovely and your wrists so slim. Any style looks perfect on you. Why don't you let your boyfriend help you choose? Honestly, most girls love flashy jewelry. Especially seeing them on for the first time, Pauline was deeply moved and liked each piece. But she dared not ask for so many. There's no need to involve him. I'll take this one. I like it. She took off the rest and kept the finest one. Ebert knew she was trying to save money and grabbed all the bracelets she removed, 7 in total. No need to pick anymore. Wrap them all up. Everyone was stunned. Change them every day, 1 each day. No repeats in a week. When you get tired of them, we'll come back for more. Calculate the total cost. The salesgirls were thrilled by the big order and rushed to calculate the price. Pauline's eyes welled up. I don't want this. Ebert, if you keep this up, I'm leaving. Having known her for so long, she never cried during tough times but shed tears over these bracelets. Ebert found this ironic. When she got stubborn, he wanted to oppose her, but now he was at a loss. I'm just trying to be nice and buy you bracelets. Why cry? Pauline genuinely considered Ebert a friend and accepted his gifts out of trust. But getting so much overwhelmed her. These bracelets would cost enough for a house and 2 wives back home. Aren't you scaring me? What right do I have to accept so much? Where will I keep them? Carrying them to work might lead to losing them. At home, I don't have proper storage. Aren't you just adding to my burden? Ebert was speechless. In the end, they chose a medium-sized bracelet and Pauline finally smiled. It seemed like just a few minutes, but Pauline suddenly appeared more confident. She couldn't stop admiring her wrist. This shimmering gold bracelet was truly beautiful. Seeing her occasional glances at her wrist, Ebert couldn't help but smile. Women were indeed fickle creatures. Refusing at first but beaming afterward. Pauline, can I make a request? After spending over 30,000 on her in the morning, Pauline, who disliked owing favors, immediately agreed. Sure, what is it? Can you skip work this afternoon? I'm hungry. Let's find a restaurant and have a meal together. A simple meal would suffice. So many eateries along the street could solve it in no time. Was it necessary to take the whole afternoon? But she held back those thoughts. No need to dampen the mood. Today, she'd treat herself to a half-day holiday and indulge a bit. After delivering the last order, Pauline rode her electric scooter with Ebert still holding onto her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. Despite riding an old bike in the cool breeze, she felt unusually at ease. What do you want to eat? Pauline thought for a moment. I don't know. Besides eating rice noodles at a small shop in town, I've never dined in a restaurant. Ebert was speechless. So she'd never been to a Western restaurant or eaten Western cuisine. Do you want to try Western food? It wasn't untrue that everyone had curiosity. Pauline had seen people eat Western food on TV. It looked so sophisticated and elegant. She once fantasized about living like that someday. But I don't know how to eat it. And dressed like this, wouldn't I just embarrass myself? What's so hard? A knife and fork. I'll teach you when we get there. As for clothes, let's go shopping for a dress. Pauline's hands trembled, causing the scooter to sway. More expenses? How much do you earn? Are you addicted to spending? Ebert pinched her cheek. Is earning money just to leave it in your coffin? Isn't it great to have someone willing to spend on you? Silly girl. Come on, indulge me. I've never seen you in a dress. Wear one for me. Convincing and coaxing, Ebert pulled Pauline back into the mall. Chapter 282, Jealousy Makes One Go Crazy. At first, Pauline still acted quite self-consciously and awkwardly. However, Ebert, with his fashion designer background and keen eye for style, picked out a suitable dress and shoes for her. Instantly, she gained confidence. She looked absolutely stunning. Pauline had never realized how slim her waist was or how long her legs appeared. The dresses that television stars wore, looking like celestial beings, made her feel like a fairy too when she wore them. Indeed, all women are inherently beauty-loving. Looking at her entranced expression, Ebert both chuckled and sighed as he paid the bill and then took her upstairs to the spa. It's still early, they have fruits and little pastries here. We can enjoy an SPA while we snack. Being wealthy truly has its perks, the lives of the rich are indeed comfortable. Pauline, gazing at everything so meticulously crafted, felt even more motivated to earn money. She wanted to buy a house in Fabiansheng and live there, bringing her Grand Viviana out every day to experience the world. It was evident that she was particularly insecure about her hands. Ebert asked someone to apply a thick hand mask on her. He carefully observed the process and decided to help Pauline maintain her hands daily until she was satisfied with them. Pauline was exhausted, and once she relaxed, she couldn't resist falling asleep. When she woke up, the lights were bright, and it was already dark outside. Ebert had already booked a restaurant and brought the car over. Pauline, with her new hairstyle and light makeup, walked into the restaurant, holding his arm. She looked so beautiful and radiant that no one could tell she was originally a village girl from the mountains. Ebert watched the beautifully transformed Pauline as if admiring his own masterpiece, thoroughly pleased. Pauline had never been to a Western restaurant before, finding everything curious. She asked, and Ebert patiently explained everything to her. The two ate and chatted, their heads often leaning together in suppressed laughter, enjoying a delightful meal. This joy soon reached Keisha's phone. Keisha's friend was having dinner with her boyfriend right behind Ebert, witnessing him trying to make Pauline happy. Look, see meow. I'm so angry. This guy acts all aloof in front of us, even telling people he likes men to keep us away. But look at this. You didn't see him bending down to tie her shoelaces. Now he's cutting her steak for her. God, I'm furious and feel so bad for you. Do you recognize this woman? She seems unfamiliar to me. Is she just back from abroad? She looks a bit mixed race. So this dog likes this type. Such a traitor. Since arguing with Ebert in the morning, Keisha had been feeling gloomy. Her father was somewhere indulging himself, her Viviana was playing cards, and her brother and sister-in-law were on vacation. She was listlessly moping in her room when she saw the video her friend sent. If the morning felt like being pierced by countless arrows, now it felt like whipping a dead body. Ebert had tormented her to the brink of despair. Seeing Ebert smiling brightly at another woman, acting so gently, and appearing so perfectly matched, Keisha fainted in anger. After a very pleasant evening, the next day, Pauline got up for work again. Ebert knew he couldn't dissuade her. Bored at home, he decided to accompany her delivering food. He enjoyed being with Pauline, it made him feel peaceful and relaxed, as if he had returned to his carefree student days. They bought Baozine soy milk, taking turns riding the bike, finishing breakfast as Pauline prepared to study. Ebert, who had good grades during his studies, couldn't wait to quiz Pauline, chatting merrily along the way, filled with happiness. On Keisha's side, after a night of sleep, she regained her fighting spirit. Early in the morning, she asked someone to investigate Pauline's identity from the video but found nothing, only seeing more photos of Ebert circulating online. Isn't this Gary Marvin? Why is he delivering food instead of celebrating the new year or staying home with his parents? Is he subsidizing household expenses or genuinely loving this job? Maybe he's experiencing life? Look, he's with someone else, helping her deliver food. Has he discovered some new project? He's pretty good at choosing partners, picking a female delivery rider. Her looks aren't bad. I noticed her figure isn't bad either. She makes those ugly uniforms look stylish. Quick, follow them and take clearer photos. This lady seems familiar. All beauties look familiar to you. No, seriously. Enlarge and check closely. Doesn't she look mixed race? She resembles that hot model from a while ago. Reading through the chat history and everyone's banter, Keisha managed to control her temper until she saw the word mixed race. Damn. Wasn't this Annabelle who had dinner with Ebert yesterday? They were working together to deliver food, clearly getting closer while exploring projects. One could bear personal failure, but the success of enemies sparked jealousy. Keisha wanted to smash her phone but paused. Delivery riders get busier around meal times. Just before lunchtime, Pauline received an order from a high-end neighborhood. These neighborhoods had strict access controls and typically didn't allow delivery riders inside. She was used to this, so she told Ebert to go eat while she delivered the food and would meet him afterward. Initially, Ebert disagreed, but Pauline insisted. Finish your meal. If another order comes, you can take it while I rest. It saves time and doesn't hinder earning. What's the problem? Infected by her zeal for earning money, Ebert agreed. Just hurry up. I'll order for you so it's ready when you come back. Ebert went to a restaurant, and Pauline headed to the neighborhood alone. After several minutes of navigating, she found the destination. She rang the doorbell. Hello, your food is here. The door opened, revealing Keisha and 3 friends, arms crossed, startling Pauline. Hello, may I ask who ordered the food? Yes, this was Annabelle from the video, but not nearly as perfect as everyone made her out to be. Mixed race? More like rustic. Perhaps due to intense dislike, she also thought Pauline's accent sounded odd. Keisha accepted the food and held her hand. I did. Thank you so much for the trouble. So well-dressed and living in such luxury, Keisha, obviously a spoiled heiress, treated Pauline kindly, which surprised her. Looking at their clasped hands, Pauline smiled sincerely. You're welcome, it's my job. Enjoy your meal. As she tried to withdraw her hand and leave, Keisha wouldn't let go. Don't rush off. I need help with something. Come in. Chapter 283, Bending for Money. Pauline was pulled inside the house. Keisha set down the takeaway and kindly invited her to sit, even asking her best friend to pour water for her. You've worked hard. It's so late and you're still out running errands. Look at your lips, they're all dry. Come, have a cup of water. Pauline had been delivering food for so long but had never encountered such an understanding customer who actually invited her in and offered her water. She felt deeply touched but still politely declined with embarrassment. No, I'm not thirsty. This is part of my job, you're too kind. Keisha responded, you're the one being too polite. We're both girls, and I wouldn't do anything to you. What's there to be so cautious about? Just have it. It's just a glass of water, not expensive at all. She insisted on handing the water over, and Pauline could not refuse such sincere hospitality, so she took it and sipped gently. Keisha sat opposite her, blinking her large eyes as she observed Pauline's face. You're so beautiful. You don't look very old either. Why did you choose to deliver food? Asked like that, Pauline felt somewhat embarrassed, but Keisha seemed so harmless that not answering would be impolite. So, she explained. I didn't get much education, so I couldn't find a good job and ended up delivering food. You all are the ones who are beautiful. Keisha rarely showed humility. We wear makeup. Your face is naturally beautiful. You look like you might be mixed race. Are you a mixed race person? Which country? The compliments made Pauline happy yet shy, and her cheeks flushed more red. No, I belong to a minority ethnic group. People from my place are somewhat different from Han Chinese. Minority ethnic group? How would a local outsider from a minority ethnic group know Ebert? Of course, this question Keisha couldn't ask directly. Is that so? No wonder. Which ethnic minority? Is it far from Fabiancheng? It's my first time meeting a delivery person from a minority group. Did someone recommend you to come here? Why did you think of coming to Fabiancheng? Pauline candidly shared that she was introduced by a relative and mentioned her hometown's location. Now Keisha had thoroughly figured out her background, indeed a delivery person from a remote mountain area, HMPF. A glint of disdain flashed across her eyes as she glanced at Pauline's bracelet. Compared to her delivery attire, the bracelet looked overly conspicuous. And which young girl with any taste would wear a gold bracelet? To Keisha, it symbolized poor taste, typical of middle-aged women in townships. In contrast, she felt self-assured, almost pitying Ebert for his apparent lack of judgment, as she sarcastically commented on Pauline's bracelet. So that explains it. Your bracelet is quite pretty. Being complimented so genuinely by a beauty, anyone would lower their guard, let alone Pauline, who was naive. She glanced at her bracelet and replied sincerely, thank you. I bought it yesterday. Keisha's tone shifted slightly, adding a hint of condescension. A gift to yourself for the new year? Well, sort of. A friend gave it to me. Mentioning a friend reminded her of Ebert waiting outside. She stood up. Sorry, I can't chat much longer. My friend is waiting outside, and I still have orders to pick up. I should go. Given by a friend? Still waiting outside? Keisha could easily guess who she was talking about. Ebert. That infuriating dog of a man. After knowing each other for so long, he hadn't given her a single cent worth of gift, yet he bought a gold bracelet for a mere delivery girl and spent every day with her. What rubbish was filling his head? Anger surged again, but Keisha suppressed it, pulling Pauline back. Don't leave yet. I haven't finished talking. Seeing how genuine and straightforward you are, I invited you in to discuss something. We need a cleaner. Can you come tomorrow and help me clean? Of course, I won't shortchange you. 1,000 per day, okay? 1,000 a day? If it were a long-term job, that would mean 30,000 a month, 360,000 a year. Pauline would definitely agree without hesitation. But this was just temporary work. Though tempted by the money, she couldn't abandon her delivery job. So that's it. But I'm sorry, miss, I'll be delivering tomorrow, no time. Thinking she'd appreciate 1,000 a day, Keisha inwardly rolled her eyes but smiled on the surface. Are you finding it insufficient? Dear, our house isn't big. 3 days at most. How about this, you work for 3 days, and I'll give you 10,000. Take out your phone, we'll add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer a deposit of 5,000 right away. 3 days for 10,000? Pauline couldn't resist examining the villa. Though huge and likely 3 stories, it could be cleaned within 3 days. Earning a month's salary in 3 days. Seeing Pauline hesitate, Keisha knew she had hit a nerve and quickly added. In fact, the work isn't much. We have carpet cleaners, vacuum cleaners, window cleaning machines, various appliances. You just operate them, it won't be exhausting. Please, Mississippi. Given how we clicked, do me a favor. It doesn't necessarily need 3 days. If you finish everything in 1 day, I'll still pay you the full amount. I don't mind 10 or 20,000. I like you as a person. Okay? Tempted by both money and her sweet words, Pauline agreed after some thought. Keisha smiled triumphantly, but I have a small request. My fiancé cheated on me, and we just broke up. I moved here secretly without telling my family. I detest everything male right now and don't want to hear any man's voice. Don't tell your boyfriend about working here, and don't let me hear you call him during work hours. Give me a few quiet days to calm down, okay? Pauline instantly felt pity for Keisha. So beautiful and gentle, yet her fiancé could still hurt her heart. Don't worry, I won't call during work hours. Great. I'll wait for you then. Do come on time tomorrow. On her way back, Pauline pondered how to tell Ebert. If she said she took up cleaning for money, he'd surely get angry, saying she's demeaning herself, and he might even insist on coming along. What excuse could she use to keep him away tomorrow? Being honest and not good at lying, Pauline couldn't figure out a convincing story despite much thought. Later that afternoon while delivering, she still couldn't decide. That evening, as she read a book at home, Ebert sat beside her doing hand care for her. Peaceful and tranquil, suddenly Ebert's phone rang. It was his mom. Ewing, where are you? Not coming back tonight? Your dad and I are going to offer incense to grandparents tomorrow. You should come too. Come back now. Chapter 284 Trapped. Amina knows you've been working hard lately. Since it's the new year, I didn't want to ruin your plans to relax, but please. I promise you'll be free after we pay our respects tomorrow morning, okay? Xander's hands were busy, so his phone was on the table with speakerphone enabled. Pauline heard everything Xander's mom said clearly. A golden opportunity. She wouldn't have to find an excuse to get rid of Xander. Before Xander could respond to his mom, she kicked his leg sharply from under the table. Xander glanced at her, and Pauline frantically mouthed the words, "Go back. Go back." They always paid respects to his grandparents on the second day of the Lunar New Year. Xander understood this tradition and had no intention of refusing. Got it, Amina. But tonight I already made plans with a friend, so I can't make it. Don't worry, I'll be there first thing tomorrow. As soon as he hung up, Xander glared at Pauline in annoyance. Is it because I'm not a good enough servant? Are you that eager to get rid of me? That uncomfortable being around me? Pauline smiled mischievously. No way. I just don't want to inconvenience you because of me. Your Misty is right, you can come back after paying respects. In spite of himself, Xander stayed another night at Pauline's place and returned home early the next morning. Immediately afterward, Pauline changed clothes and went to meet Keisha. When the door opened, they greeted each other warmly. Keisha invited her inside, helped her change into slippers, and handed her a set of clothes. You'll find the work tiring, and since I've installed floor heating, wearing thick clothes will make you sweat. Put these on instead. I specifically brought them back from abroad where maids and cleaners dress like this when they work. Without overthinking, Pauline found Keisha's thoughtfulness endearing. Thank you. Taking the clothes upstairs, Pauline nearly dropped her jaw in surprise upon opening them. Why such attire? She'd only seen outfits like this in TV shows, never thinking real people wore them. She didn't know that in wealthy households, maids and cleaners actually dressed like this. Though awkward, she reasoned it was protocol, and eventually put on the outfit, except for 2 white thigh-high socks with bows. Not knowing how to wear them, finding them bizarre and inconvenient, she awkwardly approached Keisha holding them. Miss, do I need to wear these too? I've never worn anything like this before, could I? Sitting on the sofa chatting with her friends, they all looked over at Pauline's earnest yet comical attire and almost burst out laughing. You look great. That outfit suits you so well. With your beauty and figure, you pull off anything. These socks protect your calves and knees, they're necessary. Let me help you put them on, Keisha cajoled. After putting on the socks and a pair of black leather shoes, Keisha spun her around approvingly. You look amazing. Just a bit pale, let me put some lipstick on you. Fully dressed up by Keisha, who appeared quite satisfied. Wonderful. Hannah Hart, you may start working now while we talk. Believing her, Pauline took the vacuum cleaner, examined it briefly, then diligently started mopping the floor. The women eagerly snapped photos of her from behind the sofa. Soon, pictures taken at various angles were posted in a rich second-generation group chat. In the photos, Pauline wore a pink and white maid outfit with cute and seductive bow stockings and black leather shoes, appearing just like someone from a certain type of movie or a waitress in a bar, exuding allure. Her poses, especially those emphasizing S-curves, necklines, and short skirts, were tantalizing. Just as Keisha intended, the posts caused a storm of reactions. What's going on here? Who is this? Come on, what's up with you guys? Really playing hard today. That woman has a great figure. What's the meaning of this? Introducing her to us? Look at her face. Look at her face. Those long legs, incredible. I'm asking first, does she have a boyfriend? Maintaining suspense, Keisha shared an address. 2 p.m. today. We're hosting a party here, anyone interested can join. It was an idle time with nothing better to do, and a beauty organizing a party. Of course they came. Even before the afternoon, guests started flooding the villa. Both men and women had come for one reason, to see Pauline. Curiosity about Keisha's prank was high. Despite their expectations, everyone was impressed by Pauline's beauty and figure. Isn't she the mixed-race girl who delivered food with Xander yesterday? Why is she cleaning your house? Is it cosplay? Keisha sneered, mixed race? Maybe she's an illiterate ethnic minority, a real delivery person who'll do anything for money. Brant listened to her broken Mandarin, why dignify her? An ethnic minority, really a delivery worker. How did Xander even meet her? Keisha's expression darkened as she berated the crowd. Never mention that dog man again in my presence. I won't allow his name in my home. Can we talk about something cheerful on such a lovely day? Aware of the tension between her and Xander, everyone kept silent. Women sat down chatting and eating, while men gathered around Pauline. Confused and bewildered by the turn of events, Pauline couldn't understand Keisha's intentions. Yesterday, she complained about men and not wanting to hear their voices. Why so many today? Adhering to the principle of staying focused on her tasks, Pauline remained silent and headed upstairs. Unexpectedly, the men soon followed. Some held drinks, others cigarettes, wandering through the rooms. Never having seen so many adult men at once, Pauline felt very uncomfortable in her unusual outfit. After circling her several times, she tried to sneak to the third floor, but was stopped by a man who spilled his wine all over her. Oops, sorry, little lady, are you alright? Trying to wipe the spill, Pauline hastily dodged him. No problem. I'm really sorry, let me help you clean up. No need, I can handle it myself. With her head low, Pauline didn't even look at Thornton and attempted to leave, but he insisted on apologizing sincerely. Wait, your clothes are all wet. It'll be uncomfortable later if not cleaned. Here, let me dry you off. Chapter 285, Hannah talking. The man pulled out a pack of tissues from somewhere. I won't touch you, you do it yourself. Seeing the small tissue and the elegant, beautiful hands holding it, Pauline instantly thought of Xander. He looked up briefly. The man was young, well-dressed, and seemed decent enough, so he probably wasn't a bad person, right? She took the tissue and whispered a quiet thank you. The man glanced at her approvingly and began striking up a conversation. I caused the mess, so why are you thanking me? I'm really sorry, it wasn't intentional. By the way, no hidden agenda here, but you look so young, and that outfit suits you perfectly. Pauline was speechless for a moment. He then noticed the bracelet on Pauline's wrist. Do you like bracelets? It's a coincidence because my family owns a gold shop. Do you like gold necklaces, rings, earrings? If you have time, let me know, and I'll take you shopping, all for free. Indeed, friends with the rich and beautiful, he looks like a typical second-generation wealthy kid. Trying to give jewelry to someone he barely knows? Pauline silently mused, the rich sure talk sweetly, and shook her head. No need. I'm not particularly fond of them. I need to go upstairs now. With that, she darted upstairs past him. The man exchanged glances with his buddies behind him and grinned triumphantly. Got there first, this one's mine. Regardless of what you think, I claim dibs. His friends laughed. Sure, you're quick. Alright, go get her. Pauline had just reached the floor above when she started wiping her clothes with the tissue. The man followed closely. Brant, little sister, if you don't like gold jewelry, what do you like? Let me give you something else as an apology. Anything you want, just say. Pauline hastily stopped her action and tugged at her clothes. Really, it's not necessary. It's not that serious. Plus, this isn't even my dress. I wear it to work and will wash it afterward. That would be too awkward. I don't like owing anything to girls. How about this, if you feel uncomfortable accepting a gift, let me treat you to a meal. We can exchange contact information. The man fished his phone from his pocket to swap WeChat IDs. Pauline waved it off. I don't use my phone while working, so I didn't bring it. Sorry. No problem, your WeChat ID or phone number works too. I haven't linked it to my phone, and I can't remember my WeChat ID clearly. Truly, I'm sorry. With that, Pauline hurried away to clean another area. Looking at her impervious attitude, Thornton was momentarily speechless before turning and going downstairs. Soon, Thornton and Keisha each carrying a bottle of wine and a wine glass steered up. Darling. Keisha called out softly and sweetly to Pauline. Heard your clothes got wet, came up to check if you're okay. Not knowing whether all wealthy people were this polite or if this man was especially so, Pauline reiterated that she was fine. However, Keisha poured her a glass of red wine. This is Hanley. He's shy and accidentally spilled water on your clothes during his first visit here. Feeling guilty, he wanted to compensate you but you declined. So, having a drink is our custom in Fabiansheng, clink glasses, and all's forgiven. Here you go. Pauline remembered watching men solve problems over drinks back home. But she never imagined it would happen to her. Not that she wouldn't drink, she had never touched alcohol in her life. Miss, not drinking means you can't forgive him, he'll be heartbroken. Fearing she wouldn't drink, Keisha continued, this is grape wine, made from grapes, similar to juice, low alcohol content, sweet taste, won't get you drunk, don't worry. Today, friends came to celebrate, I'm happy. Even if you get tipsy, you can rest, we can continue tomorrow. No need to feel burdened. Hearing all this, Pauline reluctantly accepted the glass. I'm not mad, truly forgive you. Let's have a small sip, just for formality, alright? Sure, cheers. Hanley eagerly clinked glasses with her. Pauline lifted her glass intending to sip, but Keisha pushed up her cup from beneath. Too little, darling. That's very impolite. Have a bit more. Is it sweet? Almost there, come on slowly. Finally, after Pauline downed the entire glass, Keisha smiled. Now that's more like it. You're indeed a pretty, smart, and generous girl. No wonder Hanley wants to be friends. Here, another round. This next toast is for the bond between us. You've just arrived in Fabiansheng with few friends or family. From now on, Hanley and I are your friends. Don't refuse or it'll seem like you look down on us. Pauline was forced into another drink, and immediately the third one was poured. The third is to celebrate my new beginning. Today is special for me, everyone is here to bless me. Pauline, you wish me luck in starting anew, right? Pauline swallowed the third glass. In less than 2 minutes, almost an entire bottle of wine went down her throat. Pauline felt her head buzzing. Anyone who drank regularly could tell from her eyes that she was already affected. Keisha exchanged glances with Hanley and found an excuse to take the bottles downstairs. Hanley moved closer to Pauline. On such a joyous day, no need to rush with work. Come, sit, let's chat. He tried to pull Pauline's hand, but she instinctively felt ashamed and avoided him. She shook her head, trying to stay alert. No need, go enjoy with your friends. I have work tomorrow. Must clean up soon. What work? Delivery? Pauline, you're so young and beautiful, doing such tough work. Didn't find a better job in a new city? Need help? Hanley patiently coaxed her. Our company needs front desk staff and administrative assistants. Any young, pretty girl like you would fit in. Brantlate, respectable work with good pay, interested? Honestly, Pauline dreamed of being a white-collar worker since childhood, drawn by the glamorous career women she saw on TV. Note, the original tone and style, along with paragraph structure and line breaks, have been maintained as requested. Names like Pauline and Keisha have been preserved as pinyin equivalents. Chapter 286, A Matter of Brantleaf and Death. But I don't have any academic qualifications. That's okay. These jobs are quite simple, you'll pick them up quickly. You're so smart, how could you not learn? It's just that they package these jobs to sound more impressive. Actually, people in the industry all understand. If you really worry about being ridiculed, I can get you a fake degree. As long as you don't say, and I don't say, no one will ever know. He was so warm-hearted, just like Ebert. Pauline gradually let her guard down. Getting a fake ID isn't good, right? I don't want to lie or live in fear. If a high school diploma is enough, I'd be willing to try. This way, she could work decently, earn decently, and still have time to review for her adult college entrance exams. Her ultimate dream was to become a successful and graceful urban professional. Seeing her interest in this topic, Deshawn grabbed her hand again. Sure, feel free to share your thoughts. Whatever I can help with, I will. Come on, standing here talking isn't convenient. Let's sit down and chat. They sat on the sofa. Deshawn started boasting about his company, the benefits, past fun activities, and how satisfied employees were. Pauline listened with great interest at first, as if a new world had opened up before her. However, she began to drift off halfway through. Her head buzzed, her limbs felt weak, and her eyelids heavy. She knew she was drunk. Deshawn noticed her struggling eyes. I feel like you're not feeling well. Are you sleepy? We have a room here where you can rest. Should I help you in? Pauline knew if she didn't lie down soon, she wouldn't be able to control herself. She glanced at the direction of the room. No need, I can walk myself over. Deshawn didn't force her, but after a few steps, she found it impossible to walk over. Her legs wobbled, her vision blurred, and the door seemed unreachable. Finally, Deshawn came to support her arm. Look at you, always being polite. I told you, you won't manage. They entered the room, and the door closed behind them. Deshawn suddenly picked her up and placed her on the bed. A whirl of dizziness almost made her vomit, but she immediately pulled the blanket over herself. Thank you. I really need to rest. Thank you for everything. Please go play. Don't worry. If anything happens while I'm gone, you'll have no one to turn to. I'll stay until you fall asleep. Deshawn sat beside the bed, gently stroking her hair and smoothing the blanket. Sleep, sleep. Pauline deeply felt it was shameful for a man to watch her sleep, yet her body refused to obey, her eyelids unwilling to open. Seeing her finally close her eyes, Deshawn breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up from the bed, impatiently undoing his shirt buttons. Damn. Playing innocent. Made me waste so much time. So annoying. But, she's finally mine. Let's see how good her figure is. He pulled back the blanket and hurried to unbutton her clothes. The girl was young and fresh, her skin smooth and supple, even just looking at her neck made his blood boil. Meanwhile, at Ebert's side. Departing at 8 a.m., driving an hour to the cemetery, paying respects to elders and relatives, he returned around 10 a.m. Arriving home around noon, it was lunchtime, peak hours for orders. This was also when Pauline would be busiest, probably skipping meals. Ebert decided to help her, so he called her asking where she was. Yet despite several calls over an hour, Pauline didn't answer. If she missed 1 or 2 calls while riding, it was understandable. But how did she miss multiple calls while taking orders? Ebert found it odd and got irritated by not reaching her. Deciding to check on her at home, just then Christian called. Ebert, where are you? Ebert, troubled, didn't want idle chatter. Not available now. Can we talk later? You. When did you start acting like Jorge? Anyway, I'm calling with good intentions. Forget it, if you don't listen. As she hung up, Ebert hesitated, shouting out. Wait. Just tell me. We've been friends for so long, don't you know my temper? Christian, humph. If it weren't for our long friendship, I'd ignore your mess. Do you know where I am now? Whom I met? Ebert, just finished paying respects to my grandparents, I'm in a bad mood. Caitlin, please get to the point. Christian. She wouldn't bother with his nonsense if it weren't for making him favorable to speak well of her to Jorge. What attitude? Have you been hanging out with a minority food delivery girl recently? Ebert's heart skipped a beat, blood rushing to his head. How do you know? How do I know? Christian laughed, everyone knows in this circle except you. Think about who your ex-girlfriend is. Did you expect she wouldn't retaliate after such a messy breakup? Ebert's face darkened, clutching the steering wheel tightly. Where is she now? Deshawn was drooling over Pauline's beauty, fingers about to unbutton her blouse. Suddenly, the room door crashed open. He turned quickly, but before he could react, a kick hit his chest, sending him tumbling off the bed. Who the hell? Damn you. He flipped up, ready to counterattack, when Ebert rushed over and kicked him again. Screaming in pain, Ebert pressed his foot on Deshawn's cheek. It's you? F***CK. How dare you lay hands on my woman, you lowlife. Deshawn hadn't expected Ebert to show up, especially for this woman. Just a delivery girl, worth this trouble? Terrified and pained, he cowered on the floor. Zay, what are you doing? Who's your woman? I don't get it. Don't act dumb with me. You were pretty bold just now, huh? Afraid when faced with someone stronger? Ebert knelt, turning Deshawn's face, squeezing his chin hard. I've already called the police. Plotting with an idiot like Keisha, you guys deserve each other. Finishing, he shoved him away, picking up Pauline to leave. Seeing her disheveled clothes, his eyebrows furrowed unconsciously. Chapter 287, If he can't, what about me? Pauline, who was so frugal, wouldn't have bought a new set of clothes just for a cleaning job, let alone one like this. She was so naive and wouldn't understand the meaning behind such clothing, nor would she know where to buy it. Keisha. Xander's eyes flashed with viciousness. After placing Pauline back on the bed and covering her with a blanket, he grabbed Dempsey's foot and stormed out of the room. Fueled by anger, he was about to throw Dempsey down the stairs when he encountered Keisha and others. They had been playing happily when someone rang the doorbell. Thinking it was her delivery, Keisha personally opened the door, only to be met by Xander's stern face. Startled, before she could react, Xander pushed past her into the house. In everyone's shock, he rushed up to the third floor. Clearly, his target was Brenna upstairs, and everyone feared Keisha would be heartbroken again. Meow meow. Afraid of the situation upstairs being exposed, Keisha hastily chased after him, ignoring everyone's various gazes. Following her lead, the crowd rushed upstairs as well. Upon seeing Dempsey shirtless and dragged along the ground by Xander, everyone on the staircase gasped. What happened? This. Keisha's face turned pale as she anticipated what would happen next, but tried to stay composed. Xander, why did you come to my house? What are you doing here without reason? Your house? Is this your house? Without reason? Do you call this normal? Xander kicked Dempsey in the stomach, causing another agonizing cry. Pointing at Dempsey, Xander accused Keisha. I never knew Miss Mohammed had such liberal tastes, inviting men and women into secret corners for indecent activities. Is this what you call normal? You. Despite knowing she was wrong, Keisha couldn't bear the harsh criticism. What I do and whom I associate with, even my family can't interfere. Why should you meddle in my affairs? Today is a good day, and I'm celebrating my rebirth. If you came purely to disrupt and upset me, congratulations, you've succeeded. Now please leave. I will. But if not for your devious tactics, I wouldn't want to see you ever again. Xander glared coldly at her. I already know about the photos you posted in the group, and I caught you planning something illegal against Pauline with this scum. I've called the police. Keisha, don't say I didn't give you any mercy, you brought this upon yourself. Keisha felt a chill run through her, nearly unable to stand. Knowing how ruthless Xander could be, she didn't expect this extent. Reporting her over this incident, he must be aware of her difficult home life with a tyrannical Viviana and an indifferent father. Reporting this during the new year would only place her in an unbearable situation. Feeling utterly wronged, she dashed upstairs, rushing to Xander's side. Do you hate me so much? Do you despise me so much? How did I offend you, Xander? Why do you treat me like this? I only love you. Is loving you a crime? Why do you treat me like this? Why would you rather be close to a food delivery person than me? Am I that terrible? I'm the respected young lady of the Mohammed family. Don't you know how many men queue up to marry me? Yet, my dignity is trampled underfoot by you, and now you want me arrested? Do you think you're something special? Xander took 2 steps back. He truly disliked being in close proximity to Keisha. It made him feel suffocated and agitated. I never thought I was anything special. And yes, I know you're the unreachable Miss Mohammed. That's why I didn't pursue anything with you. Besides, does my liking you mean you must reciprocate? Keisha remained speechless. Xander continued, regardless, this isn't an excuse to hurt others. We're in modern times, delivery persons are people too. Are they inferior to you? Why do you look down on them? Today, I'll show you that hurting a delivery person means you, Miss Mohammed, will pay a price too. Don't. Realizing tough words weren't working, Keisha broke into pitiful tears. Clutching his hand, she pleaded, don't treat me like this, Arvin. I only did it because I love you, wanting your attention. I never meant to do anything bad, really, believe me. We grew up together, don't you know me? I don't want to go to the police station, I'm scared. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder and fear the dark. You know this. And Velma will scold me, father might hit me. Not to mention Chuck and my Hanson, they're all terrifying. At this moment, she looked genuinely pitiful, humiliated in front of so many people. But Xander pushed her away mercilessly. With so many intimidating figures watching over you, you still dare to act so brazenly. Without them, would you not go unchecked? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have ruined someone's life for your selfish desires. Did you consider their feelings? Your family may be influential with many supporters, yet you feel wronged. Meanwhile, that person has no relatives or support, struggling alone, and still you bully her. Xander couldn't continue, his heart ached deeply. Imagining so many pairs of eyes, those ugly and despicable individuals ganging up on Pauline, filled him with rage. Simultaneously, he resented himself. Yesterday, there were clear signs that Pauline wanted to tell him something, yet he failed to probe further. If something really happened today, he dared not think of the consequences. Seeing that neither pleading nor arguing worked, Keisha decided to abandon all hope. It became clear to her that her relationship with Xander was irreparably broken. She started laughing mockingly. So what if you reported it? Laughable. I merely invited her for cleaning and took a couple of photos. Is that illegal? Indeed, Xander had no solid evidence to charge Keisha, he was simply trying to intimidate her. Seeing her regain composure shamelessly, Xander felt thoroughly disappointed. Although he had no romantic feelings for her, as she said, they had grown up together. He found her cloying and clingy, and she had even changed his orientation. Still, witnessing her turn into a venomous woman was disheartening. He can't punish me, but what about me? Keisha, you carry the Mohammed family name, acting lawlessly and arrogantly, believing no one can touch you? As Keisha engaged in a stare-off with Xander, a deeper, stronger, and more intimidating voice echoed from the crowd. So familiar, it was Jorge. Translation maintains paragraph structure and tone from the original Chinese text while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 288, Return. Heavens. Keisha's legs couldn't help but go weak again. Wasn't he supposed to be working on a big project in another city and not coming back for the new year? Why did he suddenly return? Keisha turned around shakily, and the crowd on the stairs automatically parted to let Jorge's towering and steady figure slowly emerge. You're disgracing the Mohammed family. If you don't repent and continue your unruly ways, I won't hesitate to persuade Chuck to have you disowned. Be big, Damien. And all of you. Jorge ascended to the top of the steps, looking down on everyone like a king. If you have nothing better to do than cause trouble, I won't mind sending all of you to work on sewing machines. The crowd was speechless. Don't doubt my words, I mean what I say. Starting tomorrow, if I see any of you associating with Keisha. His sentence unfinished, the crowd reacted as if they had seen a ghost, turning around one after another and rushing downstairs in panic. Deshawn, who lay on the ground bare-chested, felt extremely embarrassed. He could neither stay nor leave and could only beg for mercy. I'm wrong, truly wrong, for touching your woman. Zeej, please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. I'll agree to any conditions. Please don't send me inside. Simiao, I came for you today, help me. I really can't go in, Simiao. Keisha didn't know why she felt so scared of Jorge. Though he wasn't her real brother and usually ignored her, his presence struck fear into her heart. If Deshawn were arrested, she'd undoubtedly be interrogated next and her secrets would come out. She lowered her eyes and looked at Jorge shivering. Big Damien. The person you should be begging isn't me, I can't help you. Jorge cut off her plea coldly, almost like a merciless judge. And even if I could help, I wouldn't. Keisha, it's time you faced reality. You've been too arrogant and defiant. Feeling a chill, Keisha turned to Ebert for help, Arvin. Ebert averted his gaze. Siren sounds from outside grew louder as Keisha and Deshawn were taken away. The house became eerily quiet, leaving only Jorge, Ebert, and Renata standing alone on the stairs. Ebert sighed and asked Jorge. Why did you come back so suddenly? I saw news saying you were leading the disaster recovery efforts personally and thought you'd be gone for a long time. All because of you. Jorge's tone was cold, but his words made Ebert unable to stay angry. Renata called me and said you were causing a scandal with Keisha. If I didn't return, you'd earn the title of Fabianching's biggest heartbreaker. For a moment, Ebert felt their friendship revert to how it once was. He realized that Jorge hadn't changed. He was still the same man who was always tough on the outside but cared deeply within. Ebert moved closer playfully. You care about me. It feels good knowing you're here for me. Do you want a kiss, Ian? Jorge raised his arm defensively before Ebert could get close. I never understood what Keisha sees in you. All right. Go home if there's nothing else. I'm tired. Renata followed him downstairs. Surprised by his early return, her longing diminished, and she watched him happily. Ian, how did you come back? Did you drive or fly? Did Robert pick you up? You. Jorge walked quickly, leaving her only with a cold view of the back of his head. Spend time at home with your parents. Don't hang out with someone like Keisha, it lowers your status. And you shouldn't visit the Mohammed family this year. I've already arranged for Robert to find a nursing graduate to take care of Chuck. Renata. After such a long time apart, did he have to greet her with such cold words? During the new year, not only did he bring no gifts, but he offered no greetings. Truly, he was stone-hearted. Jorge returned to the car swiftly. Gwendolyn asked him from the passenger seat. I saw police enter. Is Ebert okay? He's fine. I'm taking you home. They returned early mainly because Ollie fell ill again. Helping Ebert was merely coincidental. Though life in Godwin-Liangshan was tough, it was lively and fulfilling. But now it was over. The entire way back, Gwendolyn remained silent, constantly messaging Dustin, which bothered Jorge immensely. He didn't want Gwendolyn to go back, especially not to be associated with Dustin, but... With a gloomy expression, he dropped her off at the Gu residence. Before she could thank him, he closed the window and sped away furiously. How dare he deliver her to another man's house, letting her live with another man. Jorge's instincts were sharp, preventing Renata from following him without consequences. Still, she noticed that Gwendolyn had returned with him. Indeed, just minutes later, she confirmed through Barnaby. Brantley knew indeed returned with CEO Mohammed. He drove her himself. Ah. Bitch. Bitch bitch bitch. Renata gritted her teeth angrily. I forgave your incompetence there due to unfamiliarity. But now that you've returned, there's no excuse. Before, it was for Renata that Barnaby hated Gwendolyn, but now, for his own future, he couldn't let her off easily. Rest assured, Miss Meng. I've been thinking about this. Specific plans are in place. Just wait for good news. Feeling low and exhausted from recent busyness, Jorge drove into the Mohammed family courtyard, intending to say hello to Chuck before heading to sleep. However, as soon as he entered, his Misty and Ricardo rushed over. Ian. Finally, you're back. How could you be gone during New Year? What kind of brother are you to Simyao? Sending an unmarried girl to jail, what will people think? We always thought you were sensible and wise, but why so blind when it comes to protecting our family's reputation? Ian, sigh. Jorge knew they would confront him, but not so quickly. Too tired to talk, but seeing his Misty's constant chatter and Ricardo's silent displeasure. He bypassed them and sat beside Chuck, rubbing his temples. Any complaints about me aren't new. Speak all you need now. Chapter 289, Dissatisfaction with him. Originally, Joyce could still hold back her temper. Although she complained a lot, she didn't say anything vulgar to Jorge. But seeing Jorge's attitude, she couldn't contain herself any longer. As elders, when we found out that our biological daughter had encountered such a huge issue, the first thing we did wasn't to blame you or disturb you. Instead, we waited for you to come back and discuss it, showing enough humility. But look at your attitude now. What do you mean by, we've had grievances against you for a long time? What do you mean by, saying it all together? Ainsworth, it's true that you have made many contributions to the company, but there's no need to be arrogant to this extent, right? Why do you treat us like we're nothing? It's outrageous. There's a reason words like smooth talkers and silver-tongued exist. They were created for people like Joyce. Jorge has always been action-oriented and doesn't like verbal exchanges. However, if he really engaged in a debate, no one could match him. Why do you lower your stance? Joyce, I don't understand. You can do whatever you want, I'm not your guardian. Why wait for me to return to discuss things? If I don't come back, would you really not know what to do? You're trying to morally coerce me. Secondly, did my actions cause what happened to your daughter? If she hadn't been so arrogant and foolish, would the police have taken her away? Just because I didn't stop her, do I owe you and her an apology? Have you thought about Brenna at the banquet whose life was almost ruined by her? Is she not pitiful? Joyce. Jorge just wanted to rest upon returning home and didn't intend to say so much. However, since the atmosphere had already escalated, he might as well say everything. The new year is over. For work, I have new plans for the coming year. Bohan, I originally intended to talk to you a few days later, but it's also good to clear things up today. Your performance hasn't met the standards for the whole year. As a member of the Mohammed family and my elder, you've made things very difficult for me in the company. Moreover, you misappropriated public funds and privately embezzled money from several projects. The finance department has already submitted the materials to me. You must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will handle you like I did Keisha. Since you made the mistake first, don't blame me for being heartless later. The company belongs to the Mohammed family, indeed, but it's not just for the Mohammed family, it belongs to thousands of hard-working employees. You should know how much others earn after working hard for a year. The salary you receive is already multiple times theirs. Yet you are still so greedy, and most laughably, you didn't spend the money on your own family but on unrelated outsiders. This is unfair to those who work hard. Initially, the discussion was about his daughter, where they had the moral high ground. How did it suddenly turn to their own faults? Bohan couldn't maintain composure either. Ainsworth, what your second Misty said is completely correct. Why have you become like this? Not only are you arrogant but also cold-blooded. I'm old now, and you set such high targets for me. It's unreasonable to blame me for not achieving them. You are the company president, true, but it's unnecessary to push people so much. You're ashamed, but don't I feel the same? I think you're deliberately making things difficult for me, trying to kick me out of the company so you can take over the group alone. Jorge glanced at him contemptuously. You're old. The goals are too high for you to achieve. Then giving the position to someone who can achieve it is reasonable. Why accuse me of intentionally pushing you out? Bohan, at your age, haven't you heard the phrase, the competent take charge? Besides, what am I monopolizing? Money? Position? Fame? Feel free to investigate. If I've done anything to disappoint you financially, I can resign due default. As for position and fame, you don't cherish them, why should I? The reason I stay in the company every day, pushing the group to greater heights, is because this business was built by Grandpa. I hate failure and don't want to see it decline under my watch. Don't judge me with your narrow, deformed, and utterly boring mindset. You. Bohan was speechless, unable to refute him. His view was indeed narrow, deformed, and boring, while Jorge seemed superior. Dad. Look at what this child has become. You should manage him. The patriarch listened to their arguments, trembling with anger. He knew his son wasn't capable, but he never expected things to reach this point. Ainsworth is right. If he doesn't handle it impartially, the group will eventually be ruined by these wastrels. Shut up. After doing so many nasty things, you still have the nerve to speak. At your age, you're still so stupid. How could I have given birth to you such a person? Before, when you caused trouble outside, I thought you'd have your own judgment. Once it died down, it was forgotten. But after so many years, you've gotten worse, one after another, shamelessly. And you, he turned to Joyce with disappointment. You scold Ainsworth and the children fiercely at home, but why can't you manage your husband properly? Or those unsavory women outside? You're not doing well in work or at home, yet you blame Ainsworth for managing strictly. Aren't you hoping everything goes unchecked, ruining the group sooner? Bohan and Joyce tried to argue, but the patriarch ignored them. During the new year, I don't want to hear your nonsense. Go bring Meow Meow back and educate her properly. Starting tomorrow, your whole family must reform. If I hear you causing trouble again, forget Ainsworth, I won't let you off either. Actually, the patriarch had been quite lenient towards Bohan and Joyce. Jorge had revealed Bohan's corruption, but he skirted the issue, only reproaching slightly without severe punishment. But Bohan and Joyce didn't understand his intentions. Being berated during the new year, they felt utterly humiliated. Back home, Bohan worried. Before, I just wanted peace, even as an elder, stepping back to maintain the family's unity. But now, I underestimate Jorge's ambition. He even dares to badmouth me to the patriarch. If this continues, we'll be kicked out of the Mohammed family. When faced with serious matters, Joyce became surprisingly compliant. Honey, what should we do now? What can we do? As long as Jorge exists, the patriarch won't look at Ariel any differently. What can we do? Seeing her husband's ruthless expression, Joyce trembled. Do you mean, can that work? Bohan, once the old man is gone, I'll be the leader of the Mohammed family.